In a world where everyone can change professions, Fang Xing transitioned into the vocation of Beastmaster. After being unceremoniously cast aside by his girlfriend, he unexpectedly awakened a sign-in system. Pig signing grants 100,000 experience points daily. Pig signing grants 100,000 experience points daily. From Black Iron level Pangolin to Level 1 Divine Groudon. From Black Iron level White Dragon to Level 1 Divine Rayquaza. From Black Iron level Centipede to Ultimate Form Wugui Tiana. From Black Iron level Bat to Ultimate Necrozma. Don't ask, I assure you, I'm not cheating. They came to me in this state. If you don't believe it, just stand still, and I'll summon the alpaca over. Chapter 1. So, this is what you truly wish to convey, right? Fang Xing, let's part ways. On the playground, a pair of young lovers walked side by side when the woman suddenly spoke. The woman, named Sun Xiao, was the belle of Tianshui High School. Though Fang Xing had anticipated this moment, he could not restrain himself from asking, why? Is it solely because I awakened as a beast master? Upon hearing his words, Sun Xiao cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Indeed, you must understand what a beast master entails. It is widely regarded as a worthless profession. If your family were wealthy, I might have been able to endure and stay with you. But you're merely an orphan relying on government aid for schooling, and can only afford the most rudimentary beast contracts? Fang Xing refrained from disputing her statement. The combat prowess of a beast master is entirely dictated by the strength of their beasts, compelling them to seek powerful allies. However, formidable beasts often cost millions, if not tens of millions. The risk of a low-tier beast perishing is substantial, and once a beast dies, a beast master without their companion is nothing but an ordinary individual. Sun Xiao continued, meanwhile, I have awakened a rare profession of holy light healer. Do you grasp the scarcity of this vocation? Just yesterday, young Master Lu Yuan confessed his feelings for me, promising to integrate me into his family's elite team for dungeon raids, ensuring a comfortable annual income of several million post-graduation. So, this is what you truly wish to express, right? Gazing at his former beloved, Fang Xing let out a cold laugh. If that is the case, pursue your wealth, but I hope you won't regret your decision in the future. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. As she watched Fang Xing's retreating figure, Sun Xiao momentarily froze. Not due to his final words, for having made her decision, she felt no inclination to reconsider. The reason for her pause was that her bag still hung from Fang Xing's shoulder. That was the exquisite Hermes bag gifted to her by Lu Yuan yesterday. However, Fang Xing had already walked far away, and she could not chase after him to retrieve it. After all, it was just a bag. Having awakened as a holy light healer, she could easily purchase 1,000 of them in the future. Sun Xiao, I had intended to share fortune with you, but since you have shown no compassion, do not blame me for lacking loyalty. Fang Xing glanced back. Had it been half an hour prior, he might have felt some reluctance. Yet now, Fang Xing felt a stirring within, and a translucent panel suddenly materialized before him. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, LV.1. Strength, 5. Vitality, 5. Agility, 5. Mentality, 5. Combat power, 5. Skills, Contract Mastery, Summoning Arts. Beasts, none. Evolution points, 100,000. Note, daily sign-in yields 100,000 experience points. Today's sign-in location, within 10 meters of Sunday Xiao. Today's sign-in code. So, this is what you truly wish to convey, right? Evolution points, Fang Xing murmured, his gaze fixed upon the 100,000 evolution points. At this moment, his heart burned with fervor. In this world, the ranks of beasts are classified as Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Epic, Legendary, and King level. Beasts of higher ranks are exceedingly rare. Most beast masters, throughout their lives, may only acquire a single gold-tier beast. However, for Fang Xing, such limitations were inconsequential. As long as he possessed evolution points, his beasts bore infinite possibilities. Sun Xiao, you surely have no idea what you have missed out on. Suppressing the fire igniting within, Fang Xing contemplated another matter. Even a mere Black Iron tier beast commands a market price of at least 100,000. For Fang Xing, that is undeniably a considerable sum. Fang Xing discovered something? He weighed the Hermes bag in his hand. It was time to acquire my first beast. Chapter 2. My phone Tianshui City. Beastmaster Pavilion. This establishment stands as the largest marketplace for beast taming in all of Tianshui City. Here, one can procure beasts of Black Iron, Bronze, and even Silver grade. If fortune favors you, you might even encounter a beast of Gold grade. However, such high-tier beasts are typically sold through auctions, commanding exorbitant prices far beyond the means of someone like Fang Xing at present. With the sum of 150,000 acquired from selling a discounted Hermes bag to a second-hand dealer, Fang Xing strode confidently into the pavilion. The first floor of the Beastmaster Pavilion was dedicated to the sale of black iron-grade beasts. Beasts were presented in the form of eggs, neatly arranged on red trays atop square shelves. The number of patrons on the first floor was sparse, allowing Fang Xing to closely examine the offerings. Each beast egg was accompanied by a detailed description. Grade, black iron, skill, water spray. Price, 200,000 Dahan coins. Grade, black iron, skill, constriction. Price, 200,000 Dahan coins. Grade, black iron, skill, claws. Price, 200,000 Dahan coins. A black iron grade Beastmaster is permitted to contract only a single beast. With each subsequent job change, they may contract an additional beast. After a thorough inspection, Fang Xing's gaze settled upon a saleswoman. Excuse me, do you have any beasts priced below 150,000? The reason was simple. That was the entirety of his wealth, acquired from the sale of Sun Xiaoxiao's Hermes bag. The saleswoman sighed. Give me your phone. Fang Xing was taken aback, but complied, handing her his phone. Upon its return, he discovered his balance had increased to 250,000. Stunned, he stammered, "You. Do not worry, it is not alone. I logged into the Beastmaster network using your identity, and the system recognized you as the widow of a martyr. Widows of martyrs can apply for a subsidy when purchasing beasts." Realizing it was not alone, Fang Xing exhaled in relief. In his previous life, he had been suffocated by car loans, mortgages, and dowry debts. In this life, he truly wished to sever ties with such burdens. By the way, we happen to have a bronze-grade beast egg on sale at a discounted price of 250,000, the saleswoman added. Really? What type is it? It is a bronze-grade armored pangolin. All right, I'll take it, Fang Xing exclaimed, knowing that even the weakest bronze-grade beast was beyond the reach of black iron grade. The possibility of encountering a counterfeit was even more remote. This was not Huiqiangbai, where anything could be forged. Ding. Payment successful. As the notification chimed, the saleswoman returned his card and inquired, "Sir, we have a complimentary contract room available. Would you like to use it? Just proceed straight ahead and turn left. It is the last room." "Yes, thank you." Fang Xing nodded appreciatively. As he departed, a woman in a light yellow dress emerged from the back. "Did you give it to him?" the wealthy lady asked. "Rest assured, miss. The beast egg has been given to him." The saleswoman hesitated before asking, "Miss, do you have feelings for that young man? What are you talking about?" Chen Jinai's face flushed slightly. The armored pangolin, valued at 1,000,000, had been gifted to him, a beast with the potential to evolve into silver grade. To convince him, she fabricated a story about the widow's identity being worth 100,000 Dahan coins. That young man was rather naive. He should have questioned how such a rare beast could be sold at a bargain. The wealthy lady's words made Chen Jinai's ears burn with embarrassment. However, she suddenly shifted her tone. "But, miss, if the master finds out about this, he would never approve of his precious daughter associating with a poor boy." Chapter 3. Evolution in a different world. Upon entering the contract room, Fang Xing closed the door and placed the beast egg on the floor, sitting cross-legged. He needed to hatch the beast from the egg. Channeling his inner power, he softly uttered, "Hatch, beast," as the words left his lips. Intricate patterns imbued with the essence of rules manifested in the air. Gradually, these patterns spread, merging with the eggshell. Crack! The shell shattered, and a small creature emerged before Fang Xing commenced the contract. A six-pointed star formation appeared in his palm, aimed at the little creature. The success rate for contracting a black iron-grade beast was 99, with no recorded failures among beast masters thus far. However, Fang Xing failed. Could I truly be the sort of person who is so unlucky that even drinking water could choke me? I forgot this little one is of bronze grade. Thankfully, multiple contracts are permitted. As the formation infused with contract power entered the small creature, the contract was completed. In the next moment, the little creature vanished. Transported to the beast space. Contract successful. Beast, armored pangolin. Grade, bronze. Level, LV1. Life, 700. Strength, 92. Vitality, 95. Agility, 90. Mentality, 40. Combat power, 500. Skill, diamond claws. Evolution methods. Ordinary evolution, leap mutation, otherworldly evolution. Ordinary evolution requires 1,000 evolution points. Leap mutation requires 10,000 evolution points. Otherworldly evolution requires 100,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 10,000. Note: The first otherworldly evolution will result in a leap-level metamorphosis. As the contract completed, a cascade of information flooded Fang Xing's mind. With a strength of 92, vitality of 95, and agility of 90, this little creature was indeed subpar. The benchmark for a top-tier bronze beast is 2 attributes at 90 points or above. Moreover, its combat power of 500 rivals that of silver-grade beasts. Fang Xing mused to himself, could it possibly have some mental issues? Otherwise, why would it be so cheap? Surely, no one would willingly part with such a rare beast. His brows furrowed as he considered the evolution options. 3 methods of evolution. The first otherworldly evolution results in a leap-level metamorphosis. Since this was his first beast, it was essential to maximize its potential. Fang Xing's excitement surged as he proclaimed, "Begin evolution." As the words left his mouth, the armored pangolin within the beast's space trembled. Golden threads erupted from its body, forming a colossal cocoon. The cocoon expanded at a visible rate, eventually growing larger than a mountain. Within, red flames flickered, akin to lava coursing around the cocoon. It seemed as if a terrifying creature was on the brink of birth. Outside, sensing the upheaval within the beast's space, Fang Xing could not help but exclaim, "My heavens! What is happening?" The effects of evolution seem rather exaggerated, do they not? As time gradually slipped away, a full 30 minutes elapsed. A tremendous roar erupted. Ding! Evolution in progress. The first interdimensional evolution will culminate in a leap-level metamorphosis. Mighty Pangolin evolving. Original evolutionary path. Mighty Pangolin Mountain Beast Mountain God. Interdimensional evolutionary path. Mighty Pangolin? Mighty Pangolin evolution successful. Evolution result, Groudon. As the notification echoed in my mind, a golden chrysalis within the Beast Master space cracked open, revealing the mighty Pangolin in a new guise. Behold, within the Beast Master space, a colossal beast akin to a mountain materialized before the heavens and earth. Chapter 4. How did you know I contracted Groudon? This enigmatic creature was entirely covered in crimson-scaled plates, its darkened body exhibiting a gray hue, with large spikes protruding from its top, torso, and tail. Each limb bore 4 claws, and at the end of its tail, 4 bulldozer-like teeth were elevated. Each foot had 3 claws, with gray markings adorning the soles. Current contracted beast, initial Groudon. Rank, epic. Level, LV1. Life, 80,000. Strength, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Combat power, 100,000. Exclusive skill, Sword of the Abyss. Next evolution requires 1 million evolution points. Note, 10,000 points is the current level cap. I was taken aback. Gazing at the lavish statistics, Fang Xing was utterly astonished. Yet, this shock paled in comparison to the awe inspired by Groudon itself. Is this creature truly a beast of mastery? I have contracted a first-tier deity from the Hoenn region. Contemplating Groudon's identity, the prospect of all attributes exceeding 10,000 seemed quite reasonable. A combat power of 100,000. Truly, this is Groudon. What does this signify? Monsters in beginner-level dungeons typically possess a combat power around 20 points, and even boss monsters only reach 100 points. A combat power exceeding 100,000 is incomprehensible for boss creatures in beginner dungeons. No, if Groudon were to appear in a novice dungeon, it would likely shatter the instance, swallowed by the chaotic void. The most crucial aspect is that the next evolution only requires 1 million evolution points. I merely need to check in for 10 more days to evolve again. Currently at the epic tier, the next evolution will surely be legendary. Goodness. 1 first-tier deity per day, and in 10 days, a legendary creature? This is utterly exhilarating. Fang Xing's eyes widened, his breath quickening, and his heart raced without pause from the very beginning. The most outrageous part? If an epic tier Groudon is already this formidable, how powerful would a legendary tier Groudon be? As my level increases, the number of contracted beasts will also grow. In due time, creatures like Kyogre, Rayquaza, Giratina, and even Arceus may not be beyond reach. Just imagine, in battle, several first-tier deities, ultimate forms, and mythical beasts emerging could obscure the skies and darken the earth. The pressure would be absolutely overwhelming. I pinch my thigh hard. Ouch. This is no dream, it is real. I have made up my mind. I shall reward myself with a splendid feast today. No more instant meals. 2.5 minutes passed before I managed to quell the excitement brewing within. Gradually, Fang Xing regained his composure. While Groudon is undeniably powerful, now is not the time for pride. I must swiftly elevate my level. Only by advancing my level and increasing my contracted beasts can I truly stand unafraid of any threat. Outside the awakening room, as Fang Xing had been inside for half an hour, Chun Jina anxiously inquired, Sister Fu, why does it take so long to contract a beast? Is he in trouble? Sister Fu sighed. My lady, it has only been a short while, and besides, the beast we selected for him is exceptionally docile and easy to contract. However, Qin Jiana's words trailed off as the door to the contract room swung open. Their gazes met, and Fang Xing recognized Qin Jiana, stepping forward to take her hand. This sudden action left Qin Jiana somewhat flustered. Is he about to confess to me? If he does, should I agree, or agree? Sister Fu's expression tightened. Could he have discerned my lady's true identity? Fang Xing took a deep breath under Qin Jiana's expectant gaze. How did you know I contracted Groudon? Chapter 5. The first entry into the dungeon. Exiting the Beastmaster Pavilion, Fang Xing headed directly to the outskirts, to the Wild Dungeon. The novice dungeon within the city had essentially been passed over by him, not to mention the beginner dungeon. Even slightly higher level dungeons would be a mere second for his Groudon. Since it would all be a matter of seconds, he naturally sought a dungeon with higher experience points. Which dungeon should he choose? Fang Xing pondered before renting a carriage. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of a blue vortex. As he approached the vortex, a virtual information window materialized before him. In this world where everyone possesses a class, each individual has an information panel that accompanies their profession. Goblin Nest. Recommended level, Class Advancement 1. Current level survival rate upon entry, 1. Ignoring the special red warning, Fang Xing boldly stepped into the Goblin Dungeon. This was the highest level dungeon accessible to him at present. With only a level 1 status, he could only enter a first-tier dungeon. This dungeon was currently the best option available, and it sufficed for him. As Fang Xing's figure vanished from the spot, he was teleported directly beside the Goblin Den. Upon entering, he was immediately assailed by a pungent stench. Goblins, these creatures, are dark, squirming, repulsive beings. Ordinary Goblin. Level, LV5. Life, 560. Skill, Bite. Goblin Sister. Level, LV11. Life, 1100. Skill, Mental Interference. Elite Goblin. Level, LV14. Life, 1900. Skill, Wild Flailing. His gaze swept over the wild monsters. Goblins wielding wooden sticks wandered aimlessly. This was Fang Xing's first encounter with such creatures. Though he had traversed this world for 19 years, one could not enter dungeons prior to awakening as a professional. To say Fang Xing was not excited or thrilled would be a falsehood. This marked his first step towards becoming the strongest, a moment worth commemorating. As for the fear of dying and consequently perishing within the instance, I apologize. The one who should be fearful is the adversary. Heed my summons. Arise, Groudon. No sooner had the words left his lips than Fang Xing's form ascended rapidly. A towering figure, colossal and imposing, materialized within the instance. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos. Groudon's stature eclipsed even the clouds, casting a watchful gaze upon the nests below. At the moment of its emergence, the ground beneath transformed into molten lava. This was the primal deity of the Hoenn region. Even in stillness, it possessed the power to alter the very fabric of the world. Simultaneously, the adventurers within the instance, engaged in their futile attempts to vanquish foes, were struck with a sudden alarm, raising their gazes toward a singular direction. The Goblin Nest was a vast instance, not merely a lair, but a sprawling primordial forest. What was that sound just now? Look over there. Why is the forest ablaze? No, that's not fire. It's high-density lava. Why is there lava within the instance? Faced with the encroaching molten stream, several adventurers hastily abandoned their efforts against the minor foes before them, retreating swiftly. Suddenly, one of the adventurers pointed skyward and exclaimed in terror, "By the gods! What is that?" Responding to the commotion, their companions instinctively looked up, following the direction of the pointing finger. Chapter 6. Instant Obliteration. What calamities might unfold when a 100-meter-tall behemoth appears within an instance? Fang Xing would tell you it heralds cataclysmic devastation. Like a mountain, Groudon stood immobile, and the molten lava that emerged beneath its feet obliterated the Goblin Nest. Defeated Ordinary Goblin. Groudon gains 1,300 experience points. You gain 650 experience points. Defeated Goblin Minion. Groudon gains 1,500 experience points. You gain 750 experience points. Defeated Elite Goblin. Groudon gains 2,000 experience points. You gain 1,000 experience points. The continuous influx of experience points filled Fang Xing with unparalleled joy. A cascade of golden light flickered around him and Groudon, each shimmer signifying a rise in level. Fang Xing relished the moment, though it was a lamentable fate for the adventurers below, who were wailing in despair. What in the world is this monster? It must be over 100 meters tall. How could such a creature appear in the Goblin Nest? I can't help but think it's rather magnificent. Buddy, forget how cool it looks. The lava is coming. If you don't want to die, run. The forest is ablaze. We're trapped. Wah, I'm going to report to the Adventurer S Alliance about this arson. Report? Whether we can escape is a different matter altogether. Besides, are you certain the Adventurer-S Alliance will care about a forest fire? Regrettably, as Fang Xing observed the scene below, he felt a twinge of sorrow. He had initially wished to attempt the Sword of the Cliff, Groudon's exclusive skill. However, given the current circumstances, a miscalculated strike could annihilate both the monsters and the adventurers alike. As the number of monsters within the instance dwindled below half, suddenly, a terrifying entity within the goblin nest was roused. It was the Goblin King, the hidden boss of the goblin nest instance. My subjects need not fear. Your king has arrived. No sooner had the Goblin King appeared than the sky above darkened ominously. Before it could even ponder the cause, defeated Goblin King, Groudon gains 10,000 experience points. You gain 5,000 experience points. First defeat of a dungeon boss, experience reward double. You have leveled up, gaining 10 free attribute points. First defeat of a dungeon boss. You have received a bronze treasure chest. You opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a goblin cloak, bronze grade, and a goblin staff, bronze grade, usable by mages. Fang Xing barely caught a glimpse of the Goblin King's appearance. What could he do? After all, he was facing Groudon. Instant obliteration. If it didn't show itself, it would be obliterated by the lava flooding into the cave. To this, Fang Xing could only remark, in the next life, may you be born under a better star. You have reached level 20, the current level cap within this instance. Note, level cap reached. Killing monsters will no longer yield experience. Your level has reached 20. Would you like to initiate a job change? You have one opportunity to reselect your profession. You have declined to reselect your profession. You have initiated the job change quest. After reaching level 20, there is a probability of obtaining a chance to reselect your profession. However, why would Fang Xing wish to change? Holding an atomic bomb. Only a fool would compete with them on equal footing. A series of notifications continued to manifest. His level had reached the maximum limit before job change. With a thought, he summoned the Adventurer interface. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, LV20. Strength, 195. Constitution, 195. Agility, 195. Spirit, 195. Free attribute points, 190. Combat power, 310. Skills, Contract Art, Summoning Art. Beast, Initial Groudon. Today's sign-in location, within 10 meters of Sun Xiao. Today's sign-in code. So, this is what you truly meant to say, right? You have one job change quest available to choose. Chapter 7, Groudon's Terrifying Combat Power. Job change quest. Please select the task difficulty with caution. Task difficulty, normal, hard, hell, purgatory. Detecting that your beast's combat power far exceeds the current level cap, you are now being offered the highest job change quest. Task difficulty, abyss. Would you like to accept this quest? You have accepted this quest. Abyss quest. Quest objective. Proceed to the 25 to 45 level secret realm, the Bone Forest, and defeat the hidden boss within its territory, the Bone Lady. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest reward. Transformation beyond the original profession, retaining original professional characteristics, creating a new profession for you. Note, failure to complete the quest in time results in failure. This is the highest level Abyss quest, and failure will result in immediate annihilation. Having perused the synopsis of the Abyss quest, Fang Xing could only muse that he had anticipated a more formidable challenge. It was merely this. For Groudon, the 45-level instance would still be a swift defeat. Do not inquire. This is the prestige of a primal deity. The Sword of the Cliff warns. This is Fang Xing. If any other adventurer were to see this quest, they would undoubtedly feel despair. Let us not be swayed by the levels of 25 and 45 in the Bone Forest secret realm. However, this secret realm is designed for large teams, and the minor creatures within number not in the millions, but merely in the hundreds of thousands. To trigger the hidden boss, one must eliminate over half of the monsters present in the dungeon. Even if there are 100,000 pigs standing idly, it would take 3 days to vanquish them all. Unless a dozen or so adventurer groups are willing to assist, forming dozens of the most elite dungeon raid teams, it would be nearly impossible to activate the hidden boss within that time frame. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xing decisively allocated all 190 points of his free attributes to the mind category. As a Beastmaster, his powers are entirely reliant on mental fortitude. The higher the mental value, the more potent the skill effects and the greater the control over his beasts. Mind, 195 mind, 385. Fang Xing's mental attribute now stands at 385 points. This statistic, while not exceptionally high, is rather ordinary. As a nascent Beastmaster, each level gained increases all attributes by 10, along with an additional 10 points of free attributes. In contrast, combat professions gain 30 points in their 4 primary attributes with each level. Some rare professions are even more exaggerated in this regard. Nevertheless, it is reasonable for a Beastmaster who relies on summoned creatures for combat to possess relatively weak personal attributes. This aligns with the conventional perceptions of Beastmasters. Upon reviewing the panel of his summoned creature, Giratina, he noted, current beast, initial Giratina. Tier, epic. Level, LV30. Health, 240,000. Strength, 30,300. Constitution, 30,300. Agility, 24,500. Mind, 24,500. Combat power, 560,000. Exclusive skills, Sword of the Abyss, Return of the Swallow. Next evolution requires 1,000,000 evolution points. The combat power of his 30-level Giratina reached an astonishing 560,000. This is rather outrageous, Fang Xing thought. It is well known that only a 5th-tier combat profession might reach 500,000 combat power. Giratina's primary attributes are health and strength, increasing by 700 upon each level up, while the other 2 secondary attributes increase by 500 points per level. Currently, Giratina can no longer level up, as a beast cannot exceed the level of its Beastmaster by more than 10 levels. To continue leveling, a class change is necessary. In the skill panel, Giratina also possesses an exclusive skill. The Return of the Swallow seems to be its only flying ability. Although Giratina is humorously dubbed by netizens as a first-tier god that cannot fly, it can indeed hover briefly in the air. Each 10 levels gained by a beast may allow for the comprehension of a new skill. To have learned a skill already is quite satisfactory for Fang Xing. After all, this is merely the first day since his awakening, and this level of upgrade efficiency is already formidable. Chapter 8. He has arrived. Having completed his review, Fang Xing began to tally his recent acquisitions. In addition to experience rewards from defeating dungeon monsters, there are also item rewards. Glancing at the lava below, he was relieved to see that the items were directly deposited into the personal space that comes with his profession. Materials: Goblin Spear X54. Materials: Goblin Battle Axe X66. Materials: Goblin Plush Doll X7. Materials: Goblin Cloth X99. An array of items filled Fang Xing's personal space. In this world, equipment is classified into 9 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, master, and king. The items dropped were uniformly of black iron quality, which was within his expectations. After accounting for all his gains, Fang Xing chose to exit the dungeon. Upon his departure, the adventurers cornered by the lava exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of terror and confusion. Wait, did I see that correctly? Was that a teleportation beam? One exclaimed, staring incredulously in the direction where Giratina had vanished. You did not miss-see. That terrifying creature is indeed a summoned beast. Which esteemed individual has chosen to grace the novice dungeon with their presence? Surely, that beast must be at least of platinum tier. Heavenly Water City. Beastmaster Guild. Chun Jinai sat on the first floor, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the entrance. Miss, the academy has already made contact with the master. A person quietly approached from behind her. Chun Jinai replied absently. A wealthy young woman sat across from her, prompting Chun Jinai to reluctantly raise her head. Miss, it's already evening. The person you are waiting for may not return. Moreover, even if he does, he may not come to our Beastmaster Guild. Upon hearing this, Chun Jinai's expression quickly dimmed. Suddenly, as if seeing something, the gloom in her eyes dissipated, and she unconsciously stood up. The wealthy young woman followed Chun Jinai's gaze. Outside the Beastmaster Guild stood a figure, none other than Fang Xing, who had just returned from the dungeon. Thank heavens, the Haven Tea closed yet. Fang Xing exclaimed, spotting Chun Jinai. Chun Jinai, why are you still here? I'm here for a part-time job. A flicker of panic crossed Chun Jinai's face as she quickly concocted an excuse. Oh, I see. Fang Xing showed no suspicion, as he and Chun Jinai had been childhood friends, living in the same neighborhood. In his memory, Chun Jinai's family was quite impoverished. She had never even tasted candied hawthorn. In his childhood, his mother, believing Fang Xing adored candied hawthorn, would bring one home after work. However, he did not particularly enjoy them and would always give them to Chun Jinai. Suddenly, recalling the purpose of his visit, he asked, Jinai, do you earn commission on your part-time job? I should. Chun Jinai mused before nodding. That is splendid. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. I have a batch of equipment and materials I need to sell. Chun Jinai hesitated. She was not there for a part-time job and had no knowledge of the specifics. Seizing the moment when Fang Xing was distracted, she subtly sent a pleading glance to the wealthy young woman. Save me, please. The young woman let out a soft sigh. She pointed towards a staircase leading directly to the 2nd floor. Go to the 2nd floor. There's a dedicated appraiser there. Chapter 9. The Secret Realm Invitation. Inside the appraisal room, a middle-aged appraiser slightly bowed to Fang Xing. Fang Xing nodded. Such is the difference in a large enterprise. where even the service staff exhibit such courtesy. The appraiser, observing Fang Xing, harbored some puzzlement but refrained from speaking. Surely this lad doesn't he think I'm bowing to him? He thought. I truly wonder where the young lady found this friend. There's not an ounce of decorum. The appraiser glanced at Chun Jianai behind Fang Xing, who nodded in affirmation. Sir, please provide the information for the items you wish to sell. Fang Xing opened his profession panel, retrieved all items from his inventory, categorized them, and sent the details to the appraiser. After appraisal, the total value of the items from the goblin nest was assessed at 800,000. Sir, that amounts to 8. The appraiser began to quote, only to suddenly see Chun Jianai hold up 3 fingers. The total is 3 million Great Han coins. The appraiser immediately corrected himself. Is this what it means to be a professional? It is far more lucrative than I had envisioned. With 3 million, I shall never again have to settle for subpar meals. The appraiser presented a card, which held precisely 3 million hand coins. As Fang Xing accepted the card, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, do you have an invitation to the Whitebone Forest secret realm? Unlike dungeons, entry into a secret realm necessitates an invitation. Indeed, came the voice of Chun Jianai from behind. An invitation to the Whitebone Forest secret realm costs 1 million hand coins. Before she could even quote the price, the appraiser hastily interjected, having noticed the young lady's particular interest in this impoverished lad. Swipe the card. Fang Xing nodded, producing the card and handing it over. Having just earned 3 million, he was not concerned about this expenditure. Ding. Payment successful, remaining account balance, 2 million. With the transaction concluded, a servant approached with a steady gait, carrying a tray. Upon it lay a skeletal claw, radiating a faint green glow. The so-called invitation was not a mere letter, but rather a token of sorts, collectively referred to as an invitation. Name: the handbone of the Whitebone Empress. Function: Secret Realm Invitation. Secret Realm Type: Team Secret Realm. Recommended Entry Level: LV40, LV50. Recommended to enter in a group. Do not enter this secret realm alone. Description: the claw of the Whitebone Empress, used to gain entry to the Whitebone secret realm. Fang Xing, you must exercise caution. As Chun Jianai looked on with reluctance, Fang Xing departed from the Beast Master Pavilion. Miss, you ought to face reality. This is simply impossible for you. The wealthy lady appeared like a specter behind Chun Jianai, aware that her words would not penetrate Chun Jianai's stubbornness. She could only hope that her grandfather would promptly send someone to escort her to the academy. Once the young lady mingled with more accomplished individuals, she would surely forget this boy. By the way, what did that boy sell? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged appraiser relayed the items in a message to the wealthy lady. Goblin Spear X54. Goblin Battle Axe X66. The wealthy lady's gaze suddenly sharpened. Goblin Cloak, Bronze Grade. Goblin Staff, Bronze Grade. Bronze Grade equipment was of little significance to her, scarcely worthy of her attention. Yet, these 2 items were unlike the others produced in bulk. They could only be obtained from the first kill treasure chest dropped by the hidden boss, the Goblin King, within the Goblin Nest. How had this boy managed to slay the Goblin King so soon after contracting his beast? Chapter 10. A Reunion with Sun Xiaoxiao. I understand now. He must have joined a large adventure team. The team must have whittled the Goblin King down to low health, allowing him to deliver the finishing blow and claim the first kill treasure chest, maximizing their economic benefit. The wealthy lady concluded this was the true situation. Firstly, Fang Xing had only recently contracted his beast, and at most, he was level 10. Although the powerful Pangolin was formidable, it was insufficient to defeat a hidden boss. Secondly, Fang Xing possessed no equipment whatsoever, indicating that these 2 pieces were not his. Otherwise, he would have no reason not to keep at least 1 bronze item for himself. Thirdly, Fang Xing had sold all his spoils to acquire an invitation to a team secret realm. Considering these points, it was clear he had indeed joined an adventure team. What a pity for the young lady's 3 million. The Fragrant Pavilion, the largest 5-star luxury restaurant in Tianshui City. This establishment, characterized by classical Chinese architecture, spans over 2 football fields and boasts 7 stories. Offering Michelin-starred meals, Fang Xing booked a room, determined to indulge today. A hotel costing 100,000 per night. He was eager to see what it entailed. Upon entering the Fragrant Pavilion, Fang Xing could not help but marvel at the truth behind such exorbitance. In the grand hall, a multitude of elegantly dressed women in purple silk, cradling Guqin in their delicate fingers, exuded an extraordinary charm with every motion. Greetings, I am your service consultant. You may call me Hua Yao. No sooner had he stepped inside than a woman clad in a qipao approached him. His room was located on the 2nd floor, a chamber imbued with a purplish hue, featuring a hot spring, rockeries, a sauna, and beautiful attendants for massages and bathing. The night passed swiftly. On the 2nd day, Hua Yao's wake-up service was accompanied by a dedicated chef pushing a cart to prepare Michelin meals on site. After breakfast, Fang Xing descended to the first floor, ready to depart. He could not afford to become too enraptured in the pleasures of opulence. He needed to enhance his strength, for it was his prowess that had afforded him this lifestyle. However, unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar face on the first floor. Fang Xing. A voice, tinged with surprise, called out. Following the sound, he spotted a woman carrying a Chanel bag. Suppressing the tumult of emotions surging within him, he turned to face the individual before him. Sun Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? That question should be directed at you, Sun Xiaoxiao replied, scrutinizing Fang Xing, noting the presence of the restaurant staff beside him, her expression betraying a hint of confusion. The fragrant pavilion was not inexpensive. The cheapest room cost 5,000 Dahan coins for a night. How could an orphan like Fang Xing, who could barely afford his tuition, possibly have the means to indulge here? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she inquired, "Did you sell my bag?" "What do you mean your bag?" That was a shared asset. Fang Xing naturally could not concede. At that moment, he had been left with no choice. Upon suddenly awakening to the sign-in system, his first thought was to bring his girlfriend along for a life of luxury, only to be promptly kicked aside. Lacking the funds to purchase a beast egg, he had resorted to this desperate measure. Fang Xing, you are utterly shameless. Sun Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically, her beautiful eyes aflame with indignation. Although she had long since lost interest in that bag, she could not allow it to be so easily claimed by Fang Xing shameless. Yet, Fang Xing found her words laughable. It's merely a bag, Sun Xiaoxiao. Do you remember who lent you the money when your parents were hospitalized a few years back? Last year, I provided the 30,000 for your brother's wedding. Now that we have parted ways, when do you plan to repay me? Chapter 11. Today's sign-in code. Out of respect, who do you think you are? Fang Xing was not devoid of funds. His parents had perished in the line of duty, and the Dahan government had compensated him handsomely. However, all of it had been swindled away by Sun Xiaoxiao under various pretenses. Upon hearing Fang Xing's references, Sun Xiaoxiao's countenance soured dramatically. The 30,000 for the wedding had long since been squandered by her brother. It was impossible for her to produce it now. Xiaoxiao, who is this guy? Just then, a man clad in a black suit and sporting sophisticated glasses approached. Lu Yuan had already gathered most of the situation from the entrance. He was aware of Sun Xiaoxiao's impoverished boyfriend, yet he had not anticipated encountering him here. Do me a favor, this card holds 500,000. Take it and never bother Xiaoxiao again. Lu Yuan casually tossed a bank card at Fang Xing's feet, his gaze laced with disdain, refusing to even look at him. Exuding an air of arrogance. In his eyes, this impoverished student would undoubtedly stoop to pick up the card and leave in shame. However, Fang Xing's reaction was beyond his expectations. Who do you think you are to be demanding respect? Fang Xing had always detested such individuals, who merely flaunted their privileged backgrounds. After all, we are all human. No one possesses more than one heart or one brain. A single strike could end it all. Previously lacking the strength to stand up for himself, he now resolved to endure the disdain. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a penniless boy would dare to disregard him. With Sun Xiaoxiao present, he suppressed his fury. Do you know who I am? And who are you? As soon as Fang Xing spoke, a bodyguard standing beside Lu Yuan answered the question. Young Master Lu is the son of the city lord. If you wish to remain in Tianshui City, you ought to kneel and apologize to young Master Lu. Sun Xiaoxiao chimed in. Fang Xing, young Master Lu is my boyfriend. We are already engaged. You should give up. I will not reconcile with you. Lu Yuan skillfully wrapped his arm around Sun Xiaoxiao's slender waist, reveling in the feeling of looking down upon others. The mockery on Fang Xing's face deepened. He had truly been blind to the kind of woman Sun Xiaoxiao was. This did not dishearten Fang Xing. Rather, it solidified his resolve to grow stronger. I see. So you are young Master Lu, the city lord's son. I must congratulate you. After all, a worn-out shoe is only a treasure in the trash bin. You seek death. Lu Yuan fumed, insulted by a mere impoverished boy. His patience was wearing thin. Kill this lowly commoner. At this command, the bodyguard advanced. You will pay for your words. As he approached, cracking his knuckles, suddenly, a figure stepped in front of Fang Xing. Hua Yao stepped forward, stating, Fangxiang Tower forbids fighting. Is Fangxiang Tower opposing my Lu family? Lu Yuan retorted. Young Master Lu, we have no intention of intervening in your feud with young Master Fang, but this is Fangxiang Tower. Hua Yao wore a professional smile, her meaning clear. They could fight, but not at the expense of the tower's reputation. Humph. A flicker of apprehension crossed Lu Yuan's eyes as he turned to leave. Sun Xiaoxiao glanced back at Fang Xing before following Lu Yuan. In her eyes, Fang Xing's feelings had twisted into hatred, leading him to lose his reason. Offending the Lu family in Tianshui City meant Fang Xing was as good as dead. Young Master Fang, Lu Yuan is not the type to let things slide. After they departed, Hua Yao kindly cautioned Fang Xing. He shook his head, the six-pointed star sigil in his palm slowly dissipating. Lu Yuan should consider himself fortunate that he had refrained from attacking. Otherwise, Giratina would have sent his head flying. As for potential retaliation, there was no doubt about it. He would indeed seek revenge. Yet, Fang Xing did not regard Lu Yuan as a threat. From what he knew, the city lord was merely a 4th-tier practitioner, whereas his Giratina boasted 5th-tier combat prowess. Nevertheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for Fang Xing's strength, indeed, is of utmost importance. Had he been a top-tier practitioner, Lu Yuan would not have dared provoke him. Ultimately, it all boiled down to insufficient power. The contract for the second beast must not be delayed. Once he had 2 epic beasts under his command, who in Tianshui City would dare oppose him? Ding! A crisp sound echoed. Today's sign-in has been completed. Today's sign-in location, within a 10-meter radius of Sun Xiaoxiao. Today's sign-in code. Do me a favor. Who do you think you are? Chapter 12. The Secret Realm of the Bone Forest. Outside Tianshui City, at the entrance to the secret realm of the Bone Forest. Today marked the opening day of the Bone Secret Realm. A multitude of practitioners had already gathered, most of whom were in the form of adventurer teams. The entrance to the Bone Secret Realm imposed level restrictions. Without a team, the difficulty was exceedingly high. Furthermore, entry required an invitation. Such invitations were not cheap. Although the Beastmaster Pavilion had offered Fang Xing 1 million, the true price of an invitation exceeded 5 million. Each invitation allowed for 20 individuals to enter the secret realm. Thus, adventurer teams would sell entry slots for profit as the realm opened. The White Wolf Mercenary Corps has 5 spots available. Those wishing to level up with the team should not miss out. Priority given to support roles, 700,000 per slot. A scarred man draped in wolf pelts bellowed. What are you waiting for? A level 40 dungeon, personally led by our vice captain. I, Wolf 2, guarantee that within 10 days, we will clear the dungeon and defeat the boss, the Bone Empress. Wolf 2 is amazing. Wolf 2 is invincible. Listening to the flattery from the members, Wolf 2 couldn't help but smile. Though he feigned modesty, internally he was elated. A golden-grade black scale python had been summoned by him. The Bone Secret Realm is nothing for me. The surrounding adventurer team leaders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. What a joke. A level 40 dungeon, personally led by the vice captain? When had the vice captain of an adventurer team fallen so low? Given the difficulty of the Bone Secret Realm, a level 50 elite member would suffice to handle most dangers. If it weren't for the circumstances, Wolf 2 would not have chosen to lead a team in a level 40 dungeon. Originally, he had a fixed team for the level 70 dungeon, but one day, a level 90 expert had descended upon them. It was obvious who would be chosen between a level 70 and a level 90. Rumor had it that the expert had been forced down a level due to being unable to continue in their original tier. Look, the realm is opening. Suddenly, someone pointed at the entrance. The original blue vortex trembled, its color visibly shifting to red. This signified that the Bone Forest secret realm was about to commence. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, oblivious to the tremors beneath their feet. The temperature around them began to rise rapidly. A practitioner wiped his brow, finally sensing something amiss. Wait, why is it so hot? While the opening of the realm did affect the outside world, such changes were typically determined by the realm's type. Look, what is that? A gigantic monster. I think I've seen it in a movie. It's called Godzilla. A female mage pointed into the distance, her finger trembling. What had she seen? A towering crimson beast, standing 100 meters tall. The creature's appearance was strange, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Yet, this beast exuded an aura of terror, walking with flowing magma surrounding it. Upon its head, there were figures. A cry of astonishment erupted from a professional. The crowd followed the direction of his finger, gazing at the towering red behemoth. The distance rendered the details indistinct, but a solitary figure could be discerned. Standing majestically atop the beast, surveying the world below. Could this colossal creature be the familiar of that esteemed individual? What caliber of familiar could it possibly be? Platinum rank, perhaps? Chapter 13. Groudon, unleash your devastation. Goodness, is this truly the pressing concern at hand? Shouldn't we hasten to evade? Can't you see the esteemed individual guiding his familiar barreling towards us? A throng of professionals widened their eyes in alarm, screams echoing as they fled in every direction. Buzz. Groudon showed no signs of halting, crashing directly into the newly formed passage to the secret realm. A brilliant beam of white light appeared, and Groudon vanished from sight. Good heavens! Has the esteemed individual entered the secret realm? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in place. Lang Tu was particularly shaken, trembling uncontrollably. As a beastmaster, none understood the terrifying nature of the creature before them better than he. The mere presence of the colossal beast exuded an oppressive aura, undoubtedly an epic level familiar. No, even among epic levels, it belonged to the pinnacle tier. It was but a step away from transforming into a legendary entity. a legendary being, in nearly a decade. The only familiar in the Han Dynasty that has undergone such a metamorphosis from epic level was that of the current master of the Beastmaster Guild. Yet that master was a 9th-tier Beastmaster. More critically, this esteemed Beastmaster could access the Bone Forest Secret Realm, signifying that he had not surpassed the 3rd tier. For only those of 3rd tier or below could enter the Bone Forest Secret Realm. This meant that a 2nd-tier Beastmaster commanded an epic familiar. My heavens! Could I be hallucinating from a bad meal? Despite Lang 2's self-assuredness, doubt began to creep in. Was he truly suited to be a Beastmaster? He glanced at the black-scaled python, curled up and trembling on the ground, and fell into contemplation. The mere aura was enough to terrify his familiar into submission. I hope those people outside possess enough sense not to venture into the secret realm, Fang Xing thought to himself. After all, he was most acutely aware of Groudon's destructive power. A single misstep could obliterate the entire Bone Forest secret realm, were it not for Lu Yuan's threats. Fang Xing might have continued to approach the secret realm in a slow and deliberate manner. However, he now needed to rapidly enhance his strength to confront the potential threats that lay ahead. As for exposing his power, his familiar would inevitably be revealed to the public. Rather than cowering and constraining his growth, it would be far wiser to embrace the opportunity, expedite his ascent, and accelerate his development. At that point, a cadre of king-level familiars would naturally eliminate any threats. Groudon unleashed the Sword of the Cliff. Returning to the present, Fang Xing immediately commanded Groudon with his first order. The Sword of the Cliff, description, transforms the power of the Earth's veins and magma into a sharp blade. Roar. With a mighty roar, Groudon summoned towering columns of molten rock from the ground beneath. All nearby skeleton minions were instantly reduced to ash. Employing the Sword of the Cliff against the skeleton minions was akin to using a nuclear bomb on mosquitoes. Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV 30. Health, 6000. Skill, Archery Mastery. Elite Skeleton Soldier. Level, LV 36. Health, 12,000. Skill, Stone Throwing. Skeleton Captain. Level, LV 38. Health, 15,000. Skill, Necromancy. Upon slaying the elite skeleton soldier, Groudon gained 0 experience points. And you gained 0 experience points, having reached the experience cap. The attributes of the monsters, along with the slaying notifications, appeared on Fang Xing's professional panel. Regrettably, his level had hit the ceiling. Yet, this predicament would soon be remedied. Groudon, unleash your devastation. With a grand gesture, Fang Xing commanded from midair. Chapter 14, Unique Profession. Boom. Upon receiving the command, Groudon unleashed a jet of laser fire from its mouth, akin to Godzilla's atomic breath. Wherever the laser swept, vast expanses of the black forest crumpled as if harvested like wheat. 29,999. 29,999. 29,999. 29,999. The appalling damage was fatal to any skeleton soldier it touched, and that atomic breath was merely Groudon's basic attack. A multitude of radiant glimmers appeared, signifying the treasures that had dropped. Upon slaying the elite skeleton soldier, you have acquired a skeleton battle axe. Upon slaying the skeleton captain, you have acquired a skeleton mage hat. Upon slaying the skeleton warrior, you have acquired a skeleton long spear. Although his level could not advance, the array of equipment that dropped was nothing short of dazzling, with every item being at least bronze level, including several silver tier pieces, such as the skeleton long spear and mage hat. While these items were not directly useful to Fang Xing, they could certainly be exchanged for a substantial sum of Han coins. Yet, he felt it was somewhat sluggish. Perched atop Groudon, Fang Xing found himself somewhat dissatisfied. The Bone Secret Realm was vast, and even Groudon would require 1 to 2 hours to thoroughly cleanse it. Although this speed was inconceivable for other professionals, he had noted several shortcomings in Groudon over the past 2 days of observation. Its sheer size was indeed imposing, yet it could not be diminished. Moreover, it struggled to control the magma beneath its feet. This was manageable in a wild dungeon, but if it were to appear in a city, the high temperatures of the magma would swiftly melt any structures. Additionally, should an enemy approach unexpectedly, Groudon would be unable to defend itself promptly. Thus, it was clear that the target for his second contracted familiar had emerged. Soon, the number of monsters within the Bone Forest secret realm diminished significantly. Suddenly, a thick plume of black smoke rose from a dense section of the forest at Groudon's feet. An altar, composed of piled stones, abruptly ignited with flames, followed by a hexagram magic circle. In the center of the circle, a pair of desiccated bony hands reached forth. Humanity. An eerie, sinister laughter echoed. Just as the Bone Queen began to speak, a massive claw descended from the heavens. Upon slaying the Boss Bone Queen, the Abyss-level class transfer task has been completed. Task reward. Transcend your original profession without stripping away its inherent traits. creating a new profession for you. Current profession transformation commencing. Beast Master profession transformation in progress. Profession transformation complete. You have acquired the unique profession of interdimensional Pokemon trainer. Current profession, interdimensional Pokemon trainer. Level, first transfer, level 20. Strength, 500. Constitution, 500. Agility, 500. Spirit, 5,000. Combat, 1,000. Profession, otherworldly being. Infinite contract. Exclusive skill, creation of Pokeballs. Tamed beast, Groudon. Evolution points, 100,000. Astonishing, 5,000 points of mental energy. Could this be serious? Moreover, this skill, the creation of Pokeballs, is precisely what I envisioned. Fang Xing contemplated the changes on the panel, deep in thought. He had never encountered a profession so drastically skewed in its specialties. Typically, after a first-class change, attributes may increase, but usually only by a factor of 1 or 2. Yet his mental energy had surged an astounding 20-fold. Furthermore, the exclusive skills of a Beast Tamer, the contract and summoning, had vanished. Without these two skills, a Beast Tamer would be incapable of forming contracts to command their beasts. Chapter 15, an extraordinary skill. Realizing that the issue likely resided within the skills, Fang Xing began to examine them one by one. Skill introduction. Otherworldly being. You do not belong to this world. Therefore, it has no authority to access your relevant information. Simultaneously, since you do not belong to this realm, you are also barred from viewing the information of its professionals. This skill is rather advantageous. In essence, it renders him impervious to probing. Others cannot access his information, nor can he access theirs. Overall, this presents a favorable situation for Fang Xing. Imagine a powerful professional attempting to use a probing skill on him, only to be met with a barrage of question marks. The immediate reaction of that professional would undoubtedly be, "What the hell? I've encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing." The second ability, Infinite Contract. You have transcended the limitations of this world and can utilize Pokeballs to form infinite contracts with beasts. Incredible. This skill is utterly extraordinary. Fang Xing rubbed his eyes, nearly convinced he was mistaken. A typical Beast Tamer can contract at most 5 beasts in their lifetime. Even an epic-grade Beast Tamer is limited to 8. The idea of forming unlimited contracts with beasts is already mind-boggling. But the ability to contract beasts that have already been contracted? That is simply absurd, absurdity at its finest. Imagine a Master Beast Tamer's carefully nurtured beasts being captured by merely 2 or 3 Pokeballs. One can only imagine the expression on their face. Unbelievable. However, this ability does come with a minor complication. Before becoming powerful, one must ensure that others remain oblivious to this capability. Otherwise, one would become the enemy of all Beast Tamers. Creation of Pokeballs. You possess the ability to create Pokeballs. Currently, you can create Pokeballs of the following levels: Standard Ball, Great Ball, Ultra Ball, Master Ball. Note, your professional characteristics have undergone a change. The contract you signed with Groudon as a Beast Tamer will automatically upgrade to a higher level contract. Contract modification in progress. Contract modification complete. Current contract, Otherworldly Trainer contract. You have obtained a Divine Ball containing Groudon. Divine Ball, a one-time consumable. A golden Pokeball appeared in Fang Xing's hand. With a mere thought, Groudon could be contained within. Having watched Pokemon in his previous life, Fang Xing had always dreamed of possessing a Pokeball. He never imagined that this dream would manifest in reality. He had truly become a Pokemon trainer in another world. No, it should be termed an otherworldly Pokemon trainer. I wish to create a Standard Ball, he declared while examining the panel. Materials for Standard Ball creation: 10 pieces of black iron grade equipment or 3 pieces of bronze grade equipment, capable of capturing black iron grade and bronze grade beasts. Note, there is a chance of failure. Failed Pokeballs will be immediately destroyed. You have acquired a Standard Pokeball. In the next moment, a white spherical ball appeared in Fang Xing's hand. However, at that moment, there were no test subjects available. As the boss, the Bone Empress, fell, a beam of white light enveloped Fang Xing and Groudon. Unlike ordinary dungeons, secret realms do not allow lingering after defeating a boss. They automatically transport participants out after 30 minutes. During this period, they are in a protective state, impervious to attack and unable to attack others. Fang Xing was not in a hurry to depart. First, he checked the rewards for defeating the boss. Chapter 16, the Bone Treasure. First completion of the Secret Realm. Bone Forest rewards a golden grade selectable equipment chest. Professionals receive rewards for their first completion of a Secret Realm. First kill of the Secret Realm boss, Bone Empress. Reward, Bone Chest. You have opened the Bone Chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Bone Empress Doll, Souvenir, X1, Bone Crown, Golden Grade Equipment, X1, Bone Staff, Golden Grade Equipment, X1. Reputation Reward X 2000. Congratulations. You have gained reputation. The reputation shop is now open for you. Your reputation level is level 1. The reputation shop is limited to purchasing recovery potions and healing potions. You have closed the reputation shop. You have opened the equipment selection box and obtained golden grade equipment. Fang Xing tallied the spoils from this secret realm. He had amassed 3 pieces of golden grade equipment, 62 pieces of silver grade equipment, 100 pieces of bronze grade equipment, and countless materials. These pieces of equipment were of little use to Fang Xing, so he decided to convert them into Pokeballs. Finally, he exchanged the remaining items for large currency. I wish to create an Ultra Ball. Materials for Ultra Ball creation: 10 pieces of silver grade equipment or 3 pieces of bronze grade equipment, capable of capturing silver grade and golden grade beasts. You have obtained 7 Ultra Balls. You have obtained 35 Great Balls. You have obtained 2 Standard Balls. Gazing at the Pokeballs within his spatial inventory, Fang Xing yearned for an opportunity to test them out. At the entrance of the Bone Forest secret realm, within a tent located 700 meters from the site, a group of mercenary professionals stared at each other, wide-eyed. Despite the passage of 2.5 hours, none dared to take the lead across the magma towards the entrance of the secret realm. Suddenly, they were startled as a radiant red light erupted from the entrance. Following this, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, revealing a colossal red beast towering 100 meters high. Even from hundreds of meters away, the crowd instinctively took a step back. In just 2.5 hours since the secret realm opened, this formidable entity had emerged. Had it discovered what it sought? Or had it directly completed the Bone secret realm? The onlookers were filled with curiosity, yet could do nothing but watch as the giant beast ventured into the distance. Some had attempted to use probing techniques to gather information about the beast. However, all received the same response. You do not have permission to view relevant information. It was deduced that this individual was at least a 6th or 7th level Beast Tamer, while the beast itself was evidently of epic grade. As the giant creature vanished into the horizon, the professionals finally reacted, rushing eagerly towards the Bone Forest secret realm. Why have I never heard of such an oddly shaped beast before? A cloaked figure murmured, fixated on the direction in which Groudon had departed. Groudon emanated an aura of sheer terror, a creature that approached the legendary status of an epic beast. Through the means of detection, it was clear that the information regarding this entity was beyond his grasp. The man in black was not foolish enough to believe that this was merely a second-tier beastmaster. To wield an epic beast, one must possess at least the prowess of a 6th-tier master. Although the secret realms impose certain restrictions, he was aware that upon reaching a certain level of strength, one could circumvent the rules of these realms and directly enter them. The Bone Forest was merely a minor secret realm, its regulations not particularly formidable. A 6th-tier master would certainly possess the capability to breach the confines of the realm and force entry. Yet, he pondered, why would a top-tier beast master choose to enter the Bone Forest? Regardless, the task assigned to me by the young master was merely to eliminate a destitute youth. Why should I concern myself with this beast master, with whom I share no connection? The man in black shook his head, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue as he smirked. That youth's name is Fang Xing, is it not? Chapter 17, Past Events. Tianshui City, Beastmaster Pavilion. Tiana yawned listlessly, having just received a phone call from her father. He informed her that a mentor from the Jishao Academy would soon arrive in Tianshui City to escort her. This implied that she might not see Fang Xing for several years. During the call, her father also mentioned another matter. The family had arranged a marriage for her, and the suitor was also from the Jishao Academy, urging her to foster a good relationship with him once she entered the academy. Tiana was not fond of this marriage, nor did she harbor any affection for her father. The reason being, until the age of 13, she believed her father had passed away. When she was 2, her mother brought her to Tianshui City, residing next to Fang Xing's family, and it was during that period that they developed a bond. However, Fang Xing regarded Tiana more as a sister. After all, the young Fang Xing possessed the soul of an adult. Though he was not fully mature, he held no other intentions towards Tiana. The year she turned 13, Tiana vividly recalled the harrowing day when 2 professional assassins attempted to kidnap her. During the ordeal, Fang Xing's parents, who were just returning home from work, witnessed the incident. One called Tiana, while the other contacted the police. However, the assassins were no ordinary individuals. They quickly discovered Fang Xing's parents' presence. Fang Xing had always believed that his parents died in the line of duty, yet the truth differed. Continuing with the story, despite Tiana's mother arriving in time to neutralize the assassins, she sustained grave injuries. In her final moments, she revealed long-held secrets. It was then that Tiana learned of her father's existence. Her father, Tian, was one of the heirs of the prominent Qin family in the capital of the Great Han Empire. Years ago, due to the contention for the position of heir, he had sent Chen Jiana to Tianshui City. Though the circumstances were dramatic, they were nonetheless true. Presently, her father had become the head of the Chen family, and having stabilized the internal situation, he sought to arrange marriages, a common strategy among affluent families. My lady, at some point, the wealthy woman had taken a seat across from Chen Jiana. You need not stare. I am not going anywhere. That is not it. The wealthy woman hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the matter to Chen Jiana. Last night, she had dispatched someone to investigate Fang Xing. Just moments ago, her informant relayed some news. That morning, Fang Xing had a minor altercation with Lu Yuan at the Fragrant Pavilion. Lu Yuan had dispatched 2 second-tier professionals to eliminate Fang Xing. The investigator inquired whether the wealthy woman wished to intervene. Enough. We cannot allow that boy to be a liability to my lady. After much contemplation, the wealthy woman sighed, deciding to keep this information concealed. Ultimately, Fang Xing hailed from an ordinary background, unworthy of her lady. Their disparate identities dictated that they should not be entangled. Considering the time, it was likely that the 2 assassins had already succeeded. Now, all that remained was to relay the news of Fang Xing's demise to her lady. She believed her lady would soon relinquish any lingering affections. Fang Xing. A light, melodious voice filled with surprise interrupted the wealthy woman's thoughts. Chen Jiana joyfully dashed toward the door, where a handsome young man stood, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn. How is it possible? He is alive. The wealthy woman's expression turned complex as she gazed at Fang Xing. Fang Xing, thank you for the candied hawthorn. The moment Chen Jiana tasted the treat, her previous gloom vanished, replaced by sheer delight. Contemplating the years ahead without Fang Xing, she instinctively nestled closer to him. Fang Xing reached out, gently stroking her hair. Xiao Jiana, after all these years, you still adore candied hawthorn. Chapter 18, Beast Spirit, the Second Beast. On the second floor, within the appraisal room, a total of 1.8 million, all deposited onto this card. Please take care of it. The middle-aged appraiser handed a bank card to Fang Xing. This represented Fang Xing's gains from the Bone Forest Secret Realm, minus the portion converted into spirit balls. The overall haul amounted to approximately 18 million. Fang Xing did not depart immediately. He had another matter to attend to at the Beast Master Pavilion, choosing his second beast. On the first floor, in the Bronze Tier Beast Sales section, Icebird. Grade, Bronze. Skill, Ice Spike. Price, 900,000. Flame Lizard. Grade, Bronze. Skill, Flame Tongue. Price, 850,000. Beast Spirit. Grade, Silver. Skill, None. Price, 7 million. Before him lay a gray beast egg. More than an egg, it resembled a cloud of mist. Fang Xing, this is a beast spirit. It is said to be the source of all beast bloodlines, possessing the essence of all beasts. However, there is a significant drawback: it cannot evolve. For a beastmaster, contracting a beast that cannot evolve is akin to losing a beast. Even a golden tier beast, if it cannot evolve, will eventually be outclassed. Chen Jiana was well versed in the concept of beast spirits. She eagerly attempted to guide Fang Xing toward a red beast egg. This one was a golden tier beast egg. This time, the ploy was not to sell at a bargain. Beasts of silver grade and above rarely found themselves sold cheaply. The trick this time was placing a golden tier beast egg in the bronze tier section. I shall take it. However, after hearing Chen Jiana's explanation, Fang Xing found himself more intrigued by the beast spirit. So it cannot evolve, I am curious to see how that works. Ordinary beast masters would indeed shy away from contracting a beast spirit. Yet, Fang Xing had the limitless capacity to contract beasts. For him, there was no concept of wasting a beast slot. If it truly could not evolve, he could simply switch to another. Beep. Payment successful. 7 million Great Han coins. Ultimately, Fang Xing cradled the beast spirit egg as he made his way toward the contract room, watching as the door to the room closed before him. Behind Chen Jianai, the wealthy lady spoke up. Miss, this fellow is clearly ungrateful. Such a beast spirit will never find a beast master willing to form a pact. My assessment of Fang Xing has only worsened. In her eyes, Fang Xing is merely a petty individual seeking to exploit opportunities. While he appears to have contracted a formidable silver-level beast, in reality, he is merely depleting his future potential. A pauper like him is utterly unworthy of my lady. At this moment, the wealthy lady felt immense relief for not having disclosed the enmity between Fang Xing and Lu Yuan to Chen Jianai, all for the sake of a destitute boy. Inside the contract room, the beast spirit had already been incubated by Fang Xing. At first glance, it resembled a mere wisp of vapor, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that the beast spirit was, in fact, a fluid entity. A high-grade Pokeball materialized in his hand. With a decisive motion, Fang Xing hurled it towards the beast spirit. The Pokeball opened, ensnaring the spirit within. After a few bounces on the ground, the Pokeball shattered. The contract had failed. Fang Xing furrowed his brow and produced another high-grade ball. This time, the resistance from the beast spirit was noticeably diminished. Nevertheless, the contract still ended in failure. Intriguing. Fang Xing retrieved yet another high-grade ball. The beast spirit, upon seeing the high-grade ball, momentarily froze. In that instant, the beast spirit was reminded of the dread of being ensnared by a Pak ball. The contract succeeded. Chapter 19, Otherworldly Evolution, New. Beast Spirit. Level, Silver. Level LV1. Health, 600-1500. Strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Agility, 100. Mentality, 400. Combat power, 200. Skill, Transformation, Mimicry. Evolution method, Otherworldly Evolution. Current evolution value, 100,000. Note: this beast can only evolve through otherworldly means, requiring a purification value of 100,000. Note: the first otherworldly evolution will result in a leap-level metamorphosis. A series of information flooded Fang Xing's mind. To his astonishment, the beast spirit was not at full health. It seemed that a failed Pak ball contract resulted in a loss of vitality. Suddenly, Fang Xing's gaze became fixed. The first otherworldly evolution would complete a leap-level metamorphosis. A multitude of question marks flooded his thoughts. It appeared that the first otherworldly evolution would trigger a leap-level metamorphosis, not upon the first evolution, but rather for every beast's first otherworldly evolution. How remarkable! I, who was already formidable, shall become even more invincible. Fang Xing felt a surge of excitement. Beast Spirit, evolve. As soon as the command left his lips, the beast spirit transformed into a streak of light and entered the beast space. Though his profession had changed from beast master to otherworldly Pokemon trainer, Fang Xing retained all the assets of a beast master. Task reward, transformation based on the original profession, without stripping away original attributes, creating a new profession for you. Within the beast space, a scene reminiscent of a starry river unfolded. The beast spirit radiated a golden glow, its form swelling continuously. An ancient aura emanated from the beast spirit. It floated upwards, resembling a grand sun, suspended in the expanse of the beast space. The golden light grew increasingly brilliant, so much so that even Fang Xing could not discern the interior through its radiance. It felt even more terrifying than the evolution of Groudon. Fang Xing's heart raced, and he instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, the colossal sun hovering in the sky erupted with a spectrum of colors. It seemed to have reached its maximum expansion, as if approaching the climax of its evolution. Suddenly, the entire beast space trembled. Simultaneously, a virtual screen appeared before Fang Xing. Ding. Evolving. Will the first otherworldly evolution complete a leap-level metamorphosis? Beast Spirit evolving. Original evolution route. Beast Spirit cannot evolve. Otherworldly evolution route. Beast Spirit? Beast Spirit evolution successful. Evolution result. Mew. Its tail was approximately twice its height, tapering to an olive shape. Beast, Mew. Rank, Legendary. Level, LV1. Health, 100,000. Strength, 0. Constitution, 0. Agility, 0. Mentality, 20,000. Combat power, 0. Exclusive passive, Strong Mentality. Exclusive skill, Mirror Force. Next evolution requires an evolution value of 100 million. Note: 10,000 points represent the current level cap. Strong Mentality doubles mental attributes. Mirror Force. Mew possesses high intelligence and can transform into any creature it has encountered, utilizing their skills. Note: this ability is contingent upon Mew's and the opponent's mental strength assessment, potentially enhancing or diminishing the effect. Wow, it's not merely epic, but legendary. Fang Xing exclaimed in shock, his words tumbling out in confusion. Chapter 20, Startling Oneself. The door to the contract room swung open. Fang Xing emerged. A small cat perched on his shoulder. It was a pink kitten with a short and broad snout, triangular ears, and large blue eyes. Its fur was exceedingly short, fine, and dense. Each paw boasted 3 fingers, with an oval marking on the soles. What kind of beast is this? A mutated spirit. Outside the contract room, Chun Jinai and the wealthy lady had been waiting for some time. The wealthy lady gazed at Mew with curiosity. So adorable. Chun Jinai reached out to pet it, only for Mew to dodge with a quick movement. Meow. Mew circled around Fang Xing's neck before finally settling atop his head. With curious blue eyes, it scrutinized Chun Jinai, then glanced at its owner, as if Mew understood something. In the next moment, Mew's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a miniature version of Chun Jinai, now resting atop Fang Xing's head. The sight startled the real Chun Jinai. Even the wealthy lady was taken aback. Meow. Mew found their reactions amusing. In its design, Mew was inherently a mischievous Pokemon. Alright, come down now. Fang Xing cradled Mew, which reverted to its original form. This is Mew, my beast. Many beast masters tend to name their beasts, using a variety of names from Big Yellow to Bruce, and even human names, showcasing a plethora of creativity. Mew. Such a melodious name. Indeed suits it well. Chun Jinai stepped forward, taking Mew from Fang Xing's palm, her fingers caressing its delicate skin, becoming quite enamored. While the name was delightful, it was ultimately just a mutated spirit, possessing no combat prowess, merely a decorative trinket at best. The wealthy lady shook her head, asserting that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Having exited the Beast Master Pavilion, Fang Xing stretched lazily, his stomach letting out a rumble. At this moment, dusk enveloped the surroundings. Following an alluring aroma, Fang Xing found himself in a bustling food street. The myriad of stalls operating under the night sky left him momentarily dazzled. After casually sampling some delicacies, he ambled through the thoroughfare, his gaze flitting back and forth. As he passed a narrow alleyway, a nearby street lamp flickered ominously, emitting intermittent crackles of electricity. Unable to contain himself, he mused aloud. I expected you would make your move at that alley ahead, after all. It is a picturesque resting place for the departed. Suddenly, Fang Xing turned around, addressing the empty air behind him. After a few seconds of silence, he received no reply. How impolite, he remarked, shaking his head, unaware that the ethereal presence that had once perched upon his shoulder had vanished. In the enveloping darkness, a shadow on the wall writhed, revealing a pair of eyes slowly opening. Observing Fang Xing as he turned to leave, it appeared as though the youth's earlier display had merely been an impulsive outburst. He seems to have noticed us. How could that be? According to young Master Lu's intelligence, he is merely a student, a beast master at that, while we are seasoned second-tier assassins. Yet, he just displayed such awareness. Should we proceed? I can't shake the feeling that this boy is rather peculiar. Regardless of his oddities, he remains simply a student. At most, he is a first-tier beastmaster. I refuse to believe that 2 second-tier assassins cannot eliminate a mere beastmaster. Very well, there is a surveillance blind spot ahead. Let us strike together. Meow. Did you hear something? What sound? You are merely scaring yourself. Meow. Chapter 21, The First Kill. In a dimly lit alley of Tianshui City, 2 cloaked figures stared in terror at a small pink cat. A youth approached them with a smile. Speak, who sent you? I wager it was Lu Yuan. The black-clad assassins exchanged anxious glances. Since you already know, why do you even ask? The reason is quite simple. I shall undoubtedly stand atop the world one day, and there will be no shortage of killing and plundering. It is said that the first kill leaves a psychological scar. I pondered that the best way to dispel fear is to confront it directly. Thus, I must overcome the psychological barriers that come with taking a life. You madman. The 2 assassins stared at Fang Xing in horror, perplexed by his twisted logic. Killing leads to psychological trauma, so I should just kill more? That is akin to saying, if there is no money for wages, simply don't pay the employees. Enough of this idle chatter. I am about to take a life. Kill Xiatian. Gain character card. Kill Gaobu. Gain character card. Several minutes later, Fang Xing emerged from the alley, his hands stained with blood. A deranged smile etched across his face. It is said that the first kill instills fear, yet at this moment, he felt an exhilarating release of long-held grievances. 8 years prior, he had lost both parents. Neighbors ostracized him, deeming him a harbinger of misfortune. Relatives shunned him, fearing the trouble he might bring. Just days ago, he had endured a series of failures in his awakening, betrayal from his ex-girlfriend, and an avalanche of distressing news. Fang Xing's future seemed bleak, but fate had not abandoned him. A golden opportunity had presented itself. In other words, when a person suddenly acquires wealth, they often indulge in extravagant spending. Similarly, when one gains power, they too may seek vengeance through indulgence. The only distinction lies in the former's negligible threat to society. Sun Xiao Lu Yuan. You wish to kill me? Are you prepared to face the consequences of your actions? The smile on Fang Xing's lips stretched to an exaggerated degree. Meow. Dream. With innocent eyes, blinked up at him. Within the desolate city dungeon, Lu Yuan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This inexplicable sensation sent a shiver down his spine. Sun Xiao clutched her chest, her unease more pronounced than Lu Yuan's. It must be Fang Xing. It must be him. What are you saying? What does that have to do with Fang Xing? Lu Gu, you know I awakened as a holy healer. One of my passive skills allows me to predict fortunes. Lu Yuan nodded, trusting her words, though he couldn't help but wonder how Fang Xing had managed to escape after sending 2 second-tier assassins after him. The thought of Fang Xing reversing the situation had never crossed his mind. After all, he had dispatched 2 second-tier assassins. He had witnessed a first-tier beastmaster being assassinated by a first-tier assassin, but had never encountered a second-tier assassin being countered by a first-tier beastmaster. Do not worry, Xiao. Once we return to the city, I will send a golden-class professional, or I shall personally deal with that brat. Hearing Lu Yuan's reassurances, Sun Xiao felt somewhat relieved. although the unsettling sensation still lingered. Lu Xiao, what's wrong? A nearby dual-wielding professional inquired. Nothing, just a blind fool who dared to provoke me. Daring to cross you. Lu Xiao means opposing our dark god sect. If you find it inconvenient to act, we can assist you in eliminating him. As the dual-wielding man spoke, a jarring voice broke in. Colluding with the dark god sect, I seem to have stumbled upon something significant. Meow. A young man stood with a small pink cat perched upon his shoulder. Chapter 22. The Dark God Sect. Fang Xing never harbored grudges overnight, for his vengeance was always swift. Upon learning of Lu Yuan's whereabouts from the two black-clad figures, he hastened to confront them. Coincidentally, Lu Yuan and his group had just completed their dungeon run and were on their way back, allowing Fang Xing to overhear a shocking secret. The Dark God Sect, a nefarious cult within the borders of the Great Han Kingdom. They worshipped an extraterrestrial malevolent deity and frequently engaged in heinous acts that incited public outrage, such as citywide massacres to appease their so-called Dark God. 10 members of the Dark God sect could be mistakenly executed, but 9 out of 10 surely contain a few who deserve it. According to the laws of the Great Han, collusion with the Dark God sect warrants the execution of 3 generations of one's family. Fang Xing, is that you? After a moment of astonishment, Lu Yuan quickly regained his composure. You have truly strayed into a perilous situation. You think you can expose me? This city belongs to the Lu family. Go ahead and report me. Do you truly believe the constables or city guards will heed your words? It seems this fellow has angered Lu Xiao. The dual-wielding assassin grinned ominously. Boy, by your appearance, you must still be a student. The principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith taught in school are all mere nonsense in the world of professionals. Here, strength reigns supreme. Now it makes sense, Fang Xing suddenly realized. No wonder his father had failed to rise through the ranks in the city guard after years of service. The institution had long been infested with these parasites. Indeed, his father's principled nature and refusal to curry favor had rendered him incapable of promotion. Boy, what are you mumbling about? Have you gone dumb with fear? The dual-wielding assassin sneered, advancing toward Fang Xing. Being a third-tier professional, he had learned from Lu Yuan that Fang Xing was merely a first-tier beastmaster. Just as the assassin's hand was about to reach Fang Xing's head, a swift flash of bladed light cut through the air. The dual-wielding swordsman's pupils constricted. Even as the blade's glimmer manifested, his body instinctively began to retreat. Yet, he was still grazed by the blade's energy, and in an instant, one of his arms soared into the sky. Dual-wielding style, cross-slash. The swordsman rolled on the ground, kneeling on one knee, clutching his severed arm in disbelief. You're not a beastmaster. You're also a dual-wielding swordsman. Do not doubt it. My vocation is indeed that of a beastmaster. Then how do you possess the skills of a dual-wielding swordsman? From the shadows of Fang Xing, a figure emerged, resembling the dual-wielding swordsman. Shadow Cloak, a skill of the second-tier assassin class. A dark cult assassin stared in shock at the dual-wielding swordsman. However, this swordsman was but a phantom, conjured from dreams. Shadow Cloak, merging with the shadows, briefly entering a state of concealed presence. The hidden state is lifted upon being attacked or initiating an attack. Meow. The phantom continued to morph, transforming into the likeness of the dark cult assassin. In the next moment, the phantom vanished into thin air. The assassin's expression shifted slightly, his body also disappearing. Moments later, a muffled grunt echoed through the air. A dagger plunged into the assassin's heart. As he was attacked, the assassin emerged from his concealed state, staring in disbelief at the replica of himself before him. This copy, seemingly weaker, proved to be more formidable than his original self. Killed Fang Wenjin, acquired character card. A black card was delicately pinched between Fang Xing's fingers. This was a character card, an item guaranteed to drop upon the death of a combatant. Opening the character card would randomly yield 3 items that the combatant possessed in life, potentially gear, materials, or, with a stroke of luck, skills in the form of scrolls. Chapter 23. A Despairing Ability. What manner of monster is this? Lu Yuan gazed at the phantom. Now resembling him, his smile vanished, replaced by a countenance of terror. Despite the phantom's attributes being 0 aside from spiritual power, its skill, Mirror Force, was exceedingly formidable. Mirror Force. The phantom possesses high intelligence, capable of transforming into any creature it has encountered, utilizing their skills. Meow. The phantom reverted to its original form. A small pink cat floating in the air. Lu Xiao, this beast is too strange. You must capture that boy if we are to have any chance of survival. The dual-wielding swordsman fixed his gaze on Fang Xing. Realizing this beast was too peculiar, they need not confront the phantom directly, just capturing Fang Xing would suffice. Very well. You distract the beast. I shall seize that boy. Lu Yuan's expression hardened as he focused intently on Fang Xing. I will assist as well, healing power. Sun Xiaoxiao cast a healing spell upon the dual-wielding swordsman. Fang Xing, since you wish to kill me, do not blame me for what follows. The flesh at the swordsman's severed arm began to regenerate at an observable rate. This was the rare vocation of the Holy Healer. While other support classes could only mend wounds, she could regenerate severed limbs. Sun Xiaoxiao, I had considered sparing you, but it seems that compassion is unwarranted for a woman who has turned her heart. Fang Xing's heart turned cold. Phantom, cease your games and finish them. Meow. No sooner had he spoken than the phantom assumed the form of the dual-wielding swordsman. You shall face me. The swordsman brandished his blades to block the phantom. Clang. The clash of 4 blades ignited sparks in the air. If you hide in the shadows, with this beast's uncanny nature, we might very well perish at your hands today. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan sprinted towards Fang Xing. But you are far too arrogant, boy. Without the protection of a beastmaster is merely an ordinary person. Hurry, I can't hold it off any longer. Before Fang Xing could respond, the dual-wielding swordsman roared. Only those who had battled the phantom understood the insurmountable challenge it posed. The techniques you wield, it knows them all. The techniques you do not know, it possesses those as well. The critical point is, it wields your techniques with greater proficiency than you. In the next moment, Lu Yuan, who had been several paces away from Fang Xing, abruptly appeared at his side. At his previous location, a scroll slowly dissipated into the air. Teleportation scroll. Instantly moved to a designated location within a 10-meter range. Boy, I have one. Lu Yuan's expression was manic. Did you not anticipate my possession of a teleportation scroll? However, Fang Xing's face bore no semblance of the terror or panic he had envisioned. Instead, a smile graced his lips. I never claimed that I possessed only this one beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Groudon. In the next instant, a colossal figure soared into the sky, as if sprouting from the ground. Lu Yuan launched an attack, his fist colliding against Groudon's armored scales. Mississippi. No damage was inflicted whatsoever. A roar reverberated through the heavens. Every combatant within the dungeon simultaneously looked up at the sky. What manner of creature is that? Could it be a hidden boss? Hidden boss. I have seen this beast. It belongs to an esteemed Beastmaster's epic collection. Chapter 24. A truly satisfying revenge. How is this possible? An epic-level creature. Lu Yuan, the dual-wielding swordsman, and Sun Xiaoxiao gazed in astonishment at the massive form of Groudon. For a moment, they felt as though they had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Ha! Suddenly, the dual-wielding swordsman erupted into uncontrollable laughter. So this is what you refer to as a first-tier beastmaster? Truly laughable. To possess an epic-level beast as a first-tier beastmaster, how absurd. The swordsman's laughter was abruptly silenced as a black blade pierced his chest, cleaving him in two. It was the phantom. Meow. The phantom remained unfazed by Groudon's arrival. The command given by Fang Xing was to eliminate these adversaries. With the dual-wielding swordsman dispatched, the next target was Sun Xiaoxiao, whom the phantom regarded with a focused gaze, transforming into her likeness. Do not kill me. Sun Xiaoxiao, paralyzed with fear, was at a loss. Among them, she was the youngest and least experienced. She had merely sought to align herself with Lu Yuan, never anticipating she would risk her life. Fang Xing, I beg you. Do not kill me. I promise to be with you. Even now, Sun Xiaoxiao failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, believing Fang Xing's actions were merely a ploy to rekindle their relationship. Sun Xiaoxiao, you think you're worthy? Fang Xing was poised to deliver a scathing retort when 2 kill notifications suddenly appeared. Killed Su Xiaoxiao, acquired character card. Killed Lu Yuan, acquired character card. The sound was imbued with profound significance. No, I had only begun my showmanship. I had yet to deliver a blow to the face. And you've gone and killed them. Meow. Dream, tilting her head innocently, blinked her eyes as if questioning Fang Xing. Was it not you who commanded me to eliminate them? Very well, I shall overlook this instance. However, when I encounter such a situation again, do remember to let your master bask in his ostentation before taking action. Mew. Dream felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Never mind. As if I had said nothing. Next time, you should act directly. It would save me from the risk of encountering misfortune. Mew. Bury her. Then, as a memorial for my lost love, Fang Xing declared, only to suddenly realize that the corpse of Su Xiaoxiao had vanished beneath his feet. The emergence of Groudon had transformed the surrounding area into a sea of lava. Su Xiaoxiao's remains had been melted into vapor by the searing heat. In simpler terms, her essence now floated amidst the heavens and the earth. Roar. Groudon expressed confusion. Was it not you who summoned me? Fang Xing replied. This was intended to be a thrilling act of vengeance. Yet, at this moment, it elicits an indescribable sense of absurdity. The whims of fate are truly unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapped around a small one. Very well. It is fortuitous that both of you are here. Let us gain some experience points. In the hidden chamber of the city lord's mansion in Tianshui City, an elderly man with snow-white hair abruptly opened his eyes. He was Lu Tianshui, the lord of Tianshui City. Suddenly, Lu Tianshui spat out a mouthful of blood. Who has slain my son? His voice erupted in a furious roar. Lu Tianshui, having had a son late in life, cherished Lu Yuan deeply. He never denied any request from Lu Yuan, doing everything within his power to fulfill them, even going to great lengths for the impossible. At this moment, sensing his son's demise, Lu Tianshui immediately tore open a peculiar scroll-like artifact. A luminous screen appeared before him, displaying the moments before Lu Yuan's death. My son. Lu Tianshui beheld the scene of Lu Yuan's murderer callously discarding his body into the molten lava, a truly despicable act of obliteration. My son, wait for me. I shall make every soul within this city pay for your death. Lu Tianshui's wrath surged as he contemplated his collaboration with the Dark God cult. Previously, he had hesitated to abandon his position as city lord and join the cult, but now, with Lu Yuan's death, his resolve solidified. City Lord Lu, you have finally made up your mind. A hooded figure materialized in the secret chamber. Tell me, if I were to offer the lives of everyone in this city to your deity, could you resurrect my son? Of course, the divine is omnipotent. A chilling, sinister laughter ensued. Chapter 25, Citywide Catastrophe. Tianshui City. In the conference room of the Beast Master Pavilion's top-floor suite, an elderly man clad in a blue robe gently set down his teacup. His name was Lan Zhantian, a mentor at the Jixia Academy and a 5th-tier lightning mage. Master Lan, the young lady mentioned she wishes to see someone before departing. Fu Jie respectfully stood to the side, carefully observing Lan Zhantian's expression. Lan Zhantian frowned slightly, his countenance displeased. Had it not been for the personal assignment from the vice president, he would have already lost his temper. These lowly commoners have truly spoiled, he thought. My time is limited. Do not keep me waiting excessively. Oh, and find me a few more women. Fu Jie inwardly sighed in relief. She had long heard of the Jixia Academy's methods, and witnessing them firsthand confirmed the rumors. She had dispatched several maidservants to attend to this esteemed guest. Yet merely one maidservant's lingering gaze had resulted in her being scorched to a crisp by lightning. Suddenly, a deep, resonant bell toll echoed. The alarm bell had not sounded for decades. Why did it ring today? Fu Jie paused, feeling perplexed. Could it be that the city lord has an announcement? Boom, boom. The second bell tolled, followed by the third, and then the fourth and fifth. Fu Jie's expression transformed from initial shock to utter confusion. 5 tolls. Such an alarm only rang in the face of a citywide catastrophe. What could be happening? Was there an invasion from beyond? Lan Zhantian rose from his seat, clearly aware of what the 5 tolls signified. Outside, chaos erupted, and the citizens of Tianshui City gazed in terror toward the skies. Above Tianshui City hovered a middle-aged man. It's Lord Lu. We are saved, someone exclaimed, recognizing the figure in the sky. Lu Tianshui stood aloft, brandishing a bloodied head in one hand and a jade seal in the other. Cursed wretch, you have forced me to sound the alarm bell, he declared. At that moment, 3 beams of light shot toward the sky from different directions. Lu Tianshui, what do you intend to do? Shouted a bald elder, transformed from one of the yellow beams of light. The bald elder was the head of the Fragrance Pavilion. The identities of the other 2 were Lan Zhantian, the newly arrived mentor from the Jixia Academy, and Yue Hong, a 5th-tier powerhouse who had secluded himself in the area for years. The bald elder and Yue Hong wore grave expressions, while Lan Zhantian appeared quite at ease. One at the 4th tier, the other 2 just entering the 5th tier, such a small place indeed. He surveyed the scene, his gaze ultimately resting on the alluring form of Yue Hong. With my son dead, all of you shall accompany him in death. Lu Tianshui's hair hung wildly, and a dark aura surrounded him, resembling a villain from an animated series. Let us all be obliterated together. With a forceful grip on the jade seal, it shattered into powder with a resounding crash. Lu Tianshui, have you gone mad? You dare to crush the city's protective decree? The bald elder thundered, incredulous. Truly insane. A red-tasseled spear materialized in Yue Hong's hand, lunging toward Lu Tianshui the moment the jade seal shattered. What? That was the protective decree. Lan Zhantian's heart sank, transforming into a flash of blue light as he turned to flee. Halfway through his escape, he suddenly veered toward the direction of the Beast Master Pavilion. Chapter 26. Triggering the Celestial Level Quest. Master Lan, what are you doing? Fu Jie inquired, watching Lan Zhantian as he retreated and then turned back. She was oblivious to the chaos unfolding above. Where is your young lady? Bring her to me at once. Lan Zhantian's composure had vanished, and upon closer inspection, fear flickered in his eyes. Fu Jie, what has transpired? Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, and Chun Jinai rushed in. Spotting her, Lan Zhantian's face brightened. Hurry, come with me. Your city lord has gone mad and shattered the protective decree. This city is about to become a hell on earth. Chun Jinai gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation, and bolted toward the door. I will not leave. I must find Fang Xing. This cannot be allowed. Lan Zhantian, already troubled, extended his large hands, seemingly poised to seize Chun Jinai. Wait. The wealthy lady suddenly interposed herself before Chun Jinai. You dare to obstruct me, even as a mere fourth transition? As Lan Zhantian approached the wealthy lady, he showed no signs of restraint. Boom. Her body was hurled away. Yet in the blink of an eye, she returned to her original position, thanks to a teleportation scroll. Master Lan, please wait. Allow me to persuade the young lady. The wealthy lady coughed up a mouthful of blood, quickly turning to say, Miss, listen to me. You must leave Tianshui City with Master Lan at once. I will assist you in finding that young man. Chun Jinai gazed at the injured wealthy lady, her heart twisting in pain. Their bond had long transcended that of mere servant and master. I will not leave. If I must go, I will go together. Miss, do not be foolish. Your survival is essential for us to seek vengeance. As Chun Jinai obstinately refused to depart, the wealthy lady prepared to render her unconscious. However, an unexpected event unfolded. Crack! A colossal rift appeared in the sky, exuding an ominous, dark glow, and it continued to expand. From within that rift, a pair of enormous eyes emerged, greedily surveying the scene below. In that instant, all practitioners within Tianshui City received a notification. Warning, warning, warning. Triggering celestial level mission. Resist the invasion of the outer evil god. Time, until the descent medium is destroyed. Evil god buff. Practitioners killed by the bountiful familiar may have a chance to transform into bountiful familiars. It is the evil god, evil indeed. Some screamed in terror, but in the next moment, their bodies began to mutate, growing horns, claws, fangs, and their skin transforming into a wood-like texture. Help! I do not wish to become a monster. It's over. How could the evil god appear in such a small place as Tianshui City? Ha ha! Scream, suffer, and tremble as you welcome the arrival of our master, the great god of abundance. A man in black stood atop the highest tower in Tianshui City, orchestrating all of this to welcome the deity. Wait, why am I also your follower? You should not. It's finished. Everything is over. Children, we are doomed. A middle-aged teacher murmured, staring skyward as he sank to the ground. The descent of the evil god. He had heard his great-grandfather mention it. Each arrival of the evil god heralded an unspeakably terrifying disaster. Beyond the stars exists an infinite realm of extraterrestrial beings, some of which are referred to as evil gods. They cannot be killed but can only be banished from this world. The reason this world has not succumbed to the evil gods is due to a protective barrier formed by its rules. For an evil god to descend, a breach must occur. How is a breach created? By the city protection tokens. The Han Dynasty possesses a total of 1,700 city protection tokens, corresponding to 700 cities and 700 breaches. Now, the breach in Tianshui City has been opened. Chapter 27, Despair. At the Beast Master Pavilion, the strongest individuals in Tianshui City congregated. Their expressions grim. Damn it. Had I known an evil god would descend, I would have died before accepting this mission. Lan Zhantian's mood was foul. His face darkened to the extreme. If you hadn't run away but had instead helped us eliminate Lu Tianshui, we would have resolved this. The words came from a balding elder, whose astonishment at Lan Zhantian's retreat matched that of Yu Hong. At the time, Lu Tianshui was merely a fourth transition. Even after receiving the evil god's gift and briefly breaking through to the fifth transition, the three of us working together would have had a high chance of defeating him, rather than facing the predicament we find ourselves in now. I am not from Tianshui City. On what grounds do you accuse me? But we are all citizens of the Han Dynasty, and you are a mentor at the Jixia Academy. You receive government salaries. Why do you retreat without a fight at the moment of the evil god's descent? Have I retreated? I have not retreated. I call this a strategic withdrawal, understand? A strategic withdrawal. Lan Zhantian and the balding elder clashed verbally, each presenting their case. Tension filled the air. Enough. Is it of any significance to bicker now? Instead of arguing, we should find a way to destroy the evil god's descent medium. Yu Hong shouted, her aura erupting. Lan Zhantian and the balding elder exchanged glances, both snorting in unison. I have already notified an elder from the Jixia Academy, who is now en route. I have also informed Storm City, which has dispatched strong individuals who are on their way. The crowd's eyes brightened, but Yu Hong asked, 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, the evil god will fully descend. Who among you can bring support? Silence. Both men fell silent simultaneously. In other words, we have no support. The glimmer of hope that had just emerged in the crowd was extinguished by a cold splash of water. Yet, it was not entirely hopeless. If we could kill the descent medium, not only would we resolve this crisis, but we could also gain tremendous rewards. The balding elder spoke, his eyes gleaming with malice. At his words, the crowd's eyes lit up once more. Indeed, The mission states that killing the evil god's descent medium equates to completing this task. The rewards for a celestial level mission would yield great profits, even when averaged among individuals. However, Lan Zhantian quickly doused that spark of hope. To kill Lu Tianxue, we must first deal with the bountiful familiars surrounding him. Currently, half the city's population has been transformed into bountiful familiars. How many people are there in Tianxue City? 100. 000. 1. 000. At least 2. 000. I would wager. I fear we will perish at the hands of the bountiful familiars before we even reach Lu Tianxue. The brief resurgence of hope was once again quashed. This time, the light in the eyes of the practitioners present dimmed noticeably, just as despair enveloped them. A voice rang out from a corner. Actually, there is still hope. The crowd turned to see a burly man clad in white wolf fur. What do you propose? I am Lang Tuesday. You need not introduce yourself. No one wishes to hear it. All right, a few days ago, no. Yesterday, I encountered a powerful beast master in the Whitebone secret realm. He commanded an epic-level giant beast, and if he can intervene, I believe he can resolve this crisis. Epic-level giant beast? Who is this esteemed individual? I believe I have seen him, the practitioners murmured amongst themselves. Chapter 28. The plan to destroy the descent ritual. Does anyone here recognize this beast master? Yu Hong's inquiry silenced the previously boisterous atmosphere. All eyes turned towards Lang Tuesday. Do not look at me. I want to know who among you knows this esteemed individual. I encountered him outside the Whitebone secret realm. He commanded a giant red beast that cleared the area entirely. I do not know him. Neither do I. In the crowd, the wealthy lady seemed to recall something, then quickly shook her head. It cannot be him. His beast is merely an ordinary pangolin. All right, while an epic-level beast is undoubtedly formidable, a single epic-level beast cannot alter the course of events. The bald elder sighed deeply, shaking his head, for he had yet to utter the latter part of his thoughts. Why would anyone come to assist them? Indeed, why would anyone come to their aid? It was imperative to recognize that Tianxue City had transformed into a peculiar zone. Only individuals from the outside could enter, while those within were barred from exiting, unless they vanquished the conduit of the malevolent deity's descent. Given this, wouldn't it be more pleasant to remain outside? Why venture in, especially with the risk that the malevolent deity might fully manifest? That would render their efforts utterly futile. Even if assistance were forthcoming, it would be wiser to await the arrival of formidable allies outside before entering together. However, by then, they might no longer exist. The rekindled hope among the crowd was once again extinguished. Was there truly no recourse but to await their demise in this place? A seasoned adventurer clenched his fists, striking the wall with a powerful blow. Rather than idly waiting for death, he would rather fight now. I do have a plan, but it requires your cooperation, spoke Lan Zhantian at that moment. The attention of the gathered crowd shifted towards him. Those who had previously quarreled with the bald elder recognized him as a mentor from the Jixiao Academy. In the Han Dynasty, the prestige of the Jixiao Academy was beyond question. Nearly all the 9-turn experts had some connection to it. The academy itself boasted formidable strength, with 5 deans being 9-turn experts, and numerous 8-turn and 7-turn practitioners, while 6-turn and 5-turn individuals were as plentiful as the stars. At this juncture, Lan Zhantian's words naturally commanded the crowd's attention. The descent of the extraterrestrial malevolent deity necessitated 3 components: the medium of descent, a breach, and the corresponding ritual of arrival. As long as we can disrupt one of these, the crisis will surely be resolved. Yue Hong was the first to comprehend. So, we have but one path forward: to sabotage the ritual of descent. Indeed, Lan Zhantian nodded, conjuring a sphere of blue lightning in his hand. As the sphere floated and dispersed, it formed a holographic image. This is the City Lord's mansion. A keen-eyed individual recognized the scene depicted. The City Lord's mansion was familiar to all present, save for Lan Zhantian. While you were discussing, I pinpointed the location of this malevolent deity's descent ritual, he declared, casting a disdainful glance at the bald elder. For him, locating the descent ritual was exceedingly simple, precisely where the abyssal energy was most concentrated. But how do we disrupt the ritual? Another adventurer inquired. Quite simply. From what I understand, such rituals typically utilize 3 gemstones as focal points. We need only destroy 2 of them, and the ritual will cease to function. If that is the case, then let us set forth. The bald elder, no longer hesitating, shattered a window and leapt outside. The others exchanged glances, their expressions grim, but ultimately took a deep breath, rising swiftly to follow suit. Chapter 29. The first kill of the secret realm boss, the White Dragon Maiden. Rumbling. Within Tianxue City, battles between adventurers and the bountiful demons were omnipresent. It's over. Completely finished. How can we possibly fight this? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Is this what a celestial level task entails? How could we ever complete it? Some adventurers had already collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant. Tianshui City was merely a remote enclave in the Han Dynasty, where adventurers' levels were generally low, mostly hovering around the second turn, with even third-turn practitioners being a rarity. The majority were newly awakened adventurers. Yet they had triggered a celestial-level task. How were they to withstand this? Merely gazing upon those monstrous beings left them trembling, devoid of the will to fight. A towering tea house collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a mother, cradling her daughter, happened to pass by. Instinctively, the mother tightened her embrace around her child. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, no pain ensued as anticipated. A beam of golden light had saved the pair. Such fortune, however, was not bestowed upon everyone. Within Tianshui City, despair reigned supreme. You are wasting precious time. If you truly wish to save them, focus on destroying the malevolent deity's descent ritual. Echoed Lan Zhantian's voice from a beam of blue light. The bald elder scoffed, his form hovering in midair, gazing at the malevolent deity's eye peering through the fissure. Is this truly the extraterrestrial malevolent deity? How did the hero king manage to seal such entities within the void? Can we really contend with such a being? The accompanying powerful figures were witnessing the spectacle of the malevolent deity's descent for the first time. A mere glance at the colossal eye through the rift sent chills down their spines, every hair on their bodies standing on end. One could scarcely fathom the enormity of its true form. Fear not. The malevolent deity cannot act until its true descent is complete. Only Lan Zhantian retained his composure, providing reassurance to the group. Then what are we waiting for? Attack! The bald elder's face twisted with determination, forcefully suppressing his trepidation. In the next instant, he transformed into a golden giant, leading the charge towards the city lord's mansion. A rare profession, the light giant. Observing this, the others shifted their focus away from the malevolent deity, gritting their teeth and unleashing their full power as they surged toward the city lord's mansion. Miss, do not stray from my side, the affluent lady implored. In such circumstances, no one could survive alone. Just as the two were about to follow the light giant into the city lord's mansion, Lan Zhantian halted the wealthy Chun Jinai and her companion from behind. Act according to my signals. Not bad, finally reached level 50. In a level 70 dungeon, Fang Xing sat atop the head of Giratina, surveying the ruins below. First completion of the Dragon Valley dungeon. Reward, 5,000 reputation points. First kill of the secret realm boss, the White Dragon Maiden. Reward, Dragon Clan treasure chest. Little White Dragon. You have opened the Dragon Clan treasure chest, Little White Dragon. Congratulations. You have received White Dragon Maiden Doll, Souvenir, X1. Dragon S Tooth, Platinum Grade Equipment, X1. Dragon Crown, Gold Grade Equipment, X1. Mysterious Egg X1. Mysterious Egg has a chance to hatch into a golden grade beast, the White Dragon. Your level has reached 50. First transition limit unlocked. You have a job transfer quest available for viewing. Job transfer quest. Please choose the difficulty of the quest wisely. Detected that your first transition quest is of Abyss difficulty. You may only select the Abyss difficulty job transfer quest. Chapter 30. Offspring of the Malevolent Deity, Lu Yuan. Quest difficulty, Abyss. Would you like to accept this quest? You have accepted the quest. Abyss quest. Quest objective. Travel to Tianshui City and kill the offspring of the Malevolent Deity, Lu Yuan, or prevent the descent of the bountiful doppelganger. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest reward. Job second transition. Continuing the evolution of your original profession, level cap increased to 80. Note: failure to complete the quest in time results in mission failure. This is the highest level Abyss quest, and failure will result in immediate obliteration. What the hell? Lu Yuan, wasn't he already slain by me? Fang Xing furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he regarded the prompt for the job transfer quest. Could it be that a disturbance has arisen in Tianshui City? Come back, Giratina. With a swift motion, Fang Xing captured Groudon within a Master Ball. The absence of Groudon caused Fang Xing's body to plummet rapidly. However, during his descent, a white dragon emerged, catching him effortlessly. It was, of course, transformed by Mew. Mew. Full speed ahead to Water City. Fang Xing commanded. In Water City, he harbored no worries for anyone except for Chun Jinai. He hoped fervently that she remained unharmed. As they traveled, Fang Xing examined the attributes of his summoned beasts. Current summoned beast, initial Groudon. Rank, Epic. Level, LV 60. Health, 500,000. Strength, 60, 300. Vitality, 60, 300. Agility, 50,000. Mentality, 50,000. Combat power, 1,000,000. Exclusive skills, Sword of the Abyss, Return of the Swallow. Primal Force. Primal Force. Groudon unleashes the primordial power of the earth, imbuing its attacks with the attribute of annihilation. Next evolution requires 1,000,000 evolution points. Goodness. Although he was aware that this enhancement would be significant, the extent was simply astonishing. A combat power of 1,000,000 placed him on the threshold of the 6th transition. Fang Xing was taken aback. This upgrade had granted Groudon a brand new ability, Primal Force. While he was uncertain about the specifics of the Annihilation attribute, it certainly sounded formidable. Next, he turned his attention to Mew. Current Summoned Beast, Mew. Rank, Legendary. Level, LV 60. Health, 1,000,000. Strength, 0. Vitality, 0. Agility, 0. Mentality, 200,000. Combat Power, 0. Exclusive Passive, Strong Mentality. Exclusive Skill, Mirror Force. Next evolution requires 100,000,000 evolution points. With a health of 1,000,000 and a mentality of 200,000. Mew's attributes were utterly outrageous. It was noteworthy that while Groudon was renowned for its robust survival capabilities with a health of merely 500,000, this petite creature boasted double that amount. Perhaps it was due to its other attributes being 0. However, it seemed that those attributes did not significantly impact Mew. The power of the Mirror Force depended solely on Mew's mentality. Mew, Fang Xing called, sensing that the little creature was aware of his gaze. After its upgrade, the little one had evidently become much more intelligent. At this moment, they were nearing Water City. Standing atop the head of the small white dragon, Fang Xing gazed toward the direction of Water City, only to behold a massive black dome enveloping the entire area. Warning, warning, warning. The area ahead is contaminated by foreign energy. You have triggered a celestial level quest. Resist the invasion of the Outer God. Time, until the descent medium is destroyed. Outer God buff, attacked by the Abundant Demon. As Fang Xing approached Water City aboard the White Dragon, a flurry of warning alerts erupted around him. Chapter 31, The Abundant Demon. Special Notice. Abundant Demon. Level, LV 85. Health, 300,000. Attack Power, 15,000. Skills, Demonization, Self-Detonation, Regeneration. The information about the outer entity materialized before Fang Xing's eyes. These beings did not belong to this world and were, naturally, unprotected by its rules. Fang Xing was able to view their data, likening the world to a patriarch and himself as a guest, while the outer beings were invaders. It is said that the combat power of these outer entities eclipsed that of the creatures within dungeons, surpassing even rare professions of the same level. Such was the devastation wrought by the descent of the Outer God. Upon entering the city and witnessing the horrific scene, Fang Xing realized he had underestimated the severity of the Outer God's arrival. Above the heavens loomed a vast, expanding fissure, from which countless black-toothed creatures cascaded down. In the city, the cries of adventurers filled the air. Companions who had fought side by side just moments ago were now horrifically mutated by the Outer God's influence. Had he not awakened his golden finger, he too would have been among those unfortunate souls. A sense of melancholy washed over Fang Xing, swiftly transforming into motivation, the drive to grow ever stronger. Only by becoming powerful enough could he truly survive in this world. After all, Water City was the place he had called home for over a decade. He could not idly watch as it fell to the outer beings. With that thought in mind, Fang Xing summoned Groudon. Boom. Amidst the fearful and despairing gazes of the city, a colossal red beast descended with a thunderous roar. The creature's bellows sent shockwaves that sent several approaching outer flying monsters crashing backward. What is happening? There's a powerhouse. It's that Beastmaster. Hope surged among the adventurers as they recognized the epic beast at Fang Xing's command. Yet, their elation was short-lived as an older adventurer doused their spirits with a sobering remark. An epic beast alone cannot counter the Outer God's arrival. Unless he possesses another epic beast, perhaps we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the earth trembled once more. Another colossal red beast appeared. It was Mew, having replicated all of Groudon's abilities. Roar! Roar! The two Groudons roared in unison. The magma beneath their feet surged forth, and the intense heat swiftly dispelled the chill brought by the outer entities. It is well known that battles between divine beasts generally involve territorial disputes. With both Groudons together, half of Water City transformed into a sea of magma. Moments earlier, within the Lord's Manor. What a thrill. It's been ages since I've engaged in such a blood-pumping battle. The Golden Giant roared, delivering a devastating punch that reduced the abundant demon before him to mere pulp. With indomitable courage, he led the adventurers straight to the Lord's Manor. Charge! Victory is within reach. Hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd. As long as they could disrupt the sacrificial ritual, this crisis could be averted. A fourth transition adventurer was the first to reach the Lord's Manor. Just as his hand was about to push open the grand doors, a cyan shield of light erupted above the manor. It was a defensive array. Why does the Lord's Manor have a defensive array? Damn it, is this where it ends? Chapter 32. If you love her, tattoo her on your body. As the multitude of abundant demons surrounded them, it seemed they had sensed the adventurers' intentions. One by one, they fearlessly self-detonated. The golden giant stood protectively before the others, and from a bird's-eye view, his body was engulfed in a relentless wave of black explosions. This scene is utterly magnificent. Even though he is a fifth-tier powerhouse, he ultimately cannot withstand the overwhelming numbers of the bounteous demons. The golden light enveloping his body swiftly diminishes, and the golden giant exhibits a countenance of reluctance under normal circumstances. He could have opened a breach in the Great Formation given a little time. Alas, what he lacks most now is time. Hurry to the formation's eye. I will cover you. The golden giant's face is etched with sorrow as he bellows with all his might. He is aware that his life is forfeit. His blood surges with fervor, fighting against the encroaching demise. The golden light surrounding the giant flares brilliantly, illuminating the darkness within a radius of several hundred meters. No, master. A practitioner from the fragrant pavilion, witnessing this sight, tears welling in their eyes, comprehends the grave intentions of their leader. If my endeavor succeeds, I shall not be forgotten. The golden giant ascends into the sky, the bald elder gazing resolutely at the defensive formation below, akin to a sun plummeting into an abyss. The golden radiance fills the heavens as the golden giant descends like a miniature sun. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud erupts above the Lord's Manor. Crack. The defensive formation that had been impeding their advance shatters with a thunderous roar. Kill. The practitioners, inspired by the somber atmosphere emanating from the fragrant pavilion's leader, feel their eyes blaze with fervor. Leader, you go first. We shall follow. A practitioner from the fragrant pavilion boldly takes the lead, kicking open the doors of the Lord's Manor. Yet, in the next moment, swish. A beam of black light shoots forth from within the manor. The black light pierces through, and the practitioner's head explodes like a watermelon. Be cautious, there is an ambush. Yuehong shouts, brandishing a red spear as she charges into the Lord's Manor. I shall assist you. High-level magic, raging thunder Qilin. Blue Zhantian waves his staff, summoning a blue lightning Qilin that roars towards the interior of the manor. Boom. Among all practitioners, the mages possess the most formidable offensive power. With the defensive formation gone, the thunderous Qilin instantly obliterates the Lord's Manor. Moments later, 3 figures ascend from the ruins. Yuehong's clothing is tattered, charred in several places. Yet she still exudes an undeniable grace. Here, there is no concept of team damage immunity. The other 2 figures are Lord Lu Tianshui and Lu Yuan. Resurrected by the bounteous evil god. Lu Yuan's appearance, however, is somewhat peculiar. His upper body is bare, and there is a human face on his chest, upon closer inspection. It is a woman's face, Su Xiaoxiao. Ironically, Su Xiaoxiao once told Fang Xing that if one loved her, they should tattoo her upon their body. In any case, Fang Xing has not done so, and it appears Lu Yuan loves Su Xiaoxiao more. Lu Tianshui, you have been hiding within the Lord's Manor all along. No wonder there exists a defensive formation here. Yuehong quickly pieces everything together. She addresses Blue Zhantian. We shall each take on one of the 5th-tier beings. The others should disrupt the sacrificial ritual. Now that the defensive formation has vanished, nothing can hinder them. We only need to delay Lu Tianshui and his son for a moment. Who said we are only 2? Suddenly, a great laughter resounds. A colossal bounteous demon has appeared behind Yuehong, without her noticing. What? There is still someone? Yuehong gasps, but it is too late. Her body plummets like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater several meters wide. There are 3 5th tiers. Blue Zhantian's gaze narrows in shock. 3 5th tiers. In that moment, all practitioners feel a profound sense of despair, an insurmountable despair. It seems this is truly the end. On the battlefield, the bald elder falls, Blue Zhantian retreats, leaving only the severely injured Yuehong struggling in vain, gazing at the relentless onslaught of bounteous demons below. Lang too is engulfed in despair. However, just as he reaches the depths of his hopelessness, he suddenly spots a colossal red beast appearing in the distance, casting a shadow over the land. The Beastmaster is here. Lang Tu's eyes well with tears as he shouts to the others below, we are saved. Reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 33, The Aberration of Lu Yuan. Boom. The ground suddenly trembles violently. A scorching aura sweeps through, momentarily dispelling the darkness and chill. A giant beast, entirely crimson and seemingly ablaze, materializes within Tianshui City. Cliff's Edge Sword. Fang Xing commands Gerardo, pushing through with relentless force. All bounteous demons daring to obstruct Gerardo's advance are annihilated into ashes by the power of the Earth's veins. Kill the bounteous demon. Receive bounteous treasure chest. Demon. Kill the bounteous demon. Receive bounteous treasure chest. Demon. Bounteous treasure chest. Demon. Special chest. Guaranteed to drop upon killing a bounteous demon. Guaranteed to award reputation points. 1 to 3 abyss fragments, with a small probability of obtaining an item imbued with bounteous characteristics. You have opened bounteous treasure chests in bulk. Demon x 50. Reputation points x 50,000. Abyss fragments x 98. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Abyss Mall. You may now access the Abyss Mall. A flood of information appears. Yet Fang Xing has no time to attend to it. The reason being, a monster blocks his path. This creature, with a mane of silver hair, has a bare upper body and a grotesque face on its left chest. Lu Yuan hovers in midair, parallel to Fang Xing, seemingly attempting to articulate something. But in the next instant, a magma cone, as tall as a small mountain, erupts from the ground. Before he can utter a sound, his body is cleaved in two by the cliff's edge sword. To this, Fang Xing merely shakes his head. Does this monster not realize that Gerardo specializes in slaying flying foes? It seems he truly does not. However, after a long wait, the kill notification does not appear. Lu Yuan, once cleaved in two, ascends once more into the sky. Fang Xing, you cannot kill me. I have received the favor of the divine. I am immortal and indestructible. Lu Yuan's voice resonates with two distinctly different tones. This voice feels oddly familiar. Fang Xing pauses momentarily, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he inquires. You are Lu Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao? How did you end up in this ghastly state? Fang Xing, did you ever think we were still alive? Lu Yuan's expression is malevolent, as if he wishes to devour Fang Xing whole. Although resurrected, he has paid a price, becoming this grotesque half-man, half-woman form. Fang Xing, it is all your fault that we have become like this. Just as Lu Yuan's words are on the verge of spilling forth, he is once more pierced through by the cliff's edge sword. Villains always have so much to say. If a fight is to ensue, let it commence. Fang Xing remains unfazed. To him, there is nothing that cannot be killed. If one strike is insufficient, then it shall be 2, 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. This Beastmaster is truly formidable. Below, upon witnessing this scene, the practitioners erupt in cheers. We are saved. Go, great one. Among the crowd, when the wealthy lady hears Lu Yuan call out Fang Xing's name, she freezes in place. How is this possible? Isn't his beast a mighty armored pangolin? What on earth is this epic beast? Despite her myriad of doubts, the truth lay palpably before her. Chun Jinai gazed at Fang Xing, her eyes sparkling with wonder. However, the crowd's jubilation was short-lived. The rift in the sky widened once more, and a grotesque arm, enshrouded in black sludge, emerged from within. The massive hand, steeped in ominous black mist, descended upon the ground. A thunderous roar erupted. The dark smoke surged through the city like a shockwave, causing all living beings that came into contact with it to undergo a frenzied transformation. This scene was utterly horrifying, reminiscent of a cinematic apocalypse. Fang Xing, I concede your strength, but you cannot kill me. Soon, the god of abundance shall descend, and that will mark your demise. Lu Yuan laughed heartily at the unfolding spectacle. Oh, are you certain that I cannot kill you? Fang Xing replied, his smile taking on an enigmatic quality. Chapter 34, Class Transition 2. Damn it, Lu Tianxue thought, having gained the power of the dark god. He and his son had become immortal monstrosities, impervious to death. A fellow practitioner's expression shifted abruptly, sorrow rising within him. Is a top-tier beast master truly destined to perish here? Senior, a practitioner called out desperately. You only need to destroy the sacrificial ritual within the Lord's mansion, and this catastrophe will come to an end. Mid-sentence, the practitioner's voice vanished. What a long-winded fool. Lu Tianxue appeared behind him, his grotesquely transformed arm piercing through the practitioner's chest, extracting a crimson heart, which he then crushed with a resounding thud. Fang Xing, I have received the blessing of the gods. No one can kill me. In the aerial battlefield, Lu Yuan held no belief that Fang Xing could ever defeat him. As long as he could delay until the completion of the sacrificial ritual and the arrival of the dark god, it would be Fang Xing's end. Is that so? With a sweeping motion, Fang Xing commanded, Groudon, unleash your primordial power. As the words left his lips, an orange-yellow light emanated from beneath Groudon's feet. While Groudon itself showed no visible change, an indescribable sense of dread enveloped Lu Yuan. His hair stood on end, and a chilling sensation coursed through him, igniting an intense fear. I feel the breath of death from this beast. Impossible. I am blessed by the gods. No one can kill me. The sword of the abyss. A magma spire as tall as a mountain erupted from the ground. Yet this time, instinct for survival prompted Lu Yuan to retreat. Just as he felt relief, another magma spire shot up from beneath him. It was Mew. Mew had not transformed into Groudon, yet it retained the ability to use any of Groudon's skills. Meow. You have slain Lu Yuan, the Dark God's offspring. Class transition task has been completed. Dark God's offspring Lu Yuan. Received the Abundance Treasure Chest. Dark God Offspring X1. You have opened the Abundance Treasure Chest, Dark God Offspring. Gained Abyss Reputation 100,000, Abyss Shards 2,000, Abundance Staff, Platinum Grade, X1. Heart of Life, Golden Grade, X1, and a Vial of Evil Abundant Blood. Class Transition Task completed. Task Reward, Class Transition 2. Continue to evolve based on your previous profession, level cap raised to 80. Current class evolution commencing. Otherworldly Elf Trainer Class Evolution in progress. Class Evolution completed. Otherworldly Elf Trainer, Beginner. Current class, Otherworldly Elf Trainer, Beginner. Level, Transition 2, Level 50. Strength, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 10,000. Combat, 5000. Class Passive, Otherworldly Being. Infinite Contract. Hunter. Class Exclusive Skill, Pokeball Creation. Beasts, Groudon Mew. Evolution Points, 0. Passive, Hunter. Each time you slay an Abyss creature, your spirit permanently increases by 1. Free points. Note: if spirit reaches its cap, 1 point will be randomly added to strength, constitution, or agility. Below, the crowd noticed that after Lu Yuan's demise, he did not resurrect. In an instant, thoughts of Fang Xing's previous words flooded their minds. Could it be that Fang Xing truly possessed a method to slay such immortal beings? Impossible. My son is under the protection of the divine. You cannot kill him. Lu Tianshui screamed, charging at Fang Xing Fool. Chapter 35, Hunter. You have slain the corrupted lord of Tianshui City, receiving the Abundance Treasure Chest, Dark God Vessel X1. You have opened the Abundance Treasure Chest, Dark God Vessel. Gained Abyss Reputation 100,000, Abyss Shards 2,000, an Unknown Creature's Severed Arm X1. A cascade of information flooded Fang Xing's vision. Lu Tianshui fell before Groudon without leaving a trace of a splash. Groudon dispatched Lu Tianshui as effortlessly as swatting a fly. Sometimes, the disparity between practitioners appeared as vast as heaven and earth. Warning: the Dark God is about to descend. Slaying Lu Tianshui will not prevent the Dark God's arrival. You must complete the repair of the rift and destroy the summoning ritual to submit the celestial level task. The invasion of the Dark God. Tip: you have slain Lu Tianshui and become the new lord of Tianshui City. You have received the task item. City Protection Order, damaged. Tip: slaying abyss creatures will accumulate the repair progress of the City Protection Order. A seal-like item materialized in Fang Xing's hand. This was the City Protection Order. Groudon initiated its slaughter mode. Slaying the Abundance Familiar, Groudon gains 50,000 experience. You gain an additional 250,000 experience. Slaying the Abundance Familiar, Groudon gains 50,000 experience. You gain an additional 250,000 experience. Slaying the Abundance Familiar, you receive the Abundance Treasure Chest, Familiar. Slaying the Abundance Familiar, you receive the Abundance Treasure Chest, Familiar. You have opened the Abundance Treasure Chest in mass, Familiar X100. Gain Reputation X100,000. Abyss Shards X220. You have leveled up. Groudon's level has increased. Mew's level has increased. Mew's level has increased. Your exclusive passive Hunter has been triggered. Permanent increase in spirit by 1. Your exclusive passive Hunter has been triggered. Permanent increase in spirit by 1. A torrent of information flooded Fang Xing, nearly overwhelming him. After completing the class transition task, the previously restrained experience points began to soar. From the rift, a multitude of extraterrestrial beings continued to descend, but upon landing, they were impaled by the sword of the abyss. Within mere seconds, they were obliterated to ash by the power of the Earth's veins. The tide of battle swiftly turned. City Protection Order, damaged. Repair progress 00001. City Protection Order, damaged. Repair progress 00001. The progress of the City Defense Order's restoration began to visibly accelerate. Dissatisfied with the pace, Fang Xing commanded the dream to transform into a larger version of Groudon. It positioned itself beneath the abyssal rift, ready to impale any extraterrestrial beings that descended with its colossal magma spire. What was this? A solitary force altering the tide of battle. The prowess of the Master-S beast was unparalleled. We were utterly incapable of contributing in any meaningful way. Master, are you intending to complete the celestial level task all by yourself? Stammered a trembling professional. Yet, none found fault with this statement. For the truth was laid bare before their eyes. The abyssal beings were utterly suppressed, perishing in droves, leaving the assembled professionals devoid of pressure, apart from shock. They were simply astounded. The massive creature, undeniably surpassing the epic tier, loomed before them. Yu Hong gazed in awe at the Dream's transformation into the Grand Groudon, her expression reflecting profound astonishment. She was not alone. Others too felt the weight of disbelief, their hearts racing. The legendary beast bore an additional title, World Annihilator. Each legendary beast held the potential of annihilation, hence they were often referred to as World Annihilators. A World Annihilator emerged before them, vibrant and imposing. All present felt their hearts thundering uncontrollably. To witness such a colossal force in one's lifetime was a fulfillment beyond reproach. Chapter 36, The Infinite Ring of Fate. You have disrupted the summoning ritual, completing the celestial level task, Invasion of the Evil God 2, 3. You have leveled up. Groudon has leveled up. You have leveled up. Your level has reached the current maximum. Killing no longer grants experience. Dream's level has reached the current maximum. Killing no longer grants experience. Groudon's level has reached the current maximum. Killing no longer grants experience. City Defense Order, incomplete, restoration progress, 00001. City Defense Order, incomplete, restoration progress, 00001. City Defense Order restoration progress has reached 90, compensating for the gap. When the restoration of the City Defense Order reached 100, a beam of azure light shot from the Jade Seal in Fang Xing's hand into the sky. The fissure in the heavens visibly contracted. The evil god, however, was reluctant to concede defeat, only a hair's breadth away from manifesting in this realm. Its colossal claws pressed against the sides of the fissure, attempting to rend it apart and forcefully enter this world. Each exertion from the evil god shattered surrounding space in large swathes. The professionals below, including Fang Xing, watched in breathless terror. This arm seemed to possess boundless strength, striving desperately to tear apart the fragile rift, which began to close at an unexpectedly sluggish pace. At that moment, a surge of rule power erupted across the cosmos. In an instant, the rule power transformed into chains, ensnaring the evil god's arm. The chains multiplied and tightened, gradually stripping the once struggling arm of its capacity to resist. Simultaneously, the terrifying fissure began to slowly seal. With a resonant hum, the fissure closed. The enormous arm of the evil god fell to the ground, swiftly sinking into the earth. Ultimately, the evil god succumbed to the rule power, opting for a drastic severance. Just as they believed the invasion was at an end, the buried arm began to sprout. Within mere breaths, a spruce tree shot up from the ground, reaching hundreds of meters in height before finally ceasing its growth. The world's power expunged the abyssal essence from the evil god's arm, coalescing it into this vibrant life tree. At this juncture, Wan Zhantian, who had returned from flight, began to explain. Upon seeing him, the crowd cast disdainful glances, but refrained from voicing their ire, held back only by his status and strength. Subsequently, the professionals of Tianshui City received a notification regarding their rewards. Celestial level task, Invasion of the Evil God, completed. The contribution value leaderboard will now be announced. Surviving the invasion of the evil god was a remarkable feat. Upon reading the notification, a middle-aged professional shed tears of joy, his hands trembling. His face illuminated with excitement. Master, you're incredible. Long live the master. Some professionals erupted into cheers. Above Tianshui City, a massive leaderboard materialized. Contribution leaderboard. 10th place, Lan Zhantian, contribution value, 700,000. 7th place, Huayao, contribution value, 300,000. 2nd place, Yu Hong, contribution value, 200,000. 1st place, Fang Xing, contribution value, 1,080,000,000. Even though everyone anticipated Fang Xing's contribution points to be extraordinarily high, witnessing the leaderboard rendered their expressions as though they had been petrified. It was truly preposterous. In fact, the cumulative contribution points of all present paled in comparison to just a fraction of Fang Xing's. Yet, it was indeed the truth. Had it not been for Fang Xing's intervention, the evil god would have already descended, let alone the completion of this nightmarish task. You ranked first in the celestial level task. Invasion of the Evil God. Reward, Growth Type Equipment, Infinite Ring of Fate X1, Skill Book Life Sharing X1, Epic Equipment Life Crown X1, Abyssal Treasure Chest, Celestial X1. Equipment, Infinite Ring of Fate. Devour, exploit the destinies of others, increasing your own destiny's weight ratio. Equipment level, Black Iron. Note, consuming the fate of powerful individuals can elevate the equipment's grade. Description, those who toy with fate will ultimately be played by fate, unless you transcend the endless cycle of destiny. Chapter 37, Life Sharing. Note, wearing this equipment will render your destiny and causality increasingly unpredictable. Note, this equipment cannot be discarded but can be transferred, If the transferee dies, the equipment will return to you. This equipment possesses unexpected effects when facing diviners of fate or curse casters of causality. However, Fang Xing possessed a unique ability. Otherworldly being. You do not belong to this world. This realm has no authority to view your related information. Simultaneously, because you do not belong to this world, you have no right to view the information of its professionals. In essence, Fang Xing's fate and causality were not tethered to this realm. In other words, he inherently possessed the passive effects of this equipment. Skill, life sharing. Damage taken is fully transferred to the Beast Master. This was indeed a remarkable ability. Fang Xing rubbed his eyes, nearly doubting his own vision. Transferring 100 of the damage taken to the Beast Master meant that as long as the Beast Master remained alive, he would essentially be invulnerable. Others needed to fear the death of their beasts, but Fang Xing felt no such concern. After all, he could contract beasts infinitely. Equipment. Life Crown. Equipment level, Epic. Increases your vitality by 500, with a maximum limit of 500,000. You have opened the Abyssal Treasure Chest. The Celestial Vault. Acquired Abyssal Prestige. 10 million Abyssal Crystals. 100 Abyssal Fragments. 100,000, and a Blade Blank infused with Abyssal Power, X1. Notification. You possess the complete Lord's Token. Triggering quest. 2 choices. 1. Become the Lord of Tianshui City, thereby obtaining true ownership of the Lord's Token. 2. Seek a suitable heir for the Lord's Token. Warning. The shattering of the Lord's Token poses a significant risk of attracting the attention of extra-mundane beings. Notice, choices have been altered. 1. Become the Lord of Tianshui City, thereby obtaining true ownership of the Lord's Token. 2. Seek a suitable heir for the Lord's Token. Quest reward, Tree of Life. Fang Xing loosened his grip on the Lord's Token. The will of this world is truly shameless, attempting to deceive him under the guise of benevolence. Fang Xing could be a savior or a harbinger of destruction. It is likely that the quest reward, the Tree of Life, refers to this magnificent spruce before him. Although its utility remains unclear, it undoubtedly holds significance. Casting his gaze around, Fang Xing swiftly fixated on Yu Hong. Among those present, her aura was the most potent. Do not even mention Lan Zhantian. He was not within Fang Xing's considerations, nor did it align with Lan Zhantian's character. If presented with the choice between a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure and a balding old man bearing an expression of lewdness, which would one choose? This could be what the strong refer to as fate. Let it not be said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more malicious her heart. Her character has no bearing on Fang Xing. Even if Yu Hong were to shatter the Lord's Token the very next moment, it would matter little. After this calamity, aside from Chun Jinai, all those Fang Xing knew had perished. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Upon sensing Fang Xing's gaze, Yu Hong soared into the sky, half kneeling in the void, not as a means of flattery, but purely to express her gratitude. As for whether the term senior was appropriate, in the world of professionals, proficiency reigns supreme. Chapter 38. The Lord's Token acknowledges its master. This senior appears remarkably youthful, akin to someone freshly graduated from school. Although Yu Hong knelt, her peripheral vision was evaluating Fang Xing. She was aware that high-tier professionals or certain special potions could preserve youth. Yet she dared not truly regard Fang Xing as a student. From this moment forth, you are the Lord of Tianshui City. After uttering these words, Fang Xing casually tossed the Lord's Token to Yu Hong, leaving her momentarily astounded. Such a significant item was entrusted to her so easily. However, as the Lord's Token soared into the air, it unexpectedly executed a sharp turn and returned to Fang Xing's hand. This indicated a reluctance to appoint Yu Hong as the Lord. This unforeseen turn of events left Fang Xing bemused. Yu Hong understood the situation and advised, Senior, perhaps it's best to reconsider. No woman has yet held the title of City Lord in the Great Han Kingdom. But Fang Xing, feeling irked, retorted, Whether I choose or you choose, this trivial Lord's Token shall not be dictated by you. After a moment of contemplation, he spat a thick phlegm onto it. The Lord's Token trembled, attempting to flee from his grasp multiple times. Earlier, Fang Xing had discerned that the Lord's Token was unlike ordinary equipment. It seemed to possess its own consciousness. At this moment, that sensation was even more pronounced. Seeing the Lord's Token still resisting, Fang Xing addressed the crowd of professionals below. Whose urine is this? Come and moisten it. Instantly, the Lord's Token ceased its rebellion. It was absurd. As a dignified Lord's Token, how could it allow itself to be so humiliated? The Lord's Token, too, felt despair. Previously, every powerful individual who acquired it treated it with utmost care, fearing even the slightest blemish. Yet, this one was entirely different, rude, savage, and devoid of the decorum expected of the strong. What sort of powerful being would spit on the Lord's Token in public? As the Lord's Token floated over, Yu Hong's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, being a seasoned warrior who had traversed through myriad perils, she had consumed rotting flesh to survive. A mere mouthful of phlegm was inconsequential. Yu Hong began to refine the Lord's token, finding the process unexpectedly smooth. She had anticipated some form of resistance. Yet the consciousness emanating from the Lord's token seemed to express impatience with her pace. You have completed the quest. 2 choices. Quest reward, Tree of Life. Tree of Life. A treasure infused with the essence of life, currently in its seedling stage. Utilizing flesh and blood rich in life's origin can accelerate its growth. Can be transplanted into the beast mastery space, promoting the growth of beasts and reducing the maturation time of medicinal materials. As Fang Xing was reviewing the information on the Tree of Life, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Fang Xing, help. It was the voice of Chen Jinai. Fang Xing's gaze sharpened as he looked down from atop the head of Giratina. Below, a large bounty demon suddenly ambushed Chen Jinai. Fortunately, the wealthy lady reacted swiftly, pushing Chen Jinai aside just in time. The retaliatory strike from the bounty demon landed heavily on her, transforming her into a fleeting shadow as she was sent flying at a steep angle, her body soaring hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground and carving a 3-meter trench, her fate uncertain. This turn of events caught everyone off guard. Logically, with the failure of the evil goddess' descent and the loss of power, all bounty demons should have perished. Only Yu Hong recognized the large bounty demon as the very creature that had ambushed her. Chapter 39. Eliminate members of the Dark Church. In his dying moments, the Dark Church member sought a scapegoat, and it was worth it. As he prepared to seize Chen Jinai, a sense of triumph filled him. Having witnessed Fang Xing disrupt the summoning ritual, he was already a dead man. Even if he miraculously escaped, he would face retribution upon returning to the organization. Rather than face such a fate, it would be better to take someone down with him. The first choice for this was undoubtedly Fang Xing, as he was the one who thwarted the evil goddess' descent. However, the Dark Church member was well aware that he was no match for Fang Xing. Thus, he aimed to drag Fang Xing's woman into the fray. No matter how strong you are, you saved Tianshui City, yet now you cannot even protect your own woman. Swish. A mutated, weathered arm pierced through his heart from behind with a speed that left no room for reaction. How is this possible? The Dark Church member struggled to turn his head, only to find an identical version of himself behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the massive red beast that had previously blocked the resurrection point of the abyssal monsters had vanished. It turned out that Dream had already replicated the abilities of everyone present using her mirror power, including the Dark Church member, and had discerned his capabilities. This individual possessed a high-level stealth ability that could elude detection by beings below the 8th tier, and even most 7th tier professionals would be oblivious to his presence. After acquiring the ability of dream duplication, this power has been significantly enhanced. It is an immutable truth of the world of professionals that those of higher rank will inevitably dominate those of lower rank when possessing the same abilities. Eliminating an A-class member of the Dark Church has granted a character card, along with a reputation of 100,000 in the Great Han Empire. Notice, this Dark Church member has a bounty task from the Great Han Empire. You may present this member's identity card at Shanghai City to submit the task. Dream, splendid work. Transformed into a petite white dragon, Dream caught the falling Fang Xing in midair. Jinai, it's all right now. Fang Xing embraced the pale-faced Chen Jinai. Fang Xing, I'm fine. You should check on Sister Fu. Without needing to be told, Dream coiled its tail around the two and transported them to the location where Sister Fu had fallen. What lay before them was a scene of devastation. Chen Jinai's heart skipped a beat. Sister Fu was not merely her superior but akin to a mother, especially since this time she had acted to protect her. She will be fine, Fang Xing reassured her. Mio, the little white dragon Dream uttered, and soon, the surrounding rubble began to levitate gently. After leveling up, Dream and Fang Xing had grown increasingly in sync. This was gravity magic. A professional who had intended to assist halted in his tracks, marveling at the capabilities of the Master S Beast, which even included gravity magic. Without further thought, he extended his hand and likewise employed gravity magic. Observing this, a multitude of professionals hurried to lend their aid. Regardless of the efficacy of their contributions, it was better to act than to hesitate. In no time, through their collective efforts, they uncovered Sister Fu, buried beneath the debris. Master, we found her, over here. A support professional shouted, expending his remaining mana to cast a healing spell. Sister Fu's injuries were not severe. She had lost an arm and bore a large gaping wound in her chest. While this would be dire for an ordinary person, she was a 4th-tier professional. Unless her head exploded on the spot or her heart was crushed, she could recover through healing skills or potions. All the professionals were astute, aware of Sister Fu's significance. While it was unlikely this would incur a debt of gratitude from Fang Xing, they at least wished to leave a favorable impression on him, especially since he had just saved their lives. They cast whatever they could find. Healing potions were scarce, so healing skills and scrolls were hastily thrown into the fray without a second thought. Thus, a miraculous scene unfolded. A combat professional, having exhausted his healing potions, even cast a group buff aura on Sister Fu. Regardless of its effectiveness, at least it bore no side effects. Amidst the vibrant hues of healing light, Sister Fu opened her eyes. Chapter 40. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Miss, you're all right. That's such a relief. Upon seeing Fang Xing, Sister Fu grasped the situation. However, when she met Fang Xing's gaze, her demeanor shifted, her eyes evasive. Previously, she had exhibited a cold attitude toward him, even harboring some enmity due to Qinjianai. Yet, the turnaround was swift. In just 3 days, Fang Xing had trampled her pride into the ground. Whether it was his epic beast mastery, his swift elimination of Lu Tianshui and his son, or his solitary defense against the invasion of the evil god, each of these feats proclaimed Fang Xing's might. You were actually toying with me from the very beginning, weren't you? Sister Fu's expression became complex as realization dawned upon her. Fang Xing must have originally been a formidable beast master, concealing his true prowess. Had it not been for the crisis of the evil god's invasion, he would have continued to hide his strength. Me? Fang Xing tilted his head in confusion, unaware of Sister Fu's thoughts. But in her eyes, his puzzled expression was akin to an admission. Compared to someone who had only awakened 3 days prior to become a beast master, this explanation appeared far more plausible. After the recent events, everyone present would no longer perceive Fang Xing merely as a newly awakened student. Most believed he was a seemingly ageless yet extraordinarily ancient being. However, Sister Fu, having investigated Fang Xing, knew he was no such creature. There was only one possibility. As she understood it, there existed individuals capable of awakening their professions prematurely. Typically, professions awaken around the ages of 18 or 19, yet some extraordinary geniuses could awaken by the age of 10. Fang Xing must be one of these prodigies. Could it be that the incident had triggered Fang Xing's awakening? Suddenly, Sister Fu recalled a significant detail. Research indicates that immense stimulation could indeed lead to a profession awakening. 7 years prior, 2 assassins had captured Qinjianai, an event that indirectly led to the demise of Fang Xing's parents. Perhaps at that time, Fang Xing had been hidden nearby, witnessing the tragic death of his parents. This overwhelming trauma could have prompted his profession awakening. Thinking this way, Sister Fu surmised that Fang Xing's concealed strength was motivated by a desire for vengeance for his parents. A chill coursed through her as she suppressed the fear rising within. It seemed she had unearthed a monumental secret. When she looked at Fang Xing again, her gaze had transformed. If moments ago she had been awed by his terrifying might, now she was overwhelmed by the depth of his cunning and strategy. It was utterly daunting. At merely 14 years of age, Fang Xing exhibited such profound insight. Approximately 100 miles from Tianshui City, a throng of massive, ostrich-like creatures raced across the ground at breakneck speed. They were nearing Tianshui City, yet uncertainty loomed regarding the situation there. At the forefront of the ostrich herd, a man donned in silver armor spoke suddenly, his expression grave. His name was Level-1, a peak-level ironclad warrior of the 6th tier. The term peak refers to having reached the current level cap and possessing equipment corresponding to that level. From the moment we received the news to our departure, it took less than 10 minutes. Yet this duration is ample for the evil god to descend upon Tianshui City. Beside him stood a woman also clad in silver armor, his deputy, who fulfilled the role of strategist. Her name was Lu Xiaoying. Given the strength of Tianshui City, it was inconceivable that they could withstand an invasion by the evil god. It was likely the city had been reduced to a charred wasteland, with the best possible outcome being that the evil god had not fully manifested upon this land, leaving the city as hundreds of thousands of citizens perished. Chapter 41. 3rd Tier Professional Task. Captain, if I may be so bold, the city lord cannot possibly be unaware that with our squad's superficial strength, participating in a task of this magnitude is tantamount to seeking death. Lu Xiaoying suddenly shifted the topic, broaching another matter. Captain, it must surely be that woman who has bewitched the city lord. Xiaoying, do not speak ill of the city lord, Level-1 reprimanded Lu Xiaoying. Ever since that woman arrived, the once wise and formidable city lord seemed to have transformed entirely. He was also aware of why he had been assigned to this task. It was due to his rebuke of that woman at the banquet. However, the city lord had once saved his life, and he could not betray him. Understood, Captain. We have 5 minutes remaining until we reach Tianshui City. Lu Xiaoying sighed internally, shaking her head. It appears that this time they may meet their demise here. Even if they were to turn back now and return to Stormwind City, they would still be unjustly accused of a crime. The crux of the matter is that they cannot flee, for their loved ones remain within the city. Meanwhile, a flying carpet, adorned with enigmatic runes, is soaring at great speed, approximately 10 kilometers away from them. Upon this carpet stand a man and a woman, both clad in robes of magic. The headmaster has instructed them to retrieve a girl named Chunjianai. The mentor in the red robe from Jixiao Academy spoke first. What is this? To save a mere girl, we are dispatched to such a perilous abyssal region? The speaker is a statuesque woman of Western descent, with natural golden hair, wearing high-heeled boots, standing at an impressive height of 182 meters. Her name is Elizabeth, also a mentor at Jixiao Academy. Neither of them hails from the Great Han Nation, which is quite reasonable for a prestigious institution to employ foreign mentors. Agni, is there no way we can avoid this? Elizabeth's expression reflects extreme reluctance, her tone almost petulant. To her, it seems that Tianshui City has already succumbed to chaos, filled with sludge and abyssal creatures tainted by the powers of malevolent gods. Despite both being at the 7th transition, they are at significant risk of death. Very well. To her surprise, Agni nodded seriously, which left Elizabeth feeling somewhat insecure. Really? If you're willing, I can whisk you away to safety right now. Agni, without turning back, stood at the front of the carpet, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. In that case, I prefer not to be hunted down by that old man for the rest of my life. Elizabeth displayed a resigned expression. Ahead lies Tianshui City. In Tianshui City, Fang Xing sat cross-legged beneath the Tree of Life, opening his task panel. The abyssal crisis has been averted, and under the leadership of Yu Hong, a group of professionals is sifting through the ruins in search of the city's last remaining survivors. Next, they merely need to complete the task of rebuilding their homeland, and Tianshui City will once again flourish. Seizing this moment, Fang Xing was reviewing the requirements for his 3rd transition task and tallying his gains from this venture. The task details are as follows. Professional 3rd transition task. Task difficulty, Abyss. You have accepted this task. Abyss task. Task objective, journey to Shanghai City. Join any military unit within the stipulated time and elevate your rank to that of a major general. Task duration, 60 days. Task reward, professional 3rd transition. Further evolution of your existing profession, with a level cap raised to 100. Note, level 100 is the maximum achievable level for conventional professions. Task failure, immediate erasure. Shanghai City, one of the 12 main cities of the Great Han Nation. Fang Xing was momentarily stunned, as he just happened to possess the corresponding item for this task. Eliminate an A-level member of the Dark Church to obtain a character card, awarding 100,000 prestige in the Great Han Nation. Note, this member of the Dark Church is subject to a bounty from the Great Han Nation. You can submit the character card for a task in Shanghai City. Chapter 42, Abyssal Task. According to Yu Hong, members of the Dark Church with official bounties from the Great Han Nation can typically be handled in 2 ways. One can either exchange their character card directly for rewards, or take it to any military supply point to exchange for military merit, which can then be used to elevate their rank. Non-military personnel can attain a maximum rank of Major General. The ranks are divided into 3 levels: General, Colonel, and Lieutenant. Generals, General, Lieutenant General, Major General. Colonels, Senior Colonel, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major. Lieutenants, Captain, Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, excluding the rank-and-file soldiers. This means that in order to complete this task, Fang Xing must ascend 8 ranks within 2 months. The difficulty is simply outrageous. In comparison to the 3rd transition tasks of others, take Yu Hong's example. Complete a solo run of a level 70 dungeon or eliminate 100 dark corrupted creatures. Task duration, unlimited. Not all dark corrupted creatures refer to the fertility imps, mind you. It's worth noting that fertility imps are considered relatively strong among dark corrupted beings. 100 fertility imps would be insufficient to withstand a sneeze from Giratina. One can only say, this truly is an abyssal task. How exceedingly challenging. After his moment of exasperation, Fang Xing began to review his recent gains. You have opened the Abyssal Mall. Current Abyssal Prestige, 10,058,000,000. Current Abyssal Fragments, 17,928,551. Good heavens, over 10 billion in prestige. However, upon reflection, this is to be expected, considering he single-handedly resolved this celestial level task. Yet, that is the most abnormal aspect. Who could possibly complete a celestial level task alone? Abyssal Mall. Abyssal Treasure Chest, worth 10,000 Abyssal Fragments. Life Crystal, worth 2,000 Abyssal Fragments. Power Crystal, worth 1,000 Abyssal Fragments. Mental Crystal, worth 1,000 Abyssal Fragments. Agility Crystal, worth 1,000 Abyssal Fragments. Having reviewed the prices of items in the Abyssal Mall, Fang Xing felt as though his wealth was devaluing in his hands. Indeed, one realizes that comparisons reveal the truth. Good items are not necessarily expensive, but expensive items are invariably good. Fang Xing first purchased the Life Crystal. Life Crystal. Effect: break through the limits of life without altering the original genetic structure of the organism. Note: usable by both professionals and beastmasters, can only be used once. A rather ordinary description. Yet, the more commonplace the description, the more potent the item is likely to be. For instance, the Dream. With its deceptively simple skill description, a passive skill that enhances mental power, and a skill that allows for the replication of observed targets. Yet, the effects realized in practice far exceed those of Giratina. Of course, part of this is due to the fact that Dream is a legendary grade beast. A palm-sized diamond crystal appeared in Fang Xing's hand. Dream. The little creature promptly approached and swallowed the life crystal on the spot. Fang Xing closely monitored the fluctuations in Dream's vitality. Prior to breaking through the second transition, the little one had a health pool of 1,000,000. After the third transition, as the little one's level reached the cap of 90, its health surged past the 2.8 million mark. Upon the absorption of the life crystal, the previously static number began to soar rapidly, too fast for Fang Xing's naked eye to discern. Soon, the figure reached 3 million, then 3.8 million, then 4 million. When the number finally hit 5 million, it began to slow down. Ultimately, it settled at 8 million. Chapter 43, Unprecedented Attributes. Oh my goodness. Fang Xing's mouth hung open in astonishment, leaving Chun Jinai beside him utterly puzzled. The Beastmaster panel is invisible to all but Beastmasters themselves. If Chun Jinai were to discover that Dream's health had soared to an astonishing 8 million, her expression would undoubtedly rival Fang Xing's in sheer astonishment. What does this signify? To illustrate, let us consider Yuhong. Her health hovers around 8,000 points. Of course, this is her base health. When factoring in equipment and other enhancements, her health may reach approximately 100,000 points. However, 8 million represents Dream's base health. Fang Xing has also acquired a life crystal, this time for Giratina. Prior to its second evolution, Giratina's health stood at 500,000. Upon reaching level 90, its health surpassed the 900,000 mark, settling at 999 points. While it may seem just shy of a million, this is indeed the pinnacle achievable by an epic tier beast at that level. To transcend this limitation, one must ascend to the legendary tier. After absorbing the life crystal, Giratina's health began to rise, ultimately stabilizing at 3.8 million points. In comparison to Dream, this figure seems somewhat modest. However, it is crucial to understand that Dream possesses such elevated attributes because its strength, constitution, and agility are all at 0. Although these three attributes are entirely irrelevant to Dream, there remain over 13 million abyss fragments. Fang Xing's heart surged with excitement, almost compelling him to purchase a life crystal for himself. He suppressed that thought. As a premier beastmaster, how could he possibly engage in battle himself? You have purchased a strength crystal. You have purchased an agility crystal. You have purchased a constitution crystal. You have purchased 2 spirit crystals. Effect: break through mental limits without altering the original genetic patterns of the creature. Note: usable by both professionals and beasts, limited to one use only. Why did he purchase only one of the other crystals besides the spirit crystals? It was simply because Dream had no need for them. Giratina and Dream commenced their enhancements. Current beast, initial Giratina. Rank, epic. Level, LV90. Health, 3.8 million. Strength, 120,000, 500,000. Constitution, 120,000, 500,000. Agility, 90,000, 320,000. Mental, 90,000, 320,000. Combat power, 2,700,000, 9,999, 999. Exclusive skills, Blade of the Abyss, Return of the Swallow, Primal Power. Current beast, Dream. Rank, Legendary. Level, LV90. Health, 8 million. Strength, 0. Constitution, 0. Agility, 0. Mental, 500,000, 3,000,000. Combat power, 0. Exclusive passive, Strong Mentality. Exclusive skill, Mirror Force. The enhanced information flashed in Fang Xing's mind. He noted that Dream's mental attribute had astonishingly surpassed the 3 million mark, a truly absurd feat. Even some level 7 tanks might not possess 1 million health. Yet here was a beast whose mental prowess exceeded 3 million. Fang Xing felt that with the strength Dream now exhibited, it was undoubtedly among the elite within the legendary tier. Perhaps it was one of those rare legendary beasts on the cusp of evolving into a king tier. After completing his purchases, over 7 million abyss fragments remained. Fang Xing wavered, contemplating whether he should enhance himself. Ultimately, he decided that an upgrade was indeed necessary. He first reviewed his panel. Profession, Otherworldly Pokemon Trainer, Beginner. Level, Second Evolution. Level 80. Strength, 99, 999. Constitution, 99, 999. Agility, 99, 999. Mental, 99, 999. Combat, 499, 999. Professional Passive, Otherworldly Being. Infinite Contract. Hunter. Professional Exclusive Skill, Pokeball Creation. Beasts, Giratina, Dream. Evolution Points, 0. Current sign-in task refreshing soon. Chapter 44. The Limits of Humanity. With all attributes reaching the current profession's limits, were others to witness this, they might mistake him for a legendary beast cloaked in human guise. Fang Xing was momentarily stunned by his own attributes. Why were his stats so outrageously powerful? Your exclusive passive, Hunter, has been triggered. Mental attribute permanently increased by 1. Your exclusive passive, Hunter, has been triggered. Mental attribute permanently increased by 1. Your mental attribute has reached its ceiling. Constitution attribute permanently increased by 1. All your attributes have reached the current level cap. Killing abyss creatures no longer triggers the effects of Hunter. What accounted for Fang Xing's exaggerated attributes? It was entirely due to a skill obtained upon his second evolution. Passive. Hunter, whenever you slay an abyss creature, your mental power permanently increases by 1 or 3 points. During this celestial level task concerning the invasion of the evil god, who knows how many abyss creatures Fang Xing has slain? Even the very essence of the gluttonous evil god would likely lose count. In any case, Fang Xing had now transformed into a humanoid monster. Interestingly, other professions typically display health stats after their first evolution, yet this so-called otherworldly Pokemon trainer had no such indication. It seemed that the humans of this world had fully integrated into the world's rules, resulting in the digitization of their physical attributes. In contrast, his status as an outsider likely prevented him from complete assimilation into this realm. Fang Xing put aside these thoughts. He immediately utilized 5 crystals, eagerly anticipating the extraordinary changes that awaited his attributes. Evolving. Evolution complete. Profession, Otherworldly Pokemon Trainer, Beginner. Level, Second Evolution, Level 80. Strength, 200, 000. Constitution, 200, 000. Agility, 200, 000. Mental, 200, 000. Combat Power, 1, 000. Professional Passive, Otherworldly Being. Infinite Contract. Hunter. Professional Exclusive Skill, Pokeball Creation. Beasts, Giratina, Dream. Evolution Points, 0. Current sign-in task refreshing soon. The enhancement was not as extraordinary as he had imagined. Fang Xing surmised that this was likely the pinnacle of human potential at this stage. It is worth noting that all 5 types of crystals were designed to break limits without altering the original genetic patterns of the beings. Compared to beasts, the growth potential of humans is indeed rather limited. Given these circumstances, such a significant enhancement was already quite satisfactory to Fang Xing. After all, he still wished to retain his humanity for the time being. If the enhancement of limits results in him becoming a grotesque figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, it would indeed be a case of losing more than 1 gains. After acquiring everything, only a little over 7 million, nearly 8 million abyss shards remained. At this moment, Fang Xing turned his gaze towards Chun Jinai. Jinai, what is your primary attribute? Mental, Chun Jinai replied. Without hesitation, Fang Xing purchased a mental crystal. This is for you. Chun Jinai accepted the mental crystal, instinctively assessing the item. Prompt. Your authority is insufficient to view the details of this item. A look of confusion spread across Chun Jinai's face. One should not regard abyss prestige as mere decoration. It is, in fact, a form of alternative authority. For instance, the mental crystal can only be examined if one's abyss prestige reaches 1 billion. Only when it hits 2 billion is there a chance for various attribute crystals to refresh in the abyss marketplace. As for the life crystal, it can only be found when the prestige reaches 10 billion. Chapter 45, Secrets of Authority. Warning, warning, warning. You cannot share any information regarding this item with other professionals in any form. As Fang Xing prepared to share the information about the mental crystal with Chun Jinai, 3 glaring red information boxes appeared before him. The blinding scarlet light was striking. More crucially, these 3 information boxes were visible to Chun Jinai as well. This involuntarily caused her to grip the mental crystal tighter. Such a prompt could only occur when a high-level professional reveals high-privileged secrets to a lower level one. Why did Chun Jinai know this? Because many years ago, her father had triggered a similar prompt. Subsequently, through her father's explanations, she became aware of such secrets. Fang Xing, this is too precious. Chun Jianai understood that the diamond-shaped crystal in her hand was undoubtedly an immensely significant item. Though reluctant, she felt she could not accept it. This item can only be used once by an individual, and I have already used it. But you could sell it. It must be worth a fortune. Why sell it? Do you think I am in need of money? Chun Jianai was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the Fang Xing before her was no longer that impoverished student in need of financial aid, but rather a true master beast tamer. To him, wealth was merely a string of numbers. This was not a display of false modesty. While she was lost in thought, Fang Xing swiftly acted, pinching the mental crystal and placing it into Chun Jianai's mouth. The mental crystal dissolved upon entry. Chun Jianai immediately fell into a faint. It was not a mere faint. Upon closer inspection, her body radiated faint golden specks of light. Miss, you have given my lady. The wealthy woman, witnessing this scene, instantly teleported to Fang Xing's side. The question was on the tip of her tongue, but Fang Xing's cold gaze interrupted her. There is no need for concern. This item will only benefit Jianai, not harm her. Though he said this, Fang Xing felt a tinge of confusion. He could sense that Chun Jianai's body was undergoing a transformation. Yet, why had he not experienced such sensations when he used it? Even Dream and Groudon had consumed it in one gulp and refined it in an instant. Suddenly, Fang Xing seemed to have an epiphany. With their attributes, each one exaggerated to an absurd degree, it was only natural for them to refine it immediately. Though, it was somewhat illogical. While Chun Jianai was transforming, Fang Xing took out a skill book. Indeed, it was the life-sharing skill. Without hesitation, he learned it immediately. In an instant, a peculiar bond formed between Fang Xing, Groudon, and Dream. Next, Fang Xing produced another item. It was a crown woven from wooden strips. Crown of Life. There was no need to elaborate on its introduction. The power of any epic-level equipment is beyond question. However, Fang Xing had some doubts about whether this item could affect him. After all, he was unlike other professionals. Other professionals possessed health points, whereas he did not. Wearing it on his head would be of no use. He considered discarding it, but felt it would be a waste. As it was an epic-level piece of equipment. You have shared the information of this equipment with Chun Jianai. Fang Xing chose to gift this equipment to Chun Jianai. To him, it was tasteless, yet too valuable to discard. But for Chun Jianai, it was a divine artifact. Perhaps she never imagined that an epic-level piece of equipment would be deemed undesirable. Then came the main event. Chapter 46. The manipulator of fate is ultimately manipulated by fate. This was a purple-black circular ring, resembling the mythological Ymir, with a serpent biting its own tail. Ring of endless fate. Equipment level, black iron. Effect, devour and exploit the fate of others, increasing one's own fate weighting. Hint, devouring the fate of powerful individuals can elevate the equipment's grade. Description, those who manipulate fate ultimately become manipulated by it, unless you are the one who transcends endless fate. This was an ambiguous piece of equipment. Unlike ordinary equipment, it lacked clear data enhancements, and even the description was vague. The only known information came to Fang Xing's mind simultaneously with the acquisition of the item, the passive effect of this equipment. However, Fang Xing already possessed this passive effect. He decided to test it. He instructed Dream to retrieve the corpses of Lu Tianshui, Lu Yuan, and that member of the Dark Church. A moment later, he aimed the Ring of Endless Fate at Lu Yuan. The next moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. Lu Yuan's corpse began to decompose rapidly, and the glowing particles that emerged gradually merged into the Ring of Endless Fate. Lu Yuan's remains vanished. In the air, there seemed to be a distinct sound of a burp. Although it was rare for equipment to possess its own intelligence, it was not unheard of. What truly surprised Fang Xing was that the Ring of Endless Fate did not exhibit the same vanity as the City Lord's order. This was troublesome. Vanity was far easier to deal with than a rogue's nature. Ring of Endless Fate. Equipment level, bronze. Having devoured Lu Yuan, the Ring of Endless Fate was upgraded to bronze level. Fang Xing became curious. The equipment description claimed that the Ring of Endless Fate could devour the fate of individuals. Could it also consume the fate of the deceased? After all, once something is dead, what remains of its fate? But soon, Fang Xing discovered the true terror of this equipment. Do you know Lu Yuan? Fang Xing asked. Who is Lu Yuan? The wealthy woman replied. He is Lu Tianshui's son. The wealthy woman was taken aback. Lu Tianshui has a son? Minutes later, Fang Xing inquired again. What is Lu Tianshui's son's name? Lu Tianshui has a son? After pondering for a moment, the wealthy woman said, I think he is called Lu Yuan. The effect of this equipment was indeed terrifying. To utterly obliterate a person on a cognitive level is nothing short of a profound annihilation. Nevertheless, the effects of this equipment appear to be rather targeted. For instance, when Fang Xing posed the same question to Yue Hong, she experienced only a fleeting moment of confusion before recalling who Lu Yuan was. Apart from the factor of level, Another possibility arises. Yuehong's fate may possess greater significance than that of the wealthy lady, perhaps even surpassing many others. The silver lining is that with this piece of equipment, Fang Xing has genuinely achieved the capability to silence witnesses and erase all traces. While annihilating someone on a physical plane may provoke retaliation from their underlying forces, erasing someone on a cognitive level is a different matter entirely. Unless the individual in question is bolstered by exceptionally formidable forces, even their own mother would subconsciously believe she never bore such a son. This is indeed a miraculous artifact. Initially, Fang Xing deemed the rewards for the Celestial Tier mission to be merely adequate, but it now appears that the true treasure lies within this equipment. Caution is, however, warranted. As the final warning of the Endless Fate Ring echoes, those who toy with fate will ultimately be toyed with by fate itself. Chapter 47. Devouring Fortuitous Fate. After the Endless Fate Ring consumed Lu Yuan, Fang Xing did not rush to devour the remaining two corpses. Lu Tianxue was indifferent. But the member of the Dark Church pertained to his third-tier mission. Should the Endless Fate Ring consume him, and should the bounty on this individual in Shanghai City disappear, it would spell disaster. Thus, these two could not be devoured for the time being. Contemplating this, Fang Xing produced a severed limb. As soon as the limb appeared, a chilling wind swept through the vicinity, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters in a thick, corrosive black mist, transforming the soil beneath into a pure white powder. Fortunately, Dream was right beside Fang Xing, creating an energy shield to protect Chun Jianai and the wealthy lady. As for Fang Xing, he found no need for such protection. His body could easily endure this degree of corrosion, though his skin did suffer minor burns. As for the origin of this severed limb, behold the VCR. You have slain the corrupted lord of Tianxue City and obtained a bountiful treasure chest, Evil God Vessel X1. You opened the bountiful treasure chest, Evil God Vessel. Gained Abyss Reputation 100,000, Abyss Fragments 2,000, Unknown Creatures Severed Arm X1. Initially intending to offer this severed arm to the Tree of Life to enhance its growth, it now seems fortunate that he refrained, for had the tree been poisoned, Fang Xing lacked the miraculous abilities of Sun Wukong to seek Guanyin Bodhisattva for salvation. Endless Fate Ring, consume this. If Lu Yuan's corpse can be consumed, then this severed limb should be no exception. The Endless Fate Ring floated above the severed arm, emanating a powerful pull. The previously dispersed black mist was entirely drawn into the Endless Fate Ring, and the severed limb began to transform into motes of light. Just as the limb was on the verge of being completely consumed, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The sky, clear and serene, erupted with the sound of a shattering glass-like rift, hinting at the presence of some being attempting to breach this realm. In an instant, all the practitioners looked up at Yuehong, who instinctively glanced at the city lord's decree in her hand, fearing she might have inadvertently crushed it. Yet, the decree remained unscathed. The practitioners were left bewildered, but Fang Xing, caught in the vortex, understood the situation. The more powerful a being, the greater the weight of its own fate. The Endless Fate Ring was currently consuming the fate of a formidable entity, which had sensed the act. The good news was there were no breaches, alleviating concerns about the powerful being's arrival in this world. The bad news was that this powerful entity had already marked him. As for how Fang Xing knew all this. Warning, warning, warning. You are attempting to consume the fate of a powerful entity you have been marked by. When you enter the astral realm or heavily abyssal regions, may descend upon your location through the mark. As the Endless Fate Ring devoured the fate contained in the arm, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from above. This powerful entity had failed to transcend the restrictions imposed by this world. It is only natural, considering this item was procured from a treasure chest. According to the fundamental rules of the chest, this item had originally been held by the corrupt god of abundance. This implies that the powerful being had been vanquished by the corrupt god of abundance, who also could not forcibly breach the constraints of this realm, even losing an arm in the process. Chapter 48. The sword of the former dynasty strikes the officials of today. Do not inquire how Fang Xing came to know this. Bearing 10 billion abyss reputation, his authority was now terrifyingly high, even allowing him to pose inquiries to the practitioner panel. The aforementioned content was derived from Fang Xing's questions to the practitioner panel, which then provided the information. However, Fang Xing preferred to refer to the practitioner panel by another name, the Will of the World. Endless Fate Ring. Equipment level, Epic. Upon witnessing the current level of the Endless Fate Ring, Fang Xing felt no joy. It was not dissatisfaction with the upgrade. Rather, the sheer potency had left him somewhat apprehensive. What manner of formidable being could elevate the Endless Fate Ring from bronze to epic? It is worth noting that this was merely the fate of one of that powerful entity's arms. After its ascension to epic status, the Endless Fate Ring underwent a transformation. allowing it to freely adjust in size, which Fang Xing promptly adorned on his left arm. He did not intend to allow it to continue consuming for now. Lastly, Fang Xing retrieved a massive broken sword, or rather, a sword blank, akin to a weapon designed for giants. This had emerged from the treasure chest, imbued with the power of abundance. Yet, it was no trifling matter. The reason being, Fang Xing received yet another warning. Warning, warning, warning. This item contains a vast amount of abundant power, extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. Sometimes, having high authority proves advantageous. Upon encountering the 3 warnings, Fang Xing promptly retracted it. From the moment he took it out, received the warning, to returning it to his spatial inventory, the time elapsed was less than 0.5 seconds. However, within this fleeting 0.5 seconds, Fang Xing's body underwent a transformation, sprouting countless small bumps resembling red rashes, dense and numerous, at least several million, utterly repulsive. Each bump contained a substantial amount of distorted life force. Fang Xing had no intention of attempting to burst any of these grotesque bumps. The consequences of such actions would undoubtedly be dire. Fang Xing found himself in deep reflection, acknowledging that the rapid acquisition of immense power had rendered him somewhat complacent. The audacity to wield such bizarre artifacts, drawn from the abyssal treasure chests, was indeed reckless. Should those formidable beings of the 8th and 9th transitions witness this, they would surely raise their eyebrows in astonishment, offering thumbs up in approval to Fang Xing. Fortunately, there existed a remedy for this predicament, the endless ring of fate. An irresistible force emanated from the ring, causing the red rashes on Fang Xing's body to swiftly recede. Were a practitioner of the 9th transition in the profession of fate to behold this scene, they would instinctively swallow hard and hasten to Fang Xing's side, offering him a cigarette while inquiring how one might safeguard their destiny from being consumed by fate itself. Indeed, utilizing the endless ring of fate to absorb these rashes was a perilous endeavor. It must be noted that Fang Xing was merely the bearer of the endless ring of fate, not its master. In simpler terms, as the ring absorbed the fate of the rashes, it concurrently siphoned off Fang Xing's own destiny. The crux of the matter was that Fang Xing's fate did not reside within this realm, whereas the endless ring of fate was a product of it. Thus, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. Even if the endless ring of fate were to exert its full power, it could not devour a single fragment of Fang Xing's fate. This occurrence was both anticipated and unexpected, akin to wielding a sword from a bygone era to strike down a current official. Chapter 49. Visitors from the Jixia Academy. Moreover, Fang Xing could even turn the tables and challenge the endless ring of fate, taunting it to consume a fate if it dared. It is well known that every realm possesses a world consciousness, and the world from before his crossing was no exception. The ability of the endless ring of fate to absorb fates was, in simple terms, attributed to its attributes. More intricately, it stemmed from the powers bestowed upon it by the consciousness of this world. However, such actions were confined to this realm alone. Why could the endless ring of fate absorb the fates of beings from beyond? Was the world merely the size of a planet? A planet does not equate to a world. The world also encompasses the extrinsic aspects. Enough of this. Cease your consumption. Fang Xing patted the endless ring of fate. By the way, how does one deactivate this thing? Should I perhaps urinate on it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ring's absorbing force vanished entirely. It appeared that this artifact was not entirely devoid of shame. Fang Xing grinned wickedly, fearing that this item might share his own lack of modesty, rendering it impervious to harm. Now, only you remain, Tree of Life. Fang Xing's gaze settled upon the Tree of Life. Having accounted for all his gains, only this Tree of Life stood before him. Look, someone approaches. Just as Fang Xing contemplated whether to summon Groudon to uproot the Tree of Life, a practitioner shouted toward the sky. All eyes turned upward, where a flying carpet hovered in the air. Upon it stood a man and a woman, donned in robes that seemed familiar. Isn't there supposed to be an invasion by an evil deity? Where is it? Elizabeth questioned, gazing at the vast sea of magma below. Her expression, one of confusion. This did not resemble the aftermath of an evil deity's incursion. Rather, it appeared to be the disastrous result of some powerful flaming entity's passage. Indeed, traces of an abyssal invasion were evident, suggesting someone had intervened to resolve the crisis. Agni discerned the presence of abyssal energy within certain structures, growing curious as to which practitioner had acted to mitigate this peril. Suddenly, both Agni and Elizabeth turned their gazes toward a massive spruce tree in the distance. What was happening? Why was there a Tree of Life here? The two were astonished, and their eyes soon glimmered with intense greed. Agni gestured for the flying carpet to descend as they sought to ascertain the true nature of this Tree of Life. Just moments after their departure, a small old man clad in a blue mage's robe emerged from the ruins below. Huh, what a pair of fools. Blue Gentian grinned. displaying a row of sinister teeth as he watched the flying carpet's trajectory. Ever since he had discovered the connection between Fang Xing and the wealthy lady, he had concealed himself here, fearful of potential retribution for having slapped the wealthy lady. Blue Zhantian dared not flee at this opportunity, as he still had a task to complete. The vice dean from Jixiao Academy was not known for his leniency. Failing to accomplish the task would result in a fate far worse than death. Initially, he contemplated how to abduct Chun Jianai, but fortune smiled upon him. With the arrogant demeanor of these two individuals, conflict with Fang Xing was inevitable. Thus, he could seize the moment to abduct Chun Jianai, and ideally, both sides would suffer in their confrontation, allowing him to reap the benefits. As Blue Zhantian pondered this, the ground beneath him trembled slightly, and a cacophony of pounding footsteps approached. Chapter 50. The Tree of Life. Thud, thud, thud. A herd of enormous ostriches thundered towards them, their backs laden with fully armed practitioners. Lei Wuyan surveyed the scenery along the way, ultimately fixating on the colossal spruce tree. The Tree of Life. The legendary divine tree said to possess the power of resurrection. Lu Xiaoying immediately recognized it, having once encountered a tree of life in the capital of the Great Han Empire. That one had dwarfed this tree, truly a towering behemoth. Is this truly the Tree of Life? Lei Wuyan gazed longingly, his entire being trembling with anticipation. It was said that only one Tree of Life could exist in the world. A new one would only emerge upon the death of the existing one. If this tree were genuine, then the Tree of Life in the capital of the Great Han Empire must have perished. The origins of that Tree of Life could be traced back a millennium, planted by the Hero King himself. 1,000 years is a long time. But for a Tree of Life, it was akin to a student dozing off during a study session and awakening to find only 3 minutes had passed. Yet why? Why would a Tree of Life appear here? Someone approaches. A voice called out, as Angni led the group of mentors from Jixiao Academy, while Lei Wuyan commanded the entirety of the Storm City's 3rd Legion. Both factions became aware of each other's presence, and after a moment of silent observation, they swiftly made their way toward the Tree of Life, converging before it. The mentors from Jixiao Academy donned their characteristic robes, while the Storm Legion displayed their unique insignia, a snowflake emblem on the upper right corner of their armor. Elder Fang. It appears these two factions do not come with good intentions, the wealthy lady began to warn, but quickly corrected herself upon realizing her choice of words. After all, the identities of the two individuals have shifted significantly from before. While Fang Xing may remain indifferent, she cannot afford such a luxury. It is a matter of respect for the formidable. Nevertheless, it suffices as long as they do not provoke us. Fang Xing shook his head, displaying a lack of concern. His thoughts were occupied with how to relocate the Tree of Life. One must ponder, does the Tree of Life possess any form of sentience? If so, a magnetic threat might encourage it to willingly transition into the Beast Master's space. It could be worth a try, akin to administering fertilizer to it. The troops from Storm City, what brings you here? We received word that a ritual of dark deity worship was taking place in this location, and the city lord dispatched us to support Tianshui City while also cleansing the area of abyssal creatures. As for you, mentors from the Jixiao Academy, like you, we too came in response to the call for aid to Tianshui City. It is evident that both parties desire the Tree of Life, yet they exhibit considerable restraint at this moment. Ultimately, both factions turned their attention to the affluent woman, for her aura still resonated with considerable strength. Excuse me. The female practitioner over there, where might the city lord be? Lei Wuyan inquired first. And what is the situation here? Was it not said that there was an abyssal incursion? Anjani subsequently asked. The affluent woman instinctively glanced at Fang Xing's actions, which did not escape the keen eyes of those present. Following her gaze, Anjani spotted Chun Jianai cradled in Fang Xing's arms. Oh, that appears to be the target of this mission. Her condition seems somewhat unusual, as if she is undergoing some form of transformation. Elizabeth had already been observing Chun Jianai closely. Chapter 51. Extreme Transformation. I see now. She is undergoing an extreme transformation, Elizabeth exclaimed suddenly. Which reckless individual bestowed upon this girl an extreme crystal? The so-called extreme crystal refers to the 5 attribute crystals: vitality, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, available in the abyssal shop. What a pity. If Chun Jianai were not the target, Elizabeth would have been inclined to eliminate her immediately to seize the unabsorbed spirit crystal within her. The reason being, to progress from the 7th to the 8th transition, one must surpass the limits of 2 attributes, necessitating 2 extreme crystals. Because of this, she and Anjani have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 7th transition for over a decade. Do not presume that Fang Xing amassed nearly 20 million abyssal fragments in a single mission. Acquiring 1 million abyssal fragments is not a trivial feat. It is vital to understand that abyssal chests reward players only upon defeating abyssal creatures of equal or higher rank. Beyond that, it requires triggering a celestial-level task, such as the Dark Deity Incursion. Depending on the level of the trigger, for instance, Lu Tianxue initiated this event. With Lu Tianxue at the 4th transition, practitioners of the 5th transition and above cannot obtain abyssal chests by defeating abyssal creatures. There is also a misconception. Some abyssal creatures cannot be slain in one encounter, but require several attempts to truly defeat, unless one possesses the Oblivion attribute, akin to Giratina. If one possesses the Oblivion attribute, yet remains stuck at the pinnacle of the 7th transition for years, it can only be said that the individual is exceedingly inept. It was precisely because of the absence of the Oblivion attribute that Elizabeth gasped upon seeing Chen Jinai. The restraint exhibited by the strong stems from their elevated perspective compared to ordinary individuals. What may be treasures to common folk often hold no allure for the powerful. Yet, even the strong, when encountering a top-tier treasure of their own caliber, may react with astonishment akin to that of ordinary people. With Lei Wuyan at merely the 6th transition, the extreme crystal remains a secret of the 7th transition, one he is not yet privy to. He merely found it peculiar that the mentors from Jixiao Academy suddenly fixated their gaze upon the young girl. Nevertheless, the primary focus of both factions remains steadfastly on the Tree of Life. Do not be deceived by the fact that both Elizabeth and Anjani are at the 7th transition. If a true battle were to ensue, it would undoubtedly culminate in a Pyrrhic victory for Lei Wuyan and his companions. The reason is simple. They command an entire legion of practitioners. Although their ranks lack 7th transition experts, they do possess 8th 6th transition and over 35th transition practitioners, with several hundred more at the 4th and 3rd transitions. While Anjani and Elizabeth may be arrogant, they are not so foolish as to believe they can easily conquer their opponents. Even should they emerge victorious, the risk of inadvertently damaging the Tree of Life during combat looms large. Moreover, if one side finds itself at a disadvantage, they would certainly resort to destroying the Tree of Life to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. If I cannot possess it, then neither shall you. The reason both factions have refrained from engaging is due to this very apprehension. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, unlike anything experienced before. It felt as though something beneath the earth was on the verge of breaking through the surface. Suddenly, a massive bulge formed within a radius of several thousand meters around the Tree of Life, with enormous tree tendrils erupting from the ground, displacing countless layers of black mire. A series of creaking sounds echoed as the crown of the Tree of Life swayed violently. What is happening? At that instant, both factions fixated their gazes upon one another, instinctively suspecting the other of orchestrating this phenomenon. They inadvertently overlooked Fang Xing and the seemingly inconspicuous little flying creature by his side. Chapter 52, Playing the Fool to Devour the Tiger. What could have caused such a sudden upheaval with the Tree of Life? It was, of course, the handiwork of Dream. To speak of it, one must credit Anjani. Anjani's occupation is Earthwalker, a class that is evidently attuned to the earth element. The Earthwalker possesses the ability to manipulate soil, and after being replicated by Dream, this ability has been significantly amplified, from a mere 100 meters to 1,000. Come forth, Tree of Life. With a wave of his hand, Fang Xing made the Tree of Life, which had been floating in the sky, vanish in an instant. Within the Beastmaster's space, a world tree several hundred meters tall materialized out of thin air. This caused quite a commotion and roused the slumbering Giratina. Giratina arose from its previous position, moved to a spot distanced from the Tree of Life, and resumed its slumber, fearing that its molten core might inadvertently harm the tree. Outside, with the Tree of Life having vanished without a trace, the atmosphere between the two factions shifted from one of potential harmony to one of palpable tension. Each party scrutinized the other, convinced that the opposing side had somehow employed unknown means to relocate the Tree of Life. In their minds, only the other party possessed the capability to effect such a transfer. Return the Tree of Life, Anjani stated firmly. Did you not just transfer it away? Lei Wuyan's gaze sharpened, a wave of disdain washing over him. Is this the audacity of the mentors from Jixiao Academy? I say, you came here with the intent of claiming the Tree of Life. Just then, a voice interjected. Fang Xing had come to understand the situation. These individuals had been coveting his Tree of Life all along. Who are you? Anjani directed her gaze toward this previously overlooked minor character. Previously, no one had specifically paid attention to Fang Xing. At first glance, he appeared exceedingly weak, his youthful visage reminiscent of a student who had only recently awakened. To them, the weak did not even qualify for their notice, let alone the application of identification techniques. Perhaps due to Fang Xing's delicate features, Lu Xiaoying instinctively employed a detection skill on him. In the next moment, a crimson screen materialized before her, visible only to her eyes. Warning, warning, warning. You do not have permission to view the relevant information. Tip: this target is extremely dangerous. Please vacate the area immediately. Compared to her previous exploration of the Bone Forest's secret realm, this time, 3 additional warning messages accompanied her inquiry into Fang Xing's information. This was a consequence of Fang Xing's abyssal reputation reaching a staggering 100 billion, resulting in the corresponding alerts. It was akin to a game where one, upon exiting the novice village, encounters a formidable boss, with a flurry of red exclamation marks flashing across the screen. Oh no, this was it. She had unwittingly stumbled upon a hidden tiger in plain sight. Faced with the barrage of warnings, Lu Xiaoying's mind went blank, leaving her with a singular thought. Had she known, she would have refrained from the inquiry. She dared not disclose this revelation to her comrades in the Legion. Lu Xiaoying felt that the moment she spoke, this formidable figure would eliminate her with but a glance. Why had she been so reckless? She felt a sense of despair. After all, as the old adage goes, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Just like that fellow in the red robe, audaciously provoking this powerhouse. While everyone else was sweating on behalf of Fang Xing, only Lu Xiaoying was anxious for Angni and those present. What if this formidable figure became displeased and annihilated everyone present? Chapter 53, Trouble Comes From Within. Kid, your tone suggests you know where the Tree of Life is. If you truly do, tell me, and I shall reward you with enough wealth to last you for the rest of your days. Both parties turned their gazes toward Fang Xing, this seemingly naive young boy in their eyes. The Tree of Life is in my possession, Fang Xing stated candidly. Angni's eyes narrowed, and he instantly felt mocked by Fang Xing. A mere child? Is this some sort of jest? Angni's feet summoned a series of starry runes, which coalesced into a formation. One must not assume that the strong will show mercy to the weak. In this world, if the strong do not regard the weak as mere cattle, they could be deemed moral exemplars. High-level magic, Earth Hammer. A colossal yellow-brown hammer materialized in the sky, directly above Fang Xing's position. Boom. With a deafening roar, dust rose as a figure struggled to lift a hand from the ground. It was Angni, staring blankly at the flying carpet, or rather, at Elizabeth upon it. Why? Angni was utterly perplexed. Why would Elizabeth attempt to ambush him? A charred hole marred his robe, and distinctive burn marks adorned his back. I didn't do it. Elizabeth looked equally bewildered. What on earth? She had merely been tending to her nails when she suddenly saw a fire dragon assault Angni. The critical detail was that this fire dragon bore a striking resemblance to her own professional skill, the fire dragon technique. Internal strife had erupted. Lei Wuyan furrowed his brow, observing the scene unfold below. Just as Angni was about to eliminate that oblivious boy, a fire dragon had struck him from behind. And behind Angni stood only Elizabeth. Captain, is it possible that the lady has taken a liking to this boy? To be fair, although this boy seems somewhat unhinged, his appearance is undeniably impeccable. A red-faced professional whispered to Lei Wuyan. Yet, the whisper was so soft that it felt inappropriate for the assembled strong to pretend they hadn't heard. You really do fancy this boy. Considering the rumors about Elizabeth within the academy, Angni felt there was some truth to it, perhaps a significant possibility. Elizabeth, if you have taken a liking to this boy, just say the word. I am not one to lack understanding. I didn't. Elizabeth protested, feeling both wronged and aggrieved. Truly, trouble had come upon her while she sat at home. How had such an enormous accusation landed upon her head for simply grooming her nails? The crux of the matter was that she had no interest in men. As the saying goes, one cannot argue against 100 mouths. Everyone believed she had set her sights on Fang Xing, wanting an old bull to plow a young field. Even if Elizabeth possessed eloquence that could charm the most stubborn of tongues, the crowd had but one response. You speak well, but I do not believe you. No. There was still one person who believed her. That was Lu Xiaoying. You truly have no interest in this boy. Angni decided to trust Elizabeth once more. How many times must I say it? I do not. Elizabeth's lovely face darkened. Kid, I shall grant you one more chance. Tell me where the Tree of Life is. Angni returned to the flying carpet, determined to regain his dignity. As a strong individual, being knocked off a flying carpet in public was simply too humiliating. And the only target upon which he could reclaim his honor was none other than Fang Xing. Chapter 54, The Profession of the Thief. The Tree of Life is within my beast mastery space, Fang Xing declared. With all sincerity, he spoke the truth. Yet, these individuals seemed to possess a collective delusion. Not only did they not believe his words, but they also sought to take his life. Very well, these individuals had chosen a path to self-destruction. Very well. Angni's veins throbbed as he glared, having already afforded this boy an opportunity. This infuriating child dared to toy with him. Did he truly believe this strong man would suffer such indignity? Why did Angni refuse to believe Fang Xing's words? The reason lay in the fact that the size of a Beast Master's space depended on their mental prowess. To accommodate the Tree of Life, one would need at least a platinum-grade Beast Mastery space. Given Fang Xing's youthful appearance, one could easily assume he had only just undergone the awakening ceremony. He cast a furtive glance at Elizabeth. Crack. Elizabeth tightened her fingers, producing a crisp sound from her knuckles. I truly do not like men. This statement seemed to be squeezed from between Elizabeth's clenched teeth. Very well. This time, without Elizabeth's intervention, Agni thought to himself, let us see who can save you now. Agni took a deep breath, a perverse smile creeping onto his lips. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a yellow-brown staff, the top of which was encrusted with 17 uniquely shaped, exotic gems. Just from the staff's dazzling exterior, it was evident to everyone that this was undoubtedly an epic-grade piece of equipment. That kid is doomed this time, Lei Wuyan immediately assessed. Then, he noticed Lu Xiaoying beside him displaying an unusual expression. Lu Xiaoying was inwardly pleading, Captain, please, be quiet. Today, who can survive, I do not know. But who will die? Lu Xiaoying was more aware than anyone else. Kid, to die at my hands would be your honor. Agni remarked that. Since it was about restoring his pride, he certainly could not simply kill Fang Xing. Thus, he produced the staff embedded with 18 gemstones. Wait a moment. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 gemstones. Agni rubbed his eyes, bewildered. Where are my gemstones? He recounted them once more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, a gemstone radiating a crimson light vanished into thin air before the eyes of the onlookers. Damn! Agni could not help but curse, hastily retracting the staff into his personal space. Well done. Lei Wuyan silently glanced at Lu Xiaoying, giving her a thumbs up behind his back. Only he knew that Lu Xiaoying had awakened a rare profession, the silent thief. As the name suggests, the core skill of this profession is theft. Typically, thieving professions can only pilfer unbound items, and the conditions for activation are exceedingly stringent, requiring contact with the target, let alone gemstones already embedded in equipment. However, Lu Xiaoying's profession was different. Theoretically, the silent thief's limit was to steal life and fate. Do not assume that stealing a person's lifespan is an easy feat. Time has always been the supreme law of this world. Not me. Yet, Lu Xiaoying shook her head. In reality, she was equally perplexed. The silent thief profession was formidable, but Agni's profession was no less impressive, especially considering the vast level disparity between them. Stealing the 5 gemstones from the staff so stealthily was something she could not accomplish at her current level. Even attempting it could potentially alert Agni. If not you, then who else? Lei Wuyan understood that since Lu Xiaoying had stated it was not herself, it must indeed be true. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoying seemed to comprehend something, her expression turning to one of shock as she gazed at Fang Xing. I see now. His profession allows him to replicate everyone's skills. Chapter 55, Master of the Earth Veins. The individuals present were no fools. Once could be a mere coincidence. Twice could not possibly be an accident. There is no such thing as one occurrence followed by another. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Fang Xing. I am beginning to believe what he said, remarked a professional behind Lei Wuyan, referring to the Tree of Life within Fang Xing's Beast Mastery space. Dream, enough of your games. Fang Xing sighed indulgently. Initially, he intended to eliminate all those who dared covet his Tree of Life. However, Dream was far too mischievous, insisting on toying with this group first. Meow. A pink kitten appeared on Fang Xing's shoulder, as if by magic. The memory of those present was sharp. They immediately recognized the kitten. It had vanished from sight before, and they had thought it had fled. Now it seemed evident that everything that had transpired was orchestrated by this little creature. However, greater astonishment lay ahead. The seemingly unremarkable youth transformed his affectionate smile into a serious expression. A torrent of lava began to flow beneath his feet. The gazes of the professionals began to rise. A towering red beast, hundreds of meters tall, appeared behind the youth. Warning! 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 The target is extremely dangerous. The target is extremely dangerous. Crimson warning signs manifested before all the professionals. In that instant, their expressions shifted from disdain to shock, ultimately replaced by fear. If you wish to seize my Tree of Life, you must be prepared to live. Fang Xing's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Elizabeth made a swift decision, channeling her full power into her flying carpet in an attempt to flee. Yet, having come, she should not harbor thoughts of escape. Groudon unleashed a terrifying torrent of scorching dragon breath, instantly obliterating the valuable carpet. Fortunately, Elizabeth promptly shattered a rare scroll, sparing her from being engulfed by the dragon breath. A top-tier epic beast. Elizabeth's figure appeared next to Agni. Meeting Agni's gaze, he immediately activated his 6th-tier profession skill, Earth's Chosen. Skill, Earth's Chosen. When the professional is on the Earth Vein, they can harness its power for instantaneous movement. Indeed, this skill was akin to the Earth escape of the mythical figure Sun Wukong from the Investiture of the Gods. The difference was that Agni's version could transport others. The next moment, Agni's expression changed. Skill activation failed. Reason for failure. The Earth Vein in this location has an owner. You have incurred the wrath of the Master of the Earth Veins. This skill is temporarily sealed and rendered unusable. Skill: Earth S Chosen. Sealed state: you may use this skill when you leave this area, when the Master of the Earth Veins is slain, or after 12 natural days when the seal naturally dissipates. To toy with the power of the Earth Veins in front of Groudon was akin to dancing with death in front of a formidable warrior. Despite Groudon's fiery appearance, it was not of the fire type. Aside from its primal return, it was purely a ground-type level 1 divine Pokemon. What is happening? Elizabeth noticed Agni's face had turned quite grim. Without needing excessive elaboration, she already understood the situation. Useless. Elizabeth silently cursed, retrieving a Jade Talisman, a top-tier teleportation talisman. It could disregard 90 of regular zones and 50 of special zones for ultra-long-distance teleportation. Meow. Just as she was about to shatter the talisman, Dream activated a skill replicated from Lu Xiaoying. Chapter 56, Silent Thief. Skill: Silent Theft. The thieving skill you initiate will not appear in the target's information panel, regardless of success or failure. Note: if there is a significant power disparity, the target may sense the theft. Immaterial Grasp. Grasp items visible within your line of sight from a distance, determined by the mental attributes of both parties, enhancing or diminishing the success rate. Note: the success rate can be maximized to 999 or minimized to 0. 1. Hint: current theft target is Elizabeth, success rate 99. For ordinary thieving professions, when stealing items, the targeted professional would receive a prompt 3 seconds later. Hint: you have been stolen from by XXX. The theft was successful or failed. This is why the silent thief is considered an extraordinary profession among thieves, largely due to this passive ability. Teleport, teleport, teleport. Elizabeth's movements were comically frantic, her right hand opening and closing as if grasping something, yet her palm was empty. Where is my teleportation talisman? Elizabeth felt something was amiss. Her expression tinged with fear. Meow. Dream held a green jade stone in both hands. Are you looking for this? Fang Xing smiled as he accepted the talisman from Dream. A prompt appeared in his mind. You have acquired a special item, the teleportation talisman of the life god. Return it to me. Elizabeth's eyes were wide with astonishment. When had the teleportation talisman come into Fang Xing's possession? Moreover, were you not a beast master? How could you wield the skill of a thief? At this moment, the onlookers also began to realize the gravity of the situation. That is because I am benevolent, Fang Xing said slowly, extending a finger. First, I never indiscriminately slay the innocent. He then raised a second finger. Secondly, none who have perished by my hand are innocent. Finally, he added, now, you may meet your demise. As his words fell, a colossal magma spire erupted from the ground. The assembled adventurers were utterly unprepared for Fang Xing's sudden assault. In an instant, the casualties from the Storm City Battalion had surpassed half. The Sword of the Abyss was positioned directly beneath Lu Xiaoying's feet. She had no time to evade, her body was cleaved in twain. Subsequently, she was reduced to ashes by the force of annihilation, dissipating bit by bit into the air. Lu Xiaoying has been slain, obtaining character card. Shurjin has been slain, obtaining character card. As this notification appeared, an enigmatic aura soared from the ethereal body into the sky. Once a rare class is vanquished by a recreator, the ability to replicate that class dissipates. Fang Xing was previously unaware of this fact, but now, it was too late for regret. Had he known, would he have spared Lu Xiaoying? Xiaoying, everyone. Lei Wuyin was also affected, but he reacted swiftly, leaping to evade and rolling on the ground before stabilizing himself. Gazing at the devastation surrounding the battalion, his eyes bulged with fury and the veins on his arms throbbed. They are all someone's children, children as fathers, and have no grudges against you. Why? Why? In a fit of rage, Lei Wuyin confronted Fang Xing. How ironic it is that you speak thus now, when it was you who coveted my tree of life first. Fang Xing retorted. Although his words were factual, Lei Wuyin clearly disagreed. However, it mattered little. When he was torn apart by the Sword of the Abyss, he would no longer contest with Fang Xing. Chapter 57, the Fiery Bull of Destruction. Damn it, this fellow has been playing the role of the fool all along. Elizabeth gritted her teeth, and beneath her, a rune glimmered. In the next moment, she found herself several dozen meters away in a clearing. In her previous position, a massive magma spire erupted from the ground. Playing the fool? You merely perceive me as one. Fang Xing smirked disdainfully. Had any present not judged by appearances, or had even one utilized a detection spell, this incident likely would not have escalated. After all, those who had come this far were astute individuals. Even if they were ignorant of social niceties, they would not dare to reveal their covetous desires for the Tree of Life in his presence. Senior, we harbor no ill intentions. Elizabeth shouted to Fang Xing while dodging an attack from Groudon. You come to another's home to steal, yet claim no malice? How amusing. Fang Xing thought. his murderous intent not strong but exceedingly pure. He harbored no delusions of taking her into his harem simply because she was a woman of beauty. Fang Xing was acutely aware of his own charms. In his 2 lifetimes, the only girlfriend he had, Sun Xiao Xiao, was with him only because of her parents' compensation. This had left him with a psychological scar. Any woman approaching him seemed to have ulterior motives, save for Chun Jinai. In a certain sense, he and Chun Jinai were childhood sweethearts. Boom. Just then, a colossal phantom of a bull manifested in the void. The bull was entirely red, flames igniting its horns and back. With each breath, it expelled a thick mist from its enormous nostrils. It was Level-1, whose class was Royal Knight, capable of summoning a ferocious beast phantom to assist his allies. This time, he had summoned the fiery bull of destruction. While Level-1 truly desired to summon the royal griffin, the fearsome fiery bull would suffice to rend the unknown epic beast before him to shreds. To be prudent, Level-1 addressed the fleeing Elizabeth and her companion. I require your vitality. Without further ado, Anjani and Elizabeth willingly offered their energies. They even produced their most precious items, skill scrolls. Life Radiance. Designate a single unit, increasing all attributes by 50, with a maximum cap of 20,000 points. Goddess's Might. Upon using this scroll, friendly units within a radius of 1 kilometer enjoy a halo effect, increasing all attributes by 10. Life Badge. Upon using this item, designate a single unit, temporarily increasing life cap by 500,000 points. Your summoned pet, the Fiery Bull of Destruction, receives an 80 attribute boost from Elizabeth's vitality. Your summoned pet, the Fiery Bull of Destruction, receives a 60 attribute boost from Anjani's vitality. Fiery Bull of Destruction is enhanced by Life Radiance. Fiery Bull of Destruction is enhanced by Goddess's Might. Fiery Bull of Destruction is enhanced by Life Badge. As the form of the Fiery Bull grew to match that of Groudon, Level-1's eyes blazed with fervor. The pivotal moment had arrived. As Elizabeth and Anjani continued to cast scrolls, a cascade of colorful lights surged into the Fiery Bull's being, its momentum ascending rapidly, its height now surpassing that of Groudon. Chapter 58. Weakness is not an obstacle to survival. One might critique the tutors of Jixiao Academy as inept, yet one cannot deny their wealth. How affluent is the Jixiao Academy? To illustrate, the tributes from various regions to the Great Han Empire first pass through the Jixiao Academy before reaching the 4 illustrious families of the capital. The history of these hero families can be traced back a millennium to the Hero King and his 12 followers who established the Great Han Empire. As for why only 4 remain today, some might speculate that the Hero King purged dissenters in his later years, leading to the demise of 8 hero families, akin to the parallel world of Han Xian and Xiao He. However, the truth is far different. The remaining 8 hero families banded together to establish the Jixiao Academy. Indeed, this implies that the local contributions to the court have been transmuted a dozen times before reaching the emperor. And if one thinks that is the end of the tale, the remaining funds must still pass through 6 governmental departments, including the Ministry of War, Ministry of Industry, and Ministry of Rights, before finally reaching the emperor. However, the income from local tributes constitutes merely a fraction of the Jixiao Academy's total revenue. Returning to the matter at hand. After Anjani and Elizabeth had each cast over a dozen enhancement scrolls, the size of the Fiery Bull of Destruction had reached a point where it towered over Groudon. Ha! Level-1 erupted into jubilant laughter, having believed he was doomed today, only to witness a turn of fortune. Before he could utter the phrase, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the red giant beast did not retreat. Instead, it charged directly at the Fiery Bull of Destruction. What folly! Level-1 shook his head. Had Fang Xing fled or interrupted the incantation earlier, it would have been an opportune moment. Yet, he had chosen to wait until the Fiery Bulls might reach its zenith. Ultimately, it was a case of overconfidence in one's own abilities. Today, he would make his opponent understand that weakness does not pose a barrier to survival. Rather, it is arrogance that does. Go forth, blazing bull of flame. As the words fell, 2 colossal beings collided almost simultaneously. The blazing bull of flame charged with its horns, while Groudon first invoked its primal power, then attempted to seize the horns of the blazing bull with its claw, akin to a powerful excavator. Higher-level battles tend to be more unembellished. They are not merely grand moves clashing, but rather, as in this scenario, a primal instinctual combat. Ha ha ha, how foolish, he thought. The horns of the blazing bull of flame not only had the ability to pierce armor, but also bore the characteristic of divine flames. Even the legendary tortoise of the heavens, renowned for its defense, would not dare to directly confront those horns. A smirk crept onto Level-1's lips as he envisioned the blazing bull of flame ramming Groudon into 2 halves. However, what unfolded next left him utterly astonished. Groudon's claws effortlessly grasped the horns of the blazing bull. No matter how much the blazing bull struggled, the sound of bones cracking echoed ominously. The void around the blazing bull's hind hooves shattered, resembling the cracks formed in broken glass. This scene was remarkably absurd, reminiscent of ancient Roman gladiators using their strength to grasp the horns of a beast. With a thunderous sound, Groudon executed a 360-degree flip with the blazing bull, exerting such force that it even snapped off a piece of the bull's horn. Of course, the blazing bull was merely a summoned illusion, and this occurrence was a consequence of Groudon's annihilating power extinguishing that portion of energy. Sword of the Abyss. Without granting the blazing bull a moment's respite, Groudon unleashed its ultimate move, the multi-sword of the abyss. In an instant, a multitude of magma spikes erupted from the ground. While being pierced by the sword of the abyss was not inherently lethal, the true danger lay in the annihilating power imbued within. Chapter 59, The Pinnacle of Epic. Groudon instantaneously dispatched the blazing bull of flame. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were nearly rendered speechless. The crowd referred not to Level-1 and Elizabeth, but to the multitude of professionals gathered within the city to observe. Just moments ago, they were engaged in discussions, speculating whether Fang Xing would summon the massive Groudon to confront the fearsome beast. They had not anticipated such an abrupt slap in the face. Groudon obliterated the blazing bull in an instant. The last time they misjudged was with Liu Yuan, who, emboldened by the blessings of the god of abundance, believed himself invincible and attempted to confront annihilating power head-on. His fate was, of course, predictable, devoured by the Endless Fate Ring. The Endless Fate Ring had ascended to an epic level, and even Yu Hong recalled who Liu Yuan was. With the demise of the blazing bull, the contributors of energy were significantly affected. The underlying logic of this world dictates that every formidable power comes at a cost. The summoning of the blazing bull required the contributors to expend their energy. Now, with the blazing bull's death, it was logical that the energy given would return to them, rendering them temporarily weak. However, this time was different. Their energy was obliterated alongside the blazing bull by the annihilating power, with a portion of energy lost. The mildest consequence was a permanent decline of 30 in all attributes. Impossible. The strength of the blazing bull of flame is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of epic. How could it be defeated so easily? Lei Wuyan spat blood twice, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not fathom the rapid downfall of the blazing bull. Had it engaged in a prolonged stalemate before succumbing, he might have accepted it, but this defeat was far too swift, quicker than his grandmother diving into bed. Could it be that this Beast Tamer possessed a legendary beast? As if struck by an improbable revelation, Lei Wuyan instinctively widened his eyes. In the entire Han Nation, there were but a few Beast Tamers with legendary beasts, and they were all elderly, certainly not this young man before him. Elizabeth, too, wore an expression of incredulity, though it seemed the only explanation was that the opponent was a Beast Tamer with a legendary beast. The blazing bull's loss was indeed not unjust. Groudon was certainly not of legendary caliber. The swiftness of the blazing bull's defeat was, in truth, understandable. Despite the numerous augmentations, the blazing bull's strength could only reach its own limits. One must comprehend this. Scrolls are not omnipotent. Aside from a few exceptional scrolls that explicitly state they can enhance one's limits, all augmentative scrolls will not allow the beneficiary to surpass their threshold. Even if a legendary scroll were used on an ordinary person, they could not instantaneously become epic, nor could they even be assured of attaining the minimum silver rank. This pertains to ordinary scrolls. As for Groudon, it had already reached the epic threshold before utilizing the limit gem. Note that this is not a reflection of Groudon's potential. Rather, this tier has its inherent limits. Upon using the limit gem, Groudon's strength ascended to an unfathomable level. Let it be said, even against a blazing bull of flame, a true bull would find itself at the mercy of Groudon's might. Thus, it is not that the blazing bull was weak. Rather, Groudon was exceedingly powerful, so powerful that even among its peers, it stood unrivaled. It was time to conclude this. Groudon would employ the Sword of the Abyss for a swift resolution. Chapter 60, The 9 Turns of Power, The Law of Heaven and Earth. Slayed Lei Wuyan. Acquired Character Card, X1. Slayed Yushui, Acquired Character Card, X1. Slayed Anjani, Acquired Character Card, X1. As Anjani fell before her, Elizabeth's eyes flashed with horror, fear, disbelief, and a hint of resolve, as though she had made a decision. I promised you. As her words echoed, time in that space seemed to freeze. Danger. Extreme danger. Fang Xing felt every hair on his back stand on end, as if an alarm within him was blaring incessantly. Kill her. Fang Xing ordered immediately. Yet, it was too late. Elizabeth bit down on a back molar, not as an exaggeration, but truly shattering a back tooth. Within that tooth was concealed a minuscule array, whose sole purpose was to transmit Elizabeth's current spatial coordinates to a certain entity. Dare you? The skies over Tianshui City transformed abruptly. The previously clear blue sky turned ominous with swirling dark clouds. Amidst the tumultuous cloud sea, a visage emerged, the outline of a face taking form. The gender indiscernible, yet the voice revealed it to be that of an elder. Just as Elizabeth was on the brink of demise, a barrier unfurled before her, blocking Groudon's assault and simultaneously repelling it. Beast Tamer, save me. He intends to kill me. A smile of relief spread across Elizabeth's face, only to be replaced by a gaze filled with resentment, wishing she could devour Fang Xing whole. Because Elizabeth was acutely aware that henceforth she would forfeit her freedom, her later years destined to be reduced to that of a mere breeding vessel. Elizabeth's lineage was exceedingly rare, so much so that both factions coveted her. Consequently, this reality instilled in Elizabeth an aversion to men and a fear of them from a young age. Thus, when she claimed her preference for women, she was not jesting. The visages in the sky gradually solidified, and upon casting their gaze towards Groudon, they uttered a note of astonishment. Oh, a beast master who has transcended the limits of their realm. It is crucial to note that the limits of their realm referred not to the consumption of limit gems, but rather to the surpassing of the extremes across 5 attributes: vitality, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. A flicker of hesitation appeared among the faces in the sky. Which lineage do you hail from? This time, grant me the courtesy of allowing me to escort this woman away. What was anticipated to be a confrontation unexpectedly evolved into a discourse on human relations. It was reasonable to assume that anyone capable of transcending their limits must possess formidable backing. You have your support? So do I. At worst, we shall rally our respective allies. Ultimately, when our respective factions arrived, it turned out that you are, in fact, my second aunt's husband's nephew. Why is it that major powers find it challenging to instigate conflict? It is best to avoid confrontation whenever possible, for the entanglements run too deep. To illustrate, within the Han Empire, there exist numerous malignant entities such as the Dark God cult and the Illuminati, which exchange the blood of innocents for the blessings of malevolent deities. Yet, should one investigate, it becomes apparent that the upper echelons of these factions consist almost entirely of familiar faces, namely those from the 12 heroic families. In a parallel world, feudal dynasties often meet their demise through peasant uprisings, as the strength of the populace surpasses that of imperial authority. However, this paradigm does not apply here. Take, for instance, Lu Tianshui, who has served as the lord of Tianshui City for decades. Why has he remained stagnant at the 4th tier? The reason lies in 2 individuals who do not wish for his ascension to the 5th tier, the Bald Elder and Yu Hong. Chapter 61, Provocation. As a city lord, Lu Tianshui could not possibly be of such inadequate caliber as to be stuck at the 4th tier. The truth is, should he attempt to break through, both Yu Hong and the Bald Elder would swiftly cast aside their grievances to join forces against him. With the city lord's decree in hand, Lu Tianshui, Yu Hong, and the Bald Elder share dominion over Tianshui City in a delicate balance reminiscent of the tripartite division of the realm among Shu Han, Chao Wei, and Eastern Wu. However, should Lu Tianshui attain the 5th tier, the dynamic would shift dramatically, leading to a scenario where one could dominate and gradually consume the others. Within the city, Lu Tianshui could temporarily elevate his combat prowess to that of a pseudo-5th tier, bolstered by the city lord's decree. Yet, the decree could not be carried beyond the city walls. The crux of the matter is that Lu Tianshui must venture outside the city to undertake his promotion tasks. Certainly, he could attempt to discreetly fulfill his transition outside. However, the city lord's estate is rife with clandestine operatives tasked with monitoring Lu Tianshui's every move. Should he disappear or if his actions raise suspicion, these operatives would promptly report, and those stationed with Lu Yuan would swiftly apprehend him. At this juncture, one must mention a significant event. Prior to the emergence of the Dark God ritual, 5 warning bells tolled, struck by an operative whose strength rivaled that of Lu Tianshui, sacrificing their life to sound the alarm. Let us observe a moment of silence for him. Returning to the matter at hand. Upon witnessing the Vice Dean's desire to smooth over the situation, Elizabeth was seething with rage. Nevertheless, she refrained from speaking. As a formidable individual, she understood the necessity of maintaining her dignity. For instance, after being rebuffed by Fang Xing when she once pleaded for mercy, she never broached the subject again. Nor did she invoke her status as a mentor from Jixiao Academy, knowing it would only intensify her adversary's murderous intent. Ordinary people face ordinary deaths, while the strong encounter their own forms of demise. Emperors have their own destinies as well. Lei Wuyan and Anjani, albeit somewhat less powerful, chose to stand firm in their convictions. From the beginning until now, apart from a moment of anger that led Lei Wuyan to utter a careless remark, neither had spoken a word of surrender. A teleportation array materialized beneath Elizabeth, intricate in its design and expansive in its reach, indicating a long-distance spatial transfer. Just as Elizabeth was on the verge of being whisked away by the teleportation array, a distant, miniature dragon's breath obliterated the spatial diagram. This was the skill of the dreamlike replication of Groudon. In truth, this dragon's breath was not insignificant, with a diameter of approximately 5 meters. It was deemed miniature only in comparison to Groudon's breath. The visage in the sky emitted a sound of surprise. Below, the air reverberated with the thunderous roar of wrath. The Vice-Dean had never anticipated that a junior from some unknown lineage would so brazenly disregard him. Old man, respect is not granted by others, but earned through one's own merits. Fang Xing's voice echoed like thunder, inciting shock among the professionals of Tianshui City. This visage in the sky appeared formidable, potentially one of the few 9-tiered experts within the Han Empire. In the eyes of ordinary folk, the Han Empire boasted only a handful of 9-tiered powerhouses, and this individual dared to challenge one. No, this was an affront to the dignity of the 9-tiered experts. Any 9-tiered individual would not endure such a slight. Amidst the crowd, the wealthy lady cast her gaze toward the source of the voice, trembling all over. Challenging a 9-tiered expert, was this truly the extent of his strength? Before either faction could engage with Fang Xing, she hurriedly led Chun Jinai away from the Tree of Life. As the might of the Flame Prison Ox reached its zenith, the wealthy lady silently wished for Fang Xing's safety. However, upon witnessing Groudon effortlessly dispatch the Flame Prison Ox, her expression mirrored that of those around her, filled with astonishment. Until that moment, the wealthy lady suddenly fell to her knees. Chapter 62, Conflagration. Ha! It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. The visage in the sky erupted in laughter, its voice transforming below into a cacophony of polluted whispers. This pollution was not akin to that of the bountiful dark god, which turned individuals into apostles of abundance, but rather posed a far graver threat to ordinary professionals. In Tianshui City, a number of already ailing commoners succumbed to sudden death upon hearing the Vice-Dean's laughter. Some low-tier professionals even began to bleed from their orifices, until one professional discerned that kneeling could mitigate this pollution, prompting him to urge others to bow down. Yet, not a soul among them complied. Are you all intent on throwing away your lives? At this juncture, your pride emerges. Does anything hold more value than life? The professional felt a surge of shame and began to berate those around him. Silence. Suddenly, an irate voice erupted from the crowd. A man, injured in his right leg, stood unsteadily. The onlookers regarded him with incredulity. This man is indeed an oddity. After the calamity had subsided, while everyone else was fervently searching for their loved ones. Even if the eventual outcome was the grim reality of death, there existed an old adage in the Han Empire: one must see the living and the dead alike. Yet, this individual remained motionless amidst the ruins, later rumored to have succumbed to madness from the unbearable grief of losing his kin. Hush, do not speak. It seems he wishes to utter something. A practitioner spoke, restraining another. I am but an ordinary person, yet prior to the onset of this cataclysm, I did not perceive myself as such. I often lamented the injustices of fate, envious, jealous, and even harboring hatred towards those who stood at heights I could only aspire to from birth. Though I am acutely aware that I am not a unique case. This mindset is merely my inner self's refusal to acknowledge reality. I understand that in this world, life is of paramount importance. More than once, I have envisioned the day of impending doom, when I would cast aside my tiresome wife, my aging parents, and my infant daughter. Free from these shackles, I was certain I would thrive, perhaps even carve out a semblance of a worthy existence. The man's voice grew heavy with sorrow. But do you know? That wife, who incessantly argued with me and filled me with disdain, lies trapped beneath the rubble, having sacrificed herself to save our child. My parents relinquished their own chances of escape for my sake. The crowd stared at him, already aware of what was to follow. Yes. I have lived a life of repression, and at this moment, when I should embody true manhood, I have become a coward. I have caused the demise of my parents, my wife, and my daughter, who has just begun to call me father. At this point, he was overcome with tears. In that moment, no one stepped forth to accuse or mock him. Only profound weariness resided in their eyes, having traversed the abyss of disaster. Those who survived had undergone a monumental transformation in spirit. The man's bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and seemingly deranged appearance bore witness to his turmoil as he glared at the heavens, even knowing it was merely his impotent rage. Yet, what did it matter? Having been weak all his life, he merely wished to scream out loud, "Curse you, heavens! I have lost everything. This time, no one shall force me to kneel." Silence enveloped the crowd. His words resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Who has not fantasized about living authentically, like a true man? Inspired by the man's fervor, one practitioner straightened his back. His countenance hardened, fists clenched. I shall not kneel. What are the 9 turns? Had circumstances been reversed, he might not have journeyed as far as we have. The reason the underprivileged do not dare to resist is not due to a lack of bloodshed, but rather the absence of leadership. When the first individual decides to no longer endure the exploitation of the nobility, a conflagration shall ignite behind him. These hypocritical aristocrats have exploited us for a millennium. Now, they shall taste the bitterness of their own medicine. When the heroic king rose in rebellion, he was but a two-turn. If he could seize the realm, so too can I. Chapter 63, Ascendance. The capital of the Han Empire, Bianjing City. At the heart of the city stands a colossal tree of life, soaring to a height of 30,000 meters, with roots spanning the size of 10 football fields. A millennium ago, the heroic king personally planted the sapling of this tree. 800 years passed. The heroic king vanished without a trace. 3 centuries ago, the Han Empire established a special department known as the Celestial Monitoring Office. Its headquarters is situated 25,000 meters above the Tree of Life, presided over by a 9-turn minister who has carved out a unique alternate space. At this moment, within this extraordinary realm, a warm-faced old man stroked his lengthy beard. Opposite him, a young acolyte dozed off, his gaze unfocused. "Disciple, do not sleep." The old man waved his hand, and the scenery before them abruptly transformed. They seemed to have arrived in the galaxy, with flowing azure auroras beneath their feet. The azure auroras gradually morphed into a star chart. At the center of the star chart lay a dim circle, surrounded closely by 12 exceptionally luminous clusters of light. The old man's gaze remained fixated on the circle, internally lamenting. Ever since the heroic king journeyed across the starry expanse, the fortunes of the Han royal family have waned day by day. I wonder how much longer we can endure. The young acolyte silently observed the old man, inadvertently spotting a red. "Master, you once mentioned that on our celestial fortune map, yellow represents imperial fortune, red stands for royal fortune, and black signifies doom. What does the red signify?" The old man displayed a gentle countenance. "What is it that you do not understand?" The acolyte inquired. "Then what does red represent?" The old man's brows furrowed into a deep frown. "Red signifies the star of slaughter, and it carries another implication. Chaos shall descend upon the realm." He then shook his head. "However, the Han Empire has only existed for a mere 1,000 years. It is improbable that a dynastic upheaval of such magnitude could occur." "But master, look over there." The acolyte pointed towards a corner of the star chart. "What do you see there?" The old man followed the direction of the acolyte's finger. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if he had witnessed an unfathomable spectacle. There, at the edge of the star chart, a red that was expanding at a terrifying rate, consuming the surrounding light points and advancing towards the dim circle at the center. As it passed one of the luminous clusters, the cluster transformed from vibrant red to ominous black. Not only that, the remaining 11 clusters began to retreat from the circle, until finally, the red dot loomed over the circle itself, overshadowing the Han Empire. With a resounding crash, the star chart vanished. Immediately, the ground beneath the old man trembled violently. "What is happening?" the white-haired elder exclaimed, his hands forming intricate mystical gestures to calculate. "How can this be possible?" Moments later, disbelief clouded his eyes. Gripping the acolyte's hands tightly, he vanished from the space, appearing before the great tree of life. Yet, at this moment, the tree was withering. Without any warning, the once mighty tree of life was decaying. It did not collapse suddenly like a building during an earthquake, but rather faded away like a mirage. This scene was profoundly shocking, drawing the attention of practitioners throughout Bianjing City. The elder, accompanied by the acolyte, slowly descended to the ground. From the acolyte's perspective, he could see the esteemed master of the Celestial Monitoring Office trembling. Chapter 64. The Pilgrim, bowing with each step. The master of the Celestial Monitoring Office continued to form intricate hand signs. What was once a destiny he could perceive with a mere thought now felt shrouded in layer upon layer of fog. He could not see clearly. He could not discern the path ahead for the Han dynasty. He could not foresee the future of the 12 heroic families. Indeed, he could not even fathom his own path. The only clarity he possessed was the sight of the now vanished tree of life. After its disappearance, it left behind a seed the size of a fist. The acolyte's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to retrieve the seed, only to be firmly grasped by the white-haired elder. "Hush!" The white-haired elder exhaled, transforming his breath into a gust of wind that pressed toward the core of the tree. Before the wind could touch the core, a plume of dark mist emerged from within. Within that mist, a pair of crimson slit-like eyes malevolently regarded the elder. The boy's expression shifted to one of terror as he recalled a legend. A millennium ago, the heroic king had sealed a formidable foe beneath the tree of life. Could this dark mist be that very entity? "Begone," the elder said, his gaze laden with complexity, before he let out a sigh. Cackling echoed from within the mist, gradually becoming translucent. Once the mist dissipated, 3 figures appeared in its stead. It has departed, the master of the Celestial Watch muttered, seemingly to himself. Without glancing at the trio, why not retain it? Inquired a strikingly handsome young man, notable for his golden slit-like eyes. I am neither able nor inclined to keep it. The elder replied, taking the boy's hand and leading him away from the sight. The remaining three exchanged glances, and the handsome youth spoke again, a millennium ago. The heroic king vowed that when the Tree of Life withered and the Han dynasty faced its demise, the collapse of the dynasty, could it be the machinations of the 8 families? Suggested the only woman among them, her expression contemplative. Do they seek a grand reshuffle of power? The bald man added, though his appearance was but a favored guise among thousands of forms. Perhaps they aspire to supplant the Liu clan, becoming the ultimate arbiters. The handsome youth remarked, a wicked smile gracing his face. The Liu clan, the royal lineage of the Han dynasty. Should they seize control of the terminal, we might find ourselves outmaneuvered. They would not dare. Even the heroic king, in his formidable glory, was left in a desperate plight by the terminal. Compelled to traverse the stars in search of a remedy. Not necessarily. Those scoundrels have engaged in unspeakable deeds behind the scenes. They might have already procured a means from the otherworldly evil deities to wield control over the terminal. Your assertion is utterly absurd. Although the terminal is an artifact from beyond, the heroic king once declared before his celestial journey that no being in this world could truly master it. Meanwhile, in Tianshui City, thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds swirled above, charged with furious lightning. O pilgrims, with every step, bow your heads. You stand in the presence of the divine. Why do you not kneel? Chains of rule descended from the heavens, ensnaring every practitioner within Tianshui City. Those once filled with fervor now found their pupils hollow, succumbing to the will of the face that loomed above. As one knelt, 10 followed. And soon 1,000 joined in. The presence of the face grew increasingly terrifying. Beneath the 9th transition, all were but ants. The leap from the 8th to the 9th transition was monumental. The 9th could wield the power of rules, delivering a devastating blow to those below. Chapter 65, The Pilgrim and the Chains of Heaven. Skill. Pilgrim, you have transformed into a divine vessel. Attacks of lower tiers cannot harm you. Chains of Heaven, a wide-ranging rule skill. Within its domain, you will face 33 judgment attacks per second. The judgment method of the rule chains involves fate, causality, and various attributes. If the judgment succeeds, the being will be utterly enslaved, turning into a source of life. Note, current skill range of Chains of Heaven, a radius of 100,000 meters. Substitute Puppet. Upon death, consume 1 life source to restore 10 maximum vitality. Consume 2 life sources to restore 20 maximum vitality, and so forth, up to 80 maximum vitality, with no skill cooldown. You are subject to the judgment of the Chains of Heaven. Judgment failed. Reason for failure. Endless ring of fate, otherworldly being, extreme limits. Hint. You possess a special passive skill, otherworldly being, allowing you to ignore 99 such judgments. Gardo is subject to the judgment of the Chains of Heaven. Judgment failed. Reason for failure. Extreme limits. Hint. Monsters that surpass the limits set by rules will not be affected by rule-based judgments. Dream is subject to the judgment of the Chains of Heaven. Judgment failed. Reason for failure. Chains of Heaven. Hint. Dream activated the Chains of Heaven. With overlapping effects, as this is a rule-based skill, effects will counterbalance one another. Note, the counteracting effects will be determined based on the comprehensive attributes of both parties. The practitioners who had already knelt within the city trembled, their vacant eyes regaining focus. Confused, they gazed around. Meow. Despite successfully countering this dreadful ability, the disparity in attributes between the two sides was vast. Wobbling in the air, the small creature ultimately plummeted downward. Well done. Fang Xing caught the little one in his arms, who struggled to lift a paw. Meow. How could this be? At the moment the skill was countered, the once composed face in the sky displayed a look of horror. The ability, which had never failed before, had inexplicably faltered today. The reason for its failure was quite ridiculous. It was due to the mutual counteraction of skill effects, resulting in a failed judgment. This was utterly ludicrous. It should be noted that the Chains of Heaven was a skill acquired upon breaking through to the 9th transition. This skill possessed a remarkable characteristic. It was unique. In other words, unless he was slain, no practitioner could obtain this ability. Before the face could contemplate further, Gardo launched an attack. Composed of energy, the face was generally immune to typical assaults. Cliff's Blade. The face initially dismissed this attack. Having advanced from the 8th to the 9th transition, it could resist 95 of skill damage, even from a corporeal form crafted of energy. However, the face quickly regretted this underestimation. As the Cliff's Blade penetrated, the accompanying attribute of annihilation eroded nearly 1 of its energy. This is the power of annihilation. For the first time, the face manifested a grimace, recognizing the infamous force of annihilation, known to be the exclusive attribute of an otherworldly evil deity. This revelation compelled the face to suspect that the unknown red beast before it was somehow connected to that malevolent entity. With this thought, the face transitioned from a state of easygoing confidence to one of serious contemplation. The dark clouds above began to rapidly converge toward the center. Although the clouds dissipated, the sky remained ominously dark. Once the clouds had vanished entirely, a figure emerged in the void, wielding a trident. Chapter 66. The Power of the Ninth Transition. The figure above was one of the 4 vice deans of the Jixia Academy, though it was not his true form, but merely a casual manifestation of his external avatar. The vice dean appeared as a middle-aged man, adorned with a golden crown and clad in heavy silver armor, all conjured from energy rather than reality. The elder was serious now. Perhaps the most astonished was Elizabeth, for she was acutely aware of the vice dean's prowess, one of the elite among the 9th transition. Even a casual external avatar possessed the combat strength of an 8th transition practitioner. Youngster, do not say I have not afforded you an opportunity. Summon your elders forth now. The vice dean's gaze bore a hint of admiration, yet do not mistake him for a benevolent elder. This vice dean is infamous for his ruthlessness. His lineage does not belong to the 12 illustrious families of heroes, but he harbors the ambition to elevate his family to the status of the 13th. For this, he would even imprison Elizabeth, a member of the royal family of the empire on which the sun never sets. Enough of this old man's prattle. Fang Xing's demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake. Even from several hundred meters away, the aura emanating from the vice dean instilled a long-forgotten pressure within him. Yet, Fang Xing did not falter. A flicker of exhilaration danced in his eyes. Throughout his journey, Groudon had vanquished foes with relentless might, yet never had any adversary imposed such palpable pressure upon him as the vice dean did now. Blade of the Abyss. Groudon initiated the assault, only to have it effortlessly countered by the vice dean. With mere casual gestures, he conjured chains of regulation from the void, slithering towards Groudon like serpents. Gathering energy, Groudon unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon breath. The 2 energies collided, shattering the void into chaos. The terrifying aftermath of energy surged forth, causing Groudon to stagger backwards. Although an epic-level beast, Groudon was currently at level 90. To withstand even a single strike from a 9 transformation opponent was akin to a miracle. An epic beast cannot withstand my onslaught. Above, the vice dean tightened his grip on the silver spear, further convinced that this epic beast was deeply intertwined with some malevolent deity. However, in the face of true might, anything else is but a trifle. With a motion akin to a throw, the silver spear transformed into a colossal white dragon. Plummeting like a meteor. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, shockwaves rippling across a radius of 100,000 meters. Dust billowed, casting the world into darkness. At the epicenter of the explosion, Groudon was impaled through the chest by the enormous silver spear, pinned to the ground. Alert! Groudon's health has fallen below 10. Entering critical state. A message flashed in Fang Xing's mind. This casual strike had nearly obliterated Groudon. Fang Xing's expression darkened. The vice dean's strength far exceeded his expectations. Return. Groudon. Fang Xing produced a divine-level ball, and Groudon transformed into a beam of light, entering the sphere. What is this contraption? The vice dean did not intervene. His interest piqued by the Pokeball in Fang Xing's hand. His restraint was motivated by a desire to negotiate for greater benefits later. Furthermore, he feared that slaying Groudon might entangle him in the fate of a malevolent deity. The vice dean descended from the void. What other means do you possess? Utilize them swiftly. If not, inform your family elders. He had already concluded that Fang Xing was a descendant of one of the 12 illustrious families. Therefore, he would not kill Fang Xing, but rather capture him to negotiate with his elder. Mew, Dream wished to rise and fight. Yet Fang Xing pressed it back down with his palm. Though the little creature was legendary, it stood on equal footing with the 9 transformation level. Facing the advancing vice dean, Fang Xing's expression remained unperturbed. Chapter 67, Means. It's over. The Great One has fallen. I had said it before, that is a 9 transformation powerhouse. Even if merely a fragment, it possesses 8 transformation strength. Could it truly end here? Yu Hong gazed at Fang Xing's position, her fingers unconsciously digging into her flesh. Indeed, one cannot defy destiny. Beneath 9 transformations, all are but ants. Rich Lady sighed inwardly, gaining new understanding of 9 transformation powerhouses. Are you not going to notify your family elders? Do you possess any other means? The vice dean did not perceive the fear or trepidation he had anticipated in Fang Xing's eyes. Instead, he found an inexplicable calmness and confidence reflected there. Could it be that this beast holds the key? The vice dean noted the small cat cradled in Fang Xing's hands, finding nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Yet therein lay its most terrifying aspect. He could not believe it was merely an ordinary pet. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was the earlier cancellation of the heavenly lock the doing of this small cat? If so, this cat must be at least a legendary beast, possessing advanced replication abilities. While the Vice Dean maintained an unchanging faade, a sense of vigilance crept into his heart. Just as he pondered, Fang Xing raised a hand, withdrawing Dream into the beast space. Have you surrendered your resistance, boy? The Vice Dean's face bore a smile. Had I known it would come to this, I would have simply taken Elizabeth without resistance. Youthful impetuosity, it seems. As long as you can withstand this strike, I concede. Fang Xing shook his head, meeting the Vice Dean's gaze. Very well, let me illustrate the chasm between an ordinary practitioner and a 9-transformation one. The Vice Dean smirked, his tone dismissive of Fang Xing's significance. Yet, unbeknownst to Fang Xing, the Vice Dean had discreetly cast numerous defensive skills, layered with hundreds of protective formations, and was poised with a rare jade talisman for long-distance teleportation. Secretly clasped in his hand, arrogance was merely a faade. Internally, he was exceedingly cautious. While he did not believe Fang Xing possessed anything capable of threatening him, he would not allow himself to be blinded by hubris. Once he felt absolutely secure, the Vice Dean declared, "Come forth, boy. I shall remain here, unyielding." Fang Xing stepped forward. The distance between him and the Vice Dean reduced to less than a meter. You wouldn't wish to strike me at such close quarters, would you? The Vice Dean jested. How did you know I wished to strike you? Fang Xing clenched his fist, bringing it down with gravity. The Vice Dean, puzzled, kept his gaze fixed on Fang Xing's hand. Bang! The fist landed heavily upon the silver armor. Are you merely tickling me? The Vice Dean blinked, his smile widening. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Vice Dean's radiant smile froze. Unbeknownst to him, a gigantic sword wreathed in black smoke had appeared above him. Crack! 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 The sound of defensive formations shattering echoed thousands of times within the span of a second. The black sword descended without encountering resistance, piercing through the Vice Dean's skull down to his toes. The black sword embedded itself into the ground, transforming the surrounding earth into a realm of blackened filth. A dense miasma emanated from the blade, sweeping towards Tianshui City. The Vice Dean had no chance to react as his body exploded with a resounding boom. Chapter 68. Just one more second, and it would have detonated. Collect. Fang Xing's reflexes were swift. In the instant following the Vice Dean's demise, he quickly stowed the black sword into his space. The entire process lasted no more than 15 seconds, a mere additional 0.0000001 seconds. And Fang Xing's body would likely have succumbed to catastrophic rupture. Nevertheless, he remained in considerable discomfort. Every inch of his skin was afflicted with repulsive, pustular rashes, resembling an unsightly toad. These pustules incessantly dripped a viscous liquid downward, and the fluid cascading from Fang Xing's body threatened to transform this area into a veritable zone of darkness. The silver lining was that due to the prolonged presence of the colossal sword, this region had already morphed into an abyssal contamination zone. The distinction between the two was stark. The dark disaster zone would give rise to corrupt and malevolent beings, while the abyssal zone would grotesquely twist all living entities, including practitioners and corrupted dark creatures, into denizens of the abyss. To illustrate, for an ordinary practitioner, the peril of the dark disaster zone stood at 10,000 points, whereas the abyssal zone posed a staggering threat of 100 million points. A strange pull emanated from his arm. The ring of infinite fate commenced its consumption of the tainted destiny. 3 minutes later, the deformities upon Fang Xing vanished, leaving him stark naked. Barefoot, he felt the immediate agony of his soles as they made contact with the abyssal filth, black impurities littering the ground. The sensation was akin to traversing a path strewn with sharp stones, only to plunge into a pool of alcohol. He made his way toward Elizabeth. Elizabeth's condition mirrored his own, at least externally. Surprisingly, she bore no signs of the ghastly rashes that plagued Fang Xing. Her skin remained smooth and exquisite, her radiant golden locks shimmering amidst the desolate abyssal landscape. Surely, Elizabeth harbored secrets? Fang Xing was all too aware of the formidable corruption power of the black giant sword. With a sudden strike, he attacked. Elizabeth's head exploded like a bullet striking a watermelon, crimson blood splattering everywhere. Elizabeth undoubtedly possessed secrets. Yet Fang Xing was not compelled to unearth them all. Little did Elizabeth anticipate that the first time someone grasped her was merely to extinguish her life. Kill Elizabeth. Obtain character card X1. Devouring. Fang Xing commanded the ring of infinite fate as the blood and flesh upon the ground gradually transformed into motes of light. Drawn into the ring, a burp echoed through the heavens. Exiting the abyssal zone, Fang Xing rummaged through the ruins to find a tire to don. Glancing back, he noticed numerous faint motes of light appearing in the sky. These motes gradually merged into the abyssal zone, miraculously curbing its expansion. Fang Xing reached out, grasping a cerulean mote. As his hand passed through, information materialized in his mind. You have gained a slight affinity for the elements. Such is the advantage of the professional world and elevated authority. Contact with any object elicits a response from the world's will. So, these motes were elements? Fang Xing had initially assumed they were protective programs of the world, only to discover they were ubiquitous elements. In a sense, elements indeed serve as the world's safeguard. At that moment, a blue meteor streaked across the sky. Fang Xing looked up, sensing it was likely a sorcerer utilizing a long-distance teleportation spell. Among them, two figures seemed to emerge. The distance was too great for Fang Xing to discern their identities, yet they appeared vaguely familiar. Oh well, as long as it was not Chen Jianai. Chapter 69, Sinking Bianjing City. Thus, Jianai had been abducted by Lan Zhantian to the Jixia Academy. Fang Xing's gaze turned icy as he regarded the wealthy lady. The situation unfolded during his battle with the vice principal. Lan Zhantian had ambushed the wealthy lady and utilized a long-distance teleportation sorcerer to whisk Chen Jianai away. What could the Jixia Academy possibly want with Jianai? Fang Xing pondered, yet saw no need to comprehend it, just as he did not need to unravel Elizabeth's secrets. The wealthy lady lowered her head, while the surrounding practitioners held their breath, each too afraid to exhale. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. It was the notification of today's sign-in refresh. Today's sign-in location, Tianshui City. Today's sign-in code, XXXXXX. Upon seeing the sign-in code, Fang Xing paused momentarily, then surveyed the area. I shall personally storm the Jixia Academy. At worst, I will sink Bianjing City. Fang Xing's tone was calm, devoid of rage or bluster. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding practitioners were rendered statuesque. The Jixia Academy was the highest institution of the Han Dynasty, home to 6-turn watchdogs and 7-turn practitioners aplenty. Yet, Fang Xing boldly declared his intent to assault the Jixia Academy and sink Bianjing City. In that moment, none present could dismiss his words as mere jest. Thunder rumbled ominously above. Sign-in successful. Gain 100,000 evolution points. The instant the evolution points were credited, Fang Xing vanished from the midst of the crowd. After an indeterminate time, as the onlookers regained their wits, the wealthy lady silently cursed her misfortune. She suddenly recalled that Lan Zhantian had initially come to Tianshui City to retrieve Chen Jianai for the Jixia Academy. Her previous words had been somewhat imprecise, leading Fang Xing to misconstrue the situation. Yet, in the next breath, the wealthy lady shook her head. To her mind, it was merely a minor misunderstanding. In 3 years, once Chen Jianai graduated from the Jixia Academy, she would undoubtedly seek to contact Fang Xing. By then, the misunderstanding between Fang Xing and the Jixia Academy would surely be resolved. Could Fang Xing possibly attain the strength to assault the Jixia Academy within 3 years? As for the 2 mentors who perished at the Jixia Academy, in this world, the dead held the least value, bar none. Half a day later, within the lava instance, Fang Xing placed the injured Groudon into a colossal active volcano. The Ground King Groudon could swiftly recuperate by harnessing the power of the magma ley lines. Meanwhile, Mew, in the Beast Master space, was beginning to regain its mental fortitude with the aid of the Tree of Life. At that moment, the little creature perched atop Fang Xing's head, mewing softly. The battle with the vice principal had illuminated a particular flaw in Fang Xing, his inadequate escape capability. Fortunately, this flaw could soon be remedied. He retrieved a massive white egg adorned with mysterious patterns from his spatial pocket. Should one inquire about the origin of this egg? Might one request to view the VCR? First completion of the Dragon Valley instance. Reward, 5,000 reputation points. First kill of the Secret Realm boss, White Dragon Maiden. Rewarded with Dragon Clan Treasure Chest, Little White Dragon. You have opened the Dragon Clan Treasure Chest, Little White Dragon. Congratulations. You have obtained White Dragon Maiden's Doll, Souvenir, X1, Dragon Tooth, Platinum Grade Equipment, X1, Dragon Crown, Gold Grade Equipment, X1, Mysterious Egg X1. Mysterious Egg has a chance to hatch into a Gold Grade Beast Master, White Dragon. Mysterious Egg is hatching. Time, 3 minutes. Hatching complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a Beast Master, Little Black Dragon. Little Black Dragon, Gold Grade Beast Master. Chapter 70, Little Black Dragon. The towering mysterious egg cracked open with a resounding snap. A creature adorned with dual wings and cloaked in ebony scales emerged from its shell. The appearance of the Little Black Dragon bore a resemblance to Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. Beast Mastery, Little Black Dragon. Rank, Golden Level. Level, LV1. Health, 10,000. Strength, 3,000. Constitution, 3,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 2,100. Combat Power, 30,000. Skills, Dragon's Might, Dragon Roar. Evolution Method, Ordinary Evolution, Leap Evolution, Otherworldly evolution. Current evolution value, 100,000. Note, the first otherworldly evolution will culminate in a leap-level metamorphosis. Undoubtedly, as a golden-level entity, the little black dragon's initial attributes effortlessly surpassed those of the mighty Pangolin and the beast spirits. Of course, aside from its rank, dragon-type beasts are inherently formidable. The sole mystery for Fang Xing was the fact that this being emerged from a white dragon treasure chest, yielding a purebred black dragon. Without further ado, he initiated its otherworldly evolution. Since they were within a lava dungeon, Fang Xing refrained from adding the little black dragon to the beast space for evolution. However, prior to the evolution, he needed to forge a contract with the little black dragon. A few minutes later, the contract was finalized. Let the evolution commence. Consuming 100,000 evolution points, the little black dragon begins its evolution. Time within the dungeon seemed to have momentarily crystallized. Soon after, mysterious and profound runes descended from the heavens, enveloping the little black dragon in a colossal cocoon. Half an hour later, the cocoon began to tremble violently. Fang Xing recognized this as a sign that the little black dragon was on the verge of successfully evolving. As he anticipated, the originally 10-meter cocoon expanded. 20 meters, 50 meters, 180 meters. Boom. The cocoon erupted, revealing the being within. It bore several light blue stripes, with a cobalt blue pentagonal diamond embedded at its center. 3 silvery thorn-like protrusions adorned its neck, while 5 spiny structures resembling fish scales graced its back. Ding. Evolving. The first otherworldly evolution will achieve a leap-level metamorphosis. Little Black Dragon is evolving. Original evolution path, Little Black Dragon of the Star Realm. Otherworldly evolution path, Little Black Dragon. Little Black Dragon has successfully evolved. Evolution result, Dialga, a deity reputed to govern the realm of time. When Dialga's heart beats, time flows onward. A legendary Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. Fang Xing was astounded. How had he summoned this divine entity? In truth, his initial expectation had been to summon Rayquaza. After all, with its draconic lineage, the little black dragon had a high probability of evolving into Rayquaza. Nevertheless, Dialga was also a splendid outcome. Fang Xing was not one to be overly discerning. He proceeded to examine Dialga's attributes. Current Beast Mastery, Initial Dialga. Rank, Epic Level. Level, LV1. Health, 80,000. Strength, 10,000. Constitution, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Combat Power, 100,000. Exclusive Skill, Roar of Time. Exclusive Passive, God of Time. Next evolution requires 1,000,000 evolution points. Note, 10,000 points is the current level cap. Dialga's attributes bore a striking similarity to those of Groudon. Fang Xing speculated that this template must represent the pinnacle of epic level. Could it be that the otherworldly evolution from golden level also results in an epic level? Previously, he had believed that the otherworldly evolution from bronze level would yield epic level, from silver level to legendary level, and from golden level to royal level. It seemed he had overthought it. The rank achieved after otherworldly evolution was not necessarily tied to the original rank of the beast. Dismissing further contemplation, Fang Xing recognized that he could create multiple beasts of Dialga's caliber given time. He turned his attention to Dialga's skills. Skills. Roar of Time. Unleashes a powerful force that distorts time, placing the target in a state of temporal stasis. Passive. God of Time. Dialga significantly reduces the effects of skills related to the realm of time. Note, this ability possesses a level of growth potential. Tip. When Dialga acquires exclusive gems, namely Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Silver Soul, 5 ultra-limit gems, this ability will undergo a qualitative leap. And Dialga will unleash the sealed power of time within, becoming the true God of Time, also known as its origin for me. The Academy of Jixia. Atop a mage tower, 2 practitioners clad in mage robes sat on either side of a long table crafted from star soul stones. One was a middle-aged mage with a few strands of gray at his temples. The other was a young mage garbed in black robes. "Father, why have you summoned me so suddenly?" inquired the middle-aged mage, his tone imbued with utmost respect towards the black-robed mage. The black-robed mage was one of the 4 vice-deans of the Academy of Jixia, Wang He. The middle-aged mage was his son, Wang Su, the current head of the Wang family, handpicked by Wang He himself. "Sir, there is no need for such formality. I called you here to share some splendid news," Wang He said kindly, observing his son and momentarily catching a glimpse of a familiar shadow. Wang Su was neither Wang He's most accomplished son nor the one most resembling him. In fact, he possessed a hint of rebelliousness. Logically, He should not have been the family head, yet his mother was Wang He's first love. Yes, father. Even after breaking through to the 8th transition, Wang Su still felt immense pressure in the presence of his father. Sewer, since you took on the role of family head, I have refrained from urging you to find a partner. Do you know why? I do not. Wang Su shook his head, though deep down, he was aware. Whispers had long circulated within the Academy of Jixia, suggesting that a certain vice dean had imprisoned a royal relative of the Sun Never Sets kingdom, intending to leverage their unique divine bloodline to enhance the family's genetics. Of the 4 vice deans, 3 hailed from illustrious families of heroes. It was evident who had perpetrated the imprisonment. Sewer, I understand that there are rumors within the family regarding your ascension to the position of family head, suggesting that I appointed you merely as a transitional figure for others. Wang Su remained silent, his hands tightly gripping the edge of his robe, as if resolved to make a significant decision. Even with a decision made, Wang He's next words nearly caused Wang Su's heart to stop. I know you have a child outside. Father. Wang Su felt as though an invisible hand was choking his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Sewer, do not be alarmed. That child is yours, and also my grandchild. What grandfather would harm his own grandchild? Father. Tears welled in Wang Su's eyes. He was uncertain if other grandfathers would harm their grandchildren, but he was acutely aware that Wang He would not hesitate to do so, and when it came to action, he would show no mercy. Chapter 71. Perhaps the world is ailing. Sewer, I have summoned you here to share some truly auspicious news. I trust you are already aware of certain rumors. Your father wishes to leverage the sacred lineage to enhance our family's genetic legacy. At this juncture, Wang He revealed his true intention. As your father grows older, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Father, I shall relinquish my claim to the family position. Wang Su, who had already resolved to forsake his role, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom his father's words. However, it soon dawned on him that this might be a test of his character, prompting him to hastily reply, Father, this undertaking is of immense gravity, and I fear my talents may not suffice to fulfill this task. Wang He internally sighed, realizing how much he had neglected this child in his relentless pursuit of family interests. Now, their relationship had deteriorated to the point where simple honesty was elusive. Observing this, Wang He prepared to divulge some past events to Wang Su. Sewer, you need not doubt, this is not a test of your abilities. I regret not having shared with you the story of your mother and me. Both of us hailed from a small city called Fang Xing. At that time, I was not the man I am today, and it was only your mother who stood by my side. However, due to certain circumstances, she became deeply disillusioned with me. I vowed to make a name for myself, and after breaking through to the 7th transition, I returned to Fang Xing only to find that your mother had married an ordinary man. When I inquired if she had any regrets, she shook her head and urged me to take good care of you. I believe my lack of strength was the issue, so I pursued the 8th transition and returned once more. This time, she did not see me, for she had borne children with her new husband. Eventually, I reached the 9th transition and returned again, only to learn that a year prior, chaos had engulfed Fang Xing, and your mother had perished in the invasion from the abyss. Using my formidable powers, I restored the scene of that tragic day, realizing that she had sacrificed herself. To this day, it remains Wang He's greatest regret, an awakening to the truth that there are indeed those who wish to be with you for the sake of companionship alone. Wang Su meticulously observed the shifting expressions of his father. When the words sacrificial burial were uttered, Wang He's eyes dimmed, leading Wang Su to gradually accept his father's narrative. Father Wang Su's voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was overwhelmed with the realization that he could finally secure his position as the head of the family. Suddenly, as the father and son were on the verge of reconciling years of estrangement, Wang He, seized by a wave of excitement, coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The demise of his external avatar had caused significant harm to his true self. Wang Su gasped, having never witnessed his father in a state of injury before. Father, what has happened? I am fine. Wang He steadied himself, though disbelief flickered in his eyes. His doppelganger, sent to rescue Elizabeth, had perished, and the absence of any message suggested it had happened instantaneously, without a hint of resistance. Could it be that a 9th transition expert had intervened? The thought darkened Wang He's expression, but only for a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. Sewer, you should return for now. I will inform you when I have news. Yes, father. Just as Wang Su was about to depart, Wang He suddenly remarked, Go to Storm City and bring back my grandson. As a grandfather, I have been woefully inadequate. Understood, father. Wang He nodded, and after his son left, his complexion turned ashen. He spat out 2 more mouthfuls of black blood, cursing under his breath. The loss of his external avatar would result in a permanent 10% reduction in all attributes, a detriment that even the finest elixirs could not remedy. Such a loss would significantly diminish Wang He's prowess, and he could not simply endure it quietly. As a 9th transition expert, Preserving his dignity was paramount. He resolved to uncover which individual had dared to strike against him, knowing that among the many ninth transition figures, only a handful bore grudges against him. Wang Yi began to perform a series of intricate hand seals, attempting to trace the causal connection to the one who had slain his doppelganger. Unbeknownst to him, this action would lead him into an inescapable abyss. Slowly, he closed his eyes, transitioning to another scene. He found himself in a desolate expanse, filled with an overwhelming sense of isolation and decay. Chaotic energies swirled about, while spatial storms raged around him. In the distance, a massive broken sword was embedded in a mountain peak. Initially, Wang Yi did not recognize this place. Despite having explored nearly every region on Blue Star as a ninth transition expert, yet none resembled this barren land. The surroundings bore a vague familiarity, especially the broken sword that seemed reminiscent of the legendary holy sword from ancient texts. In the next moment, as he raised his head, memories flooded back to him all at once, striking him like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, Wang Yi severed the causal connection, even at the cost of 50% of his life's limit, for he realized this place was the starry sky. However, it was too late. Atop the high tower, Wang Yi opened his eyes to find four solemn-faced elders before him: Vice Dean Han, Vice Dean Fan, Vice Dean Xiao, and the Dean of the Jixia Academy, Dean L. Upon seeing Wang Yi awaken, the three Vice Deans turned their gazes toward Dean L, whose expression was grave as he fixed his eyes on Wang Yi for an extended moment before uttering three words: Heroic King. A day later, the Han Dynasty royal family issued a notification, framing it as a mission to hunt down a young man in the boundless wilderness. Fang Xing received the task released by the dynasty. Task: Cultist. Task level: Epic. Task information: a cultist from the Dark Church has devastated Tianshui City and has since fled. Task rewards: vast prestige within the Han Dynasty, legendary equipment, substantial military resources, honorary elder status at Jixia Academy, a legendary beast egg, and 10 extreme crystal stones. Task duration: unlimited. The rewards were astonishingly lavish. Fang Xing was astounded. Could he return in time to claim his reward? Suddenly, he noticed that the image of the cultist bore a striking resemblance to himself. Good grief, that's me. After a moment of reflection, Fang Xing came to terms with the fact that he was now a wanted man by the Han Dynasty. He could understand the reasoning. Having killed Elizabeth and the Vice Dean of Jixia Academy's external avatar, he had undoubtedly become their sworn enemy. Jixia Academy was synonymous with the Han Dynasty, making his notoriety seem quite justified. Yet, the charges against him felt like a baseless accusation, a fabricated excuse. He had merely sought to resolve the abyssal invasion, yet was branded as a harbinger of the Dark Church, releasing a malevolent deity. It seemed the world was ailing, unable to accommodate even a foreigner. Fang Xing reclined upon the back of Dialga, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth. Beep, sign-in successful. Acquired 100,000 evolution points. Today's sign-in phrase: the world is ailing, unable to accommodate even a foreigner. Chapter 72. Haicheng. Haicheng. After a week of travel, Fang Xing beheld a bustling city before him. The streets were alive with a myriad of practitioners coming and going. Upon entering the city, he observed a group of practitioners soaring through the air on swords, with the highest among them at the 6th transition and the lowest at the 4th transition. It is important to note that the Lord of Tianshui City, Lu Tianshui, is merely at the 4th transition of cultivation. A youthful group, clad in identical azure robes, consists entirely of rare class practitioners, sword cultivators. Fang Xing, donning a mask that conceals his aura, acquired it from a formidable boss known as the Shape-Shifting Ghost King, a level 140 dungeon entity. While journeying, Fang Xing did not neglect to enhance the level of his Pokemon, Dialga, which he has successfully elevated to level 90. Current Pokemon: Initial Dialga. Tier: Epic. Level: LV 90. Health: 999999. Strength: 100,000. Vitality: 100,000. Agility: 100,000. Mentality: 120,000. Combat power: 200,000. Passive ability: God of Time. Exclusive skills: Roar of Time, Primal Force, Time Stasis. Skills: Time Stasis. Activating this skill pauses the flow of time within a radius of 10,000 meters for 3 seconds. In comparison to Groudon, Dialga possesses only one outstanding attribute. While it excels in overall attributes compared to Groudon, in actual combat, it would certainly fall slightly short, particularly when considering Groudon without the use of limit gems. Greetings, may I inquire if any significant events have transpired in the city recently? Fang Xing naturally inquired as he approached a vendor's stall. Ah, my friend, you appear to be an outsider. I have only just returned from years away, responded the vendor, a chatty man in his 40s, who continued eagerly. You have returned just in time. The Lord's residence is hosting a martial arts competition for matchmaking. Many young talents from various powers have arrived, and I hear that the illustrious Shao clan, renowned for its heroism, is also seeking a union. If I were not already wed, I would certainly want to join the festivities. You see, the Lord's daughter has just turned 18, and her beauty is simply breathtaking. Thank you, Fang Xing replied graciously, tossing the vendor 10,000 Han coins before departing. As he left, the vendor's lips curled into a knowing smile. Reflecting on the arrival of yet another outsider. Ding. Today's sign-in has been refreshed. Sign-in location, west wing of the Lord's residence. Sign-in password, no need to pretend. I know you are a dark derivative. At the Lord's residence, a group of elegantly dressed young gentlemen gathered at the back entrance. Upon closer inspection, they were the favored competitors for the upcoming matchmaking contest. Although the contest was not set to commence until the following day, the throngs were eager to catch a glimpse of the lady's exquisite visage. Among them, 3 individuals stood out as the most promising candidates. Wang Tianhai, the legitimate grandson of the local tyrant, Li Jiaxing, the foremost disciple of the Qinglian Sword Pavilion, and a mysterious figure shrouded within a palanquin, believed by some to be one of the current scions of the heroic Shao family. Gentlemen, please disperse. The lady has stated that she will meet with you all tomorrow, announced a stooped elder emerging from the back door, offering a slight nod to the crowd. He understood their noble statuses and the reasons for their presence, but had been instructed to keep them at bay. The distinguished individuals present would not simply retreat at his words. After all, their reputations were at stake, as were the honor and pride of the powers they represented. Just watch me, declared a portly young man as he approached the elder, producing a luminous gem from within his robes. The gem, resplendent and translucent, radiated a vibrant green glow even in daylight. The elder shook his head, dismissing the notion that he could be swayed by a piece of golden tier equipment. The gem bearer, feeling somewhat disgruntled, pondered whether he should reveal even better offerings, but ultimately returned to his place, a forced smile on his lips. No wonder they say the Li family has fallen. They can hardly produce a platinum tier item anymore. From the back of the crowd, a young man with a horse-like face remarked with sarcasm, reveling in the gem bearer's embarrassment. If you have the ability, then step forward. The gem bearer was not one to endure such mockery. I shall indeed step forward, he retorted, yet before he could advance, another figure moved faster than he could react. Initially displeased, the horse-faced man quickly suppressed his frustration upon recognizing the newcomer. This is a token of my affection for the lady, Wang Tianhai proclaimed as he unveiled a platinum tier soft armor engraved with 5 attribute gems. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Wang Tianhai had presented such a valuable gift. It is well known that platinum tier soft armor is rarer than ordinary epic tier equipment, especially one adorned with 5 attribute gems. Embedding gems into equipment carries a risk of failure, potentially shattering both the armor and the gems. The stooped elder cast a glance at Wang Tianhai, his expression momentarily wavering before he ultimately shook his head. Wang Tianhai nodded and returned to the throng. The assembled crowd turned their attention to Li Jiaxing, who sighed inwardly. His own offering was comparable to Wang Tianhai's, and with Wang Tianhai having already faced failure, he questioned the necessity of his own attempt. All eyes then shifted to the enigmatic figure within the palanquin. I have long heard that Miss Xue has transitioned to the Shadow Summoner class. I possess a skill scroll for the Shadow Beast Master profession, he declared. As he spoke, a surge of information flooded the minds of all present. Skill. Underworld Call. Form a pact with the realm of the dead by offering a sacrifice to the afterlife. You can summon the undead. Note, this skill is a diversified, exclusive profession ability, available for learning by Necromancer, Mage, Shadow Summoner, Beastmaster, Assassin, and other related professions. The Underworld Call. This is the core skill of the Necromancer. I recall that the Lord once sought this skill book, offering a legendary tier item as a reward. Chapter 73, Underworld Call. Esteemed young sir, you may enter. At this moment, even the stooped elder displayed a hint of astonishment. The renown of the Underworld Call skill was immense. It stands as one of the highest tier skills, second only to the core skills of the 9th transition. Furthermore, to transition from the 8th to the 9th, one must master a skill book of the highest tier. This requirement has caused countless 8th transition elites to falter, as the highest tier skill books are exceedingly rare, requiring one to delve into the abyss and vanquish its bosses to obtain them from the abyssal treasure chests. Even if the Lord were to learn of this, he would not hold it against him. The crowd gazed upon the figure with envious eyes, for it was clear that anyone who could gain entry today would likely not need to compete in the matchmaking contest tomorrow. Yet, such envy was futile. Their familial backgrounds were not sufficiently robust to present a top-tier skill book to a lady. However, the next words from the figure within the palanquin left everyone astonished. No, I merely brought it forth to demonstrate my capability to enter. I never claimed to seek a marriage proposal. Is your lady more beautiful than the renowned courtesan Yushi of the capital? To merely meet her requires a top-tier skill book? Upon hearing these words, the countenance of the stooped elder immediately darkened. The atmosphere within the gathering grew delicate, with some expressing agreement with the opinion of the individual within the sedan chair. The daughter of the Sea City Lord had never made an appearance. Who could ascertain her appearance? Perhaps she was an unsightly creature or bore some imperfections. If she were truly as flawless as advertised, she would have been wed to one of the prominent families rather than be made available to the market. The Sea City Lord had likely reserved her for alliances with those esteemed families, leaving no opportunity for others. On the other hand, there were staunch defenders of the Sea City Lord, comprised of those from the lower strata of society, yearning to alter their humble fates through a connection with the Lord's household. However, the majority maintained a neutral stance. The Sea City Lord's estate was not to be trifled with, yet the heroic families were even more formidable. Amidst this commotion, a young man emerged from the rear of the crowd, his face obscured beneath a hood, carrying a ladder as he approached the hunchbacked elder. He appeared to be a repairman. The young man cast a bewildered glance at the elegantly attired youths surrounding him before lowering his head. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "There's a circuit malfunction. I'm here to take a look." The elder, noticing the youth's repair kit, waved him in. Just as the young man stepped inside, the elder seemed to regain his composure and called out, "Wait a moment." Fang Xing slowly turned, puzzled. "What is it? Do you know the way?" "I do not." "Then why are you rushing ahead?" The elder instructed a nearby servant. "You, guide him." Once the servant and the young man had departed, the elder shook his head, lamenting the impetuousness of the youth in these modern times. Several minutes later, the elder suddenly realized that the Lord's estate employed specialized electricians. Something was amiss. By then, it was too late. Under the servant's guidance, Fang Xing reached a separate courtyard. It must be said, the combination of a ladder and a repair kit was indeed a universal key. Back in Tianshui City, Fang Xing frequently employed this guise to infiltrate various high-end venues. Do not be deceived. In this professionalized world, there exist electricians, as there have always been individuals of both high and low status throughout the ages. "Master, this courtyard houses our young miss. You must not enter. If the Lord finds out, it could be fatal," the servant cautioned, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Fang Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Satisfied, the servant departed. Then, Fang Xing forcefully kicked open the courtyard door. "No need for pretense. I know you are a dark entity. Sign-in successful. You have received 100,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 900,000. With a thunderous crash, the building collapsed, sending debris flying through the air, accompanied by a sinister, teeth-gritting, nauseating laughter. "Ha ha ha. I never imagined my concealment would be uncovered." A wave of dark energy surged forth from the courtyard. A barrier enveloped Fang Xing, while the repair kit on his back transformed into a diminutive pink beast. The black tide surged over him, leaving Fang Xing unscathed, while the nearby servant was reduced to a line of skeletal remains, swept away by the wind. The dark entity suddenly sensed something amiss. This individual before it was not like those it had previously encountered, who valued human life. At that moment, Fang Xing received a prompt regarding a faction conflict mission. Warning, a multitude of dark entities is approaching, meeting the prerequisites for initiating a faction conflict mission. Would you like to activate the Abyssal Battlefield? Note, activating the Abyssal Battlefield will prevent all beings within a radius of 100,000 meters from leaving this area until either the Abyssal beings are eradicated or they annihilate you. Warning, please choose wisely. You have activated the Abyssal Battlefield. A black barrier enveloped an area with a diameter of 100,000 meters, including the Lord's estate. Confusion spread among the onlookers as they gazed skyward. Just a moment ago, all was well. Now it seemed as if an evil deity had invaded. Only the individual from the Shao family within the sedan chair appeared to comprehend the gravity of the situation, revealing a look of horror. How is this possible? Who possesses the right to trigger a faction conflict mission? Such missions generally required the fulfillment of extraordinarily stringent conditions to initiate. They could manifest in various forms, the most common being confrontations between dynasties, where the victorious party would seize the fortune of the defeated. For instance, the Han dynasty often engaged in such conflicts with neighboring nations. Yet this time, it was an abyssal confrontation, a battle between practitioners and abyssal beings. The most arduous of tasks. The prompt reappeared. Faction standings. Abyss, 99, 999, 999. Note, 99, 999, 999 is not the actual number, but the current limit. Practitioners, 2. Current faction, practitioners. Upon witnessing the number of abyssal beings, the individual in the sedan panicked. as the entirety of Sea City likely did not possess such numbers. However, upon seeing the count of practitioners, calmness returned. The term confrontation suggested a balance in power. Should the disparity be too great, the mission would devolve into a desperate escape endeavor. The silver lining was that they had a transcendent practitioner on their side. The downside was that this transcendent practitioner was not one of them. With a resounding crash, the once lively crowd transformed into monstrous entities, their gleeful chaos morphing into a terrifying display. Herald of Desire. Level, LV-115. Health, 1,000,000. Attack Power, 0. Skills, Reflect, Regenerate, Supreme Healing. Mental Disturbance. Description: do not succumb excessively to desire. It may lead to your own harm. Corrupted Individual. Level, LV-95. Health, 100,000. Attack Power, 10,000. Skills: Self-Detonation, Regenerate, Supreme Healing. Description: those who are consumed by desire seek redemption. Son of Lust. Level, LV-135. Health, 5,000,000. Attack Power, 0. Skills: Reflect, Rebirth, Supreme Healing, Mental Disturbance. Description: once he was human. Chapter 74, Son of Lust. As the black tide gradually receded, a massive toad materialized before Fang Xing, its height reaching 5 to 6 meters, its back covered in repulsive boils, oozing a viscous green pus. This toad represented the focal point of the martial contest for marriage, the Son of Lust. Warning, warning, warning. This form does not represent the true form of the Son of Lust. In this state, it possesses merely 1/10,000th of its ultimate power. Notice, your class change mission is undergoing modifications. Modifying class change mission. Class change mission has been updated. Original job transfer task, journey to Shanghai City. Join any army within the stipulated time and elevate your military rank to Major General. Current job transfer task, an old grudge from 2 centuries ago. Task difficulty. This difficulty far exceeds conventional levels and has been transformed into a phased task. Phase Task 1. Task information, locate the City Lord's Order. Task duration, 3 natural days. Task reward, unknown. Task failure, forfeiture of corresponding interdimensional causality. Task hint, it may still be alive. Synopsis: a century-old grudge shall finally come to an end. Shanghai City remains steadfast. Hint, you have temporarily gained the world's blessing. The blessings are as follows. All attributes 50, Abyss Resistance 1500 points, Skill Tier 10, World-Class Divination Shield. World-Class Fortune Shield, granting the unique trait Annihilation, which is supremely effective against immortal beings. Annihilation, a passive skill of supreme swordsmanship. All sword attacks you unleash can inflict permanent damage on enemies at the level of causality. At this moment, Fang Xing felt an indescribable lightness envelop his entire being, akin to shedding the shackles and chains that had burdened him for so long. Now, these chains had vanished. According to the hints, Fang Xing realized that he was likely to be ensnared this time. From the moment the hints appeared until their conclusion, less than 25 seconds elapsed. However, the Child of Lust was not foolish enough to remain stationary. Roar! Just as the Child of Lust lunged at him, Dialga swiftly lifted Fang Xing into the sky. As for summoning Groudon, Fang Xing had no intention of doing so for the time being. The reason being, the abyssal creatures encountered this time were unlike any before. Reflective damage returns the damage received back to the opponent at a rate of 100. This was an extraordinarily formidable skill. Even more terrifying was the sheer number of these abyssal creatures, each boasting a staggering 1 million health points. The good news was that the demonized beings lacked reflective damage skills. The bad news, however, was that the demonized constituted only 1/20th of the total number. Nevertheless, there was no need for such pessimism, for a graver reality lay ahead. This city had unknowingly merged with the abyss. Approximately 500 meters beneath Shanghai City lay an open abyssal passage, filled to the brim with abyssal creatures. The reason they had not emerged was not due to their benevolence, but rather because the current quota had been filled. Someone had employed unknown means to transform Shanghai City into a facade of humanity, shrouded in the essence of the abyss. Under normal circumstances, the opening of an abyssal passage could only signify one possibility: the shattering of the City Lord's Order. Yet, the first phase of the task required Fang Xing to locate the City Lord's Order. This implied that the order was not entirely shattered. No, it must be in pristine condition. Had it been in a shattered state, the task would have entailed finding the fragments of the City Lord's Order. Thus, Shanghai City was not yet an abyssal region. This was the silver lining amidst the grim news. At the very least, it indicated that the regulations regarding the City Lord's Order were still operational. Boom. A shell trailing a green flame hurtled toward them. Mew. Dialga unfurled an energy shield around them, The shell struck the barrier, sending ripples cascading outward. Dream was making a move. Behind Fang Xing, a horde of grotesque creatures with massive bone wings had materialized. Tamerr. Dialga turned and unleashed a torrent of light, which dispersed into a myriad of small luminous points, densely showering the creatures below. In an instant, these monsters were petrified, as if caught in the gaze of Medusa. There was no opportunity to seize the moment. Dialga spread its wings and swiftly vanished into the horizon. As long as the abyssal passage below remained ajar, slaying more abyssal creatures would prove futile. Unless the city lord's order was found to close the abyssal passage, Fang Xing had begun to formulate a strategy. However, before that, there was another matter. Both factions. Abyss, 99, 999, 999. Note, 99, 999, 999 is not the actual quantity, but the current limit. Professionals, 2. Current faction, professionals. Indeed, there was another person. Unbeknownst to Fang Xing, this individual was also searching for him. On the central avenue of the city, a disheveled figure sprinted for dear life. From the silhouette, one might perceive a woman's frailness. In truth, it was a man with a face bristling with stubble and a somewhat hoarse voice. This was a dead city. Xiaoxi dodged an attack from a grotesque creature resembling a gorilla, turning into a narrow alley, only to find a group of abyssal monsters lying in wait. It was the end. Just as he believed he would perish there, a beam of light descended, ensnaring him and the surrounding abyssal creatures in a state of sluggishness. Apart from his brain operating at normal speed, his body felt as though it had been slowed down 1,000-fold. Boom. Dust billowed, and the ground trembled as something plummeted from above. When Xiaoxi finally discerned the man's appearance, a black sword came hurtling toward him. His gaze shifted upward, then back down, where he beheld a headless corpse. Receiving no immediate notification of a kill, Fang Xing swung his great sword, cleaving the headless body in two. Kill Xiaoxi. Obtain character card X1. Hint. You have plundered the primal power from this target. You have acquired a rare skill scroll, Underworld Summoning. In the instant of death, Xiaoxi's disguise dissipated, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Though she had perished, her stunning eyes glared at Fang Xing with venomous resentment. Bang! Fang Xing's foot came crashing down. Splattering blood, he harbored not a shred of compassion. Current professionals. 1. Why eliminate Xiaoxi? The reason was simple. If he did not kill her, Fang Xing would not survive. The moment Xiaoxi breathed her last, Fang Xing received multiple notifications. Warning, warning, warning. The combat power of both factions in this confrontation is severely mismatched. As the initiator and the last survivor of this confrontation task, you have the following compensation options. Compensation 1. This confrontation task is altered to a fleeing task. Note, completing this task will yield no rewards, but also no penalties. Compensation 2. Continue the task, but significantly reduce its difficulty. Note, completing this task will grant you the highest tier of rewards. Failure will result in the utmost obliteration. Chapter 75. Holy Sword. Will you choose me once more? Compensation 2 selected. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xing opted for the second compensation option. Since it could be issued as a task, it proved feasible to complete. Moreover, in the face of the abyss, one must either advance or retreat. If he faltered this time, he would undoubtedly hesitate in the face of such circumstances in the future. Note, you have temporarily gained the world's blessing. The blessings are as follows. All attributes increased by 150, abyss resistance of 3,000 points, and the unique trait of causality, along with a built-in weakening aura. Causality. Upon receiving an attack, you may consume causality power to redirect the damage elsewhere. Note, killing abyss creatures or engaging in any causality-related actions will grant you causality power. You are adorned with the Infinite Fate Ring, which increases your causality power by 1 point per second. Weakening aura. Effect. Abyssal entities entering within a radius of 10 meters will be suppressed by the world's will. Apostle of Desire. Level, LV-115, LV-90, suppressed. Health, 550. 000, 450, 000, suppressed. Attack power, 0, 0, suppressed. Skills, Retaliation, suppressed. Regeneration, suppressed. Superior Healing, suppressed. Mental Disturbance, suppressed. Description, do not succumb to desires excessively, as it may lead to your own injury. Retaliation. Current ratio, 40. From the outset, Fang Xing found this confrontation task absurdly daunting, almost beyond the realm of human capability. It soon became evident that a petty trickster was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Why do I say this? One must first grasp the concept of confrontation. A one-sided beating does not constitute a confrontation. True confrontation involves reciprocation. In simpler terms, Fang Xing and Xiaoxi were pitted against an entire city's worth of abyssal monsters. Yet the reality was that Fang Xing and Xiao Shi were vastly outmatched by the overwhelming horde. This disparity is precisely why Fang Xing felt he had been deceived. Initially, he believed Xiao Shi was a hidden powerhouse, and so he observed for a time. However, he soon discovered that Xiao Shi was being relentlessly pursued by an utterly mundane abyssal creature. No great figure would find themselves in such a predicament, would they? After perusing all the hints, Fang Xing felt an extraordinary power surging within him. This sensation was hardly surprising, as one would naturally feel such a way when their strength amplifies several-fold. However, due to the world-class blessing, Fang Xing experienced no discomfort. Instead, he felt as though this power had always belonged to him. A formidable aura radiated from Fang Xing, causing the approaching apostles of desire to be flung backwards. One word, formidable. Two words, overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, a bold idea ignited within Fang Xing. In the next moment, he drew forth a colossal black sword. An aura darker than the abyss itself erupted forth. Surrounding structures disintegrated into dust upon contact with this aura, just as I suspected. However, this time, Fang Xing did not falter nor succumb to the abyss's corrupting influence. With his hand firmly gripping the massive sword's hilt, the dormant blade erupted with a dazzling black light. Fang Xing did not retreat. This was a contest of wills. To withdraw now would mean he could never again wield the dark giant sword. For 30 seconds, he and the sword remained locked in a stalemate, which felt to Fang Xing as if it lasted several epochs. Fortunately, the massive sword began visibly shrinking, and the dark aura also began to recede. Ultimately, Fang Xing held a broken blade in his grasp. At that moment, the information regarding the broken sword appeared in his mind. Holy Sword. Information, a weapon originating from the depths of the abyss, corrupted by the power of abundance. It birthed flesh and life. Description, O Holy Sword. Will you still choose me? Great hero, you have never been merely an option. This blade was, in fact, a sword? Fang Xing examined it closely, yet it undeniably resembled a knife. As for the flesh-like tissue, it was indeed present, and rather unsettling. With the blade appearing entwined by countless worms, each adorned with numerous small red hands. Something was amiss. These crimson hands sought to burrow into Fang Xing's skin. No, they had already penetrated. In an instant, Fang Xing's right hand began to swell, the flesh beneath the skin rapidly expanding. Just as his hand was about to undergo a grotesque transformation, a forceful pull emanated from his left arm. At this critical moment, the infinite fate ring proved its worth. The once lively red hands, now faced with the infinite fate ring, began to wither and weaken. In short, the aggressor had become the victim. Fang Xing had no intention of sparing these hands. It was evident that if he allowed them to invade, he would suffer the fate of a lizard, severing his own limbs to survive. The infinite fate ring surged to its maximum potential, and in a fleeting moment, Fang Xing heard phantom cries of despair from a multitude of infants ringing in his ears. This only heightened his excitement. Infinite fate ring, today, consume as much as you can. I shall no longer restrain your growth. Your equipment, Infinite Fate Ring, has been upgraded to legendary status. After approximately 2.5 minutes of consumption, the red hands could no longer withstand the strain. They retreated back into the holy sword, unveiling its true form before Fang Xing's eyes. It was a long blade, pitch black, with a tip radiating a crimson glow. Holding it felt akin to wielding a mere firewood stick. Before Fang Xing could thoroughly inspect the holy sword, darkness loomed overhead, and a colossal shadow descended. A fierce wind howled. The gusts generated by the Apostle of Desire rustled Fang Xing's garments. It was time to settle the score. Fang Xing unleashed a flourish of the blade, adopting an offensive stance. The Apostle of Desire sensed the provocation, and in the next moment, it coiled its hind legs and lunged at Fang Xing with a thunderous roar, akin to a cannonball being fired. Yet, in midair, its speed began to dwindle, and by the time it neared Fang Xing, its velocity was reduced to less than 1/100th of the original. This was thanks to Dialga's assistance from the sidelines, and, of course, the dreams that fueled it. How foolish was Fang Xing to engage the Apostle of Desire in a one-on-one, naked brawl. Why fight one when you could take on many? Death. With a single swing, Fang Xing cleaved through the air, creating a fissure in space itself. However, this was merely a preliminary display. The true terror lay in the annihilating characteristic of his swordsmanship. The Apostle of Desire's massive head split in two, yet its body remained intact. Fang Xing followed up with another strike, severing a significant portion of its cranium. Viscous green fluid erupted, tracing a long parabolic arc. Still perplexed as to why he had not received a kill notification, Fang Xing observed the Apostle of Desire's form begin to swell. What else could this indicate but self-detonation? Just as Fang Xing prepared to retreat swiftly, a prompt appeared. Triggered unique trait, causality. You may expend 200 points of causality power to redirect the damage received. Current causality power, 11,444. What more needed to be said? Fang Xing's palm struck down upon the remaining half of the Apostle of Desire's head, delivering a blow so forceful it created a dent in its skull. The contact between their bodies provided the maximum conduit for causality power. Causality begins to activate. Target, Apostle of Desire. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. The Sun of Lust erupted, unleashing a torrent of green ichor that splattered across the surrounding structures, which were instantaneously corroded and reduced to ashes within mere moments. Chapter 76. The Gate of Truth. Mew. Before Fang Xing, a transparent protective barrier stood firm against the viscous green liquid. In less than a second, Dream had conjured a total of 300 defensive shields, and now only this one remained. Where did such an abundance of defensive skills originate? One must extend gratitude to a certain Vice Dean. Yet, there was still no notification of a kill. It seemed that only by completely vanquishing the Sun of Lust would such a notification materialize. Moments later, the shattered remnants of the Sun of Lust began to revive. 15 seconds later, Fang Xing swiftly fled on the back of Dialga. Behind him, a monstrous amalgamation of flesh surged forth, rising thousands of meters into the air. Those familiar with leveling games understand the concept of bosses having 1, 2, or 3 health bars, progressing through phases. In the case of the Sun of Lust, having just defeated the first phase, it directly triggered the final phase. This was exceedingly treacherous. It was akin to having just mastered addition and subtraction, only to find oneself in an examination against a cadre of university professors, leaving one in despair when suddenly another individual entered, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the eminent mathematician Gauss from the textbook. The final phase of the Sun of Lust would consume the Lust Apostles to augment its own power. Given the rate of consumption, the Lust Apostles within the city would not endure for long. Thus, it was imperative to locate and seal the abyssal passage before it became invincible. Otherwise, one might as well seek a favorable burial site for oneself. As for confronting the final phase of the Sun of Lust head-on, such folly was unthinkable. It was simply impossible to slay it. Lust Tyrant, final phase. Level, LV 175. Health, 130 million, increasing. Attack power, 1 million, increasing. Skills, Retaliation, Rebirth, Tyrant's Fury, Abyssal Lust. Description, once it was human. The good news was that the location of the abyssal passage was easily discernible. The bad news was that a throng of Lust Apostles was surging toward the exit, nearly blocking it completely. This was likely why Fang Xing had so swiftly located the abyssal passage. 100 meters from the abyssal passage, Fang Xing summoned the Lord of the Earth Veins, Groudon. Roar. As Groudon materialized, it emitted a soul-shattering roar. Over the past few days, Groudon's injuries had fully healed. As the Lord of the Earth Veins, its vitality was remarkably resilient. As long as it retained a single drop of blood, it could swiftly return to its prime. Upon surveying the surroundings, Groudon instinctively prepared to unleash its devastating dragon breath upon the Lust Apostles, only to sense its master's command to dig. How absurd. Was a grand deity of level 1 to abandon its dignity? A terrifying breath of dragon fire pierced into the earth. Digging was no new endeavor. Time roared. Simultaneously, Dialga and Dream were also engaged. The monsters that had been poised to rush forward fell into a state of temporal stasis, their movements slowing considerably. Groudon's digging speed was nothing short of terrifying. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it had burrowed to a depth of 500 meters. Mew. Dream pointed in a direction, and Groudon commenced its excavation to the left. Groudon's claws broke through a barrier. With a crack, earth crumbled away, revealing a vast cavern before Fang Xing's eyes. Inside the cavern was utter darkness, and in the next moment, millions of crimson eyes opened within the shadows. Hiss! Even Fang Xing was taken aback, gasping in astonishment at the sight. For among those eyes, several radiated an aura comparable to that of the Vice Dean. Fortunately, these creatures could not yet enter this place. Within the cavern, Fang Xing discovered the City Lord's Order, embedded in a colossal metallic door. This was both unexpected and entirely logical. The City Lord's Order possessed self-awareness and, bound by the world's rules, could not be taken beyond the city's confines. Thus it could not be hidden elsewhere. The City Lord's Order also had a unique characteristic. If there was only one surviving individual within the city, that person would automatically receive the City Lord's Order. Fang Xing had previously obtained the City Lord's Order, hence his awareness of these facts. In summary, as the sole remaining practitioner in Sea City, his lack of the City Lord's Order could only indicate that it was being restricted. Within Sea City, the only place capable of restricting the City Lord's Order was the Abyssal Passage, utilizing the power of the Abyss to restrain the power of the world. Indeed, the reason these two forces could mutually restrain one another was due to their inherent rules. Only rules could contend against rules. Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding abyssal creatures were caught in temporal stasis, Fang Xing leapt forward, wielding the black sword to strike. Clang! A spark flew as it scraped against the metallic door. The slashing property activated, severing a corner of the door. An unnamed mist surged forth from within. The mist was neither black nor white. As it entered Fang Xing's body, before it could unleash its malevolence, a sudden pull emanated from his left arm. The endless fate ring unleashed its power. Fang Xing shook his head, his gaze regaining a semblance of clarity. In that fleeting moment of inhaling the mist, he felt as though he had aged millennia. Yet, he had also gained an unimaginable opportunity. That seemingly inconspicuous gray mist was one of the most potent forces in existence. Time, knowledge, truth. And this metallic door bore a formidable name, the Gate of Truth. The Gate of Truth traverses the realms of past, present, and future. Any scholar who lays eyes upon it shall acquire knowledge surpassing the current astral realm by numerous tiers. However, the present manifestation of the Gate of Truth was not the authentic one, but rather a mere time projection reminiscent of a mirage. How did Fang Xing know of the Gate of Truth? It was because that gray mist, upon entering his body, flooded his mind with a plethora of obscure and complex knowledge, including the secrets of this cosmic anomaly, the Gate of Truth. Notification: you have acquired a wealth of abyssal knowledge. Abyssal studies have commenced. Notification: you have acquired a wealth of dark knowledge. Dark studies have commenced. Notification: you have mastered a wealth of dark knowledge. Dark studies have reached proficiency. Notification: you have acquired a wealth of cosmic knowledge. Cosmic studies have commenced. Notification: you have acquired a wealth of alchemical knowledge. Alchemy has commenced. Notification: you have acquired a wealth of swordsmanship knowledge. Swordsmanship has reached proficiency. Just as Fang Xing regained his clarity, a series of notifications appeared. This was the Gate of Truth, a coveted treasure sought after by countless scholars within the astral realm. Even if the present manifestation was but a shadow. However, the process of acquiring knowledge from the Gate of Truth was perilously fraught. Were it not for Fang Xing possessing the passive ability of an otherworldly individual, a veritable cheat, his mind would have surely burst like a balloon upon the influx of knowledge. Not even the endless fate ring could save him. Fortunately, Fang Xing persevered. A piece of good news has emerged, due to the recent strike. The Door of Truth experienced a violent tremor, causing the Lord's token to fall to the ground with a resounding clatter. Fang Xing picked up the Lord's token, and in the next moment, he received a multitude of notifications. Acquired the Lord's token, quest, the old grudge of 200 years, phase 1 completed. Quest reward, current level cap increased to LV-100. 1 attribute, strength, agility, vitality, or spirit, randomly undergoes a transformation into an ethereal attribute, with the same effect applying to beast mastery. Chapter 77, Surge in Combat Power, Ethereal Strength Attribute. Your strength attribute will transform into an ethereal strength attribute. The ethereal strength attribute is a property of a higher tier than ordinary attributes, possessing superior judgments, higher damage potential, and enhanced effects, allowing it to disregard the damage effects of ordinary attributes at a level of 99. Detected current strength attribute at 200,000 points, far exceeding the current level cap of 99,999 points. Initiating super extreme transformation, ratio 10,001. Strength attribute transformation in progress. Transformation complete. Strength attribute has become ethereal strength attribute. Name, Fang Xing, world buff active. Note, this effect will not be reflected on the panel. Level, LV80. Ethereal strength, 20 points. Combat power, 10,000,000. Current beast, initial Groudon, world buff active. Tier, epic. Level, LV90. Health, 3,800,000. Strength, 500,000. Ethereal strength, 50 points. Combat power, 99, 999, 998, 900. Exclusive skills, Sword of the Abyss, Return of the Swallow, Primal Power. Current beast, Mew, world buff active. Tier, legendary. Level, LV90. Health, 8,000,000. Strength, 0. Ethereal strength, 0. Combat power, 0. Exclusive passive, Strong Mentality. Exclusive skill, Mirror Force. Current beast, Initial Dialga, world buff active. Tier, epic. Level, LV90. Health, 999, 999. Strength, 100. 000. Ethereal strength, 10 points. Combat power, 20,000,000. Passive ability, God of Time. Exclusive skills, Time Roar, Primal Power, Time Freeze, Destructive Death Ray. This is utterly extraordinary. It seems almost beyond belief. Fang Xing rubbed his eyes, nearly convinced he had fallen into an illusion. The transformation from ordinary attributes to ethereal attributes is an astonishing enhancement to combat power. However, upon further reflection, it appears somewhat reasonable. Only after breaking through from the 8th to the 9th tier can a practitioner convert their ordinary attributes into ethereal attributes. Those below the 9th tier are regarded as mere ants, for it is the 9th tier powerhouses who possess ethereal attributes. The suppression of ethereal attributes over ordinary attributes is nearly catastrophic. For instance, if Groudon maintained its ordinary attributes, it would suffer equal damage when attacking the Lust Apostle. Yet, once it possesses ethereal attributes, the Lust Apostle's counterattack ability becomes ineffective against Groudon. Unless, of course, the Lust Apostle also possesses ethereal attributes, specifically the Ethereal Constitution attribute. Sword of the Abyss. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing within, Groudon roared, and with a single stroke of the Sword of the Abyss, it cleared the surrounding abyssal creatures from the cavern. After enduring for so long, the time for Groudon to display its might has finally arrived. The mighty Lord of the Earth has become a veritable bulldozer. Is it not over yet? Mew and Dialga swiftly followed suit. Dialga's destructive death ray, alongside Mew's replicated skills, drove the unrelenting abyssal creatures back within the abyssal passage. Fang Xing obtained the Lord's token, yet the abyssal passage did not close as a result. Thus, the second phase of the quest is to seal this abyssal passage. Quest: The Old Grudge of 200 Years. Phase 2 of the quest. Quest information: Seal the abyssal passage. Quest duration: 7 natural days. Quest reward: Unknown. Quest failure: Forfeiture of corresponding otherworldly causality. Quest hint: It may still be alive. Synopsis: The century-old grudge shall eventually conclude. The Sea City remains steadfast. Upon seeing the quest, Fang Xing furrowed his brow. The content of the quest hint has not changed from when he sought the Lord's token in Phase 1. Does this imply that there is a shortcut to this quest? Or perhaps there is an issue with the manner in which he is completing the quest. It may still be alive. Who precisely is this it referring to? Fang Xing pondered carefully, sensing he was on the cusp of a revelation, yet still uncertain. Never mind. Regardless of how the quest is completed. As long as it is completed, that is what matters. As for how to seal the abyssal passage, Fang Xing already had a glimmer of an idea. He slowly bent down, picking up a fragment of the Door of Truth from the ground. The shard felt like grasping a heavy sponge. This is the weight of knowledge. However, the knowledge corresponding to this fragment has already been acquired by Fang Xing. There will be no terrifying effects of truth. Among scholars in the cosmos, there exists a consensus. One must never deliberately pursue the knowledge of the Door of Truth. Otherwise, that scholar will come to understand the true power of knowledge, a terrifying curse known as the truth effect. Fang Xing tossed the fragment of the Door of Truth into the abyssal passage. Within the abyssal passage, those tide-like abyssal creatures, upon seeing the fragment of the Door of Truth, reacted as though they had encountered their nemesis. The once fearsome creatures, brandishing their claws and fangs, began to retreat at an alarming rate. A scene of beasts retreating from beasts unfolded. 1 second after the fragment was cast into the abyssal passage, an ancient and obscure whisper echoed within. 2 seconds later, the truth fragment transformed into a grayish-white vortex. From within the gray vortex emerged countless chains adorned with mysterious symbols. These are the chains of knowledge, formless and potentially anything. Each being perceives a different scene. After all, each being holds a unique perspective on knowledge. Fang Xing saw chains. Mew perceived a pyramid. Groudon, in an odd twist, even beheld its arch-nemesis, Kyogre. The chains did not pursue the abyssal creatures. Rather, they bound the abyssal passage. An ever-increasing number of knowledge chains emerged from the fragment of truth, encasing the abyssal passage in layers upon layers. The confinement of knowledge is both lethal and intangible. Within 30 seconds, the abyssal passage ceased to emit any more abyssal creatures. Even the abyssal aura no longer wafted outward. This is undoubtedly a piece of exceptionally good news. However, there is also a piece of bad news within this good news. The abyssal passage has begun to emanate knowledge outward. It is utterly dreadful. Even those extra-mundane, malevolent deities would prefer to endure the corruption of the abyss rather than provoke the gate of truth lightly. The taint of the abyss can still be mitigated through certain means, yet the chains of knowledge are lethal. What is even more terrifying is that, despite activating the protective barrier with the Lord's edict, one cannot entirely isolate oneself from the contamination of knowledge. In simpler terms, Fang Xing has resolved the significant dilemma posed by the abyssal passage. However, the method of resolution involves summoning an even greater predicament to address what is not an insurmountable issue. This is not merely a case of wounding the enemy by 1,000 while inflicting 800 upon oneself. It amounts to self-harm of 10,000 to wound the enemy by 80. Yet, is there a solution to the abyssal passage? As for what the future holds for Haiqing, do not inquire, for Fang Xing is equally in the dark. Nevertheless, if the current abyssal passage remains unresolved, Haiqing may not have a future at all. Resolution of the abyssal passage. Task. The second ring of old grudges from 200 years ago has been completed. Task reward. Current level cap, raised to LV-110. With 2 random attributes, agility, constitution, and spirit, transforming into quasi-real attributes, effective for beast mastery as well. Phase 3 of the task has commenced. Chapter 78, The Tyrant of the Abyss. Fang Xing did not hasten to utilize the rewards immediately. The reason being, the level cap has reached 100. The ordinary attribute cap for level 100 is 400,000, which implies that at least 1.8 million abyssal creatures must be slain to attain the pinnacle of levels. Slaying 1.8 million abyssal entities is a trivial task for his 3 beasts, with the passive abilities of the hunter continuously activating. Fang Xing's mental attributes swiftly reached the current level cap. Next, his constitution and agility followed suit, as his strength attribute had already transformed into a quasi-real strength attribute. Slain the Apostle of Lust, acquired Lust Treasure Chest. You have opened Lust Treasure Chest X100. Acquired 100,000 points of Abyssal Prestige, 292 Abyssal Fragments. Slain the Corrupted Human, acquired Character Card X1. Slain the Corrupted Human, acquired Character Card X1. You have leveled up. Groudon has leveled up. Slain the Dark Creature, acquired 30,000 experience, Prestige 0. Your current level has reached its cap. Notice, you are currently in a state of hostile alignment with the Han Empire and cannot receive prestige rewards. By the heavens, I shall inevitably sink Bianjing City. Upon seeing the notification, Fang Xing solidified his resolve to invade Bianjing City. Once his constitution, agility, and spirit attributes reached their limits, Fang Xing immediately commenced his transformation. Your constitution attribute will metamorphose into a quasi-real strength attribute. Your spirit attribute will metamorphose into a quasi-real spirit attribute. Detected that your current constitution attribute stands at 400,000 points, far exceeding the current level cap of 180,000 points. Commencing super limited metamorphosis, ratio, 11,000 to 1. Constitution attribute metamorphosis in progress. Constitution attribute metamorphosis complete. Now a quasi-real constitution attribute. Spirit attribute metamorphosis complete. Now a quasi-real spirit attribute. Name, Fang Xing, world buff activated. Level, LV-100. Quasi-real strength, 40 points. Quasi-real constitution, 40 points. Agility, 400,000. Quasi-real spirit, 40 points. Combat power, 1,080,000,000. Current beast, initial Groudon, world buff activated. Rank, epic. Level, LV-110. Health, 4.8 million. Quasi-real strength, 90 points. Quasi-real constitution, 90 points. Quasi-real spirit, 70 points. Combat power, 890 million. Current beast, Mew, world buff activated. Rank, legendary. Level, LV-110. Health, 14 million. Quasi-real strength, 0. Quasi-real constitution, 0. Agility, 0. Quasi-real spirit, 800 points. Combat power, 0. Current beast, initial Dialga, world buff activated. Rank, epic. Level, LV-110. Health, 1 per million. Quasi-real strength, 30 points. Quasi-real constitution, 30 points. Quasi-real spirit, 36 points. Combat power, 500,390,000,000. Passive ability, God of Time. Task, old grudge from 200 years ago. Phase 3 of the task. Task information, defeat the Son of Lust. Task duration, 1 natural day. Task reward, unknown. Task failure, forfeiture of corresponding otherworldly causality. Task hint, it has already arrived. Synopsis, a century of grievances shall ultimately conclude, and Haiqing steadfastly endures. Thunderous roars, amidst the churning dark clouds. A bolt of black lightning, imbued with destructive power, cascades like a waterfall. The earth trembles, the ground fractures, and everything around is reduced to ashes under this terrifying force. A vast area of several tens of thousands of meters has collapsed into a blackened pit. At the bottom of the pit, a semicircular energy barrier slowly dissipates. If it were not for Mew's spirit attribute having transformed into a quasi-real attribute, it is uncertain whether it could withstand this fearsome strike of borrowed lightning. Roar. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth as the colossal figure above detected the lingering essence of Fang Xing's survival. The Son of Lust, now transformed into a giant measuring 1,000 meters, descended with a thunderous crash. Tyrant of Lust, Final Stage. Level, LV-245. Health, 1 billion. Attack power, 30 million. Skills, Retaliation, Tyrant's Wrath, Abyssal Lust, Rebirth of the Malevolent God. Synopsis: once, it was a person. A torrent of information flooded into Fang Xing's mind. He had not employed any detection skills, as he benefited from a slight advantage derived from his studies of the Abyss. Within the lore of Abyssal studies, there happened to be information regarding the Tyrant of Lust. The adversary is merely an ordinary, immortal abyssal entity. Clang. The holy sword emitted a crisp sound of metal clashing. Ah, holy sword, you too yearn for battle. Fang Xing gripped the holy sword tightly, awakening the latent combat instincts within him. Groudon, Dialga, and Mew also stood ready, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. A fierce battle was imminent. The Tyrant of Lust brought down its massive palm, resembling a mountain of 5 fingers, intent on squashing its foe. This strike was met by Groudon, another colossal beast. The ground beneath their feet sank several meters instantly, a testament to the terrifying magnitude of the blow. Time roared. Seizing this opportunity, Dialga unleashed a beam of light. The Tyrant of Lust's movement slowed, but after 12 seconds, it regained its composure. The disparity between the two is indeed vast. Dialga can only serve as an auxiliary in this battle. Yet, that suffices. As a mere second is enough for Fang Xing to leap upon the Lust Tyrant. With a powerful horizontal slash, he unleashes his self-created sword technique, Conqueror's Slash. The name arises from the sheer force behind the move. A terrifying wave of sword energy sweeps through, severing the Lust Tyrant's left calf, which falls to the ground. Boom. Lacking the support of his leg, the Lust Tyrant kneels on one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Groudon unleashes a blast of dragon breath upon the Lust Tyrant's head. With the enhancement of quasi-real attributes, the power of Oblivion finally reveals its true might and terror. The Lust Tyrant's head begins to dissolve, exposing the bones beneath the skin. Energy like Oblivion's cannot truly manifest its formidable strength with ordinary attributes. It's akin to a small horse pulling a heavy cart. While it can be done, it feels perpetually underpowered. Only with quasi-real attributes can such a unique energy be fully adapted. In pain, the Lust Tyrant struggles desperately to escape Groudon's grasp. However, there is another terrifying presence that has yet to strike. Time roars. From 2 different directions, 2 time roars converge simultaneously upon the same spot. The Lust Tyrant's movements begin to slow. Simultaneously, Fang Xing arrives at the Lust Tyrant's back. Chapter 79. Fang Xing's Beloved. Conqueror's Slash. Fang Xing swings the holy sword with all his might, triggering the obliteration characteristic. A head the size of a small mountain rolls away. Boom. Before it even touches the ground, the earth erupts with a massive magma spire. The cliff sword penetrates the Lust Tyrant's skull, as if piercing a candied hawthorn. But it is not yet over. 2 beams of destructive death light simultaneously shoot toward the head. With a thunderous explosion, the Lust Tyrant's head bursts apart, splattering blood in all directions. This sequence of attacks flows seamlessly, yet Fang Xing receives no notification of a kill, indicating that the weakness of abyssal creatures does not lie in their heads. As if to confirm Fang Xing's speculation, the headless body of the Lust Tyrant begins to tremble violently. An aura of extreme danger emerges. Almost instantaneously, Fang Xing makes his judgment and redirects his assault toward the Lust Tyrant's body. The 3-headed beast follows suit, unleashing a barrage of multicolored skill beams upon the Lust Tyrant's form. Numerous blood holes erupt on the headless body, particularly at the location of the heart. A massive, pulsating crimson heart is exposed to the air. Fang Xing steps down upon the bloodied flesh, driving his sword deep within. The obliteration characteristic activates, and the heart is cleaved asunder. Within it, a woman emerges. Remarkably beautiful, she possesses an almost flawless visage, yet she is not human. She boasts 6 arms and pitch-black eye sockets. Fang Xing suddenly feels an overwhelming desire to possess this woman before him, as if she were his one true love in this life. His gaze grows increasingly infatuated, ensnared by her allure, and he perceives her as his beloved. The woman smiles at Fang Xing, her expression betraying a sense of triumph. In the next moment, the holy sword pierces through her chest. Her eyes widen in shock as her 6 hands grasp the sword tightly. Fang Xing shifts his grip and cleaves her body in half. The endless ring of fate erupts with a pulling force, devouring her lower half. Fang Xing's smile becomes increasingly maniacal, his pupils glinting with a crimson hue. In his vision, this woman has transformed into Su Xiaoxiao. The good news is that he has been enchanted to see this enemy as his beloved. The bad news is that this beloved is named Su Xiaoxiao. Even after being cleaved in 2, Su Xiaoxiao continues to smile. Her eyes convey an apology, and she utters, "It's fine. It's all my debt to you. Feel free to vent your frustrations upon me." Marvelous, simply marvelous. From the moment Fang Xing laid eyes upon her, he understood her identity. Exquisitely beautiful, with 6 arms, she is the true embodiment of the lust evil god, or perhaps a progeny birthed by her. It is evident that she cannot be the evil god herself. Thus, her identity is easily discernible as a genuine offspring of the evil god. With 4,500 points of abyssal resistance, Fang Xing could have extricated himself from the illusion in an instant. Yet, after 25 seconds, he willingly succumbs to its grasp. Not having been able to personally slay Su Xiaoxiao has always been a significant regret for Fang Xing. If his mind remains unfulfilled, he may be haunted by inner demons in the future. After all, Su Xiaoxiao is the sole love of his past and present lives. Just when he finally felt a spark of affection, she has led him to such a complete defeat. Kill the lust's offspring and receive the lust treasure chest. Child of the evil god. Notification, Stage 3 completed. Final stage initiated. You have opened the lust treasure chest, child of the evil god. Gained 500. 000 abyssal prestige, 500 abyssal crystals, mind link, epic, X1, dark curse, special scroll, X1, class change scroll, hero X1. Fang Xing does not have a habit of hoarding treasure chests. Whenever he acquires one, he typically opens it on the spot. The body of the lust's offspring disintegrates into white fragments, slowly dissipating. This is the essence of soul shards. A blurry phantom emerges, vaguely resembling a man's silhouette. As the phantom gradually solidifies, Fang Xing feels a sense of familiarity, as if he has seen this face before. Suddenly, he recalls it from his textbooks. You are the Hero King. Fang Xing instinctively calls out the name. Hero King. Upon hearing this name, the phantom trembles, memories flooding back like a tide. I am Lu Ying, the Lord of Haiqing. Lu Ying, the name representing his true identity before being tainted by the lust evil god. A hereditary prince of the great Han dynasty, Lord of Haiqing, Lu Ying. His ancestor was the illustrious Hero King. The Hero King bore no name. He was merely a title. Thank you for liberating me from the abyss. May I know your name? After recalling everything, Lu Ying slowly gazes at Fang Xing with gentle eyes. A kind passerby in this place. You may call me Traveler. Fang Xing speaks, yet does not reveal his own name. Having acquired a wealth of cosmological knowledge from the Gate of Truth, he understands that this world harbors many peculiar professions. Some professions can manipulate causality to ensnare their enemies. However, such abilities are exceedingly stringent, requiring a direct causal connection. What constitutes direct causality? Killing one's parents. Slaying descendants or partners only counts as indirect causality. Direct causality, on the other hand, occurs when Fang Xing verbally utters his name to someone. This represents direct causality. For ordinary individuals, a name is merely a label, easily altered at will. Yet for the mighty, its significance surpasses that of partners and offspring. If the path to strength is akin to a solitary boat upon a vast sea, then a name is the sail that prevents the vessel from capsizing. Indeed, the causality corresponding to a name holds immense importance. Though it may seem that Fang Xing possesses an extraordinary, almost bug-like passive ability as a traveler from another realm, one must remember that no power is omnipotent in this world. It is unwise to underestimate others. Every individual who has ascended to the 9th transformation possesses their own unique talents. For instance, in this instance, Fang Xing has been ensnared by the machinations of an exceedingly formidable practitioner of fate. Traveler, I extend my deepest gratitude to you, Lu Ying said, bowing deeply to Fang Xing. What transpired in Haiqing 2 centuries ago? Fang Xing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that words of thanks were unnecessary. Before his transmigration, while watching television dramas, he had often witnessed pivotal characters on the verge of death, their lips sealed, unable to utter their thoughts. This had vexed Fang Xing to no end. The Jixiao Academy has seized the Book of Truth. Lu Ying's expression darkened with anguish as he clutched his head, seemingly recalling a painful chapter from the past. 200 years ago, a cult of dark deities conducted an unprecedented sacrificial ceremony in Haiqing. This ritual ultimately attracted the attention of an evil god, indeed, the god of lust. At that time, Haiqing was one of the top 10 cities of the Han dynasty, not lacking in 9th transformation warriors. Unlike Tianshui City, which fell into ruin at the first sign of the evil god's invasion, Haiqing, under the leadership of several 9th transformation powerhouses, managed to turn the tide, slaying the abyssal creatures as if they were mere cash dispensers. However, complications arose. In addition to the dark cult, another sinister organization had set its sights on Haiqing, the Mechanist Church. Chapter 80, The Mechanist Church. The Mechanist Church is a nefarious academic organization that venerates the Gate of Truth. In terms of malevolence, it surpasses even the dark cult. Yet, in its nascent days, the Mechanist Church was once adorned with the title of a holy order. spearheaded by the first and second popes of the Mechanist Church. It propelled the first industrial revolution and the second information revolution, advancing the technology of this world. Indeed, this world boasted mobile phones 700 years ago, with technology far superior to what we possess today. Why, then, is such progress lost? This leads us to the transgressions of the Mechanist Church. The Mechanist Church has long propagated the ideology of transcending flesh through machinery. However, it is not merely a matter of replacing parts of the body with mechanical prosthetics. On the contrary, they deemed humanity the most contemptible of races and commenced a campaign of extermination under the guise of implanting their developed chips into human flesh, thereby controlling the will of all humanity. In this scheme, all would be equal, and humanity would be rid of its inferior vices. This was merely the most conservative of their endeavors. 2 centuries ago, the Mechanist Church's objective was not Haiching, but the impending arrival of the god of lust. Those deranged fanatics mobilized en masse. Following the descent of the evil god, they summoned the Gate of Truth. They attempted to imprison the evil god within it, pitting an almost immortal extraterrestrial deity against one of the universe's great horrors, the Gate of Truth. Ultimately, the Gate of Truth prevailed, entrapping the god of lust within. Yet the deity did not perish. In its final moments, it parasitized Lu Ying. This was not due to Lu Ying being a descendant of the Hero King, but rather because he was the sole survivor of Haiching. His survival was straightforward. He was the most powerful practitioner in Haiching, and thus, he endured. As for the subsequent events, the Jixiao Academy reaped the benefits, seizing the Book of Truth. The Mechanist Church's ultimate aim in summoning the Gate of Truth was to acquire that very tome. With its theft, the Mechanist Church suffered significant losses, and it could hardly contend with the Jixiao Academy. What could they do but concede, devising plans to reclaim it later? The Mechanist Church had nearly resigned itself to its fate. However, at that moment, Lu Ying, now possessed by the evil god, confronted the Mechanist Pope. Haiching faced 2 monumental challenges: the pollution of the abyss and the lingering shadows left by the Gate of Truth's emergence. By reconstituting the City Lord's order to seal the rift, they could suppress the abyss's further spread. Yet a dilemma arose. Without the abyss's expansion, the Gate of Truth would propagate knowledge pollution. In essence, Haiching would either succumb to abyssal corruption or be tainted by the Gate of Truth. Neither outcome was desirable for the city's lord. Thus, Lu Ying intercepted the Mechanist Pope, leading to the current state of affairs in Haiching. Utilizing the City Lord's order, he harmonized the Gate of Truth and the abyss, achieving a relative equilibrium between the 2 forces. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 9th transformation practitioner, but with the assistance of the evil god, it became feasible. However, negotiating with the evil god came at a price. Lu Ying would serve as the vessel for the birth of a perfect progeny, aiding the god of lust's resurrection. In essence, the corrupted beings within Haiching were manifestations of Lu Ying's essence. Consequently, these monstrosities could not leave Haiching, which elicited a knowing smile from the vendor upon hearing Fang Xing identify himself as a foreigner. "Traveler, your arrival is most fortuitous. After years of diligent research, I have finally discovered a method to avert the pollution of the Gate of Truth while simultaneously closing the abyssal passage. You simply need to locate the City Lord's order first." In response to Lu Ying's eager gaze, Fang Xing ultimately chose not to conceal the truth, slowly producing the City Lord's order. "Oh, you have already found the City Lord's order. Next, you need to." In truth, the abyssal passage had already been sealed. Lu Ying was taken aback, then his expression softened with relief. "Indeed, this world is replete with remarkable talents and prodigies. I must admit my own short-sightedness. May I inquire as to your method?" The Gate of Truth. Upon uttering these words, Fang Xing observed a flicker in Lu Ying's fragmented soul. "You have cast the Gate of Truth into the abyssal passage." "Not quite," Lu Ying exhaled, relieved that as long as the Gate of Truth did not enter the abyssal passage, there was still hope for remedy. However, Fang Xing's subsequent statement was, "I did throw a part of it in." "What?" Lu Ying nearly shrieked, momentarily caught off guard. "I severed the Gate of Truth in 2. The notion that the Gate of Truth could be severed left Lu Ying bewildered, almost questioning his own senses. Yet, seeing Fang Xing's serious demeanor, he realized the possibility of truth in this claim. However, such an event was so outrageous that he struggled to accept it. "Turn around," Fang Xing instructed. Lu Ying complied, only to find a bronze door behind him, with a section missing from the lower right corner. "Look there." Before Lu Ying could fully comprehend, Fang Xing pointed again. Geraldo lifted the body of the evil god, and Lu Ying beheld the abyssal passage, ensnared by chains of knowledge. "Is there still a chance for remedy?" Fang Xing posed a soul-searching question. Lu Ying's mind was in disarray. After 2 centuries of steadfastness, he had ultimately succumbed to such a fate. So be it. This is destiny. I should never have tampered with that terminal. With that, Liu Ying's consciousness faded entirely. Sighing, Fang Xing grasped the gravity of the mission's implications at that moment. This bears a striking resemblance to the quintessential content found in classic online games. After vanquishing the boss, it typically transforms into an ally, providing hints for the next phase of the quest, allowing players to gradually complete the task at hand. Originally, this task was meant to unfold in such a manner. However, Fang Xing possesses a unique advantage. Upon defeating the boss, he does not afford it the opportunity to become an ally, instead opting to execute a final blow, thereby obliterating the boss entirely. Consequently, after defeating the first phase of the lustful offspring, Liu Ying, who was supposed to appear, only makes his entrance now. With matters having reached this juncture, all that remains is to proceed step by step. As for the future of Haiqing, only the heavens can unveil the answer. After Liu Ying's disappearance, Fang Xing utilized the endless fate ring to consume the body of the malevolent deity. The act of devouring the lustful offspring led to a further sublimation of the endless fate ring, elevating it to the status of a master-level equipment. Endless fate ring. Equipment level, master. Function, devour, exploit. Description, those who toy with fate ultimately become its playthings, unless one transcends the endless cycle of destiny. Upon attaining master-level status, the endless fate ring visibly radiated newfound power. Although the equipment's information remained unchanged, Fang Xing sensed a transformation within it. He glanced once more at the Gate of Truth, but ultimately refrained from attempting to consume this entity. The Gate of Truth symbolizes the embodiment of knowledge. It transcends mere rules, existing as the very essence of those rules. The price of devouring such a thing is akin to an ordinary person engaging in a bare-fisted struggle with a deity. As for the notion of using this to consume the abyssal passage, the mere thought of it warrants immediate self-destruction. Chapter 81. The end of all things is the abyss. The abyss has eternally been the greatest adversary of this world. The entirety of existence must exert its utmost efforts to grasp even a sliver of survival. Ultimately, the endless fate ring is merely a creation of the world. It is not yet qualified to consume the fate of the abyss. Within the circle of the 9 transformations practitioners, a truth circulates. The latter half states, the end of all things is the abyss. Fang Xing began to examine the rewards for the task. The task of resolving the lustful offspring, the third ring of the ancient grudge from 200 years ago, has been completed. Hint: this task features an additional reward mechanism, requiring the completion of the 4th and final stage of the task to receive the rewards collectively. The final stage of the task has been activated. Task information: eliminate the sin of lust and become the new Lord of Haiqing, or select a suitable Lord for the Lord's mandate. Task duration: 7 natural days. Task reward: unknown. Task failure: deprivation of corresponding otherworldly causality. Task hint: look up. Description: a century of grievances will ultimately conclude. Haiqing remains steadfast. Look up. Fang Xing instinctively tilted his head, and a chilling scene unfolded before him. The sky had transformed into a vast expanse of blue, with clouds having vanished. A colossal, blood-stained Buddha head loomed above, gazing down at Fang Xing from a 45-degree angle. After a moment of mutual gaze, a blood-red prompt materialized. You are under the gaze of the abyssal lust. All attributes are reduced by 20. Hint: your sanity is rapidly declining. Sanity: 89, 999. Sanity: 49, 999. Sanity: 99, 999. You are about to enter the realm of the lustful deity. A buzzing noise filled his ears. Fang Xing's vision darkened, and his consciousness plummeted into an endless void. You have entered the domain of the unclaimed deity. Upon entering the abyssal deity's realm, world-level causality shielding, world-level fate shielding, world-level divination shielding, and world-level fortune shielding temporarily dissipate, and the weakened aura is suppressed. Hint: the suppressed weakened aura now possesses only 30 of its original diminishing power. Meanwhile, in Bianjing City, deep within the ancient heroic sanctuary, there lies a quaint chamber, at the center of which rests a grand bronze round table. This table was constructed by the heroic king of the Han Dynasty, seeking the legendary blacksmith, the fire giant. However, this time, the throne belonging to the heroic king is occupied by a woman, the sole female among the 12 heroes, the heroic king's wife, Frigga. Frigga, originally named El, bears a name bestowed upon her by the heroic king. Those around her have taken to calling her Frigga, and over time, it has become her identity. 8 centuries have passed, and the 12 heroes have reconvened at the round table. It is evident that this meeting was summoned by Frigga. Among the 12 heroes, while Frigga may not rank among the top 3 in strength, her prestige surpasses that of the second-ranked hero by several streets. In addition to being the wife of the heroic king, Frigga is also the former head of the Jixia Academy, the first director. The current head of the academy is her direct descendant, though he is a descendant of the heroic king's lineage. With her convening the meeting, all 12 heroes are present. 1,000 years have swiftly passed, and the once heroic figures have grown both more powerful and more aged. Signs of decay, wrinkles, and the unmistakable scent of rot now emanate from their skin. Time serves as both a shackle and a curse, as well as a contingency plan that the Han royal family has yet to replace. The 11 heroes found their former seats and settled in, without exchanging a single word, not even a nod or a glance. As everyone took their places, the meeting had yet to commence. All eyes were drawn to the vacant chair. A wisp of black smoke abruptly rose, swirling above the chair and coalescing into a silhouette. The world tree has perished. You dare to reappear before us without fleeing. Chapter 82. The 12 Heroes Gather. The figure cloaked in black mist, the arch-nemesis of the heroic king, has just escaped due to the destruction of the world tree. A millennium ago, this figure was the greatest obstacle to the heroic king's unification of the world. Now, seated among the 12 heroes, they are sworn enemies. Yet, none of the 11 heroes cast any emotionally charged glances in their direction. There was neither hatred nor apprehension, only an extreme numbness and blankness. The current strength of the 12 heroes far surpasses that of the heroic king from a millennium past, even in its current battered state. The black mist figure cannot be compared to them, even if it were restored to its peak. A millennium has passed, and the heretics have resurfaced. From the head seat, Frigga spoke, and a ripple of emotion stirred within the eyes of the 11 heroes. Heretics, what a distant yet familiar term, as if it were just yesterday. This figure is formidable, reminiscent of the heroic king of old. Frigga continued, noting that compared to her 11 brothers, the curse she bears is the lightest, merely a fraction of others' burdens. Even so, she occasionally finds herself befuddled, forgetting past events, and suffering from incontinence has become a regular occurrence. Do not laugh. For the other 11 brothers, merely maintaining their human forms is no small feat as for speaking and engaging in coherent conversation. That would be too great an expectation for the abyssal deity. Indeed, the term abyssal deity is not misplaced. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the 11 heroes are adorned with varying quantities of Lord's orders, ranging from 2 to 5. Phrygia possesses merely a single order. These orders cannot be taken beyond the city walls, save for exceptional circumstances, such as the transformation of a city into a divine realm. Exterminate the heretic. A hero uttered with great difficulty, taking a total of 1 minute, 32 seconds, and 84 milliseconds to articulate. This duration was already impressively brief. The second hero to the right of Scarlet took a full 7 minutes to complete a single sentence. Where is the heretic? I shall go slay him. As he spoke, this gentleman had already risen, awaiting Phrygia's indication of the location to promptly resolve the heretic issue. Haichung. The gentleman returned to his seat, falling into a silence that lasted several seconds. Then, the second man to his right sprouted sinister, viscous, tentacle-like appendages from his back, which began to scrawl a message upon the table. Haichung is off limits. If there exists a place in this world that the 12 heroes must absolutely avoid, it would undoubtedly be Haichung. 8 centuries ago, the hero king embarked on a journey across the stars, with his point of departure being Haichung. Upon his departure, he cautioned the 12 heroes that hidden beneath Haichung lay his contingency plan. Should the Han dynasty encounter an insurmountable crisis, they could seek it out. This statement served more as a warning from the hero king to the 12 heroes. Of course, this is merely one facet of the reasoning. 2 centuries prior, Haichung experienced a cataclysmic collision between the abyss of lust and the gate of truth. Following the abyss of lust's defeat, its divine realm amalgamated with Haichung. A divine realm is a manifestation of the rules governing a deity's evolution. A masterless divine realm can be claimed by a 9-turned expert, potentially allowing them to ascend directly to divinity. However, the realm of lust is no benign entity. Before being sealed, the lustful dark god infused the divine realm with a vast amount of abyssal essence. Should a 9-turned practitioner dare to encroach upon the realm of lust, they would be assimilated by the power of the abyssal essence. There is no doubt that a 9-turned practitioner would be utterly incapable of resisting such assimilation. Only an outer evil god, born from the abyss and possessing some degree of resistance to it, might acquire a divine realm, yet outer evil gods cannot enter this world. Chapter 83. The Divine Realm Assessment. 2 centuries ago, during the unforeseen merging of the lustful divine realm and Haichung, an incident occurred that caused the entrance of 9-turned experts to immediately trigger a dual judgment of the masterless divine realm and the Lord's orders. Simply put, Haichung can be viewed as a trial checkpoint. The conditions for triggering this trial are 9-turn status and being situated within Haichung. The outcomes of this trial are limited to 2 possibilities: successfully completing the assessment and gaining access to the lustful divine realm, only to be subsequently assimilated by its abyssal essence, or failing the assessment, which in such high-stakes trials, the best-case scenario is annihilation. I shall go slay the heretic. The shadowy figure murmured. Its duty is to eradicate heretics from this world. The shadowy figure possesses the ability to remain unscathed as long as the world has not been entirely invaded by the abyss. It will neither perish nor be assimilated by it. Phrygia cast a glance at the shadowy figure. Although her intention was for it to undertake the task, she had just received intelligence that the Tree of Life is in the possession of the heretic. The Tree of Life is the key to vanquishing the shadowy figure. At this moment, the shadowy figure cannot afford to die. Thus, Phrygia delicately conveyed, "This heretic is quite unique. I attempted to influence his fate, yet he invariably finds a singular path to survival even in dire straits. Heretics are like this. Their fates resemble a mire. Once one harbors the desire to tread into it, they will assuredly become ensnared, and the more one struggles, the deeper they sink." The shadowy figure spoke with rare seriousness, for it is only on matters concerning heretics that it exhibits such gravity. Phrygia shook her head and added, "That heretic is formidable, and you have yet to fully recover." Did the shadowy figure sense something from Phrygia's words? "Do you believe I would be bested by a heretic?" "No, there is no need to call upon you. I have dispatched an exceptional disciple to Haiching, upon whom I have imposed fate. That heretic cannot possibly leave Haiching alive. Do not underestimate heretics. They do not adhere to logic." Seeing the shadowy figure persist in its stance, Phrygia chose to reveal the truth. "The Tree of Life is in the possession of that heretic. I indeed require recovery," the shadowy figure conceded, falling silent. Clearly, after being sealed by the Hero King for a millennium and enduring endless solitude, it does not wish to be sealed again and live in a world devoid of light. Phrygia nodded, for there remained one matter she had yet to disclose. This particular heretic is not ordinary. Even one who is immortal may still fall to this heretic's blade. Should the shadowy figure perish, it is highly likely that this heretic could ascend to become the next Hero King, or even surpass the former. Yet, this is contingent upon their survival beyond Haiching. "Phrygia, you convened the round table not solely for the heretic, did you?" observed a hero clad in crimson, as silence enveloped the assembly. In that moment, the crimson-clad hero appeared to regain his former sagacity, exhibiting calmness and a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. The weariness wrought by the passage of time seemed to dissipate in an instant. "It appears that time has not dulled your intellect. I indeed did not summon you merely for the heretic," Phrygia replied with a slight smile, unable to deceive this once great strategist. "If it were solely for the heretic, there would be no need for such a grand assembly. The gathering of the 11 heroes was for a matter of true significance. The 9-tiered blood tower has re-emerged." Chapter 84, A Day in the Prison. "Everyone look, a newcomer has arrived. How long has it been since another newcomer appeared? Wait, he seems to be a beastmaster. A beastmaster dares to covet the lustful divine realm. I must admit, I admire his audacity." Amidst the cacophony, pungent odors continued to assault Fang Xing's senses as he gradually awakened from slumber. The surroundings resembled a dungeon. The ground was covered in a thick layer of straw, and it felt as if a great weight pressed upon his chest. "Mew," Fang Xing murmured, rubbing his aching temples as he straightened his posture. Dreamfall, the little creature, had long since awakened and had been lying on Fang Xing's chest. The little one seemed unaware of its current heft, nearly suffocating Fang Xing. Dreamfall's current weight, 867 tons. Indeed, nearly 9 tons. As he surveyed the environment, Fang Xing noticed other individuals within the dungeon. "Kid, what are you staring at?" While Fang Xing observed the others, they were likewise scrutinizing him. The inhabitants of this dungeon appeared decidedly unfriendly. One man with a hooked nose directed a fierce glare at Fang Xing and made a gesture across his throat. Fang Xing frowned slightly. He had never been one to tolerate provocation. The hooked-nosed man, oblivious to the impending calamity that awaited him, continued to taunt Fang Xing. "What does that look mean, kid? Do you wish to kill me?" Boom. The hooked-nosed man's words were cut short as a beam of light struck the cell door, causing a violent tremor that shattered the sturdy door. The hooked-nosed man suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This beastmaster before him was no mere lamb, but a formidable force, contrary to his earlier assumptions. The others, who had shared his mindset, fell silent, their eyes no longer gleaming with anticipation of entertainment. When others perceive you as weak and easily bullied, they will inevitably take advantage of you. In other words, one must learn to assert dominance over others to avoid being victimized. Fang Xing strode out of the cage, and Dreamlight unleashed the destructive death ray, obliterating the iron door of the hawk-nosed man's cell. The explosive aftermath hurled the man against the wall, leaving an indentation in the shape of a human. I informed him that this was the prison of lust, where any use of violence was strictly prohibited. Silence. Fang Xing seized the hawk-nosed man by the throat. With a sharp crack, he applied such force that he snapped the man's neck. Stillness enveloped the room. leaving only the sound of the severed head rolling upon the ground. The surrounding practitioners dared not breathe, paralyzed by fear. How could one so readily resort to killing over a mere disagreement? Tell me, where is this place? Fang Xing entered the adjacent cell to the left, where a young girl with an adorably naive face stared at him in terror, still reeling from the earlier scene. In the next instant, a beam of destructive death ray pierced through her body. Tell me, where is this place? Fang Xing proceeded to the next cell, occupied by a portly man. Witnessing the execution of two fellow inmates shattered the man's psychological defenses. Boom. As Fang Xing prepared to enter the fourth cell, someone finally responded to him. This is the divine kingdom of lust. As a formidable being, are you not here to partake in the trials of the divine realm? An elderly man, cloaked in shadows, regarded Fang Xing with a slow, deliberate voice. Chapter 85. The former nine-turned expert. You have shared task information. Fang Xing shared a portion of his task details with the hooded elder. To his surprise, the elder was able to perceive the information he had shared. Subsequently, the elder reciprocated by sharing his own task details. Task: Divine Kingdom Trials. Phase 1. Task information: Ascend Mount 10,000 Buddhas. Task progress: Completed. Phase 2. Task information: Eliminate the Son of Lust. Task progress: Completed. Phase 8. Task information: Conquer the Blood Tower. Task progress: Completed. Phase 9. Task information: Defeat the residual consciousness of the god of lust. Task progress: Failed. Task failure: All attributes permanently reduced by 99, sanity permanently decreased by 99. 900 points, and the current occupational traits stripped of 8, 575. After reviewing the shared information, a flicker of respect crossed Fang Xing's eyes. The elder before him had once been a top-tier nine-turned expert, merely a step away from conquering all trials of the divine kingdom of lust. Young man, you are quite impressive yourself. The elder expressed his admiration for Fang Xing, acknowledging that the tasks he shared were not inferior to his own divine trials, perhaps even surpassing them. What truly astonished the elder was that Fang Xing was not a nine-turned individual. This was evident from the moment Fang Xing arrived at the teleportation point to the divine kingdom. Those from the outside world entering the divine kingdom of lust had 3 possible resurrection points. Nine-turned experts would be directly transported to the Blood Tower, the heart of the divine realm. 8-turned experts would randomly appear in Justin City or Finger City, while 7-turned practitioners and those below would randomly find themselves in dungeon-like locations. It seems you have encountered him. If you are referring to Lu Ying, then yes, I have indeed met him. He endured for 2 centuries, ultimately awaiting your arrival. I presume he departed without any regrets. The elder's tone was tinged with nostalgia, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance or perhaps even a deep friendship with Lu Ying. Fang Xing chose not to respond to this inquiry. In a certain light, the Lord of the Sea City, Lu Ying, indeed had no regrets left. Who would dare to stir trouble, risking their life? Just then, a group of imposing figures entered the cell. At the forefront was a woman clad in revealing black leather, her long legs adorned with black stockings and leather boots. With short hair and a strikingly bold appearance, she wielded a small whip. It must be said, this was not the attire one would expect from a typical prison guard. Rather, it was far from conventional. The last time he had seen such attire, it was in a rather risky video game. Given that this was the divine kingdom of lust, the choice of outfits suddenly appeared somewhat reasonable, steeped in sensuality. This group comprised predominantly of female guards, each exuding an air of dominance. Be cautious, they are products of the abyssal power and the laws of lust. The hooded elder discreetly cautioned Fang Xing. Fang Xing nodded, knowing without further prompting that he must remain vigilant, his hand resting upon the hilt of his blade. As the guards noticed Fang Xing's readiness to attack, they tightened their grips on their nightsticks. Wait. At a critical moment, the short-haired female guard spoke up. May I ask, are you the son of the divine? Fang Xing maintained a stoic expression, listening as the short-haired guard continued. You bear the aura of the Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess? After a brief contemplation, Fang Xing deduced that she was referring to the abyss of lust. After all, this was the divine kingdom of lust. Chapter 86. Justin and Finger. During the previous battle, Fang Xing's athletic attire had become stained with blood, some belonging to the lust tyrant, and some to the son of lust. Both the lust tyrant and the son of lust were progeny born of the abyss of lust. Could it be the remnants of this blood that led the short-haired guard to believe she had a connection to the god of lust? Noticing Fang Xing's silence, the short-haired guard took it as an acknowledgement of his divine identity. Consequently, she respectfully knelt on one knee, her demeanor humble as she spoke. Divine Son, the Mother Goddess has not bestowed a divine decree in a millennium. With your arrival in the divine kingdom, may you bring forth the great Mother Goddess's oracle. A millennium? Fang Xing was momentarily taken aback. his first thought being that the flow of time in the divine kingdom of lust differed from that of the outside world. As far as he knew, the abyss of lust had been sealed within the gate of truth for no more than 200 years. However, upon further reflection, another possibility emerged. The abyss of lust may not be inclined to govern her divine realm. Such a colossal entity might slumber within the abyss for what could amount to thousands of years. Of course, these were merely conjectures. At present, Fang Xing was deliberating whether to seize the opportunity to eliminate this guard immediately or to wait until later. Ding! At that moment, a melodic chime echoed through the air. It was the sound indicating the refresh of today's sign-in. Today's sign-in location, Justin City, Square of Desire. Today's sign-in password, Victory to Finger. Fang Xing suddenly found himself faced with a decision. He addressed the short-haired guard. I bear the oracle of the Mother Goddess. Lead me to the Square of Desire. The short-haired guard rose, gesturing for him to proceed. An astute guard stepped forward to lead the way. Fang Xing cast a discreet glance at the hooded elder before departing the prison. As he walked, he allocated part of his focus to examine the information the elder had provided. This was a dossier regarding the divine kingdom of lust. The hooded elder, once a formidable figure among the 9 transformations, imparts a dossier of considerable authority. It is, of course, plausible that this information may be fabricated. Yet it is unlikely that the source would engage in such deceit. The veracity of these details can be corroborated by others. Furthermore, the elder has previously ascended to the pinnacle of power, and true strength lies in the courage to confront failure. Currently, Fang Xing finds himself imprisoned within the confines of prison number 1 in the city of Justin. The inmates here endure immense suffering. For a significant portion of their days is spent engaging in the most primal acts of procreation with the opposite sex. Additionally, it is said that the women of the land of lust possess striking beauty, each one resembling the starlets of the land of pickled vegetables. However, the men are rather unappealing, resembling toads, a reflection of the laws of this divine realm. In this realm, beauty is deemed the original sin of lust, thus allocated solely to women, while the filth, darkness, and power manifest as the true essence of lust assigned to men. Originally, the land of lust was a singular domain known as Justin. Being a realm of desire, it is characterized by absurdity and debauchery. 2 centuries ago, the abyss invaded the land of lust. It is well known that the abyss assimilates, corrupts, and distorts everything in its path. The goddess of lust, hailing from the abyss, possesses immunity to most of its powers. However, the beings within the land of lust lack such fortitude. When the abyss invaded, men were the first to be assimilated. A decade after the invasion, Justin split into 2 nations, Justin and Finger. Justin remained under the dominion of women, while Finger took the opposite stance. A century after the abyss's incursion, the powers of the abyss merged with the laws of lust, giving rise to a river akin to the mother and child river from Journey to the West. Regardless of gender, anyone who consumes its waters becomes instantly pregnant. Offspring born from this river typically mature into fully grown adults within a mere 23 days. Chapter 87. The Land of Lust, Sea of Elements. The power of the abyss first distorted the most crucial means of procreation within lust. When men and women unite and fail to produce new life, it signifies the complete erosion of the realm's laws. Is lust too feeble? No. As the most primal of laws, lust is not inferior to the abyss. Alternatively, one might say that lust constitutes a component of the abyss itself. Due to the goddess's influence, the land of lust became a leaderless domain, unable to mobilize its divine powers, rendering it vulnerable to rapid invasion by the abyss. It is essential to grasp that it is the beings within the land of lust that were polluted and assimilated by the abyss, not the realm itself. The distinction is profound, akin to a speck of dust compared to the entirety of the blue planet, if not more exaggerated. A rough estimation suggests that the abyss would require several epochs to fully invade the land of lust. According to the information provided by the hooded elder, Justin and Finger have been embroiled in a conflict that has persisted for half a century. The situation favors Finger, as Justin has succumbed to the loss of much of its territory, with only the royal city remaining of the once thriving 100+ large cities. Upon exiting the prison, Fang Xing perceives the landscape of the divine realm diverging significantly from his expectations. The architectural style and cultural nuances evoke the ancient kingdom of Level-1. The ground is not composed of dirt or charred earth, but rather gleaming white sand, which emits a soft rustling sound beneath his feet. Bending down to grasp a handful of the white sand, he crushes it to discover it is comprised of elemental granules. Is there an anomaly? The malevolent deity resides within the abyss, where one would expect no elements to exist. Such intense elemental energy should not permeate a divine realm, particularly that of a malevolent deity. Throughout his journey, a short-haired female officer engages Fang Xing warmly in conversation. inadvertently lowering the zipper of her uniform to reveal ample skin. Fang Xing pays her no mind, as the power within him is gradually dissipating. The laws of the divine realm are consuming Fang Xing's strength at a sluggish pace. Were it not for the transformation of his attributes into a quasi-reality power, he would not have detected this so swiftly. Miyu, too, senses her power being siphoned away. With the entities within the beast mastery space, such as Groudon and Dialga, similarly affected. At the current rate of energy depletion, within a month, Fang Xing will revert to an ordinary human. For others, time is of the essence, yet for Fang Xing, there is no need to fret over such matters or devise ways to prolong his power loss. His mission is bound by a mere 7 days. Failure to accomplish it leads to inevitable doom. Lord Son of God, ahead lies the Plaza of Desire. The short-haired female guard gestures towards a distinctive edifice. Fang Xing has already discerned the outline of a monumental statue of the god of lust. Merely gazing upon its silhouette evokes an uncontrollable stir within him. Even with his formidable resistance to the abyss, quantified at an astonishing 4,500 points, the allure of desire remains inescapable. Fang Xing suppresses these urges with the aid of the endless ring of fate, which recognizes this as a once-in-a-millennium, perhaps epic-defining opportunity to elevate the already exorbitant limits of the equipment, potentially transcending the confines of this world. However, before proceeding, one task remains. Suddenly, Fang Xing halts, prompting the observant short-haired female guard to do the same. She turns, only to behold a flash of cold steel. Her gaze ascends before crashing heavily to the ground. With her vision parallel to the earth, she spies a headless corpse, collapsing with a thud. Even in death, the short-haired female guard wears a look of utter astonishment. Has her acting truly faltered so greatly? The one who has slain the Son of God has always been aware of her deceit. It was not her performance that deceived Fang Xing. You have slain Wei, acquiring the Lust treasure chest, Divine Realm being X1. Chapter 88. The Incarnation of the Divine Realm. From the very beginning, Fang Xing recognized that the short-haired female guard was in disguise. As a being of the Divine Realm, she could not be so foolish as to mistake the aura of a godslayer for that of a son of God. There exists a fundamental distinction between the two. The former instinctively elicits favor from beings of the Divine Realm, while the latter incites aversion. This is due to the short-haired guard's realization that she is no match for the godslayer, prompting her to devise a cunning trap. At that moment, the powerful figures of the kingdom of Justin concealed nearby sprang forth. Seize him, slay this godslayer, and avenge the Son of God. The loudest cries are emitted by a blue-haired, dual-tailed swordswoman. Fang Xing desires not to squander excessive time on this motley crew. Dream, it is your turn. Dream's current prowess far surpasses its former self, rendering these adversaries insufficiently challenging. Fang Xing instructs Dream to annihilate all individuals above the 5th transition, while those below can serve another purpose. Godslayer, do not think to escape. The blue-haired dual-tailed swordswoman declares as Fang Xing attempts to depart, brandishing a colossal sword of her own height, striking downward towards his head. As the massive blade descends, its velocity suddenly decelerates dramatically. Not only that, but the expression of the female swordsman also becomes sluggish. She becomes acutely aware that she has entered a state of temporal stasis. Her eyes turned wide with terror, her pupils reflecting a beam of darkness that rapidly expanded until it pierced through her forehead. Meow, the little creature had killed this person, actively severing Fang Xing's path. Transformed into a quasi-reality attribute, the essence of desire seemed to have become more astute. In the Desire Square, a formidable warrior from the kingdom of Fingel discerned the commotion. He exchanged glances with his companions. This was supposed to be a stealth mission, if he recalled correctly. Hadn't they yet received the command? How could someone act prematurely? They were here under the orders of the king of Fingel to pilfer the Mother Goddess statue from the Desire Square. There were 3 Mother Goddess statues in the realm of the God of Lust. They were the foundation of the divine kingdom. For the abyss to swiftly invade the realm of lust, it first needed to refine these 3 statues. Thus, the king of Fingel dispatched his trusted aides to seize the Mother Goddess statue, while he led his army to engage the warriors of the kingdom of Justin on the front lines. At that moment, a man strode boldly into the Desire Square. Fang Xing approached the base of the Mother Goddess statue, lifting his gaze to meet the enchanting visage of the statue of lust. Although merely a statue, it felt more alive to Fang Xing, as if it might awaken at any moment. A prompt appeared. This is one of the incarnations of the abyssal god of lust. You have 3 choices. Offer to the abyssal god of lust. This option is currently unavailable. Merge with the incarnation of lust, granting you immense power, though you risk losing your self-awareness. Slay the incarnation of lust, and you shall gain a dominion over the divine realm. Note, this benefit is subject to the adjudication of the world will. Excellent. Upon seeing the second choice, Fang Xing realized he had caught the attention of the incarnation of lust. This was to be expected, as he was an outsider in the domain of lust. It was rather unusual not to be targeted. Moreover, this indirectly confirmed that the state of the abyssal lust must be exceedingly dire, otherwise, it would not focus solely on Fang Xing. Thus, the mission became clear: to slay the incarnation of lust and obtain a sufficient amount of dominion over the divine realm. Chapter 89. Slaughter, for the sake of better combat. To exit the divine realm, there are two methods. One could break through the divine realm with absolute strength. Yet Fang Xing lacked such power. One could only imagine the terrifying force required to breach it. Thus, only one method remained: to gain dominion over the divine realm. Fortunately, the realm of lust was in a state of being unclaimed, seamlessly integrated with Ocean City, and subject to the adjudication of the world will. Otherwise, Fang Xing would have no chance of obtaining even a modicum of dominion. Fingel shall triumph. Beneath the statue of lust, Fang Xing uttered the sign-in code for the day. Sign-in successful. You have gained 100,000 evolution points. Current evolution points: 1,000,000. After 8 days of travel to Ocean City, and spending another 2 days there, Fang Xing's evolution points had finally reached the million mark. If anyone was most thrilled, it was undoubtedly Giratina and Dialga. Perhaps this time, one of them could be elevated to legendary status. However, such thoughts were not to be entertained at present. A group of women, whose beauty and grace rivaled that of celestial beings, surrounded Fang Xing. What a madman! Did he comprehend what he was uttering? Justin would never be defeated by Fingel. What was there to discuss with him? He was clearly a spy from Fingel. She ought to kneel at her mother's feet in repentance and endure the utmost torment of lust. To shout for Fingel's victory in the Desire Square was the greatest provocation to the kingdom of Justin, especially given that Fang Xing stood at the foot of the Mother Goddess statue. This was a desecration of the divine. Fang Xing remained silent, fixated on the statue of lust. Just moments ago, it seemed to have come alive. How dare he defile the Mother Goddess? This posture thoroughly enraged the surrounding beautiful citizens of lust. A short-haired girl was about to strike. At that moment, a horn sounded from behind. In a corner of Victory Square, someone blew a massive horn. Fingel shall triumph. Fingel shall triumph. A group of infiltrators from the kingdom of Fingel sprang forth, encircling the previously encircling warriors of the kingdom of Justin. The leader nodded at Fang Xing, sensing a deeper abyssal aura emanating from him, one even stronger than his own. This abyssal aura originated from the holy sword. Draw the sword. One swift strike to the throat. While the warriors of Justin were momentarily dazed, Fang Xing had already unsheathed the abyssal broken sword. It could be said that this was somewhat unsporting. In a life-and-death struggle, the outcome was simply one of you or him. The short-haired girl perished, yet those around her displayed no signs of sorrow. In the divine realm, the beings of the divine kingdom do not truly die. Even the annihilation power of Giratina cannot genuinely kill them. This is the law of the divine realm. Slain beings will be resurrected by the divine realm. However, each death necessitates a reincarnation. After completing reincarnation, their power will peak within 3 to 7 natural days. Unless the energy of the divine realm is depleted, they cannot be killed. However, this time was different. Fang Xing's attack bore the characteristic of annihilation. The annihilation characteristic is among the strongest known traits in the astral realm, capable of completely obliterating beings of the divine realm. You have slain Lu Yun, obtaining a lust treasure chest, divine realm being X1. The warriors of the kingdom of Justin were engaged in battle with Fingel's forces at this moment. There were no more than 7 turns left within their borders. Yet, one should not underestimate them. In the same realm, beings of the divine kingdom are 100 times stronger than professional warriors. However, when faced with Fang Xing, he did not even need to summon his beasts. His power undoubtedly reached 8 turns. Enhanced by the world buff and the holy sword, his combat prowess rivaled that of any peak 8-turn professional. As for 9 turns, that belonged to an entirely different echelon of terrifying monsters. You have slain Yao, obtaining a lust treasure chest, divine realm being X1. You have slain Xiaoran, obtaining a lust treasure chest, divine realm being X1. Blood rained down, and severed limbs littered the ground. Fang Xing appeared as a butcher in a slaughterhouse, exerting every ounce of effort with each strike. This was the utmost respect for his foes. Yet thus far, no warrior from the kingdom of Justin had been able to withstand even a single blow from him. Nevertheless, Fang Xing did not kill indiscriminately. For instance, he only targeted enemies, sparing women and children. The unfortunate news was that once Fang Xing entered combat mode, only enemies remained in his sight. The warriors of the kingdom of Fingel witnessed Fang Xing slay with the ferocity of a butcher. One moment, they were relieved that Fang Xing was on their side. The next, he charged towards them with his sword drawn. Wait, I'm from Fingel. The plea for mercy had not even been fully uttered before he was beheaded by a single strike. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck, splattering into Fang Xing's eyes. His pupils radiated an ominous glow, and he became consumed by bloodlust. Each of them was a source of experience. Sparing even one would be a loss. Furthermore, there was another reason: to prepare for the slaying of the incarnation of lust. Although he had yet to engage the incarnation as an embodiment of the abyssal lust, its ability system would undoubtedly not be weaker than that of those 9-turn professionals. The difficulty of slaying a 9-turn practitioner and the sheer terror of their abilities can be exemplified through the Vice Dean's external incarnation. That battle was, without a doubt, a stroke of luck for Fang Xing. Throughout the encounter, the Vice Dean never truly regarded Fang Xing as a worthy opponent. This is because Fang Xing is not a 9-turn. Only those of the 9-turn caliber can contend with their own kind. To rephrase, the 9-turn possesses quasi-reality attributes, which inevitably grants them an inherent advantage against practitioners of lesser ranks. As the embodiment of the abyss's lust, and within the domain of the god of desire, the complexities involved surpass even those of the Vice Dean. One might even boldly conjecture that the embodiment of lust has the ability to consume the life essence of beings within the divine realm to replenish itself, akin to the Vice Dean's Heavenly Lock, which utilizes the Puppet of Death skill. Heavenly Lock. Within the range of this skill, a minimum of 33 rule chains are judged every second, determined by fate and causality. If the judgment is successful, you can utterly enslave the being, transforming it into a source of life essence. Puppet of Death. Upon death, consuming 1 point of life essence restores 10 maximum life force. Consuming 2 points restores 20 maximum life force, and so forth, up to a maximum restoration of 80 life force, with no skill cooldown. Such a phenomenon is not to be underestimated. It is not the sheer number that is concerning, but rather the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the inhabitants of Fingel Kingdom are not particularly formidable and pose no threat to the embodiment of lust. Despite their assimilation into the abyss, they were once beings of the divine realm. As creatures of the divine, they present an element of uncertainty. It is akin to a time bomb. Would you wager on when it might detonate? As Fang Xing reveled in the thrill of slaughter, Dream returned, evidently having resolved the troubles on the other side. The duo swiftly dealt with the divine beings within the Plaza of Desire. Fang Xing refrained from pursuing those who fled. He is not one who relishes indiscriminate killing, but rather enjoys the thrill of combat, especially against formidable foes. The bloodied gaze of Fang Xing met that of the embodiment of lust. Warning, warning, warning. The embodiment of the god of lust is on the verge of resurrection. Estimated time, 3, 2. Chapter 90, The Embodiment of Lust. As the countdown reached 1, the statue of the Mother Goddess appeared to come alive, causing the entire Plaza of Desire to tremble slightly. Great Mother, progenitor of desire, source of lust, you are the towering abyss, bound by the desires of the deep. The divine realm began to emit incomprehensible murmurs. Scarlet feathers rained down from the heavens, amidst which faint prayers could be discerned. The elemental sands on the ground began to flow, gradually converging towards the Mother Goddess. The colossal statue, towering at approximately 300 meters, began to contract inward. During this process, the statue sprouted flesh, specifically, the outer shell of the Mother Goddess statue shed. Throughout this transformation, the gender of the Mother Goddess incarnation fluctuated, shifting from female to male and back again, until finally settling on the form of an exceptionally handsome man. This is the capacity of the Mother Goddess, to alter gender in accordance with the preferences of her adversaries. Fang Xing's sexual orientation is perfectly normal, yet his inclinations are unrelated to it. He delights in battle, thus the Mother Goddess morphed into a form more suited for combat. Ultimately, the Mother Goddess incarnation diminished to a giant, several meters tall. Warning, you are about to face the abyss of lust. Note, due to the suppression from world consciousness and the embodiment of lust can only exhibit its original strength at a fraction of 1. Warning, warning, warning. You are subjected to judgments of chaos, spirit, desire, causality, fate, and chaos judgment successful, spirit judgment successful, desire judgment successful, causality judgment failed, fate judgment failed. You are on the brink of death. When Fang Xing confronted the embodiment of lust, he realized that the caliber of this battle diverged entirely from his expectations. The embodiment had merely begun to awaken, yet he was met with over 700 judgments, of which only 2 failed. The silver lining is that the failed judgments pertain to fate and causality, the 2 most pivotal aspects. The unfortunate news is that any of the remaining 698 judgments that succeeded would impose an instant death effect courtesy of the Mother Goddess's abilities. Fortunately, Fang Xing possessed the world buff, causality. After being attacked, You may expend 1 point of causality power to transfer the attack to another location. Note: killing abyssal monsters or engaging in any causality-related actions will grant causality power. The priority of the causality characteristic supersedes that of the embodiment of lust. Fang Xing promptly consumed causality power, averting the grim fate that loomed over him. As for where to transfer the damage, the divine beings Fang Xing had specifically instructed Dream Despair proved useful. With a resounding bang, as the first divine being's head exploded, the situation spiraled out of control. However, those divine beings did not perish. Instead, they transformed into motes of light, merging into the body of the embodiment of lust. The aura of the embodiment intensified slightly, albeit marginally, as the formidable divine beings had already been slain by Fang Xing. Only these weaklings remained, capable of transferring causality, yet easily extinguished. Meow. Dream had appropriated the abilities of the embodiment of lust. Gaze of the gods. By gazing at an enemy, you can draw the target into your divine realm. Note: ineffective against those possessing their own divine realm or domains, or the effects may be diminished. Divine Song of Annihilation. Effect 1. The embodiment of lust has absolute authority over divine beings, capable of annihilating targets or absorbing them to enhance all attributes. Effect 2. Non-divine beings will face a staggering 10,000 judgments across all attributes, fate, causality, hidden attributes, luck, charm, etc. Should any one judgment succeed, an instant death effect will be triggered. Note: this ability has been significantly weakened. It can only be used once per natural day. Original Sin of Lust. This ability cannot be viewed or utilized. Abyssal Lust. This ability cannot be viewed or utilized. Eye of Desire. If you maintain eye contact with a target for over 1 second, you can leave a psychological suggestion, causing them to subconsciously seek your gaze. Each time they meet your gaze, you may choose to instill a psychological suggestion or invoke their desires. Note: this ability has been significantly weakened. Chapter 91, Boss Battle. Hiss. Dream replicated 5 abilities of the embodiment of lust. Yet each ability left Fang Xing feeling cold and desolate, particularly the Eye of Desire. It was no wonder he felt compelled to maintain eye contact with the statue of lust. It was clear that the embodiment possessed far more than these 5 abilities. The 5 were merely the limit of what Dream could replicate. This marks the second instance where Dream was unable to fully reproduce abilities. The first being the Vice Dean's external incarnation. The embodiment of lust is significantly more powerful than the Vice Dean's external form, especially within the domain of the god of lust, where the embodiment undoubtedly received terrifying enhancements. One could assert that the might of the embodiment of lust far exceeds Fang Xing's expectations. However, the thought of fleeing never crossed Fang Xing's mind. One must engage in battle to ascertain whether victory is possible. Groudon and Dialga appeared behind Fang Xing Clang. The holy sword emitted a crisp sound, resonating with Fang Xing. It appears that the sword's previous master had once crossed paths with the incarnation of lust, or perhaps even the abyssal lust itself. Dialga assumed a combat stance, while Mew launched the first attack. The synergy between Mew and Fang Xing had reached a level where verbal communication was unnecessary. Even the slightest gesture from Fang Xing was comprehended by Mew. In a tit-for-tat fashion, Mew unleashed the ability, God's Annihilation Song, against the incarnation of lust. It was indeed a countermeasure of cosmic proportions. Remarkably, it proved effective. The incarnation of lust's handsome visage momentarily faltered, caught off guard by Mew's unexpected control for half a second. Perhaps it was bewildered by the fact that Mew possessed such an ability. While half a second may seem fleeting, in battles of this caliber, it was ample time to accomplish significant feats. Dialga first attempted to utilize its time-freezing ability, but its effect on the incarnation of lust was rather limited. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Groudon to unleash its signature move, Cliff Blade. After losing face in front of the Vice Dean, it was time to regain honor against the incarnation of lust. A molten rock spire pierced through the incarnation of lust. Due to being within the divine realm, Groudon's powers were greatly suppressed, allowing only a single strike of the Cliff Blade, rather than a barrage. Meanwhile, Fang Xing did not remain idle, engaging in close combat with the incarnation of lust. He donned the highest level of equipment that could be worn at each slot. As he sensed the incoming pressure of the wind, alarms rang within the incarnation of lust. Although Fang Xing was ostensibly the weakest among them, he exuded an aura of danger that was palpable. Suddenly, one of the incarnation of lust's 6 arms moved. Each arm harbored a unique ability. This particular arm possessed the power to disregard time and states of deceleration. Clang! The holy sword collided with the arm of the abyssal deity. A swirling force field twisted at the point of impact. Fortunately, this was within the divine realm, where space was stable. Had this occurred in the outside world, the surrounding space would have undoubtedly shattered. The annihilation characteristic was triggered, and with a single stroke, the incarnation of Lust's arm was severed. As the time field restored, the incarnation of Lust regained its composure, and the remaining 5 arms lunged towards Fang Xing simultaneously. Their speed was so swift that Fang Xing could hardly perceive their trajectories. Spatial exchange occurred. Fortunately, with Mew present, Fang Xing and Mew instantly swapped positions. Crack! Thousands of defensive formations ultimately afforded Mew a moment's respite, allowing for another position swap, this time with the surrounding structures. It is worth noting that the ability of spatial exchange was also a skill replicated from the ancient Vice Dean. That ancient being possessed an abundance of life-preserving techniques. Had it not been for Fang Xing's cunning ploy, the abyssal corruption from direct contact with the Holy Sword might have led to an unforeseen outcome. Chapter 92. Faith. Boom. The Desire Plaza erupted into a fierce battle. Chaotic elemental energies surged wildly. As elements in the abyss were two opposing forces, a comical scene unfolded within its own divine realm. The incarnation of Lust found its abilities suppressed. One could only wonder where the abyssal deity's domain had amassed such elemental energy. Yet, this was undoubtedly fortuitous for Fang Xing. He deliberately sought to extend the battlefield across the entirety of Justin Kingdom. According to known intelligence, the incarnation of Lust's powers were intricately linked to the faith within its divine realm. The divine realm, vast beyond imagination, rendered the inhabitants of Justin Kingdom as mere trifles in the grand scheme. Therefore, Fang Xing's seemingly clever maneuver resembled a student who, after a summer of unbridled indulgence, realized on the eve of the new term that not a single word of their homework had been written, prompting an all-nighter to catch up. However, the reality was that the current state of the Lust divine realm was far from optimal. It had first been weakened by the abyss, followed by the devastation of the Gate of Truth, and ultimately, it had been forced into a merger with the City of the Sea. The merger with the City of the Sea necessitated a judgment from the world will. In this judgment, the City of the Sea neither belonged to the abyssal corruption nor was it entirely under the governance of the world will. Thus, a peculiar situation arose. The Lust divine realm became a trifaceted territory. To illustrate, if the Lust divine realm were likened to a corporate structure, the largest shareholder would be the incarnation of Lust from the abyss, albeit imprisoned. Despite its incarceration, it wielded significant influence within the company, leaving trusted subordinates to manage its affairs. The second largest shareholder was the world will, eager to seize the shares of the imprisoned major shareholder to gain complete control. However, the subordinates proved ineffective. After 200 years, the major shareholder's shares remained untouched. The third shareholder was the abyss itself, which, while seemingly uninvolved, maintained connections within the company, proving to be both a nuisance and difficult to eradicate. Consequently, the current dominion of the company fell into the hands of the second largest shareholder, the world will, which was intent on reclaiming its rightful portion and, if possible, absorbing this leaderless divine realm. This also aligned with the scheming of Lu Ying, the lord of the City of the Sea, who aspired to create a 9-turn class bearer endowed with a divine realm for the Han dynasty. Alas, 200 years later, Fang Xing emerged unexpectedly. Returning to the matter at hand, the faith that the incarnation of Lust could command was significantly limited, confined solely to the vicinity of Justin Kingdom. In other words, Fang Xing's strategy was not a last-minute resort. Boom. Such a tremendous commotion inevitably attracted the attention of powerful beings from the Justin dynasty. A female war goddess emanating an aura of the 8th turn brandished an ice crystal lance, obstructing Fang Xing's path. Behind her stood the incarnation of Lust, while in front was the aloof, blue-haired war goddess, leaving Fang Xing caught in a precarious position. In the next moment, a hint of pink glimmered in Fang Xing's eyes. The incarnation of Lust activated its ability, and the blue-haired goddess before him began to transform into another woman, none other than Su Xiaoxiao. However, this transformation was visible only to Fang Xing, uniquely tailored for him. Confronted with Su Xiaoxiao, especially in a state of mental turmoil, fury, and plummeting rationality, the outcome was all but predictable. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air. The female war goddess barely had time to catch a glimpse of the figure before a gale struck her face. Her hair was blown back, and her features contorted in shock. Just as she recognized Fang Xing's visage, her gaze ascended, revealing what would be the final sight of her life. A monstrous figure with glowing red pupils, wielding a blade that unmistakably emanated from the abyss. The appearance was more reminiscent of an abyssal creature than her own. The annihilation characteristic activated, and the female war goddess fell. Chapter 93. Capture the thief before capturing the king. Boom. From the moment Fang Xing was controlled to the execution of the female war goddess, no more than 2 seconds elapsed. In that fleeting interval, one of the incarnation of Lust's hands tore through space, suddenly appearing behind Fang Xing. All 5 of the incarnation's arms moved in unison, striking towards Fang Xing's back in the most straightforward and unadorned manner. Time froze. Dialga activated its ability, but this time it was evident that the strain was considerable. At this critical juncture, Mew and Fang Xing exchanged positions. Boom. Fang Xing was once again slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 70 meters. The cause was none other than an arm of the incarnation of lust, capable of disregarding spatial distance. This, undoubtedly, was ominous news. The incarnation of lust was not a mindless abyssal creature. It possessed the ability to ignore space, but had refrained from employing this arm, waiting for this very moment. Moreover, the recent attack was imbued with a certain abyssal ability that could bypass aspects of causality, directly inflicting harm upon its target, specifically countering Fang Xing's causal attributes. Fortunately, Fang Xing possessed a unique ability, skill, life sharing. All damage taken is transferred entirely to the summoned beast. Fang Xing shared the damage with Dream, and it was evident as Dream's health visibly plummeted, losing 3 million points in an instant. This was after certain aspects of causality had been immunized and the aura had been weakened. With a cough, Fang Xing expelled a substantial amount of black blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, and his back had caved in significantly, irreparably. Even with the claim of 100% damage transfer, complete recovery was impossible. Such was the nature of battles at this level. Fang Xing severed the arm of the incarnation of lust with the annihilation attribute, which resulted in its permanent disappearance on the causal plane, beyond any ability to restore. Similarly, the earlier attack from the incarnation of lust also bore this characteristic, albeit less dominantly than the annihilation attribute. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Fang Xing's body felt as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Most alarmingly, his skin began to shift from a normal wheatish hue to an abnormal crimson. The incarnation of lust's ability was manifesting within him. Fang Xing felt an overwhelming chill as a large mass of crimson mist surged from his body, gradually detaching from his skin. Moments later, this mist coalesced into a figure, a doppelganger of Fang Xing, the only distinction being its skin tone. While Fang Xing's complexion was wheatish, the counterfeit's was crimson. After a few breaths, the doppelganger's skin color shifted to match Fang Xing's. Hear my summons. Arise, Dream, Groudon, Dialga. In a startling turn of events, the doppelganger not only recited Fang Xing's unique summoning incantation, but also summoned Dream and the other two. It appeared that this impostor possessed the ability to replicate others' forms and abilities, a power reminiscent of Dream's. The doppelganger wielded a broken sword, but Fang Xing noticed that it intentionally concealed its left arm. What lay hidden there? Fang Xing raised his own left arm, adorned with the endless fate ring. The doppelganger had failed to replicate this equipment. Meow. Dream quietly appeared behind the doppelganger and unleashed a destruction ray. The doppelganger raised its sword to block, reacting far more swiftly than Fang Xing roar of time. Simultaneously, both Dialgas unleashed their roar of time, their skills counteracting each other. Groudon engaged as well, delivering powerful blows, each collision obliterating vast sections of the debris below. Meow. At that moment, a diminutive pink creature materialized behind Fang Xing, capture the king first. The two dreams reached the same conclusion. Chapter 94, Crisis. Spatial Exchange. Dream and Fang Xing exchange positions. In this confrontation of kings, Fang Xing faced off against the doppelganger. An overwhelming aura surged around them, the holy sword radiating a dazzling black light, while the surrounding space manifested cracks reminiscent of a spider's web. Anyone attempting to traverse this space at that moment would undoubtedly be swept into the chaotic currents of the spatial rift. Clang. The doppelganger swung its sword, and Fang Xing's attack descended simultaneously. The two black blades clashed, triggering the annihilation attribute, resulting in the instantaneous shattering of the black sword, cleaving it in twain. Fang Xing delivered a fatal strike to the doppelganger. Witnessing this scene, the incarnation of lust in the distance twitched at the corner of her eye. Yet, before she could take action, Groudon, Dream, and Dialga efficiently dealt with their respective doppelgangers. Observing her ultimate move being so easily countered left the incarnation of lust somewhat flustered. The ability she employed could perfectly replicate a target, encompassing not only their combat awareness and reaction, but also their behavioral logic, further enhancing these attributes. Essentially, it was a max version of Fang Xing and his companions. Logically, Fang Xing should have been embroiled in a fierce struggle, yet the ease with which these doppelgangers were dispatched spoke of an underlying world buff, a blessing imposed by the world itself. Not even the incarnation of lust, let alone the abyss of lust, could replicate such abilities flawlessly, particularly the crucial ones: annihilation attribute, causal attributes, and weakening aura. Moreover, the doppelganger's weapons could not compare to Fang Xing's holy sword, once wielded by a formidable being, which, after shattering in the abyss, had been imbued with the unrestrained power of the abyss and the essence of abundance. Even as a mere fragment, it rivaled weapons of royal caliber. The Cliff Sword. After eliminating its doppelganger, Groudon took the initiative to attack. The incarnation of Lust deftly evaded the Cliff Sword, but was subsequently struck into the sky by the Geomancer's subsequent assault. Next came Dialga, invoking a widespread time freeze that slowed the incarnation of Lust's movements considerably. Seizing this opportunity, Dream and Fang Xing exchanged positions once more. The previously shattered space had healed, as space possessed the ability to mend itself. Fang Xing appeared beside the incarnation of Lust, and the holy sword erupted with a searing black light. The remaining two arms of the incarnation of Lust were severed, including the one capable of disregarding distance. With two arms lost, only three remained. Coupled with the massive loss of life in Justin King City, which diminished the primary source of faith, the incarnation of Lust could be declared defeated without Fang Xing needing to lift a finger. Dream and the others could easily handle her. However, the incarnation of Lust's stunning visage suddenly twisted into a sinister smile, echoing with a lewd laughter that reverberated through the air. Hearing this laughter sent an ominous feeling surging within Fang Xing. As it turned out, his instincts were not mistaken. Suddenly, Fang Xing's body froze midair, his mind alert and clear. This eerily familiar sensation was indeed that of time solidifying. No, it was unlike ordinary time stasis. For the entire realm of Lust had come to a standstill. The incarnation of Lust appeared before Fang Xing, her chest exploding, flesh and blood fragments suspended in midair, equally frozen in time. What was she doing? Self-harm? Soon, a horrifying scene unfolded as Fang Xing's own chest erupted in a similar manner. Was this a reflection of harm? In an instant, Fang Xing realized, his mind racing with a singular thought. How could he have forgotten to be wary of the incarnation of Lust's reflective damage ability? No, he had never had such an ability. He had merely been influenced by the incarnation of Lust's presence. During their first gaze, she had sown the seeds of psychological suggestion within him, gradually amplifying this suggestion through subsequent encounters. At this moment, a pair of arms, resembling white jade, emerged from the incarnation of Lust's chest. Chapter 95. The Return of Abyssal Lust. A seasoned practitioner can deduce the approximate abilities of an evil deity from the powers of its minions. The minion of Abyssal Lust is known as the Apostle of Desire. Apostle of Desire. Level, LV 15. Health, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Attack power, 0. Skills, reflective damage, regeneration, supreme healing, mental disturbance. Description: do not indulge excessively in desire, for it may lead to self-inflicted harm. Within the capability framework of the Apostle of Desire, one can discern the corresponding powers of the incarnation of Lust. Supreme healing indicates that the incarnation of Lust possesses formidable restorative abilities, capable of devouring the life forms of the divine realm to enhance itself. Mental disturbance reveals that the incarnation of Lust wields a similar power, the Eye of Desire, which plants psychological suggestions in its targets. At this moment, the incarnation of Lust is employing a higher-tier skill, reflective damage. Fang Xing can distinctly perceive the signs of life ebbing away. Due to the stasis of time, his consciousness remains exceedingly clear. He is acutely aware of the gaping wound on his chest, a hole the size of a head, as intense pain rends his nerves in a frenzied assault. The incarnation of Lust's arm protrudes further from its chest, revealing a flawlessly beautiful face, which unexpectedly, Fang Xing recognizes. This figure is Wei, the daughter of Lust. Previously, the son of Lust outside the divine realm was Lu Ying. At this moment, this is indeed the daughter of Lust, indicating a paternal relationship with Lu Ying. In an instant, Fang Xing comprehends many things. The objective of Abyssal Lust has always been resurrection, but not through Lu Ying. Rather, it is through his daughter. Abyssal Lust and Lu Ying forged a pact, resulting in the birth of a child. This child was, by some means, sent to the divine realm, becoming the incarnation of Lust, continuously absorbing the power of faith, ultimately giving rise to a divine offspring. This very woman emerging from her shell. Once she extricates herself from the incarnation of Lust, the unclaimed divine realm shall welcome its true sovereign. Disaster looms. Fang Xing senses impending doom. For his rudimentary understanding of abyssal studies reveals that abyssal beings do not reproduce through conventional means. They are birthed through transformation. A crucial condition for the birth of an abyssal entity is the existence of a nemesis on a causal level. A nemesis is easily understood as a fated adversary. Not just anyone can become a nemesis for an abyssal being. One must possess formidable causal and fateful backing, particularly for an entity like Abyssal Lust, which resides at the pinnacle of the food chain. Merely the weight of the causal fate suffices to crush a seasoned practitioner. While Fang Xing's causal and fateful essence is unique, it lacks the gravitas to serve as a nemesis at the moment of abyssal lust's birth. However, the unfortunate twist lies within the world's buff. The blessings imposed by the world have similarly augmented Fang Xing's causal and fateful essence. In other words, by a stroke of serendipity, the conditions for the birth of abyssal lust have inadvertently been met. In the depths of his being, Fang Xing senses a formidable causal force entwining around him. Abyssal lust's half-emerged body remains consistent with her previous form, a stunning visage adorned with 6 immaculate arms. A series of inarticulate sounds emanates from abyssal lust, reminiscent of a child babbling. However, this sound is one Fang Xing should not be able to hear, as it is the murmur of the abyss. To perceive such a sound signifies a direct connection between causality, fate, and the abyss. This is utterly catastrophic. Fang Xing watches helplessly as abyssal lust fully emerges, advancing towards him with a smile, her cherry-red lips parting to reveal rows of shark-like teeth, arranged in a manner akin to penguin beaks. In stark contrast to abyssal lust's exquisite appearance, this sight is disconcerting. In midair, abyssal lust's delicate hand gradually delves into Fang Xing's chest. With a sudden, forceful tug, it tears through him as if unzipping a zipper. With a crack, Fang Xing's chest is rent asunder, exposing his ribcage and internal organs to the air. Chapter 96. The Battle of Fate, Deceived. Abyssal lust's objective is unmistakable. It is Fang Xing's heart. Fang Xing clearly observes abyssal lust cradling a heart in her hands. Contrary to his expectations, she does not intend to devour his heart whole. Instead, abyssal lust examines it for a moment, pinching it a few times. Noticing the surface has darkened, she exhales a puff of pink mist, causing the black spots to vanish. These blemishes stem from abyssal corruption. Fang Xing has recently encountered an abundance of abyssal artifacts, inevitably becoming tainted. If this issue remains unresolved, it will inevitably lead to complications in the future. Remarkably, abyssal lust has rectified it. She returns the heart to its rightful place and proceeds to reshape his ribs to their original form. Having completed these actions, abyssal lust's body begins to grow increasingly transparent, as if on the verge of vanishing entirely. Fang Xing understands what is transpiring. Abyssal lust is preparing to return to the depths of the abyss. The birth of an abyssal being requires not only a nemesis, but also a stringent condition. After their emergence, they must ascend from the abyss's depths, akin to a newborn severing its umbilical cord to depart from its mother's embrace. You have been marked unilaterally by warning, warning, warning. You have triggered a fateful mission. Slay abyssal lust. This is one of the 7 deadly sins of the abyss. Upon becoming an absolute powerhouse, you will engage in a fateful battle witnessed by the will of the world, the forces of time and space, the abyss, and the elements. Hint: the fateful battle is the terminus for every powerful being, as well as the ultimate confrontation between the abyss and the elements. Hint: your nemesis, abyssal lust, possesses the trait of absolute immortality and cannot be slain by any means. She can only be banished by eternal time or sealed by the codex of the star gods. Hint: eternal time, the source of immortality. Hint: codex of the star gods, a cosmic marvel birthed at the dawn of the era. Description: in this fateful battle, no one believes that an ordinary human can prevail. Fang Xing receives a plethora of notifications. Once abyssal lust vanishes, he regains his mobility. However, his countenance is one of palpable distress. Beside him, the incarnation of lust is gradually dissipating. After the birth of abyssal lust, she has fulfilled her mission. During the process of her dissolution, the wicked smile at the corners of the incarnation's mouth and the mocking glint in her eyes seem to silently deride Fang Xing Miao. The dreamlike entity soars to Fang Xing's side, wielding the replicated cliff sword to slay the incarnation of lust. The incarnation offers no resistance, for her mission has already been accomplished. You have slain the incarnation of lust, obtaining the abyssal chest. Incarnation of lust. Your task has been completed. By slaying the incarnation of lust, you will gain control over 5 of the divine realm. Gazing at the prospect of controlling 5 of the divine realm, Fang Xing feels as though he has ingested something thoroughly repugnant. Through a series of fortuitous yet improbable coincidences, if Fang Xing still cannot discern who has orchestrated his downfall, he might as well find a grave to bury himself in. Let us go settle the score. Within prison number 1, the hooded elder leaned against the wall, having waited for Fang Xing for quite some time. You are swifter than I had anticipated, he remarked, as Fang Xing approached. A bitter smile crept upon the elder's lips beneath the brim of his hat. Thus, this was indeed the outcome of a multifaceted game of wits, and I find myself the unfortunate pawn. Compared to when he first arrived, Fang Xing's gaze was now notably frosty, his tone equally so. It appears that you possess a far greater acuity than I imagined. The elder was taken aback, first by Fang Xing's realization of this layer of complexity, and second by the fact that the latter refrained from venting his frustrations upon him. He was undoubtedly a born schemer. Who could endure being so ensnared without losing their temper? Chapter 97. The weight of this cause and effect is too burdensome. Allow me to share a tale. For the moment, let us refer to the elder as Bai Lao. Bai Lao began recounting his narrative. Once, there was a man, a prince of the Tianqi kingdom, who was sent to the Han dynasty as a hostage from a young age. Fang Xing interrupted Bai Lao's reminiscence. Please, get to the point, and refrain from using the third person. The abrupt interruption was decidedly rude. However, Bai Lao exhibited no sign of displeasure, at least not overtly. Yet upon hearing the latter part of Fang Xing's statement, a rare look of embarrassment flickered across Bai Lao's countenance. For Fang Xing's implication was clear. There was no need for pretense, as he was aware of Bai Lao's true identity as a prince of the Tianqi kingdom. Bai Lao's aged face flushed slightly. Was he truly that conspicuous? Once his cover was blown, there was little point in concealing it any longer. Very well. I entered the realm of desire a century after the fall of Haiqing. At that time, many others entered the realm alongside me. Fang Xing paused, pondering. Were they also vying for the divine realm? No, Bai Lao scoffed. Merely a group of pitiful souls deceived into this predicament. Pitiful souls, Fang Xing echoed, emphasizing the term. Bai Lao fell silent. He suddenly realized that this seemingly frigid young man possessed a particularly sharp tongue at times. Indeed, if one were to consider it, he was the greatest pitiful soul of all. Please continue. I came to the realization that I was ensnared in a scheme when I vanquished the remnants of the evil god. No wonder, for with a task of such magnitude, you merely experienced a reduction in overall attributes, without being obliterated. This had long troubled Fang Xing. Tasks of the divine realm's trials typically bore severe penalties for failure, often resulting in annihilation. It now seemed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. You are familiar with the heroic clans, I presume? They have forged a pact with the Mother Goddess. One seeks to prevent the Han royal family from acquiring the divine realm's 9 turns, while the other yearns to emerge from the depths of the abyss, using the resultant fate to break free from the seals of the Gate of Truth. Fang Xing subtly nodded, confirming his suspicions. Thus, you too are a victim of misfortune. Bai Lao fell silent once more. Lies do not wound. But the truth is a sharp blade. He had been sealed within the divine realm for a century. The realm possessed a law of consuming the powers of others, gradually draining their strength, followed by their vitality, until fate and existence merged with the divine realm. After a moment, Bai Lao suddenly realized, looking at Fang Xing, no, something is amiss. You are the true unfortunate one. I am merely a scapegoat. In essence, you are in a far worse predicament than merely being a victim of misfortune. The smile on Bai Lao's face faded before it could linger for 2 seconds. Accompanying the unfortunate one as a scapegoat, using your words to describe yourself, a mere scapegoat. Fang Xing had no intention of rubbing salt in the wounds. He was known for his candidness. Whether the other could bear the truth was a separate matter altogether. Since you have triumphed over the remnants of the evil god, why did you end up in this state? Fang Xing was genuinely curious and inquired further. Logically speaking, tasks of the divine realm's trials are typically exceedingly high in level. As long as one can complete the trial, they should be able to master the divine realm. Even if the abyss of desire breaks its seal, it should not be able to seize the realm of desire from your grasp. According to Bai Lao's account, having defeated the remnants of the evil god in the final stage, he should rightfully be the master of the divine realm. Bai Lao sighed, having anticipated Fang Xing's question. Alas, this burden of cause and effect is too heavy. I am old and feel as though I cannot breathe. Chapter 98. Ultimately manipulated by fate. Do not speak so sweetly. The truth is that the abyss of desire simply did not deem you worthy. Your weight of cause and effect insufficient for her emergence from the abyss. Fang Xing interjected mercilessly, interrupting Bai Lao's deception. How do you know this? Bai Lao's mouth fell agape. Such secrets were known by few, even among the 9 turns. Fang Xing did not respond, instead manifesting part of the panel. A blue holographic screen appeared between them, displaying Abyss Studies, Beginner. Dark Studies, Proficient. Cosmology, Beginner. So, it is an entry-level comprehension of Abyss Studies. Bai Lao's eyes widened in realization, and after a moment, he suddenly snapped back to attention, staring at Fang Xing in shock. Is there a discipline of Abyss Studies in the Star Realm? In the Star Realm, there exists a widely acknowledged fact. Exploration of the abyss is less than 5%. The abyss is teeming with terrifying abyssal creatures, akin to a tide. However, that is not the most dreadful aspect. The true horror of the abyss lies in its pollution. For anything associated with it bears a strong, contaminating nature. No one who has been in prolonged contact with the abyss emerges unscathed. In truth, the other 2 disciplines, cosmology and dark studies, are no less significant. It is worth noting that the world where Fang Xing resides is isolated in the void, with virtually no formal interaction with the Star Realm. Those who master entry-level abyss studies in this world can be counted on one hand. And now there is another in Fang Xing. How did you acquire this knowledge? Bai Lao inquired, the weight of the matter pressing upon him. Had he possessed entry-level abyss studies back in the day, he might not have been tainted by the evil god's corruption. Do you wish to know? I do. The Gate of Truth. Fang Xing replied earnestly. All of this knowledge was acquired from the Gate of Truth. You have a way to obtain knowledge from the Gate of Truth? Bai Lao's jaw dropped in astonishment, wide enough to fit an egg. It is well known that the terror of the Gate of Truth surpasses even that of the evil gods. Thus, he was eager to learn how Fang Xing had procured knowledge from it. Of course, there was a prerequisite. One must not go mad from the influx of vast knowledge. The Gate of Truth has always been exceptionally enthusiastic and generous toward scholars who crave knowledge. Yet, without exception, those scholars succumb to madness after their encounters with the Gate of Truth. Bai Lao did not believe that Fang Xing would divulge such a secret, even if he were now a mere shell of his former self. However, Fang Xing was also a generous individual. First, you require a blade. Secondly, it must possess a severing property, and only then can you acquire knowledge from the Gate of Truth. So, you do not mean to imply that you cleave the Gate of Truth? A ridiculous notion sprang to Bai Lao's mind as he shook his head, as if realizing something. No one would be foolish enough to strike the door of truth, even if one were to succeed in doing so. The overwhelming influx of knowledge would drive even the most seasoned practitioners to madness. Old Bai sighed, stating that the door of truth itself is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the knowledge within that holds significance. Should Fang Xing truly breach the door of truth, the subsequent knowledge pollution would be unbearable without formidable mental fortitude and restraint. Thus, you require this equipment. Fang Xing removed the ring of infinite fate from his left arm and naturally offered it to Old Bai. What is this? Old Bai inquired as he instinctively accepted the ring of infinite fate. The information regarding the ring flooded into his mind. Equipment. Ring of infinite fate. Devours and exploits the fates of others, augmenting one's own fate weight. Equipment level. Upon reading the words devour and exploit others' fates, Old Bai's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks. You. He gasped, horrified, staring at Fang Xing, instinctively wanting to discard the ring. However, it was too late. Those who toy with fate ultimately become its playthings. Fang Xing coldly regarded Old Bai and spoke deliberately. This serves as a warning from the ring of infinite fate, much like the fate that now befalls you. Chapter 99. The Incarnation of Fate, the Dragon. You have slain the Incarnation of Fate, Bai, and gained character card X1. Old Bai's body gradually transformed into a puddle of pus, thick, foul, and repugnant. A silvery card was pinched between Fang Xing's fingers. The front was engraved with a pattern resembling the other side, while the back depicted a silver-white python, its head grasping its tail, symbolizing fate. Yet another abyssal evil. You are an otherworldly malevolent deity, the incarnation of fate, the dragon. Fang Xing gazed at the puddle on the ground, the ring of infinite fate swirling above it, with tendrils of devouring power extending downward. Gurgling, the pus seemed to boil, bubbles forming on the surface before bursting. The exploded bubbles created a barrier that obstructed the devouring of the ring of infinite fate. You actually know of me. Oh, I had forgotten. You possess a rudimentary understanding of cosmology. A voice as innocent as an infant's resonated. The filthy pus began to clear, reflecting a vague silhouette. It was this entity conversing with Fang Xing, known as the Dragon of Fate, or, in the terms of this world, an otherworldly malevolent deity. Before Before fully digesting cosmology, Fang Xing had conflated abyssal deities and otherworldly malevolent gods. However, they are distinct entities. The former is born of the abyss's wickedness, while the latter is a being birthed from the starry realms. Both inherently possess formidable power, yet their relationship is one of mutual antagonism. Fang Xing retracted the ring of infinite fate, stepping back to afford the dragon of fate space. Starry beings often possess enormous physiques, according to basic cosmological texts. A starry dragon could coil around the largest sun of the starry realm 2.5 times. The pus surged, and a giant rose from within. Towering over 10 meters tall, its immense form breaking through the top of the cage. The giant, transformed from the dragon of fate, ultimately sat cross-legged before Fang Xing, extending its neck and presenting a smile. How could you see through my disguise so easily? Your words contain flaws. Which statement? You claim to have vanquished the remnants of the malevolent deity. Simply because of that one sentence, you intend to take action against me. That is sufficient. Fang Xing's tone was calm, yet resolute. The Dragon of Fate clearly did not comprehend Fang Xing. He had never sought validation. Doubt alone incited him to act. Furthermore, this time, the Dragon of Fate had revealed a significant flaw. It had shared Old Bai's task information. Under the impartiality of the world's will, Either Old Bai would conquer the remnants of the malevolent deity and attain divinity, or he would fail, be killed, or immediately erased. The notion of attribute depletion was merely a child's trick. Fang Xing refrained from exposing this immediately to avoid confronting two adversaries at once. Now that one foe had been dealt with, it became clear. I see. The giant, transformed from the dragon of fate, chuckled. Then, in a tone tinged with mystery, it spoke. It seems you are unaware of how to evade the penalties imposed by the will of the starry realm. This statement carried significant weight. The punishment for failing a task could be circumvented. If that were the case, no? This entity is the embodiment of fate and may well be attempting to deceive me. To toy with and deceive is the subservient ability of fate. You think my words are deceitful? The dragon of fate discerned Fang Xing's thoughts. This was a chilling realization. From the perspective of their game, Fang Xing was inherently at a disadvantage. Chapter 100, Fate, Deception. Those who play with fate shall be played by fate. Fang Xing donned the ring of fate once more on his left arm, radiating brilliance as a mysterious wave of fate resonated around him. Let us discuss this amicably. We are not enemies. The giant immediately conceded, or rather, strategically retreated. Fang Xing remained unmoved, as the creature was still gauging the fluctuations of fate to determine whether he truly dared to unleash his full power or was merely bluffing. In light of this, Fang Xing resolved to accommodate him. The essence of fate enveloped both individuals, causing Fang Xing to gradually weaken, as if ensnared by a debilitating buff. The giant fared no better. Its form grew hazy, resembling a remnant of wax in the wind, ready to topple at a mere breath. To put it plainly, the ring of infinite fate was consuming the causal threads and fates of both parties. When Fang Xing was weak, he relied solely on the fate from another realm. As he grew stronger, he established a causal connection with this world. These causal threads served as Fang Xing's anchors within this realm. To be stripped of them would result in him losing his current power and reverting to an ordinary human. You are formidable. What do you wish to know? Ultimately, it was the giant, as the incarnation of fate, who could not withstand the onslaught. This was both anticipated and within reasonable bounds. The dragon of fate was a relatively neutral and friendly deity, not particularly strong among otherworldly malevolent gods. Such benevolent deities often embody certain cosmic rules, endowing them with innate strength while simultaneously capping their potential. Otherworldly deities lack divine realms. Compared to abyssal malevolent gods, they resemble mere subservient entities, residing within divine realms with partial rule authority, yet the true power remains with others. Is there any way to extract the realm of lust from the city of the sea? The center of the divine realm houses a blood tower, where you will find what you seek for your task. Upon hearing this, Fang Xing immediately ceased the self-destruction of the ring of infinite fate. Indeed, it was the self-destruction of the ring of infinite fate that had accumulated a vast amount of fate power. Should it self-destruct, that power would surge forth. At that time, both Fang Xing and the Dragon of Fate would unwittingly become vessels for this fate power, becoming enmeshed within fate itself. Fang Xing's outcome was uncertain, but the fate of the Dragon of Fate would undoubtedly be death. The essence of fate would transfer from its avatar to its true form, merging, and it was highly likely that this would result in the Dragon of Fate ascending to the next level. However, it is lamentable that we have reached the limits of the Dragon of Fate, specifically the confines imposed by the astral laws. Should the Dragon of Fate aspire to transcend these boundaries, it must first contend with the astral laws themselves. My dear boy, how is it that you have so swiftly come to trust my words this time? Something seems amiss. Can you perhaps perceive my thoughts? Fang Xing stated with an air of nonchalance. In truth, the Dragon of Fate possessed considerable knowledge of the divine realm. Yet, Fang Xing had cleverly exploited an information gap. The dragon was unaware of his control over the divine realm, rendering it almost entirely defenseless. I cannot believe I have fallen into your trap, the Dragon of Fate seethed. Recalling Fang Xing's oft-repeated words, those who toy with the fates will ultimately be toyed with by fate. How cruelly fate plays its hand, as the embodiment of destiny. To be mocked in such a manner is indeed a twist of irony. Fang Xing continued to inquire, who is scheming against me? That individual is formidable. Trust me, you cannot contend with her. Ah, it is the L family. No. Also the Chun and Xiao families, the two great heroic clans. The Jixiao Academy. Even the four great families of the capital are involved. The Dragon of Fate desperately sought to deny this, yet Fang Xing, who wielded control over the divine realm, had already seen through him. The control over five was neither excessive nor insufficient. While Fang Xing could not yet govern the lives and deaths of the beings within the divine realm, he could indeed delve into their thoughts. Thank you, Fang Xing said, having discerned the identity of his adversaries. The next step was to seek vengeance. Chapter 101, Abyss, Fate, and Gaze. I have merely slain 2 mentors from Jishao Academy and the vice president's avatar. Surely they need not react so vehemently? Fang Xing pondered. As he had stated, his grievances with the Jishao Academy were not particularly deep, merely entanglements with certain individuals. However, upon hearing this, the Dragon of Fate's eyes widened in astonishment. The sword you wield, if I am not mistaken, is the Holy Sword, the Blade of Oath Victory. The Blade of Oath Victory. I've heard that name before, Fang Xing exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. The weapon of the heroic king, the Blade of Oath Victory. In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, including the origin of this blade, which had emerged from the bountiful treasure chest. According to the foundational rules of the chest, this item belonged to the Mother Goddess of Abundance. As far as I know, it did indeed fall into her possession. The heroic king perished in. I do not know. The Mother of Abundance merely acquired it by chance. Then, the giant regarded him with a peculiar expression. What connection do you have with the abyss? Why do you ask? The Mother of Lust has chosen you, and the Mother of Abundance has bestowed a gift upon you. You also exude otherworldly influences from the abyss, and the endless ring of fate upon your hand reaches far and wide. Fang Xing fell into silence, for he had not previously considered this aspect. To be simultaneously targeted by 3 abyssal deities, even within the circle of 9 turn professionals, was a remarkably rare occurrence. Now, with the Dragon of Fate's assertion, Fang Xing abruptly sensed an unseen force manipulating his path from the shadows. No, I cannot fully trust the Dragon of Fate's words. When truth is laced with falsehood, it ensnares the listener in a web of misinterpretation. This is a common tactic in the verbal chess match between adversaries. You possess the power to control the divine realm. You should be able to discern the veracity of my words. Upon hearing this, Fang Xing's wariness did not diminish. Instead, it intensified. After all, the Dragon of Fate is the embodiment of destiny itself. One must ponder, would one reveal their mind-reading abilities if they possessed such a gift? The answer is, of course, no. Yet, inexplicably, Fang Xing had divulged to the Dragon of Fate the fact that he wielded control over the realm of lust. Such a lapse in judgment was uncharacteristic of Fang Xing, whose cunning was profound. This can only be attributed to the Dragon of Fate's superior skill. Fate can indeed steer one down unwelcome paths while compelling others to disclose their deepest secrets unwittingly. You have a keen mind, boy, the Dragon of Fate remarked. Having caught wind of Fang Xing's thoughts, he had not truly mastered the divine realm, while his opponent was the very embodiment of fate. Suddenly, Fang Xing asserted with conviction, you too possess control over the realm of lust. By a mere decimal point, the Dragon of Fate chuckled, not denying it. This is the price one must pay to manipulate destiny. Until the debt of fate is repaid, the Dragon of Fate must answer any question you pose. And only with truth. Is the control over the divine realm 0? 5. Fang Xing murmured. From their earlier exchange, he discerned that the Dragon of Fate had been leading him to inquire. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that every question Fang Xing had voiced had been answered by the Dragon of Fate, revealing numerous secrets that need not have been disclosed. The Dragon of Fate could have chosen not to provide such detailed responses, nor was there any necessity to share with Fang Xing. Fang Xing immediately inquired about the will of the world. He had not anticipated a response, yet the will of the world surprised him. The Dragon of Fate was currently in a state of fate repayment. The final question remained. How many points of divine realm control would allow one to depart from this place? Chapter 102, Death and Rebirth, Another Azure. This was Fang Xing's last question, pivotal to his potential escape. 20, the Dragon of Fate replied, this too being a truthful statement. For there was no need to conceal it. It was no secret in the astral realm. However, for Fang Xing, this revelation was of great significance. As the Dragon of Fate spoke, 2 similar symbols, the runes of fate, floated above its square head, ascending into the sky before gradually vanishing. This signified that the Dragon of Fate had repaid its debt to fate. It was the necessary compensation for employing the power of destiny to manipulate Fang Xing into revealing his innermost secrets. No wonder they say that the abyssal deities are exceedingly enigmatic. Fang Xing praised the Dragon of Fate without reservation. The giant, transformed from the Dragon of Fate, gazed intently at Fang Xing. He found this young man to be inscrutable. Here was an individual bearing the essence of not 3, but 4 abyssal deities: abundance, lust, severed arm, holy sword, and then there was that peculiar equipment. The Dragon of Fate refrained from taking action against him, partly due to the intimidation posed by the endless ring of fate. As the embodiment of destiny, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this artifact. Should it fall into his possession, it would undoubtedly propel him to greater heights. However, its side effects were even more terrifying. This item was known as the Endless Ring of Fate. The term endless implies a lack of limits. In other words, once one wields this equipment, They must perpetually satiate the insatiable appetite for fate and causality that the endless ring of fate demands. Failure to meet its incessant hunger would result in the equipment consuming the fate and causality of its bearer instead. The endless ring of destiny possesses yet another peculiar characteristic, not merely a side effect, but rather an intrinsic trait of fate itself. Among the practitioners of the prophetic arts, there exists a saying, powerful destinies are drawn together. To wield the endless ring of destiny is tantamount to elevating one's own fate to the nth power of N1. What implications does this bear? It breeds animosity between the second transformation practitioners and the ninth transformation ones. Should the Dragon of Destiny become aware that the Tree of Life also resides within the grasp of the second transformation practitioner, it would undoubtedly refrain from provoking him. Possessing the Tree of Life is akin to being the chosen one of this generation in the astral realm. Ah, indeed. One such chosen one in this realm is the Hero King. The one before him, however, was an even more formidable figure. Subsequently, as Fang Xing exited prison number 1, both parties, wary of each other, refrained from testing their strengths. In the city of Justin, the clash between Fang Xing and the incarnation of lust left the city in ruins. On the grand thoroughfare, as Fang Xing walked alone, he was unexpectedly confronted by a familiar face. It was a woman whose appearance almost led him to mistake her identity, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to the short-haired female guard from prison number 1. Even the aura she exuded, along with the fluctuations of destiny and causality, were identical. Were it not for the character card of the female guard resting within his spatial storage, Fang Xing might have genuinely exclaimed in disbelief. Greetings. Fang Xing approached, and the woman raised her gaze. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, he drew his long knife and executed a swift strike. Her head was severed. Soaring into the air, and during its descent, it was cleaved into countless fragments. You have slain Wei, gaining character card X1. Something felt amiss. Fang Xing produced 2 identical character cards. Both cards were indistinguishable, lacking any imperfections even in minute details. His expression grew grave. He had witnessed resurrection numerous times. Yet this was the first instance of a resurrection that could deceive the will of the world, occurring under the condition of having acquired a character card. Chapter 103. 5 Wiles? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, Fang Xing realized the woman was indeed Wei, now resurrected once more. Your name is Wei, he stated, and though the girl found this puzzling, she politely nodded in acknowledgement. How do you know my name? Fang Xing remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. He certainly could not disclose, I have killed you twice. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, decapitating Wei for a 3rd time, crushing her head beneath his foot. Moments later, he stared at the 2 corpses on the ground, and the Wei who was slowly approaching from a distance of several meters behind him. You. Fang Xing raised his hand, then slowly lowered it. This particular Wei exuded a unique aura. Should he strike her down again, he sensed that dire consequences would ensue. Hello? Wei suddenly detected a familiar scent, quickening her pace to stand before Fang Xing. Is there something you need? He replied coldly. Wei earnestly nodded. May I ask if you have seen any of my sisters? Sisters? I have 3 sisters who look just like me, Wei honestly stated. Her demeanor that of a naive and innocent girl. However, compared to the previous 3, she was more perilous. I have seen them. Really? Please tell me where they are. They are deceased, Fang Xing replied, causing Wei to lower her head abruptly. In an instant, he grasped his weapon, but soon noticed something was amiss with Wei. She trembled all over, seemingly exhilarated. Wonderful. Finally, there is no one to compete with me for our mother's affection. Wei exclaimed, her joy appearing genuine. The death of her 3 sisters brought her such delight. It seemed she had endured considerable torment at their hands. For now, this Wei would be referred to as 4th Wei. Once she regained some semblance of rationality, Fang Xing inquired, Who is your mother? 4th Wei pondered, a habit of nibbling on her thumb while in thought. Mother as she gestured toward a small statue. This statue, ubiquitous within the divine realm, bore the likeness of a half-human from the abyssal color domain. Is he your father? Fang Xing signaled to Dream, who transformed into a middle-aged man. With distinctly strong features and a righteous countenance, it was none other than Lu Ying, the Lord of Haiqing. Father, 4th Wei exclaimed, rushing toward Lu Ying. Dream reverted to his original form, evading her enthusiastic advance. Father, don't run. 4th Wei, mistaking Dream for her father, dashed after him. The duo circled around Fang Xing. 1 person and 1 beast in playful pursuit. Stop, Fang Xing commanded, seizing 4th Wei by the neck with a surge of strength, lifting her effortlessly. Her feet dangled in the air, rendering her appearance adorably naive. Face me, he instructed, turning her to face him. Do you not have a 5th sister? How do you know? 4th Wei was taken aback, but replied, The 5th sister was taken away by our mother. Fang Xing scrutinized 4th Wei, his expression growing serious. If his conjecture proved accurate, fourth Wei was indeed a truly immortal being of the abyss. Assuming his assumptions were correct, Wei, second Wei, third Wei, fourth Wei, and fifth Wei all bore a measure of human bloodline. The ratios appeared to be as follows. Wei, 79 human bloodline, 11 abyssal bloodline, 10 beastman bloodline. Second Wei, 49 human bloodline, 42 abyssal bloodline, 9 beastman bloodline. Third Wei, 19 human bloodline, 74 abyssal bloodline, 7 beastman bloodline. Fourth Wei, possessed an 88 abyssal lineage. As for the abducted fifth Wei, her abyssal bloodline was likely over 98. Chapter 104, Druid Audrey. How did Wei acquire her beastman bloodline? Lu Ying belongs to the Han royal lineage, with ancestry tracing back to the Hero King. It is common knowledge that a man cannot bear children. Lu Ying's other ancestor, the wife of the Hero King, possessed beastman lineage. The Hero King married several wives during his reign, one of whom was a renowned beastman leader. Fang Xing, during his academic pursuits, had performed commendably in this regard and was aware of this beastman leader's name, Druid Audrey. The presence of beastman blood is easily discernible. Upon first encountering Lu Ying, Fang Xing did not immediately associate him with Druid Audrey. Was it perhaps due to dream? When he transformed into Lu Ying, it drew Fang Xing's attention to his unique pupils. One detail to note is that Lu Ying was in a spiritual state at the time, and his eyes did not reveal their clarity as they might in a corporeal form. Moreover, everyone has moments of inattention. Such lapses are entirely normal. Come with me. I will take you to find your mother. Fang Xing hoisted fourth Wei, aware that this decision was fraught with peril, yet it represented an opportunity as well. Wei was the first offspring recognized by the abyss, inherently linked to it, and would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. It was only Fang Xing who dared to keep such a being close at hand. Typically, the Nine Turns are reluctant to provoke Si Wei, for she embodies the direct consequence of the abyss's carnal desires. However, the abyss's lust is an arch-nemesis of Fang Xing. Capturing her daughter is but a trivial task. Seeking her mother? Si Wei repeated this phrase several times. To be frank, due to possessing over 85 of abyssal lineage, Si Wei's development is far from complete. Despite her appearance as a 1.76-meter-tall seductress, her behavior, speech, and logic are akin to that of a 6- or 7-year-old girl. In simpler terms, she is easily deceived. Unsurprisingly, Si Wei is particularly eager to follow Fang Xing. Excellent. With such a little monster in tow, even the Nine Turns would think twice before launching an attack. Si Wei harbors a vast reservoir of abyssal power. Should it explode, nothing within 1,000,000 meters would survive. This is even more terrifying than the nuclear weapons from before his journey. Fang Xing produced a length of rope, wrapping it several times around Si Wei. Then, he summoned Dialga, fastening the other end of the rope to Dialga's crystalline spike. Si Wei, would you like to play the aerial acrobat? What is aerial acrobatics? It's a game children play. I enjoyed it immensely in my youth. Then I want to play. I want to play aerial acrobatics. Fang Xing nodded and patted Dialga. Instantly, Dialga soared into the sky, with Fang Xing and Dream seated on its back, while Si Wei hung below. It is prudent to maintain a certain distance from such an abyssal creature. The roaring winds accompanied Dialga's rapid ascent, enhanced by temporal acceleration. Looking down, the city of Justin had transformed into a desolate wasteland. This devastation was not a result of battle, but rather the abyss's carnal desires manifesting upon its birth. The moment the abyssal consequence descended, the world lost its color, affecting the land for millions of meters around the royal city. The impacted area would fully transform into abyssal territory within half a day. Fortunately, it occurred within the realm of lust. Had it been in the outside world, the ritual of desire would not have been completed. Seizing the last moments of respite, Fang Xing resolved to utilize the 1,000,000 evolution points. First, he needed to determine how to allocate these points. There were two options: upgrade the 2 existing epic tier beasts or create 10 new epic tier beasts. Chapter 105, The Evolution of Groudon. Let us first consider the second option, investing all 1,000,000 evolution points into interdimensional evolution. Fang Xing deemed this unwise. Reflecting on the battle between the Vice Dean and Groudon, the already peaked Groudon seemed as fragile as a chick before the Vice Dean. Acknowledging the unfairness of that confrontation, where the Vice Dean held a significant level advantage, being at least level 300 while Groudon was merely level 90. Fang Xing noted that the Vice Dean was merely an external manifestation, undoubtedly weaker than his true self. The formidable opponents Fang Xing would face in the future would certainly not be weaker than the Vice Dean's true form. 10 epic tier beasts would merely match Groudon at his peak. Thus, this proposal was swiftly dismissed by Fang Xing. Option 1. Fang Xing currently possesses 2 epic tier beasts, Dialga and Groudon. There was no need for selection. One serves as support, while the other is the primary combatant. Those familiar with gaming know the importance of having a strong main character during the early stages. Logically, Groudon is Fang Xing's first beast. When first acquired, it was indeed impressive. However, as formidable foes emerged, Groudon began to falter. It was not uncommon for him to be struck down moments after an upgrade. As the primary combatant, such vulnerability is unacceptable. Additionally, Groudon possesses a full attribute breakthrough at the peak level. The Extreme Crystal has already bridged the gap between Epic Tier and Legendary Tier. If it were to evolve again, it would ascend to the pinnacle of the Legendary Tier. Taking all factors into account, Fang Xing decided to elevate Groudon. Current Beast, Initial Groudon, World Buff Active. Tier, Epic. Level, LV-120. Exclusive Skills, Cliff Sword, Dragon Ascent. Next evolution requires 1 million points. Fang Xing declared, allocating the entire 1 million evolution points to Groudon. Instantly, Groudon, who had been slumbering in the beast space, seemed to sense something. A surge of immense power erupted from within, causing the Tree of Life to shudder under the force. The trunk of the Tree of Life bent back at a 30-degree angle, nearly uprooted. Groudon radiated a blinding light, and esoteric runes appeared in the heavens. Golden raindrops fell from above, landing on Groudon's exterior and penetrating into its core. Once the golden rain subsided, Groudon had transformed into a colossal golden statue, with flowing magma patterns inside, representing Groudon's life force. At this moment, Groudon's aura became particularly formidable, intensifying with each passing second. The evolution continued for half an hour. Crack, crack, crack. After half an hour, the sound of the shell shattering echoed repeatedly. Sensing something amiss, Fang Xing promptly released Groudon from the beast space. Boom. The massive golden statue crashed to the ground, causing the scorched earth beneath to retreat as if animated. Fang Xing gazed down from above, and within a 10,000-meter radius of Groudon, a sea of magma emerged. Roar. An earth-shattering roar erupted, not from Groudon, but from a colossal entity standing 1,000 meters tall. Its overall form was black, with a wolf's head and 12 arms, moving with an air of darkness. It was a creature from the realm of lust, infected by the abyss, and this place just happened to be its habitat. Dream, it's time to act. Fang Xing initially intended for Dream to eliminate this beast. However, as he began to speak, he paused. Chapter 106, Primal Return, Earth's Overlord. Crack. The magma patterns on the golden statue shimmered, and with a crack, the outer shell shattered. A vast expanse of white vapor surged forth. The extent of this vapor was immense, obscuring Fang Xing's vision from high above. He could only vaguely discern a pair of enormous pupils emitting a red glow within the mist. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted from below, and the powerful wind pressure dispelled the widely spread vapor. Even from hundreds of meters above, Fang Xing could still sense the overwhelming might of the beast below. Groudon's evolution successful. Current beast level, Quasi-King level. Note, Quasi-King is a special classification of level between Legendary and King, indicating the beast's potential, numerical value, and overall capabilities far exceeding those of its peers at the same level. Hiss. Fang Xing inhaled sharply, eager to examine Groudon's attributes. Current beast, Groudon, World Buff Active. Tier, Quasi-King level. Level, LV-120. Life, 18 million. Subreal power, 1,000 points. Subreal physique, 1,000 points. Subreal spirit, 760 points. Agility, 6 million points. Exclusive passive, Primal Rebirth. Exclusive skill, Sword of the Abyss. Branch skills, Return of the Swallow, Primal Force, Destructive Deathlight. Skills. Primal Rebirth. Groudon briefly awakens the dormant power of the earth within, transforming the surrounding environment into a domain of geological calamity. Note, within its own domain, Groudon experiences a comprehensive attribute enhancement of 4,236, a physical defense increase of 8,572, an elevation in attack tier by 3, and a defense tier increase by 6. Opponents suffer a comprehensive attribute debuff, with defense tier at 3 and attack tier at 6, should the target remain within the geological disaster domain. Groudon's Sword of the Abyss will assuredly hit, and if evaded, the damage of the next Sword of the Abyss increases by 500, with a maximum cap of 5,000. Note, Groudon can freely control magma and can alter its size at will, with a current maximum height of 8 kilometers and a minimum height of no less than 12 meters. Description: Primal Rebirth, the Earth's Sovereign. This is the true form of Groudon. Even Fang Xing was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Groudon's current statistics, which could only be described as extraordinarily lavish. Both primary subreal attributes stand at 1,000 points. In ordinary attributes, this equates to 10 million. What does this signify? It is crucial to note that 99% of professionals in this world do not possess a life force exceeding 100,000 points. This also indirectly illustrates the stark divide between the Quasi-King and Legendary tiers. A rumble echoed, as if a colossal bell was tolling across the heavens and the earth, causing Fang Xing to briefly experience a ringing in his ears. This was not the sound of a bell, but rather the heartbeat of Groudon. Groudon was entering its primal rebirth. The surface magma patterns became increasingly vibrant, and the flow rate noticeably accelerated. At this moment, the 12-armed wolf god, towering at a height of 1 kilometer, entered the 100-meter vicinity of Groudon's domain. Groudon's body began to rise, gradually matching the wolf god in stature before coming to a halt. Groudon did not grow larger. Likewise, 1 kilometer was not the maximum size of the wolf god. The two giants gazed at each other in silence, the scrutiny of titans. Prior to the corruption by the abyss, the wolf god was among the most formidable creatures of the divine realm. It yearned to perish in battle. However, it was silently tainted by the abyss. Before the abyss, the wolf god could not even raise a ripple. This was not due to the wolf god's weakness, but rather the insurmountable nature of the abyss. At some point, both colossal beasts moved simultaneously. Chapter 107, Behemoths, Fierce Battle. Having just undergone transformation, Groudon's strength was in a state of stabilization. Logically, the wolf god should have seized the opportunity. Even if it could not bring Groudon to its demise, it could have made Groudon's early combat experience particularly arduous and disadvantageous. However, the wolf god refrained from such tactics, with the first 2 rounds of their skirmish devolving into close-quarters combat. The fierce engagement adhered to the most primal forms of combat. Both giants exerted their utmost strength. The wolf god actively aided Groudon in stabilizing its realm. This was also the reason Fang Xing did not intervene. To encounter such a worthy opponent filled Fang Xing, the observer, with fervor. Meow. Dreamland expressed confusion yet respect. Thunderous sounds erupted as they clashed once more. The dark clouds above writhed, and the area of their collision rippled through space. The spatial integrity within the divine realm is thousands, even tens of thousands of times stronger than that of the outside world. Yet even so, their clashes caused the very fabric of space to shatter. Each collision between Groudon and the wolf god visibly collapsed space, emitting jarring sounds that grated on the teeth. Boom. Ultimately, Groudon's power attributes proved superior. The wolf god began to retreat, eventually collapsing to the ground. Groudon had also solidified its realm. It let out a roar brimming with combat intent, signaling to the wolf god that the true battle could now commence, and its master would not intervene. Fang Xing nodded. Regardless of the outcome, he would not interfere in this battle. It was a stroke of fortune for Groudon to encounter such an adversary. However, should Groudon seek assistance, Fang Xing would still step in. Yet he trusted that Groudon would not resort to such measures. This was the dignity of the Earth's sovereign. The wolf god rose. Dark mist swirling around its body, a powerful dark force obtained after succumbing to the abyss. Groudon entered its state of primal rebirth, magma flowing beneath its feet, with even the previously shattered rifts in space oozing with molten rock. The two titans regarded one another for several seconds. Fang Xing understood and drew his long blade, slicing down between the two colossal beasts. This strike bore the property of obliteration, carving a black scar through the air. This black mark, a result of the ruptured space, would heal itself within mere seconds, given the divine realm's strength. Does battle require a referee and witnesses? The moment the black scar vanished, the sword of the abyss collided with the wolf god's skill. A series of explosions ensued, accompanied by the shattering sounds of protective glass. The wolf god, indeed one of the mightiest beings in the realm of lust, stood on par with Groudon. The only unfortunate aspect was that the wolf god's potential had limits, whereas Groudon's ceiling was higher. While Groudon employed its domain skill, the wolf god lacked such an ability. Domains are a power reserved for the kingly tier. Typical 9-turn masters do not possess domain capabilities. Groudon's enactment of its domain was a show of respect towards the wolf god. The instant the domain manifested, the wolf god's attributes were suppressed. Crucially, both colossal beasts were presently engaged in a fierce exchange. To illustrate, akin to two young players on a football field simultaneously kicking a ball, if one suddenly eases their effort, the outcome is predictable. Do not perceive Groudon as treacherous. A battle fought with full commitment is the greatest respect one can offer to an opponent. The sword of the abyss pierced through the wolf god's chest. The obliterating force relentlessly extinguished the wolf god's life. In the clash of masters, life and death hinge upon a fleeting moment. The wolf god comprehended that this time it had met its match. There was no resentment, only a sense of exhilaration and a glimmer of relief in its eyes. In its final moments, the wolf god summoned its remaining strength, leaving a long scar on Groudon's cheek. In the realm of lust, there exists a race that lives by the sword, fighting until death. The wolf tribe has a profound saying: if I perish in the final second before my demise, I shall surely throw a punch. Chapter 108, Battle Intent. The wolf god, and the Demon King's cloak. Defeated the battle intent Wolf God. Acquired the Abyssal Treasure Chest, Wolf God. You have opened the Abyssal Treasure Chest, Wolf God. Fang Xing typically does not store treasure chests and lacks the habit of doing so. When a treasure chest appears, he opens it, disregarding all else, leaving the rewards to fate. You have obtained Wolf God's Heart X1, Demon King's Cloak, Master Level. X1, Magic Wolf Necklace, Epic Level. X1. Beast Instinct, High Level Passive Ability Scroll, X1. Special Items. Wolf God's Heart. Carrying this item allows direct entry to the 7th level of the Blood Tower. Equipment. The Demon King's Cloak. Equipment Level, Master Level. Equipment Effect 1. The wearer may actively activate the magical energy within the cloak at this moment. The Demon King's Cloak will assume a life form, utilizing abilities in accordance with the wearer's thoughts, such as flight, earth evasion, teleportation, stealth attack, merging with shadows, and attachment to objects. Equipment Effect 2. Magical Energy Shield. When attacked, the Demon King's Cloak will generate a magical energy shield, with its strength determined by the wearer's vitality and physique attributes, with a maximum limit of 5 million points. While within the magical energy shield, the wearer may consume magical energy for instant transfer. Equipment Effect 3. Origin Release. If the damage received exceeds the cloak's endurance limit, the Demon King's Cloak will automatically enter a blood-burning state. Upon entering this state, it will release its origin power to absorb the damage inflicted on the wearer and instantly transfer. Current Origin Power 3. Description. This is a cloak born from the consciousness tainted by the abyss, yet it will not betray its master. Wolf Fang Necklace. Equipment Level, Epic Level. Equipment Effect. Upon wearing, you may summon hellish wolves from the underworld to serve you. Description. It is a privilege to summon hellish wolves through a pact with the underworld. Passive Skill. Beast Instinct. Upon learning this skill, significantly enhances sensitivity to danger, allowing for early detection of perilous presences. A plush cloak materialized in Fang Xing's hands, its exterior a dark brown fur, while the interior gleamed a vivid red. At the collar, 3 closed eyes were nestled. The moment he grasped the cloak, Fang Xing was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of the malevolent king's presence, reminiscent of the grand villains in animated tales, adorned with their signature cloaks. To be frank, the Demon King's Cloak possessed a uniquely striking appearance. Benign entities would undoubtedly steer clear of it, while malevolent overlords would covet it dearly. This cloak was truly remarkable. As Fang Xing donned the Demon King's Cloak, the equipment adapted seamlessly to the wearer, fitting him perfectly without any semblance of looseness or bulk. He swung his fist, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Should he wield a dark staff, he would undoubtedly exude the aura of a nefarious archmage. Subsequently, Fang Xing acquired the Beast Instinct skill. This was a high-tier passive scroll, exceedingly rare and immensely powerful. If anyone were to set their sights on him, the hairs on his skin would instantly trigger a warning. Next came the Wolf Fang Necklace. Truth be told, Fang Xing was far from a competent summoner, despite possessing the coveted ability of infinite contracts that all summoners yearn for. He had only managed to contract 3 beast companions thus far. However, this could not solely be blamed on him. In the shadows, unknown foes were watching. Should he unleash his infinite contract ability, the nature of the situation would drastically shift. Hypothetically, if Fang Xing's threat level was currently 100, upon utilizing the infinite contract ability, that figure would soar to 1 million. A legendary beast master is not to be feared, nor even a king-level beast master. However, if that king-level beast master possessed the ability to summon infinite beasts, the scenario becomes entirely different. Chapter 109. Summoning from the Underworld, Goddess of Fate. Fang Xing produced an item, a high-tier skill scroll, Summoning from the Underworld. This was an item he had seized from Xiaoxi. While Fang Xing lacked the ability to plunder, someone had inflicted such a power upon Xiaoxi. The effect of this ability decreed that the one who killed Xiaoxi would strip her of everything, including causality, fate, and any corresponding existence would be seized by the one who slayed her. This was one of the most insidious methods in the realm of fate, typically employed for deception. This instance was no exception. The horror of having causality, fate, and corresponding existence seized was immeasurable. For instance, Xiaoxi's parents, who had nurtured their daughter for over a decade, would gradually perceive her as Fang Xing friends who grew up alongside Xiao. She would reminisce about those years, only to realize they had spent over a decade with a man. Even the caster would forget Xiaoxi, remembering only their vendetta against Fang Xing. In short, Xiaoxi had been completely erased from this world, were it not for a fragment of Fang Xing's corresponding causality existing in another realm. He too would forget Xiaoxi entirely. Utilizing such an ability exacts a tremendous toll on the caster. The immense cost was merely to ensure Fang Xing could enter the realm of lust without hindrance. The caster's true aim was to resurrect the Abyss of Lust. No, to be precise, the caster had struck a clandestine deal with the Abyss of Lust. At present, it seemed the caster had obtained what they desired, with the sole side effect being the enmity of a mere ant. Returning to the present, Fang Xing had refrained from using the summoning from the Underworld skill scroll since acquiring it. In the past, he would immediately utilize any skill book obtained. However, this particular skill book was different. It had been seized from Xiaoxi. A harbinger of death possessing such a rare high-tier skill scroll was practically inscribed with the phrase "this skill scroll is problematic" across Fang Xing's face. If there had been any uncertainty before, the recent acquisition of the Wolf Fang necklace solidified Fang Xing's belief that this skill scroll was undoubtedly suspect. What are the odds of such a coincidence? He had just obtained the summoning from the Underworld skill scroll, immediately vanquished a boss, and then received a summoning necklace related to the Underworld. This was clearly an enticement for Fang Xing to hastily learn the summoning from the Underworld skill scroll. In different terms, it would be akin to meeting a girl on a chat application. Initially, you both enjoyed delightful conversations, and the following day, she informs you that she dreamt of you the previous night, where you confessed your feelings. Yet, considering your recent acquaintance, she declines your confession, leaving you elatedly bouncing out of bed. Little do you know, this entire charade is merely her tactic to draw you out and claim your kidneys. Of course, there remains a possibility of genuine affection, but such a chance is exceedingly slim, and certainly not one that would manifest for Fang Xing, who possessed a keen self-awareness regarding his luck in such matters. Fang Xing recalled another matter. Upon entering the realm of lust, he had been subjected to a suppression of world-level causality and fate. Clearly, it was likely that a practitioner of fate was manipulating events from the shadows. Practitioners of fate are rare, and those capable of influencing oneself are even scarcer. This point is one that even the Dragon of Fate must concede. If one were to speak of the most renowned practitioner of fate in this world, one of the 12 heroes, the mother of heroes, her name is unutterable, as it could easily draw her attention. Fang Xing knows her vocation, divine, goddess of fate. The goddess of fate may not possess the same magnitude as the Dragon of Fate, for one governs a world and the other a star realm. Yet, in terms of mastery over fate, the goddess of fate is in no way inferior to the Dragon of Fate. Moreover, it is said that the Dragon of Fate finds itself in the realm of lust due to the goddess of fate. Chapter 110, The Abyss of Lust. With a crisp crack, the summoning from the Underworld skill scroll shattered into luminous particles as Fang Xing crushed it. Out of sight, out of mind. Fully aware of the inherent flaws within this skill scroll, he chose not to destroy it, but rather to retain it for future use. The reason why the chives are often cut down lies in their mistaken belief that the skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and they are once again capable. The most prominent trait of Fang Xing is his unwavering self-belief. Additionally, his ability to refrain from viewing others as fools is also a commendable quality. As for Fang Xing's gaze upon the wolf necklace, that is something worth keeping. The wolf necklace was procured from a treasure chest and bears the endorsement of the world's will. Once adorned with the necklace, Fang Xing was filled with curiosity about what creatures of the underworld resembled and thus attempted to summon one. His efforts, however, met with failure. Summoning denizens of the underworld necessitates the construction of intricate array diagrams, while Fang Xing was only capable of creating the most rudimentary summoning arrays, a knowledge typically imparted in university beast taming courses. Yet, having dropped out of high school, he found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he possessed alternative means. The knowledge of dark arts obtained from the Gate of Truth documented a method to summon underworld beings. Admittedly, the process leaned towards a darker aesthetic, which was hardly surprising. After all, how else could it be called dark arts rather than light arts? Fortunately, they happened to pass by a city. Fang Xing instructed Dialga to descend, landing atop a towering clock tower at the city's center. He also cast a glance at Siwei. For it should be noted that Dialga's speed was no trifling matter, reaching a formidable 160 Mach, and this was not even its maximum velocity, which could soar to 500 Mach per hour. Fang Xing inquired, "Is it enjoyable to fly in the air?" "It is quite delightful, though I feel a bit nauseous," Siwei replied, a warm, acrid scent emanating from her throat, before unleashing a torrent of bile towards the ground. Amongst the repugnant vomit lay an abundance of hair, blood, and fragments of human bones. Fang Xing pinched his nose. This was a rare opportunity to study the dietary habits of abyssal creatures, and he was determined not to let it slip away. From his observations, it appeared that abyssal beings had a preference for human flesh. "Are you hungry?" "A bit," Siwei admitted, cautiously glancing at Fang Xing. "How should I address you, big brother?" "Xiaoxi," he replied. "Xiaoxi, big brother, may I partake in that?" Siwei pointed to the crowd below, who were pointing and gesturing at their arrival. "If you wish to eat, then eat," Fang Xing stated succinctly. He was well aware of what Siwei meant. Survival of the fittest was an inherent trait. Moreover, the individuals below were merely abyssal monsters disguised in human skins. Their consumption bore no consequence to him. Unbeknownst to Fang Xing, his frequent encounters with the abyss had subtly influenced his character, rendering him emotionally detached. The most apparent manifestation of this change was in his speech. His rationality and intellect had surged exponentially, yet the side effect was a corresponding decline in his emotional intelligence. In a normal world, such a transformation would undoubtedly be deemed a sign of madness and aberration. However, in this realm, Fang Xing's metamorphosis was regarded as a remarkably positive shift. "Big brother, you are wonderful. My sister never lets me eat them," Siwei chuckled, revealing a set of shark-like teeth. Perhaps due to her familiarity with the terrifying abyssal creatures, Fang Xing found Siwei to be surprisingly endearing at that moment. The thought, however, sent a shiver down his spine. Thus, he recalled Chun Jinai's visage. After merely 3 recollections, her face morphed into another, a visage of extreme beauty and absurdity, tinged with abyssal lust. Fang Xing's eyes widened, his pupils ablaze with a crimson hue. He beheld the abyssal lust crawling upwards from the depths of the abyss. And across the vast expanse of time and space, his reason teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the abyssal lust was not yet inclined to claim Fang Xing's life, thus sparing him from a dire fate. "Xiaoxi, big brother, you just called my mother's name," Siwei remarked, inadvertently. Chapter 111. The Dark Sacrificial Rite. Fang Xing seized Siwei by the scruff of her neck, utilizing his arm's strength to hurl her into the densest part of the crowd. With a thunderous boom, a projectile was unleashed from the clock tower, soaring several hundred meters downward. Siwei laughed gleefully midair, not merely at the prospect of consuming humans, but because she had sensed the presence of her mother and sister through Fang Xing. Indeed, following Big Brother Xiao, she had proven to be the right choice. Not only could she engage in the childlike thrill of aerial acrobatics, but she was also afforded the opportunity to feast and, most crucially, to search for her mother. As she plummeted, Siwei's form swelled and twisted, ultimately transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed creature adorned with dark, flowing mane. This was not her final form. Her ultimate shape would bear resemblance to her mother. The crowd erupted in terror, scattering in all directions. Yet, they were no match for a true abyssal beast. Slaughter ensued, tearing, gnashing, severed limbs, and dismemberment. Fang Xing bore witness to the carnage. Rivers of blood flowing, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Had this transpired prior to his reincarnation, it would have haunted him for years to come. Dream. Keep an eye on Siwei. Do not let her consume the entirety of the city's populace, Fang Xing commanded, and Dream, with a chirp, flitted away from his side. Minutes later, the shattered doors of the Lord's mansion were kicked open from within. The scene inside was harrowing, a grotesque fissure slicing through the mansion from north to south. At the end of the crack lay the gargantuan corpse of an abyssal monster, towering like a small mountain. Its head was missing, and the neck bore a smooth incision as if cleaved by a sword. A figure wielding a sword stood proudly atop the massive body. According to the records of dark arts, a corpse rich in vitality was required as the core for the summoning array to communicate with the underworld. The lord of this city was an excellent candidate. The array typically necessitated 3 steps: identifying the core, arranging the array nodes, and inscribing the array symbols. Given that this was a summoning of the underworld, it fell under the auspices of dark rituals. In addition to the aforementioned steps, a sacrifice was needed, preferably one brimming with life force. Fang Xing deemed the beings within the city quite suitable. The Lord, a colossal abyssal creature, had already lost its limbs, which Fang Xing had amputated and evenly distributed into hundreds of segments to serve as array nodes. The torso was to function as the core of the array and could not be disturbed just yet. A few minutes later, Dialga returned with a collection of charred corpses. The city's powerful inhabitants had all been slaughtered at Fang Xing's behest to Giratina. Half an hour later, the array for the sacrificial rite directed towards the underworld was complete. Fang Xing prepared to initiate the ceremony, thus reaching out to Dream to summon Siwei. According to the knowledge of dark arts in his mind, once the sacrifice ritual commenced, this city would be instantaneously drawn into the underworld. The only area spared would be the several hundred square meters beneath Fang Xing's feet. Conversely, a group of individuals, driven by their bonds to family and loved ones, charged towards the Lord's mansion in an attempt to halt the sacrificial rite. Yet, upon encountering the ravenous Siwei midway, they were all consumed. Minutes later, Dream arrived with Siwei at the Lord's mansion. Fang Xing nodded, stating, "The fare is quite satisfactory." Siwei rubbed her noticeably enlarged belly and let out a contented burp. "Big brother Xiaoxi, I have something for you." Siwei opened her mouth, then extended her arm down her throat, rummaging within for a moment before finally producing a pulsating, living heart. Fang Xing extended his hand to catch the heart, his right hand unexpectedly adorned with a leather glove. Brother Xiaoxi, this is a marvelous treasure. Chapter 112, Tutankhamun, the High Priest. Brother Xiaoxi, this is the heart of the child of the world. My mother and sister adore such things. Siwei's gaze remained fixated on the heart, clearly captivated by it as well. You have acquired a heart imbued with the power of the world. This object can be traded with ancient entities. Fang Xing suddenly received a notification. In an instant, he comprehended the heart's value. The nature of the child of the world was unknown to him. Yet he was well aware of the power of the world. It was a hard currency among the abyssal evil gods. Concealing the heart, Fang Xing ruffled Siwei's small head. You did splendidly. Next time, I'll have Dream take you on an ocean drift. The sacrificial rite commenced. Fang Xing activated the formation, and immediately, a beam of light shot up from the center of the array towards the heavens. Individuals within the city began to vanish one after another. Before their demise, they would endure a period of excruciating agony, unable to seek death until their souls transitioned into the underworld. Half an hour later, the sacrificial ceremony reached its conclusion. Fang Xing successfully established a connection with the underworld. Surprisingly, the entity he connected with was none other than the High Priest of the underworld. The power hierarchy of the underworld is as follows. The Lord of the Underworld occupies the T0 stage, followed by the various Lords of the Gloom domains at the T1 stage, and then the High Priest of the Underworld at the T2 stage. While the position of the High Priest may seem modest, it is noteworthy that the Lord of the Underworld disappeared at the dawn of this epoch, and the Lords of the Gloom domains have succumbed into slumber due to the opening of this era. Thus, it can be said that the true ruler of the underworld is the High Priest before him. A hunched, wrinkled old man materialized, leaning on a wooden staff, his gaze heavy with the essence of death. You may call me Tutankhamun. The High Priest introduced himself to Fang Xing Pharaoh. What? Nothing. Fang Xing confirmed that the individual before him was not from another realm. The weapon you hold is the Oath of Victory. The High Priest of the underworld noticed the holy sword, perplexed as to how such a weapon came into the possession of this young man. If you desire it, I can offer it to you through the sacrificial rite, Fang Xing stated, not jesting, for he genuinely intended to bestow the sword upon the High Priest. The reason being, the broken sword was far too malevolent, entangled with excessive causality, akin to a ticking time bomb. Unlike a conventional bomb, it could explode at any moment. I refuse. The High Priest of the underworld shook his head resolutely. This is the weapon of the Hero King. Should you miss this opportunity, there will be no second chance. Fang Xing, somewhat undeterred, attempted to persuade him further. Young man, do not mistake the High Priest for an ignorant child. I am far more aware of the sword's malevolence than you might think. Fang Xing retracted the Oath of Victory, feigning nonchalance. Not long ago, I acquired a skill scroll that seemed problematic. Let me guess, the skill scroll you obtained is called Call of the Underworld? Indeed. Seeing that the High Priest did not even pause to think, Fang Xing was even more convinced that the skill scroll had issues. Where's that scroll now? It shattered. Shattered? Upon hearing that the skill scroll had shattered, the High Priest's voice noticeably rose several decibels. The reason for this was that the scroll Fang Xing obtained was not an ordinary call of the underworld, but one that pertained to whether the Lord of the Underworld could return. How could it shatter? Young man, do not jest. I crushed it, and I assure you, I am not joking. Fang Xing's expression remained impassive. Those who knew him understood he was not one to jest. Chapter 113, The Underworld. The Underworld, the legendary realm of the deceased, where ferrymen guide the dead across the Yellow Springs, traversing the Bridge of Forgetfulness, ultimately entering the gloom. In the Star Realm, the strong are imbued with a degree of immortality. Upon physical death, their souls, worn down by time, gradually dissipate in will, leading to the emergence of new intentions from their shells. Such new intentions, lacking a corresponding existence in the Star Realm, are eventually rejected by the world, ultimately either distorting or entering a unique domain like the underworld to exist in a new form. Presently, Fang Xing, through the dark knowledge he acquired, sacrificed an entire city to the underworld. According to the principle of unequal exchange in sacrificial rites, the summoned High Priest of the underworld is obliged to provide Fang Xing with some form of recompense. In truth, a significant motive for Fang Xing summoning the High Priest lies in the fact that his sacrificial array was derived from the dark knowledge within the Gate of Truth. The Gate of Truth is one of the most ancient entities in the Star Realm, and the arrays recorded within are naturally the ancient sacrificial rites of the underworld. If one were to say that other sacrificial rites merely emit a brainwave to the underworld, such waves would only linger at its edges, as powerful beings of the underworld predominantly reside deep within. Moreover, the Lords of the Gloom domains, situated in the depths, are even less accessible. Fang Xing's sacrificial rite, however, sent forth a wide-reaching pulse wave to the underworld. Upon witnessing this, the first instinct of the formidable beings of the underworld would undoubtedly be, what in the world? An enemy attack. Only ancient entities with experience, such as the High Priest of the underworld, could vaguely discern that this was the most ancient sacrificial rite between the Star Realm and the underworld. Young man, what do you desire? The High Priest's greenish pupils fixated on Fang Xing, his demeanor transforming into something cold and sinister, akin to a cunning serpent. What can you offer me? Fang Xing sensed that this old fellow, despite projecting an elder's demeanor, was likely scheming to ensnare him. To presume the worst of others is not Fang Xing's nature. Yet it is an indispensable survival principle in this world. Tutankhamun, the High Priest, has offered you a wealth of knowledge in dark alchemy. Notification. Due to the multifaceted notarization of your trade with the High Priest, the World Will, Underworld Will, Star Realm Will, Time and Space Force, and Ancient Oaths, the items traded in this transaction have automatically transformed into professional items. You have acquired Dark Alchemy, Beginner Level, Scroll X1, Dark Alchemy, Advanced Level, Scroll X1. What do you think, young man? Are you satisfied with what I have provided? A hidden smile flickered in the High Priest's eyes. It was not that the items he traded were lesser than the value of Fang Xing's sacrifice, with multiple notarizations in place. Even though he was the High Priest of the underworld, he dared not deceive in this matter. For the items he traded to Fang Xing originated from the Gate of Truth and bore a significant taint. It was time to let this audacious boy experience the corruption stemming from dark knowledge. Fang Xing was momentarily taken aback, for dark alchemy was a branch of dark knowledge. Renowned, yet of moderate power. You have learned Dark Alchemy, Beginner. You have learned Dark Alchemy, Advanced. Your Dark Alchemy has reached the Beginner level. Your Dark Alchemy has reached the Advanced level. Under the astonished gaze of the High Priest, Fang Xing calmly utilized the two scrolls. The process as smooth as drinking water. The High Priest retracted his underestimation of Fang Xing. This was a formidable individual. He recalled his own experience learning Dark Alchemy, where the knowledge had made him weep and soil himself uncontrollably. Shall we continue trading? Of course. Upon hearing the response from the enigmatic Yulao, Fang Xing removed the infinite ring of fate from his left arm. Initially, Yulao regarded this act with indifference, dismissing the notion of trading a master-level piece of equipment as if he were merely a collector of discarded items. However, as Fang Xing placed the infinite ring of fate upon the altar of sacrifice, Yulao instantly received the intricate details of this extraordinary item. In that fleeting moment, the pupils of the Netherworld High Priest, Tutankhamun Yulao, transformed into pools of clarity. Chapter 114. The Phantom Mask of the Underworld, the Descent of the Death Realm. To devour and exploit the destinies of others, amplifying one's own weight of fate. Each word was familiar to Yulao, yet when strung together, the meaning eluded him. If one were to inquire about the most vital aspect for a formidable being, it would undoubtedly pertain to the concept of correspondence with existence. This concept, albeit nebulous and abstract, predominantly encompasses causality and fate. Thus, within the astral realm, any abilities or equipment linked to causality and fate are invariably of high stature. The equipment in question not only possesses the power to consume others' destinies, but also to enhance the weight of one's own fate, a characteristic Yulao, despite millennia of existence, had never even heard of. Something was amiss. There was an overwhelming sense of danger manifesting within Yulao. He could not allow this impudent youth to bestow such a powerful item upon him through the sacrificial rite. Otherwise, he would be left regretting it for eternity. Young man, or rather, my friend from the astral realm, cease this at once. I will count to 3. Bring your equipment to me and depart immediately. Yulao, in his urgency, even altered his mode of address. Yet Fang Xing appeared oblivious, placing the infinite ring of fate upon the altar. The ritual erupted with radiant light, and a sensation of transference enveloped the air. Do you wish to sacrifice the infinite ring of fate to the netherworld via a dark ritual? Yes. In the next moment, an onslaught of warnings flooded Fang Xing's senses. Warning, warning, warning. The will of the netherworld has rejected your sacrifice. Your sacrifice has failed. World will notification. Astral will notification. Chronospatial power notification. According to the primordial tenets of the ancient covenant, the netherworld cannot refuse an unsolicited sacrifice. Would you like to proceed with a secondary sacrifice? Fang Xing could assert that the current red alerts were the most numerous he had ever encountered. It appeared that the origins of the infinite ring of fate were far more terrifying than he had initially surmised. It could not remain. Fang Xing quickly made a judgment and initiated the secondary sacrifice. Initiating secondary sacrifice of the infinite ring of fate. Warning, warning, warning. World will warns the netherworld will. Astral will warns the netherworld will. Chronospatial power warns the netherworld will. According to the primordial tenets of the ancient covenant, the netherworld cannot refuse an unsolicited sacrifice. Notice, your secondary sacrifice has failed. The High Priest of the Netherworld, Tutankhamun Yulao, has rejected your sacrifice. Would you like to proceed with a final sacrificial adjudication under the auspices of the world will, astral will, and chronospatial power? According to the primordial tenets of the ancient covenant, Fang Xing's hand, poised to rise, hesitated momentarily. He glanced at Yulao, who seemed poised to impart some wisdom. You have received Ghost Stone, Special Item, X1, Phantom Mask of the Underworld, Equipment, X1, Descent of the Death Realm, High-Level Skill Book, X1. Special Item, Ghost Stone, a miraculous stone born from the depths of the Netherworld's hellish seas, nurtured by countless restless souls. It is also known as Diamond. Equipment, Phantom Mask of the Underworld, a piece of human skin of unknown origin, imbued with the primal power of the Death Realm, capable of consuming the souls of the strong and ravaging the flesh of the living, bestowing unrestrained enhancements upon its bearer. Growth Type Equipment, Black Iron Grate. Description, I shall merge with you. Skill Book, Descent of the Death Realm. The Death Realm, a world once resplendent, now shattered. Skill Effect 1. Summon beings from the Netherworld to fight on your behalf, but a compensation must be rendered upon conclusion of the battle. Skill Effect 2. Actively release the primal essence of the Death Realm to summon projections of the Death Realm. Note, this ability can only be utilized once every 3 natural days. Notice, the Death Realm projections can suppress all domain abilities, including those of divine realms. Notice, the prerequisites for learning this ability are exceedingly stringent. However, due to this being a gift from the Netherworld will, the requirements have been significantly eased by weakening the ceiling effects of certain skills. Chapter 115, Descent of the Death Realm. Upon the sacrificial array, a crystalline energy stone the size of a fist, a piece of human skin, and a scroll of skill parchment materialized. The ghost stone was unfamiliar to Fang Xing, a rare mineral unique to the Netherworld. Yet, the alternative name of the ghost stone instantly reminded him of Dialga, one of the 5 gemstones it required. As for the Phantom Mask of the Underworld, its value as a growth-type equipment needed no elaboration. Lastly, the scroll of the Descent of the Death Realm was of immense worth, unparalleled, akin to the Pro-Max version of a Netherworld summons. The intention behind the High Priest Yulao's offering of these 3 items was unmistakable. He hoped Fang Xing would conclude this ritual. This sacrificial rite was fraught with peculiarity, especially following the placement of the Ring of Fate. The world will and astral will seemed eager to see this equipment delivered to the Netherworld. Fang Xing felt an ominous premonition. Should the infinite Ring of Fate indeed be transferred to the Netherworld, dire consequences would surely ensue. And his fate would not be any less grim. Having already reaped sufficient benefits, Fang Xing was not one to succumb to avarice. You have concluded this sacrificial ritual. Fang Xing removed the infinite Ring of Fate from the sacrificial array, reattaching it to his left arm. The array beneath his feet gradually dissipated, and Yulao, hovering above, exhaled in relief, silently resolving to remember the visage of this youth. He would return to caution the next generation, never respond to any summons from him, and treat this as a lesson learned. A Netherworld anti-fraud app would be essential. Unfamiliar rituals should never be entertained, particularly those of ancient origins. Farewell. In the fleeting second before the array vanished, Fang Xing waved cheerfully at Yulao. All right. Yulao, almost inexplicably, echoed back. Minutes later, in the Netherworld, Yulao stiffly raised his right hand and slapped his own face. Why did I respond to that brat? In the astral realm, the adage trouble arises from the mouth is far from mere metaphor. A powerful being possesses a significant weight of causal existence. Sometimes, even casual words may manifest in reality through the workings of fate in unforeseen ways. After the High Priest of the Netherworld had departed, Siwei expelled a blood crystal from his mouth, inscribed with Yulao's essence. He handed it to Fang Xing, explaining its purpose, should another sacrifice be required. This blood crystal could serve as a core material to summon the Netherworld High Priest directly. Fang Xing ruffled Siwei's small head, surprised to discover such an ability within him. Nonetheless, his assistance had proven invaluable this time. If not for Siwei's rampage within the city, the outcome would have been far less favorable. The sacrificial ceremony this time will undoubtedly not proceed smoothly. Fang Xing produced the skill scroll for Death Realm Descent and, without hesitation, activated it. You have acquired the skill, Death Realm Descent. In an instant, a plethora of skill descriptions regarding Death Realm Descent flooded Fang Xing's mind. In essence, it is a formidable domain skill, powerful enough to nullify the domains of foes. Next came the Spectral Demon Mask. Fang Xing held in his hand a ghostly green human skin. The application of the Spectral Demon Mask was straightforward. It merely needed to be pressed against the face. Fang Xing applied the mask to his visage, and tiny crimson threads began to emerge beneath the surface of the human skin. These delicate red strands burrowed into the epidermis of Fang Xing's face, gradually adhering to him. A surge of intense murderous intent welled up within him, one of the side effects of the spectral demon mask. Just then, a forceful pull emanated from his left wrist. Chapter 116, Hellhound. Initially, the spectral demon mask was proud, yet this time its adversary was the endless ring of fate. After just one glance, the mask immediately wilted. The murderous intent that had surged within Fang Xing dissipated, and his scarlet eyes returned to normal. With the spectral demon mask affixed, Fang Xing's appearance underwent no overt transformation. Yet his aura was utterly transformed. It was an indescribable sensation. Beings of the good neutral alignment trembled in fear at the sight of Fang Xing, their legs quaking. Meanwhile, the chaotic evil overlords gazed upon him as if they were peering into a mirror. To put it plainly, Fang Xing increasingly exuded the aura of a nefarious archvillain. Next came the Demon Stone, also known as the Diamond. This was one of the 5 gemstones required for the evolution of Dialga. Dialga sensed the presence of the diamond and descended from the skies. Its gaze was filled with longing. However, before Fang Xing could speak, Dialga stood quietly by, fixated on the diamond. Had it been Mew, that mischievous creature would have undoubtedly snatched the diamond away long ago. Fang Xing tossed the diamond to Dialga. They were not merely beasts of burden, but companions destined to live and fight side by side. As the diamond soared through the air, Dialga radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. After a dazzling flash, a small pink creature gracefully caught the diamond. It was Mew, disguised as Dialga. Fang Xing chuckled helplessly. Fortunately, despite Mew's playful antics, it still understood the gravity of the situation. In no time, Mew presented the diamond to Dialga. Observing the large package atop Mew's head, Dialga fell into contemplation. The usage of the Demon Stone was simple. Dialga swallowed it whole, then retreated to the beast space to await its evolution. Without Dialga, it was akin to losing a steed on a journey. Fang Xing glanced at Mew, contemplated for a moment, and then shifted his gaze. Having never ridden upon Dialga before, he believed Mew transforming into a flying creature would suffice for travel. However, after having ridden Dialga, Fang Xing realized the hardships he had previously endured. It was the perfect opportunity to test the Death Realm descent and summon creatures from the underworld. Fang Xing recited his summoning incantation. Hearken to my call. Arise, beings from the underworld. In the next moment, a formation appeared on the ground, revealing a Hellhound. The Hellhound clan is among the most renowned races in the underworld. Abundant in number, with their presence felt at the edges, depths, and even the innermost recesses of the underworld. Given the Hellhound's substantial numerical advantage, it was hardly surprising that Fang Xing could summon one, especially as this was merely a random invocation. A Hellhound, boasting 7 heads and fur as sharp as steel needles, emerged, its mane a fiery red. Who said Hellhounds had only 3 heads? This particular one possessed no fewer than 7. They shared one large brain and a singular consciousness. Towering at several dozen meters, the Hellhound cast an imposing shadow when viewed from below. The 7 heads of the Hellhound lowered, fixating their gaze upon Fang Xing. And one slightly larger head spoke. I require the heart of a powerful being. The Hellhound utilized the universal language of the underworld, its meaning crystal clear. Let us agree upon the reward beforehand to avoid any disputes later. Very well, Fang Xing nodded, acknowledging the customs of the underworld. Regarding the Hellhound's request for the heart of a powerful being, Fang Xing's gaze shifted to Siwei. Siwei momentarily froze, then nodded in realization. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all present, Siwei's hand morphed into a monstrous claw, and with a swift motion, she plunged it toward her own heart. Chapter 117. Often insecure due to superficiality. Here, take what you desired. Siwei gripped a pulsating heart in one hand, a gaping wound now visible on her chest, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The Hellhound stood momentarily stunned, all 14 eyes simultaneously reflecting a state of bewilderment. Its confused gaze turned to Fang Xing, as if questioning whether Siwei typically exhibited such ferocity. Fang Xing inhaled sharply, clarifying, what I meant was for you to hunt abyssal creatures and retrieve their hearts. Not your own. So it's not my heart you seek? Oh, big dog. Siwei's heart is quite delectable, Siwei remarked with a hint of regret. The Hellhound's interest was evidently piqued. The heart emitted an enticing aroma that captivated its senses. Cough. Fang Xing shot a glare at Siwei, who quickly corrected herself. Big brother, leave it to me. Fang Xing refrained from further commentary, handing Siwei a hexagonal stone, a universal teleportation crystal inscribed with a spatial coordinate. This is a teleportation crystal, Fang Xing explained. It was given by the Dragon of Fate, and the recorded coordinates lead to the blood tower at the heart of the divine realm. Siwei swallowed the hexagonal stone, and her expression twisted in agony, her complexion shifting to a mottled hue. Fang Xing furrowed his brow, pondering if there was an issue with the stone. The hexagonal stone was bestowed by the Dragon of Fate, and it was indeed possible it had been tampered with. No, Siwei exclaimed, her mouth agape. After a brief moment, her complexion returned to normal. It turned out the hexagonal stone had merely lodged itself in her throat. I truly scared myself. Fang Xing waved his hand, allowing Siwei to venture off in search of sustenance. Once Siwei departed, Fang Xing mounted the Hellhound, with Mew perched on his shoulder. Their next destination was a grand city known as Giant Spirit. Prior to the Abyssal invasion, this city was relatively obscure within the realm of the god of lust. Merely a third-tier city within the divine domain. Fang Xing had 2 reasons for traveling there. According to the intelligence provided by the Dragon of Fate, the landing point of the Abyssal invasion was here, and Giant Spirit City was the first to fall. Additionally, the source of the Mother River was also located there. Other matters aside, Fang Xing was determined to investigate the Mother River. The Mother River needed no extensive introduction. A single sip of its waters would ensure that both men and women would conceive a child. There was no abortive spring here. Once a man conceived, he would face dire consequences. Fang Xing's purpose in going there was not to bear children. He harbored no such proclivities, but rather to uncover a secret deliberately concealed by the abyssal lust within the divine realm. Onward. With a command from Fang Xing, the Hellhound leaped several hundred meters forward, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The location is not far from the Mother and Child River, approximately 130,000 kilometers away. The Hellhounds are advancing at full speed and will likely reach the city of Giant Spirit within a day. Time slips by like a fleeting shadow. A day later, within the confines of a tavern named Procreation in Giant Spirit City, several robust, ebony-skinned men are carrying a black coffin, moving rhythmically, step by step. As they exit the taverness kitchen, the taverness madam pushes open the door, allowing the men to carry the coffin out into the world beyond. Outside, a similar scene unfolds. For men, united in their task, shoulder the black coffin and march in an orderly fashion toward the city's outskirts. The madam casts an envious glance their way. Often, she feels a pang of inferiority when she sees men of darker skin, for being a white-skinned white slave. She is unable to partake in the celebrations of the Mother of Birth. The deity she reveres, as does the entire Giant Spirit City, is not the Mother of Lust, but rather a unique and extraordinary entity. This entity's most remarkable power is procreation. Chapter 118, Giant Spirit City, Mother and Child River. Giant Spirit City operates under a caste system akin to the Brahmin hierarchy of India, where skin color determines one's societal role, whether one sweeps the streets, engages in petty trade, or lives as a celestial being. The 3 skin tones are black, white, and yellow. In Giant Spirit City, black skin symbolizes nobility, granting its bearers all privileges. Today marks the birth of the great Mother Goddess, and everyone is in high spirits. Leading the procession is a man named Tamerr, who does not carry the black coffin. Instead, a beautiful white-skinned girl perches on his left shoulder. This girl, of extraordinary lineage, was the lord of Giant Spirit City before the Abyssal invasion and is the object of Tamerr's fantasies. From Tamerr's perspective, this is an inspiring tale, a drunken wastrel wed to the most esteemed woman of Giant Spirit City. However, from the viewpoint of Tamerr, the story becomes less idyllic. 2 centuries have passed since the Abyssal invasion, and it is evident that Tamerr cannot remain chaste. In fact, she became pregnant 50 years ago, giving birth to a black-skinned girl. Now, that girl lies among the thousands of black coffins behind her. Should any of these coffins be opened, one would find only women, all with black skin. The procession of coffin bearers arrives at the city's edge, where Tamerr gazes toward the Mother and Child River. His expression becomes reverent. The river embodies the goddess they worship, the very essence of the Mother of Birth, now corrupted and tainted by the abyss. The Mother and Child River of Giant Spirit City differs from the one described in Journey to the West. For instance, on this sacred day, a specially crafted black coffin must be cast into the river. The following day, the coffin will resurface, but it cannot be opened until the oracle of the Mother of Birth is received. Tamerr serves as the oracle's envoy, akin to the former lord of Giant Spirit City. As they approach the river, Tamerr glances at Tamerr, who appears dazed, her gaze vacant and unfocused. This woman, the wife of the usurped lord, has not been in good condition lately. Tamerr has grown accustomed to this. After all, women have their times of the month. At that moment, Tamerr recalls something that only he knows. Tamerr has not been tainted by the abyssal forces. Half an hour later, the group of black men encircles the banks of the Mother and Child River, forming an elongated procession for the funeral. Release. At Tamerr's command, the men begin to cast the coffins into the river. As the base of the black coffin touches the water, black tendrils emerge from its surface, writhing and sinister, reminiscent of the tentacles of an indescribable, malevolent deity. How could this be? Shock flashes in Tamerr's eyes as his expression turns grave. Suddenly, he seems to realize something. He yanks Uneer from his shoulder and presses his hand upon her head. With his left hand, Tadhan brandishes a diamond dagger and makes a brutal incision across Uneer's back. As the blade slices through her skin, no blood flows forth, and with a tearing sound, a patch of skin is ripped away to reveal black skin beneath the white. Tadhan recognizes this black-skinned girl as their daughter, Tofalilian. This name belongs to the black-skinned girl. Tadhan stares in astonishment at Tofalilian. If she is here, then who lies in the black coffin? Who could it possibly be? With the answer in hand, it is, of course, Uneer. Tadhan abruptly stands, gazing at the thousands of coffins now bobbing on the river, all identical in form, save for a massive black sphere at the rear. Tadhan blinks in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, what is that? In the distance, a colossal, deep purple half-spherical object floats on the river, surrounded by dark red energy halos. Chapter 119, Gigantamax Gengar. Current Beast, Gigantamax Gengar. Beast Level, Epic. Level, LV-120. Life, 1,000,000. Subreality Power, 80. Subreality Physique, 80. Subreality Agility, 80. Subreality Spirit, 120. Combat Power, 80,000,000. Skills, Deception, Substitute, Illusion, Hypnosis, Shadow Ball, Gigantamax Phantom. Hint, Gigantamax Gengar requires 1,000,000 evolution points for its next evolution. Exclusive passive skill, Gigantamax Phantom. Skill effect 1. Drifting state. Gigantamax Gengar can temporarily transform into a drifting entity. In this state, Gigantamax Gengar sacrifices all offensive capabilities to significantly enhance its defenses and all bodily resistances. Skill effect 2. Void Wandering. When Gigantamax Gengar becomes a drifting entity, it can freely traverse the void between spaces. Note, the void spaces exist in the third layer of spatial nodes, with the first two layers being surface space and linear space. Gigantamax Gengar is Fang Xing's fourth contracted beast. As for its origins, recently, upon their arrival at this location, Fang Xing refreshed a sign-in task and completed it with ease. There was no need to accumulate 100,000 evolution points, as both Groudon and Mew are already at the legendary level, requiring 100 million evolution points for their next evolution. Dialga has acquired a diamond, and its subsequent breakthroughs will undoubtedly be remarkable, with a high likelihood of surpassing the legendary barrier. With 3 contracted beasts at the legendary level, Fang Xing contemplated securing another. He set his sights on a netherworld creature, and coincidentally, the ability to summon netherworld beings had refreshed. This time, the summoned entity was a mass of black mist. The information on it was rather enigmatic and could not be viewed. Thus, Fang Xing remained oblivious to its species. However, the Hellhounds seemed to harbor some discontent toward Fang Xing. This was because the Hellhound clan, unlike other netherworld creatures, traditionally demands payment before rendering their services. As it was Fang Xing's first time summoning a netherworld creature, he was unaware of this custom, yet the Hellhounds held a different perspective. The aura surrounding Fang Xing unmistakably marks him as the formidable boss of the malevolent faction. To assert that such a figure is unaware of the customs of the Hellhound clan would be a statement with odds even lower than that of summoning a high priest from the underworld during a sacrificial rite. In truth, unbeknownst to the Hellhound, Fang Xing had already saved its life once before. Si Wei, a genuine denizen of the abyss and the daughter of its carnal desires, holds a heart that has transformed from a mere poison to the most potent toxin in the eyes of the Hellhound. Whether the Hellhound is cognizant of this fact remains questionable, yet it is undeniable that it cannot resist temptation. It is crucial to remember that one of the abilities of the abyss's carnal desires is seduction, a trait that Si Wei, as her progeny, has naturally inherited. Under the influence of the world's buffs, Fang Xing now possesses an astonishing abyss resistance of 4,500 points, and despite his indifference towards women, he finds Si Wei's beauty striking. It is not hard to imagine how others would transition from hostility towards Si Wei to being ensnared by her allure in mere moments. When the Hellhound was summoned, had Fang Xing not been present, Si Wei would have hesitated, otherwise, the Hellhound would have been drooling at the sight of her heart. During Fang Xing's second summoning from the underworld, he successfully conjured a mass of black mist, which we shall refer to as the being of black mist. This being's beast mastery level is merely platinum rank, roughly equivalent to that of a 5th-tier practitioner. This was a deliberate control, as this summoning was not intended for combat. The being of black mist is not a creature of the underworld. Rather, it is an avatar of the World Guardian. Who is the World Guardian? It is the entity sealed beneath the great tree of life by the Hero King. A millennium ago, the World Guardian could indeed embody the will of the world. However, in the present day, it has devolved into a mere amalgamation of malice, resentment, and obsession. This is evident in the World Guardian's choice to collaborate with the 12 heroes. 1,000 years ago, Freya and her companions were the 12 heroes who overthrew the old imperial deities. Now, however, they have become parasites, clinging to the world and growing ever more powerful by siphoning its essence, akin to the deeds of the void deities from a millennium past, if not worse. Ironically, the World S will vehemently rejects heresy, save for one circumstance, when the World S essence is under threat. Yet, this situation is somewhat different. The 12 heroes have learned from the lessons of the void deities. They do not merely wish to consume the World S essence, but aim to taint it. If the harm caused by the massive consumption of the World S essence is quantified at 10,000 points, then the harm inflicted by its pollution would exceed 30 million points. This is because the World S essence can recover, albeit slowly, while pollution leaves a lasting taint even after recovery. With the lessons of the past in mind, the 12 heroes are wary of the emergence of another hero king. Returning to the crux of the matter, this was essentially a unilateral scheme by the World Guardian to exploit the characteristics of its avatar to ensnare Fang Xing. The plan was for Freya to disrupt the causal flow, allowing the being of black mist to temporarily masquerade as an underworld creature. When Fang Xing performed the summoning ritual, it would respond and subsequently lie in wait for the opportune moment. While this plan appears straightforward, the execution proved to be extraordinarily challenging. The causal weight of the World Guardian is immense, even as an avatar, aside from Freya, the goddess of fate. There are fewer than 5 practitioners capable of altering the causal fabric of the being of black mist, including the goddess of fate and the dragon of fate. The most daunting aspect of the plan is the uncertainty of when Fang Xing might conduct a summoning ritual, or if he would even choose to do so. Fortunately for the 12 heroes, time is a resource they possess in abundance. Although it seems they have only lived for 1,000 years, their true ages far exceed any imaginations. Initially, the plan progressed smoothly. However, misfortune struck when Fang Xing unexpectedly produced a high-grade Pokeball. Indeed, he intended to capture the being of black mist as his beast. Summoned entities are not considered beasts, and there are no rules prohibiting the capture of summoned beings. This inadvertently backfired. Freya's alteration of the World Guardian's avatar's causality rendered the previously uncatchable entity into a summonable one. In other words, under these conditions, the avatar of the World Guardian became capturable, resulting in Fang Xing forging a contract with it. The World Guardian, in certain respects, also embodies the will of the world. Thus, Fang Xing's contract signifies a direct link between his fate and the World's will. In simpler terms, following this series of actions, Fang Xing has acquired a legitimate status in the eyes of the World's will. To be frank, the success rate of capturing the being of black mist is exceedingly low. Fortunately, Fang Xing is never lacking in Pokeballs. If 100 high-grade balls are insufficient, then he would procure 1,000 or even 10,000. The mere presence of one black mist being, or 100, would be inconsequential. The sight of Fang Xing capturing the being of black mist was witnessed in its entirety by the Hellhound, which exhibited a bewildered expression across its 7 canine faces. This scenario is akin to feasting on beef in front of a cow or consuming apples beneath an apple tree. Subsequently, the Hellhound became unusually docile, even requesting not a reward, but merely a chance to return to the underworld. Fang Xing is not one to renege on his promises. Having agreed to provide a reward, he would certainly fulfill that commitment. However, he did not possess the heart of a powerful being, so he proposed an alternative. Ultimately, Fang Xing offered an item as compensation to the Hellhound. Special item: Teleportation Talisman of the God of Life. Effect: allows for long-distance teleportation across the void, ignoring spatial barriers. The Teleportation Talisman of the God of Life is a product of the Dream Thief skill, pilfered from Elizabeth. Its value is exceedingly high and sufficiently compensates for the Hellhound's demands. Aware of the item's significance and recognizing that it had not contributed much during this encounter, the Hellhound, before departing, divulged a secret concerning the river of mother and child. Beneath this river lies a formidable ancient deity, currently in a weakened state. Fang Xing nodded. Without the Hellhound's input, he could already sense the overwhelming aura of abundance emanating from the abyss. The Mother of Abundance is not an evil deity of the abyss, but rather an otherworldly malevolence from the astral realm, a presence with which Fang Xing is no stranger, and in a certain sense, an old acquaintance. Fang Xing had previously found it curious how the divine realm of carnal desires in the abyss could possess principles of procreation. Now, the truth has come to light. It appears that this bizarre being with 17 arms has long been fixated on the realm of carnal desires. Upon uncovering this, Fang Xing felt a sense of relief. Compared to other extraterrestrial deities, he at least has some understanding of the Mother of Abundance's capabilities. Subsequently, unbeknownst to him, Fang Xing, through interdimensional evolution, transformed the avatar of the World Guardian into a gigantic Jengar. Possessing the characteristics of the world, this colossal Jengar acquired a formidable ability, enabling it to traverse the void between spaces. The void constitutes the third layer of space, with the first layer being the surface realm and the second layer the conceptual realm. Space is notoriously difficult to breach. Only practitioners who have reached the pinnacle of the 8th transition can shatter it, and even then, they can only fracture the surface layer. The conceptual realm is relatively robust and not easily destroyed, with certain formidable abilities and characteristics, such as the annihilation trait, being notable exceptions. The third layer, the void, is exceedingly resilient, particularly in this world, where breaching it through external force is nearly impossible. The only known entity capable of disrupting the void is the Hero King, who ascended to the heavens 800 years ago. However, the Hero King's traverse through the void was ultimately a result of being repelled by the world's will, leading to his reluctant departure. The Mother River emanates a rich aura of fertility, mingled with the foul stench of abyssal corruption. This phenomenon is a consequence of prolonged exposure to the forces of abundance, followed by a massive influx of abyssal energy, resulting in rampant and malignant distortions. It is no wonder that a mere sip from the Mother River can lead to conception under such circumstances. Even mere contact with the skin can trigger reproductive-related mutations within the body. This may manifest as the growth of a second uterus or other reproductive organs, with the more common occurrence being a combination of both. The specially crafted black coffins of Giant Spirit City can isolate the reproductive laws of the Mother River. However, one should not mistake them for benevolent artifacts. In nature, the only circumstance under which ferocious beasts abandon easily accessible prey is when they sense the presence of another beast. Indeed, these black coffins are the incarnations of a dark abyssal deity. The allure of this unclaimed divine realm is overwhelming, drawing in the dragon of fate, the mother of abundance, and this nameless abyssal god. Of course, this is merely the tip of the iceberg, as there are other deities lurking in the shadows. Yet one detail piques Fang Xing's curiosity. This small giant spirit city has drawn the attention of two such formidable entities. The Mother of Abundance requires no introduction, as she ranks among the most powerful of the outer gods. Could the unknown abyssal deity rival her? Its strength must not fall significantly short, where two tigers cannot coexist. They are now in a state of amicability, suggesting hidden truths abound. These truths likely pertain to the secrets of the abyssal lust buried within the divine realm, now residing within the Mother River. Yet, as the Mother River is dominated by the Mother of Abundance, entry can only be achieved by lying within the black coffin. Thus, Fang Xing resorts to an alternative method, being swallowed by the gargantuan Wugui, which subsequently enters a roaming state, drifting into the void for exploration. Chapter 122. Abandoning wisdom is the wise decision. On the banks of the Mother River, Tadhan and a group of dark-skinned individuals gazed at an enigmatic black-purple orb. In their understanding, dark skin signified nobility, and this orb, darkened to the point of purple, might be a divine gift from the mother of birth. However, something felt amiss. Only Tadhan displayed a grave expression. Inherently cautious, he refrained from launching an immediate attack. His decision was prudent, as even an assault would fail to harm the roaming Wugui. Though it appeared to float upon the water's surface, it had actually entered the rifts of the void. To rephrase, what Tadhan witnessed was merely an illusion, a mirage of the gargantuan Wugui. A sudden shriek erupted from within his bosom. It was Tadhan's daughter, Teflillion, awakening. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately beheld her father, and a shiver coursed through her body as her pupils constricted in shock. In the past, Teflillion had struggled to comprehend the resentment and hatred her mother bore towards her father, mistakenly attributing it to mere distaste. After all, her father was a figure of greatness, not only the divine messenger of the mother of birth, but also a beloved city lord of Giant Spirit City, a man who upheld their family single-handedly. However, after her mother had transformed her appearance through sorcery, Teflillion found it increasingly difficult to face Tadhan. In the realm of lustful deities, such discord between father and daughter is not uncommon. Indeed, the very nature of this divine realm is steeped in such complexities. Yet, Teflillion carries the blood of her mother, Anir, and her upbringing instilled a sense of modesty regarding such matters. To liken Teflillion to an infatuated fan would be apt. Imagine a devoted admirer whose idol has suddenly fallen from grace, with no hope of revival. "Father, I did not recognize you," she uttered. A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed Tadhan's eyes, quickly suppressed. In that moment, Teflillion resembled a frightened creature, finally grasping her mother Anir's disdainful gaze. On the surface of the Mother River, thousands of black coffins gradually sank beneath the waters, their clawed appendages reaching into the depths. Following closely behind was the gargantuan Wugui in its roaming form. The sensation of traversing the rifts of the void was peculiar. akin to the feeling of being within the belly of the gargantuan Wugui. The ground beneath felt soft like jelly, and a purple veil surrounded them. Taking a deep breath, he detected the scent of jasmine, reminiscent of a jasmine-scented air freshener he had purchased prior to his traversals. By concentrating, Fang Xing could establish a mental connection with the gargantuan Wugui. Once linked, he perceived the world through its eyes. Within the rifts of the void, massive roaming creatures encircled the gargantuan Wugui. Among them, a jellyfish-like entity raised a thick blue tentacle, gently brushing against Wugui, sending ripples through the surrounding void. The jellyfish bore no malice. Having existed in the rifts for countless ages, it survived by absorbing the world's dissipated negative energy. The passage of time had dulled its intellect, and in the void, its kind faced no natural enemies. In adapting for survival, these roaming beings had instinctively chosen to relinquish their wisdom, for wisdom breeds solitude. And solitude is the ultimate adversary of any sentient being. Thus, to abandon wisdom is, in itself, a wise decision. Chapter 123, The World at the Earth's Core. Although these roaming creatures lacked intelligence, their behavioral acumen resembled that of a 2-year-old child. Nevertheless, establishing a rapport with them seemed prudent to Fang Xing. By chance, he recalled the ancient sacrificial rituals from his knowledge of dark arts, which involved offerings to these roaming entities. The crucial advantage was that Fang Xing currently resided within the rifts of the void, negating the need for sacrificial offerings. As for what would foster a bond with these creatures, Fang Xing pondered. It could not be a mundane item. Over the eons, these beings had borne witness to history. Indeed, they were part of it. Furthermore, whatever he offered must carry a potent symbolism, ideally representing Fang Xing's identity. Suddenly, an idea struck him, an extraordinary item unique to him, the Pokeball. To Fang Xing, the Pokeball was a commodity he could produce in abundance, yet to others, it was a rarity of the highest order. Moreover, the Pokeball served as a powerful emblem of his identity. Minutes later, a whale-like roaming creature approached the gargantuan Wugui, its tentacle reaching out, only to suddenly find itself adorned with a Pokeball. The will transmitted from the Pokeball. A gift from the Pokeball is bestowed upon you. The whale-like creature instantly comprehended that this peculiar black-purple entity had bestowed upon it a gift. With a sound reminiscent of a blue whale's call, the enormous gills of the whale-like creature opened wide, emitting a strange noise. This was its expression of joy. Moments later, an increasing number of colossal aquatic beings began to converge towards the Gigantamax Jengar. Through a sacrificial ceremony, Fang Xing presented the Pokeballs to these marine creatures. Although the Pokeballs were not particularly precious, their rarity appealed to the aquatic beings. Given their extensive lifespans, these creatures frequently concealed themselves within the interstitial spaces of the void to observe the world. Upon receiving the Pokeballs, the marine entities extended their tentacles towards the Gigantamax Jengar, thereby conveying their gratitude. Just as the Gigantamax Jengar prepared to continue its submersion, one of the marine beings obstructed its path. This creature, half woman and half a mass of chaotic tentacles, extended one of its appendages forward. For the time being, we shall refer to this entity as the Tentacle Maiden. The Tentacle Maiden did not harm Fang Xing. Instead, she conveyed a fragmented thought through her tentacles, roughly translating to, "Thank you, you are the first to gift me this thing for your friend." This marine creature sought friendship with Fang Xing naturally. He could not, and indeed must not, refuse. After all, they were in the void, the domain of the aquatic beings. Soon, Fang Xing received a gift from the Tentacle Maiden. You have obtained? Slate Fragment X1. Note, this item is in a non-viewable state, gifted by the marine being Ebelina. A shard of stone, shimmering with iridescent hues, materialized in Fang Xing's hand. In the next moment, he suddenly knelt upon the ground. Only after he stored the stone within his space did he realize that the hand that had held it had become alarmingly flattened. This unassuming fragment seemed to bear the weight of an entire world. Thank you. Fang Xing expressed his gratitude to Ebelina and, through the sacrificial ceremony, offered her several Ultra Balls and Great Balls in return. Beneath the Mother and Son River lay a vast chasm, as the black coffins entered one after another. The fissure appeared to come alive, resembling a gaping maw that devoured all. After a violent tremor, the chasm slowly closed. Just before it sealed completely, a black-purple drifting creature skillfully slipped into the fissure, utilizing its unique traits. Unknown even to Tadhan was the existence of a subterranean world beneath the Mother and Son River. This hidden realm was protected by a powerful and enigmatic law, which not only thwarted the influence of lust, but also severed the incursion of abyssal forces. Even the Mother of Abundance and that unknown, sinister entity from the abyss were kept at bay. Bang! The lid of one coffin was hurled open from within. Inside lay a beautiful woman clad in a black gown with alabaster skin. Annie opened her eyes and slowly sat upright, her gaze sweeping over her surroundings. In an instant, her eyes glistened with moisture. Father, mother, I have returned. One thing known only to Annie is that over 200 years ago, the river now known as the Mother and Son River was not always called such. At that time, it bore a resounding name, the Sirens River. This was because the residents of Giant Spirit City often heard beautiful melodies echoing at midnight. Annie was born in the subterranean world, within a village that worshipped the goddess of life. By a stroke of fate, Annie traversed the great river beside her village and entered the surface world. Thereafter, she frequently traveled between the subterranean realm and the surface. 200 years ago, just before the abyssal lust was to be sealed by the gate of truth, a colossal amount of abyssal primordial power was unleashed upon the domain of the lust god, while Annie was fortuitously situated in Giant Spirit City. The overwhelming abyssal energy distorted everything within a 10,000-meter radius. For reasons unknown, Annie miraculously survived that catastrophe and acquired the ability to heal abyssal taint. Utilizing this power, she saved numerous residents of Giant Spirit City and subsequently became its ruler. Now endowed with strength and status, Annie contemplated returning home via the Sirens River. However, a deathless abyssal creature had taken dominion over the Sirens River. At that time, Annie lacked the strength to confront it and was compelled to temporarily abandon her return. Decades later, the Mother of Abundance descended, accompanied by an unknown abyssal evil deity. The Mother of Abundance seized control of the Sirens River, and due to her inherent nature of abundance, the river was renamed the Mother and Son River. The unknown abyssal deity then laid claim to Giant Spirit City, and Annie became Todden's wife. Until this day, Annie has finally returned to the subterranean world. Yet before she could proceed, there was one final task to undertake. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she grasped a gleaming dagger. She cast her gaze upon the nearest black coffin, gently pushing open the lid. She discovered a girl with dark skin lying within. A single slash to the throat. The dagger glided across the girl's neck, and moments later, her breathing ceased. Emotionless, Annie proceeded to pry open the next coffin lid, repeating her previous actions. After 2 centuries of experience, Annie was no longer the innocent, curious little girl she once was. Particularly after enduring decades of humiliation at the hands of Todhan, her mindset underwent a complete transformation. Annie now lived with a singular purpose: to return to the subterranean world and behold her parents once more. The individuals lying within the black coffins could potentially destabilize the subterranean realm. Meow. A pink kitten observed this scene with evident confusion, casting a questioning glance at its owner. That puzzled little gaze clearly inquired, "Master, what is she doing? Is she waking those abyssal beings?" Chapter 124, Mother of the Earth, Audrey. Long-haired, yet short-sighted. Fang Xing recalled a phrase to aptly describe Annie's current actions. If abyssal beings could be so easily slain, they would no longer be considered abyssal creatures, but rather endangered species on the brink of extinction. With Fang Xing's rudimentary understanding of abyssal studies, he would liken Annie's current actions to that of a super boss, wherein the protagonists sacrifice themselves to seal it away. Subsequently, a king of points emerges from among the protagonists, seizing the opportunity while the boss remains sealed to vanquish it entirely. Ultimately, the boss emerges unscathed, while the seal shatters. Indeed, this is the most accurate portrayal of the situation. Originally, those abyssal monsters lying in the coffins were set to awaken one day after the black coffins completely vanished. However, due to Annie's premature opening of the coffins, that time frame has been significantly reduced. She must have her reasons for this course of action. Fang Xing has never doubted his abilities, yet this time, he hoped he was mistaken. Annie's actions surely had their rationale. Ha! Half an hour later, after slaying the final dark-skinned girl, Annie laughed triumphantly, her gaze directed skyward, with laughter transforming into sobs. It seemed as if Annie was releasing all the grievances she had endured over the past 2 centuries. Miyu, nestled against Fang Xing's shoulder, observed quietly as Fang Xing utilized the concealment powers of the Demon King's cloak to blend seamlessly into their surroundings. The duo, one human and one beast, gazed at Annie. Fang Xing recalled a classic phrase from his past life. Life does not have many spectators, the latter half being, spectators are everywhere. As Annie composed herself, she proceeded down a familiar path. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling presence trailing her. Yet, whenever she turned around, no one was there. Strangely, it felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon her from the shadows. Passing through a serene limestone cave, a drop of milky liquid fell, landing precisely on Fang Xing's shoulder. Miyu, lifting her head, caught the droplet. Surprisingly, it was quite palatable. However, inexplicably, the figure of Annie ahead suddenly split into 2, then into 4. Fang Xing had already sensed Miyu's actions and chose not to intervene, wishing instead for her to learn from this experience and remember not to consume unfamiliar substances. He placed a leaf from the Tree of Life into Miyu's mouth. Moments later, her condition improved. Ahead, Annie halted her steps, prompting Fang Xing to do the same. Although aware of the Demon King's cloak's effects, which rendered him undetectable to Annie, he instinctively slowed his breathing. Annie removed the necklace from her neck, clasping it reverently in her hands, her demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. Fang Xing could not decipher her words. However, the silver necklace she held captivated his attention. The aura emanating from it evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Suddenly, he recalled that this sensation stemmed from the teleportation talisman of the God of Life. Yet, the silver necklace possessed an even more potent essence of life. Indeed, Fang Xing had studied the teleportation talisman of the God of Life and knew to which deity it corresponded, the Earth Mother, one of the few benevolent deities in the astral realm. Alas, this Earth Mother had perished a millennium ago during the unification war led by the heroic king. Now, in the domain of the God of Abundance, Fang Xing detected the presence of the Earth Mother. A bold thought crossed his mind. A millennium prior, the Abyss of Lust had also participated in that unparalleled unification war, slaying the Earth Mother, a benevolent deity of the astral realm. A portal of light split open before Annie. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through, with Fang Xing following closely behind. A wave of teleportation washed over them, followed by a searing light, prompting Fang Xing to instinctively shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in a cavern. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he drew the Oath Victory blade into his hand. Simultaneously, the stealth effect of the Demon King's cloak dissipated, along with Miyu. Fang Xing's figure was now exposed within the cave. His surroundings revealed no sign of Annie, only a life-sized clay statue. The statue, approximately 1.85 meters tall, depicted a woman. Its upper body was shrouded beneath a hood, while the lower half displayed legs tainted by the abyss. The statue's hands were clasped before its chest, cradling a sphere radiating the light of life. Fang Xing raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something, and retrieved a leaf from his storage space. This leaf, fallen from the Tree of Life, contained pure life force, which he had intended for use as tea, or, should he encounter a master alchemist, could yield considerable fortune. Upon producing the leaf, the life sphere quivered slightly. Then, its glow intensified, emanating a circular wave centered around it. As it swept over the leaf, a remarkable transformation occurred. The leaf's surface shifted from a pale green to a brilliant gold. Moments later, Fang Xing received a message. You have obtained the golden leaf, which contains a vast reservoir of pure primordial life force. Note, the pure primordial life force can be used to repair permanent life value damage, restore permanent life value limits, and permanently enhance life value limits. The radiance of the life sphere dimmed, having expended a significant amount of its primordial life force. Are you the Earth Mother? Fang Xing attempted to converse with the clay statue, employing the universal language of the astral realm, one of the languages included in the fundamentals of cosmology. To his surprise, after a few moments, he received a response. From within the life sphere, a voice emerged, pleading, "Save my people, and I shall reward you with a life star crystal." Fang Xing's grasp of astral language was rudimentary, compounded by the ambiguity of the sphere's expression, leaving him with fragmented information. Who are you? I do not know who I am. My name seems to be Druid Audrey. Are you the beast wife of the heroic king? The heroic king, familiar yet elusive in his recollection. The tone of the light sphere conveyed evident suffering. Do you recognize this? Fang Xing presented the Oath Victory blade to the sphere. If the sphere truly was Druid Audrey, this weapon of the heroic king might awaken its memories. How familiar the Oath Victory blade is. What has happened to it? After a brief silence, the sphere hesitantly uttered the name of the dark heavy sword, its voice tinged with surprise and confusion. In its memory, the blade of the Oath Victory sword should have radiated a dazzling golden glow. I am the Earth Mother. No, I am Audrey. The Earth Mother was my divine role. At that moment, Druid Audrey finally recalled her name. The language shifted from the astral universal tongue to the common tongue of the Han Dynasty, Mandarin. Chapter 125, The Divine Aspect of the Earth Mother. Did you come from the outside world? Yes, Audrey asked uncertainly, and upon receiving Fang Xing's affirmative response, she inquired further. What of the heroic king? Is he dead? I do not know. The holy sword was obtained from the abyssal treasure chest of the malevolent god of abundance. At this revelation, Druid Audrey fell silent. After a moment, Fang Xing spoke again. Are you truly Druid Audrey? 800 years ago, it was said that the heroic king took you with him across the void? What absurd news. Where did you hear that? From Jean and Tian. Jean and Tian. Audrey rifled through her memories, still unable to recall who this individual was. He was a teacher in Tianshui City, my high school instructor. In moments of speechlessness, one can truly find themselves at a loss for words. Audrey was indeed at a loss, yet she recalled the name Tianshui City. which she had passed through many years ago, coincidentally saving a young boy from the assassin's blade of the heroic Shao family. Coincidentally, that little boy would now be of age to awaken his profession. She wondered what profession he might have awakened. Gradually emerging from her reverie, Audrey remarked, "There are chaotic threads of fate surrounding you, along with a potent aura of destiny. It seems you have been relentlessly pursued by that old woman, forcing you to seek refuge within the realm of lust." Audrey's words carried a weight of significant information. However, there is but one purpose: to express one's stance and convey a symbol of goodwill to Fang Xing. In this context, you wish to collaborate with me. I, too, am inclined to work with you, yet presently, I am left with but a singular thought. Audrey chuckled self-deprecatingly. As you can see, my essence has perished, leaving only a fragment of my soul mingled within the divine essence. Had you arrived a few years later, I fear I would have become a mindless wraith. Normally, a lingering soul merging with divine essence would not lose its will. Yet, the divine essence that Audrey has merged with is constantly repelling an overwhelming amount of abyssal power. What is divine essence? Fang Xing inquired, already harboring some suspicions. His question was merely to seek a definitive answer from Audrey. Divine essence is a symbol of identity, embodying a portion of the astral rule's power, apart from the original deities. Audrey began, seemingly realizing something. You do not know what divine essence is. Did you not come here for the divine essence of the Earth Mother? No, Fang Xing replied decisively. For the truth was that his purpose in arriving at the City of Giants stemmed from sensing the anomalies of the Mother River. As he was destined to be the arch-nemesis of abyssal lust, he had to investigate the matter. Subsequently, he encountered the Mother of Abundance, with whom he had enmity, compelling him to investigate further. Then, he was inexplicably transported here. Audrey was momentarily speechless, her mind racing as she pondered how to delicately explain to this evidently malevolent figure without inciting his wrath. Thus, she resolved to shift the topic, saying, "So, you came to the realm of lust merely to evade that old woman? Partly due to being outmaneuvered by the old woman you mentioned, and partly for my job transition task." A job transition task at the 9th turn? Surviving under that old woman's influence at the 8th turn is no small feat. I must say, you are indeed impressive. Audrey commended, for the old woman she referred to had long surpassed the 9th turn. She was, after all, the goddess of fate, a deity whose abilities were unfathomably bizarre. Even at the 9th turn, one could unknowingly fall victim to the goddess of fate's machinations. It is not a 9th turn job transition task. Not the 9th turn? Is it a divine post? Yet you lack any holy aura, Audrey queried uncertainly. It cannot be an 8th turn job transition task, can it? No, Fang Xing shook his head and clarified. To be precise, it is my 3rd turn career task. After a momentary silence of approximately 25 seconds, a light laugh emanated from the luminous sphere. I concede, that jest is quite humorous. I haven't laughed in a millennium. Yet you have amused me. Fang Xing refrained from responding, pondering why no one ever believed his earnest truths. Audrey's laughter gradually faded. How did you acquire the quasi-real attribute at the 2nd turn? It was a reward from a phase transition task. Are there phase tasks beneath the 9th turn? Are there not? This inquiry struck a blind spot in Audrey's knowledge. She had only encountered phase tasks when she was at the pinnacle of the 8th turn transitioning to the 9th. Fortunately, Audrey was unaware that Fang Xing's job transition task was categorized as a phase task because its difficulty level far exceeded the upper limits of career transition tasks. However, in the judgment of the world's consciousness, Fang Xing still had a chance of completing the transition task, thus it was classified as a phase task. May I know the specifics of the task? Eliminate the lust tyrant, seal the abyssal rift, expel the gate of truth, undertake the abyssal resistance task, and oh yes, the final step is to sever the realm of lust from the city of the sea. Silence. Within the cave, the air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Was this truly the level of difficulty expected from a job transition task? Upon hearing the name Lust Tyrant, Audrey had already begun to believe him. The reason being, her own 9th turn job transition task had been to slay the Lust Tyrant. The Lust Tyrant was the ultimate form of the Lust Spawn, and those who had never encountered it could scarcely utter its name. The prowess of the Lust Tyrant was extraordinarily fearsome. Practitioners at the pinnacle of the 8th turn faced near certain death upon encountering it. Even Audrey, armed with the artifact granted by the Hero King that had attribute advantages, had nearly met her demise at the hands of the Lust Tyrant. As for the subsequent tasks, sealing the abyssal rift, expelling the gate of truth, and the abyssal resistance task, as well as severing the realm of lust from the city of the sea, those were once again within Audrey's knowledge blind spot. She could not fathom how a 2nd turn practitioner could accomplish such feats. Ultimately, Audrey attributed all these improbabilities to Fang Xing's unique profession. Surely, the profession he had awakened to was among the strongest in this world. Perhaps it was one of those innate divine posts. for the holy aura of such divine posts would not manifest outwardly, which conveniently explained why she had not sensed any divine aura emanating from Fang Xing. However, Audrey was unaware that merely half a month prior, Fang Xing had been an ordinary high school student who had awakened to the Beastmaster profession. Meow. Fang Xing felt a weight on his right shoulder as a pink kitten familiar materialized from thin air. He slightly turned his head as Dream whispered a few words in his ear. The gist was, that foolish woman has arrived. Foolish woman? Fang Xing quickly deduced who Dream was referring to. It was the nickname he had given to Annie. Accompanied by a throng of people, the foolish woman was being put on a roasting spit. Dream's words conveyed a wealth of information. Before Fang Xing could inquire further, Audrey, as if sensing something, suddenly declared, "This is not good. The abyssal creatures are coming." Chapter 126, Leaf Village. In the heart of the world, outside a village known as Leaf, which venerates the Earth Mother. 2 centuries ago, Leaf Village was invaded by abyssal forces, leading to the emergence of numerous corrupted beings. Consequently, the village elders convened and established watchtowers in the 4 cardinal directions. At the northern watchtower, a beautiful girl with dainty elven ears, Angel, was yawning helplessly. The abyssal incursion had occurred a century prior. Under the protection of the Earth Mother, this calamity had concluded a century ago. The elven girl Angel, at merely 50 years old, had not lived through that disaster, yet her forebears often gathered to reminisce. The topic of their conversations invariably circled back to the abyssal invasion. Her father would say that Leaf Village was fortunate, blessed by the Earth Mother. While many other villages in the heart of the world still endured the trials they had faced 200 years ago. However, this calamity could have been averted for Leaf Village. It was all due to a thief who had stolen the Earth Mother's sacred artifact, the Heart of Life, resulting in a flaw in the protective formation of the Divine Mountain. In response, the village's high priest sacrificed his life to mend the protective formation. That high priest was none other than Angel's grandfather, the person she revered the most. Angel had dreamt countless times of returning to a century ago to see her grandfather, and she would tell him, "Grandfather, promise me, you must survive." The reason being, as a descendant of heroes, her life in Leaf Village had been rather miserable. She was ostracized by her peers and subjected to the cold indifference of adults. The very fact that she was stationed at the watchtower indicated her marginalization. How could a hero's descendant be relegated to such a task, if not for being shunned? As Angel languidly yawned, a vague silhouette approached in the distance. Angel's senses heightened instantly as she drew an arrow from her quiver, the motion of bending the bow and knocking the arrow executed in one fluid motion. Whoosh! An arrow struck the ground perilously close to the newcomer's feet. Annie halted, gazing towards the watchtower. "Halt!" Angel called out, her voice firm as she pulled the bowstring taut. The iron-tipped arrow aimed squarely at Annie. Unbeknownst to her, this person standing before her was one she ought to address as aunt. "Young lady, is this the village of the leaves?" Annie inquired, not incensed by the earlier affront. Instead, she regarded Angel with the contemplative gaze of an elder observing a younger kin. The girl's appearance, with her pointed elven ears and grass-green eyes, invoked a sense of familiarity that tugged at Annie's heartstrings. It whispered to her that this child was of her own blood. Yet, she pondered, whose daughter could she be? Perhaps that of her elder brother, or maybe during the 2 centuries of her absence, her father had sired other offspring. The thought crossed her mind. Was she merely this child's aunt, or something more? In stark contrast to Annie's calm demeanor, Angel was visibly tense. Her fingers, strained from gripping the bowstring, bore a shallow line of blood. Despite the numbness creeping through her fingers and the blood that dampened the bowstring, she dared not relent. In the village of the leaves, outsiders were ominous harbingers of calamity, embodiments of trouble. It had been a century since any outsider had set foot here. How unfortunate it was that she should encounter one now. Yet, Angel remained oblivious to the fact that the wheels of fate had begun to turn quietly. In the blink of an eye, Annie vanished, only to reappear atop the watchtower, standing directly behind Angel. "What is your name, and who is your father?" she demanded. Whoosh! The already taut atmosphere nearly sent Angel into a panic. The arrow she released inadvertently struck the protective formation, sending ripples across it, and moments later, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the village of the leaves. Chapter 127, The Divine Mountain. Before long, the village's higher-ups arrived. The newcomer, adorned with a feathered headdress reminiscent of an Indian chief, was none other than Angel's father. Holding a bone spear, he initially believed there was an enemy incursion. But upon recognizing Annie, he froze in astonishment. "Is it really you, Annie?" Annie's family belonged to the elven race, one of the long-lived species of the astral realm. While a human's lifespan is but a century, for elves, 200 years is merely the fleeting youth of an ordinary elf. Compared to 2 centuries prior, Annie's visage had changed little, save for the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and a few strands of white hair at her temples. "Brother." This familiar voice stirred 2 centuries worth of memories within Annie. The figure before her was indeed her elder brother, Angel. Despite the long separation of 200 years, a bond of blood tightly tethered them. Tears welled in Annie's eyes as a flood of longing surged within her. Her fingertips trembled slightly, warmth pooling in her nose. She had so much to convey to Angel, but her throat felt constricted. She stepped forward, only to be met with, "How dare you return?" Angel's voice thundered. His bone spear aimed threateningly at Annie. Stunned, she did not retreat but allowed the spear to approach her. Adorned as she was in the treasured garment of the giant spirit city. Just as the spear's tip neared her, an unseen force warped it. The weight of the spearhead becoming unimaginable, emitting a shrill sound before it shattered into a myriad of fragments. This was not an act of Annie's volition. The disparity in their powers was immense. In her ordinary state, Annie possessed the strength of a peak 7th transformation, while Angel was only slightly stronger than an average human. To put it plainly, Annie could easily dispatch her brother with a mere glance. In truth, the potential of those from the underworld was formidable. Yet the underworld lacked an environment conducive to cultivation. The underworld was a unique realm, composed of the Mother Earth's divine essence, body, and will. A world forged from flesh and blood by deities is no different in essence from the ordinary world. Its inhabitants can likewise grow stronger through training. However, the underworld is peculiar, situated within the realm of the god of lust. Before the ceiling, the abyssal desire consciously eroded the laws of the underworld with the power of the divine realm, causing it to perpetually resist this force's intrusion. Under such circumstances, the underworld could neither allocate nor spare any of its world power to provide a cultivation environment for its inhabitants. At most, it could create a small-scale training environment for a select few. "Brother, it's me, Annie." Annie regained her composure, unable to believe her brother would turn against her with such hostility. "I certainly know you are Annie," Angel replied, his eyes ablaze with fury, not resembling the gaze of a long-lost kin, but rather that of an adversary. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Annie quickly learned the truth from Angel's words. 200 years ago, you stole the heart of the earth, causing a breach in the protective formation of the divine mountain. A horde of corrupted beings invaded, resulting in the deaths of many villagers. Father sacrificed himself to mend the breach, and now, his remains lie atop the divine mountain. He died because of me? Upon hearing this, Annie's eyes instantly reddened. For 2 centuries, she had dreamed of returning home, only to find it in such despair upon her arrival. Chapter 128, The Transaction with the Mother Earth. Within the highest assembly hall of the Village of the Leaves, discussions regarding Annie's punishment were fervently underway. A cacophony ensued as voices clashed in heated debate. Proposals for Annie's capital punishment were plentiful, yet when it came to who would carry it out, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Annie was bound to a wooden pillar under the watchful eye of Angel. Since discovering that she was the cause of her father's demise, Annie appeared as though her soul had been lost. "Would you like some water?" Angel, now aware of Annie's true identity as her aunt, felt a wave of relief wash over her, her courage gradually bolstering. Surely, an aunt would not wish harm upon her niece. Angel grasped a wooden ladle and scooped a spoonful of water. Annie shook her head, but then hesitated and nodded. In truth, with her strength, she could go half a year without water without suffering any adverse effects. After all, it was a gesture of filial piety from her niece. Once Annie had finished drinking, Angel set the ladle aside. At that moment, their gazes met, and Angel's heart raced. This aunt, whom she had not seen in ages, was strikingly beautiful. Angel felt her heart flutter, unbeknownst to her that Annie was deeply intertwined with the laws of desire. In simpler terms, Annie resembled a top-tier succubus. Even without employing seductive arts, she could ensnare the souls of those around her. Naturally, Annie would not resort to tactics meant for adversaries against her own niece. However, prolonged exposure to the rules of desire from the divine realm had altered Annie's body, leading to uncontrollable transformations. This transformation rendered anyone who came into contact with her irresistibly enamored with Annie. "Are you truly my aunt?" Perhaps influenced by this newfound power, Angel initiated the conversation. "Indeed, your father is my elder brother." Anne's implication was clear. "After all, your father is my brother, a blood relative. Unless you are not your father's biological daughter. Even if that's the case, you must still address me as aunt. So, why did you steal the sacred artifact?" Angel continued to inquire. "Do you not realize that such actions will lead to the demise of many?" "I truly did not know at the time," Anne replied, her pupils dimming with the weight of her ignorance. She was genuinely unaware that seizing the sacred artifact would unleash such dreadful consequences. As for the true reason Anne took the heart of the earth 2 centuries ago, it was an inadvertent encounter with a cavern connecting to the outside world, where a statue of the Earth Mother resided. Kneeling at the statue's base, Anne fervently prayed, and in that moment, She was bestowed with the heart of the earth and the ability to traverse the surface world. However, Angel was oblivious to this. She merely insisted. How could you not know? Every villager in Konoha has been educated from a young age to protect the sacred artifacts and guard the sacred mountain, and fell silent. The villagers' rejection of Angel was undoubtedly partly due to her way with words. Look, they leave, and with no avenue of escape. Cough. At that moment, a light cough broke the tension. The newcomer was Angie, who shot a glare at Angel before stepping forward to announce the verdict of the council. And the village elders have unanimously decided to confine you to the sacred mountain, allowing the Earth Mother to render her final judgment upon you. And nodded. Harboring no objections to this decree, she was determined to reach the sacred mountain, not only to inquire about a past event with the Earth Mother, but also to reclaim her father's remains. 2.5 hours swiftly elapsed. A towering war chariot emerged from Konoha, resembling a miniature aircraft carrier, with a massive platform atop it, upon which a great pillar stood, and was bound to this pillar. From Anne's vantage point, she gazed down at the scene below, dozens of individuals tugging on ropes tied to immense elephants, which in turn were harnessed to the chariot, propelling it forward. On either side, a throng of villagers formed 2 lines, their eyes menacing as they fixated on the great pillar. The village elders stood upon the platform of the chariot, overlooking the gathered masses below. Aunt, surely they cannot truly confine you, Angel whispered softly as she approached inside, and smiled and nodded. If it were not for this, they would be fearful. Angel seemed to grasp this concept, nodding in understanding. Burdened by guilt for the calamity her actions had wrought, and comprehended why the Earth Mother had chosen to entrust her with the heart of the earth. Had it been someone else, on the first day of receiving the heart, they would have displayed loyalty. By the second day, after a simple meal, they would have forgotten their roots. The resounding blast of a horn echoed from behind, and the elephants surged forward, the colossal steel contraption slowly advancing. The villagers erupted in a deafening roar. Half an hour later, the chariot arrived at the foot of a mountain. This was the sacred mountain spoken of by Konoha. As they neared its vicinity, and sensed the thick, oppressive aura of the abyss. The closer they drew to the sacred mountain, the more intense the abyssal presence became. A great battle must have transpired here in the past. Thunderous rumblings accompanied the chariot's movement, the sound reverberating for miles. Inside the mountain's cavern, Fang Xing sensed the overwhelming aura of the abyss. This is bad, they are coming. Young man, I hope to broker a deal with you. Audrey's tone turned urgent, as if foreseeing imminent calamity. Very well, Fang Xing nodded, but then abruptly shifted the conversation. If you wish to make a deal with me, I should at least know your identity. Are you the Earth Mother, or the druid Audrey? At this, the light sphere seemed to pause momentarily, and then her voice softened. Does it truly matter with whom the deal is made? What is crucial is what can be gained. What can I obtain? The divine essence of the primordial god? Upon hearing this, Fang Xing felt a flicker of disappointment. The divine essence, coveted by every practitioner, held little value for him. This was because one of the prerequisites for inheriting divine essence was the 9th turn. Though Fang Xing had yet to reach the 3rd turn, he already possessed strength rivaling that of the 9th turn. Did he truly need the divine essence? Moreover, inheriting divine essence necessitated the abandonment of one's current profession. Just this point alone rendered Fang Xing unable to accept such a proposition. To forsake his role as an otherworldly Pokemon trainer in exchange for the divine office corresponding to the Earth Mother appeared to grant tremendous power. Yet his future potential would be capped at that of a primordial god. The original Earth Mother had perished within the abyss of lust. Fang Xing and the abyssal domain were sworn enemies, and a confrontation was inevitable. Therefore, inheriting the Earth Mother's divine essence would amount to a declaration of death. Yet Audrey had not finished her statement. Divine essence may not always find a successor. Your beasts and followers can also inherit the essence of the Earth God. I can sense a trace of energy within you that is derived from the Earth's veins. Chapter 129, Secrets of the Primordial God. Energy derived from the Earth's veins? The Earth Mother was undoubtedly referring to Groudon. In the next moment, a spatial rift appeared in the cavern, partially revealing a yellow eye. The Earth Sovereign, who had been slumbering in the beast space, opened its eyes. Upon seeing the light sphere, a glimmer of intensity flashed in Groudon's gaze. Instinctively, it understood that this light sphere was of paramount importance. If it could absorb this light sphere, it might even break through the constraints of the quasi-king level, reaching the ultimate realm of beasts, the king level. King-level beasts are not merely titles. In the star realm, a king-level beast holds a designated spot for each era, meaning there can only be one king-level beast of each attribute. According to known cosmological concepts, we are currently in the early stage of the 3rd era of the abyss. The dominion of the earth has yet to produce its king, implying that Groudon possesses the capability to claim the king-level position in the earth domain. What must I do? Fang Xing instantly realized he had no choice. legendary beasts, even the most elite quasi-king beasts, could not assist him in the fated battle against the abyss of lust. Only a true king-level beast held a glimmer of hope. Save my people. You speak of those outside. Their souls have been severely corroded by abyssal forces. Their causality and fate have long since rotted and are beyond salvation. Fang Xing shook his head, not out of a lack of desire, but from an awareness of his own limitations. The more he understood the abyss, the more he grasped its terrifying nature. As the primordial deity of the star realm, having survived since the first era, the Earth Mother could not be ignorant of the abyssal power. She continued, "It is possible, using my corporeal form, which resides within the sacred mountain. The body of a deity can cleanse the severe pollution caused by the abyssal forces." Fang Xing paused in surprise, genuinely enlightened. Could a soul corrupted by the abyss still be saved? If anyone else had said this, he would have dismissed it outright, but the Earth Mother, as a primordial deity, undoubtedly possessed the means to do so. An idea sparked in Fang Xing's mind. Given that contact with the abyss was inevitable in his future endeavors, it might be prudent to consider hunting deities whenever he encountered them. Fang Xing would refrain from killing the deity, for slaying a divine being would invoke the wrath of the astral will, with the sole exception of malevolent gods. However, severing an arm or leg would pose no significant issue. Given the divine entity's remarkable regenerative abilities, it would not be long before they fully healed. Upon encountering the deity again, the hunt would resume. Should others become privy to Fang Xing's thoughts, they would undoubtedly gaze in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. Among the celestial hierarchy, the weakest benevolent deity is the goddess of Flora, whose combat prowess corresponds to that of an apex 8th-tier practitioner. Slightly inferior deities possess the fighting strength of 9th-tier practitioners, who serve as mere reserves for others. Who would dare believe such a claim? Fang Xing's impractical notion was swiftly dismissed by the Mother of Earth. The divine form cannot be healed from severe abyssal corruption, yet I can. For I am a primordial deity. The implication of the Mother of Earth's words was that only the bodies of primordial gods could heal from profound abyssal taint. Fang Xing nodded, temporarily setting aside the notion of treating deities as reserves. The surviving primordial gods are either endowed with formidable combat prowess or possess ancient wisdom, or perhaps both. The most powerful primordial deity in the astral realm today is the god of death, known by the title of the god of eternal life. This deity's domain is founded upon a realm devoid of death, as the laws of eternal life devour the very essence of mortality. To illustrate simply, it is akin to Sun Wukong visiting the Hall of Yama and erasing the names of all monkeys from the Book of Life and Death. In the astral realm, 99 of primordial gods do not perceive themselves as malevolent. Among them, 80 consider themselves to be neutral and orderly, while the remaining 20 shamelessly regard themselves as benevolent deities. Naturally, this self-perception is far from reality, as the reputations of 99 of primordial gods are rather infamous. A universally acknowledged truth among the significant powers of the astral realm is that, upon the death of the Mother of Earth, there are no benevolent gods left among the primordial. The Mother of Earth was the sole primordial deity classified within the ranks of benevolence, and she was also recognized as the weakest among her peers. This is not without reason. Each primordial god bears an immense burden of karmic sins, which incessantly erode their divine power while inflicting both mental and physical anguish. This pain does not diminish over time. Rather, it intensifies day by day, without yielding to duration. Enduring for a day or two is trivial for a primordial god, and even 10 or 8 years can be weathered with gritted teeth. But what of an entire epoch? Or several epochs? Consider the plight of an individual confined within a cage, their limbs and body restrained, with only their eyes able to move, while a tormentor perpetually inflicts suffering upon them. Alleviating the agony of karmic sins is, in essence, quite simple. It involves transferring these burdens to others. For instance, in a certain company, the owner, having invested the company's debts only to fail, chooses to reduce employee salaries to evade personal risk. To the owner, this sum may be negligible, yet to the employees, it might be the final straw. The Mother of Earth is the only primordial god who did not transfer her karmic sins to others. After enduring 2 epochs of karmic suffering, her body birthed another consciousness. In ordinary circumstances, the Mother of Earth could suppress this awareness. However, the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago awakened the forces of the abyss. Following the corruption of her being, this consciousness gradually twisted into darkness, ultimately leading to her demise. As both her divine essence and corporeal form were consumed by the equally injured abyssal lust within her divine realm. Consuming the Mother of Earth's essence proved to be a formidable challenge for abyssal lust, particularly given that it was not at the height of its power. Several entities of comparable tier sought to devour her divine essence, and in a brief span, abyssal lust found itself besieged by many formidable adversaries. It struggled to find a suitable opportunity to escape. In the latter stages of the millennial blood war, the heroic king descended, his focus directed elsewhere. Fortunately, the heroic king's primary target was not abyssal lust. Abyssal lust witnessed the divine realm of abyssal gluttony shattered in a single blow, reduced to ashes. With causality and fate obliterated in that terrifying strike. Nothing endures eternally. The so-called immortality merely signifies a lack of exposure to forces exceeding one's capacity to withstand. Ultimately, abyssal lust relinquished a portion of its divine realm to flee. The damage it sustained necessitated nearly a millennium of recuperation within the abyss, only barely regaining a semblance of its former glory. Yet, all of this was deemed worthwhile, as it acquired the essence of a primordial god. Just as abyssal lust prepared to consume the Mother of Earth's divine essence, it was summoned to the Sea City by a group of devotees. Initially confident of success, it was caught off guard by a faction of schemers that summoned the Gate of Truth. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Abyssal lust was sealed once more for 200 years. The Mother of Earth separated her divine essence from her corporeal form, which was imprisoned beneath the sacred mountain. A millennium passed, and the protective seals of the mountain began to weaken, threatening the imminent release of the malevolent form. Should this form escape, the entire underworld would descend into chaos. Thus, the Mother of Earth urgently sought an individual to assist her in resolving the threat posed by this malevolent being. Decades prior, she encountered the druid Audrey. Regrettably, the latter's strength fell short, and not only did she fail to resolve the issue, but she also perished in the attempt. The Mother of Earth expended her final strength to preserve a fragment of Audrey's lingering soul. Originally, the malevolent form was incapable of escaping, even after 300 years. However, events took a turn when, 200 years ago, Enlil inadvertently wandered into the realm sealing the malevolent form. Deceived by its allure, she mistook the malevolent entity for the Mother of Earth and absconded with the core of the protective formation, the heart of the earth, resulting in a critical failure of the seal. The Mother of Earth swiftly mobilized her divine power to barely suppress the malevolent form. Subsequently, abyssal lust unleashed a considerable amount of abyssal primordial energy into the divine realm. At that time, the Mother of Earth found herself besieged from all sides, striving to halt the abyssal forces while also allocating a portion of her strength to contain the malevolent form. As Fang Xing learned of these past events from the Mother of Earth, he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. In the first epoch, the Mother of Earth had yet to earn the title of the weakest primordial god. Among the primordial deities, she was not the absolute pinnacle, but certainly among the elite. Yet, unlike her counterparts, she chose not to distribute her karmic burdens to the living to alleviate their suffering, but rather bore the weight herself. As the sole benevolent god among the primordial, the significance of this title is self-evident. Very well, I accept this transaction, Fang Xing declared. In the next moment, a virtual task information panel appeared before him. Do you accept the commission from the Mother of Earth? Commission task, save the underworld. Note, this task consists of 3 phases, and upon completing each phase, corresponding rewards and divine essence affinity will be granted. Note, the current divine essence affinity of the practitioner is 0, while that of Gerardo is 8273, indicating a high degree of compatibility. Task Phase 1. Eliminate the corpse of the divine mountain, the malevolent entity. Task reward, unknown. Task duration, 3 natural days. After 3 natural days, the malevolent entity will completely break free from its seal and regain its strength. Task penalty, none. Synopsis, the corpse of the benevolent deity, the source of evil. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Xing chose to accept the commission. You have accepted the commission from the Mother of the Earth. The reason for such confidence was that just moments ago, Dialga had successfully undergone its transformation. Notice, Dialga's transformation has concluded. Current familiar, King of Time. Dialga, world buff in effect. Grade, legendary. Level, LV-120. Life, 12 million. Subreal power, 380 points. Subreal constitution, 380 points. Subreal spirit, 1,000 points. Agility, 3 million points. Exclusive passive, God of Time. Exclusive skills, Roar of Time, Time Reversal. Branch skills, Primal Power, Destructive Death Ray, Dragon Pulse, Lightning. Exclusive passive, God of Time. Dialga has acquired the Time Stone, a diamond, and this ability has undergone a leap-level transformation. Effect 1. Immunity to 9,872 time domain-related skills, such as space freezing, time sealing, world stasis, etc. Effect 2. Comprehensive enhancement. Dialga's exclusive time-based abilities have a judgment tier of 7. Skill effect increased by 50, skill power increased by 300. Branch time-based abilities have a skill tier of 3, skill effect increased by 30, skill power increased by 200. Effect 3. Time Domain. Dialga instantaneously releases a massive amount of time energy, creating a time blockade within a radius of 10,000 meters centered around itself. Exclusive skill. Roar of Time. This skill has undergone changes. Original effect. Releases a powerful force akin to distorted time, causing the target to enter a state of time deceleration. Current effect. Releases a powerful force akin to distorted time, causing the target to enter a state of time suspension. Effect 2. When Dialga unleashes Roar of Time and hits an enemy, it can consume the power of the diamond within to leave a time imprint within the enemy's body. The time imprint can stack, with a maximum of 10 imprints on the same target. At this moment, Dialga can actively detonate the time imprint within the target, which will result in an instant death judgment. If the instant death judgment fails, it will inflict 1500 damage from Roar of Time. Exclusive skill. Time Reversal. A skill obtained by Dialga after absorbing the exclusive gemstone. Skill Effect 1. Time Backup. Dialga releases a massive amount of diamond origin power, instantly distorting everything within the time domain, reverting time to 3 minutes prior. Note: this effect is temporarily unavailable. Dialga must utilize the time domain. Skill Effect 2. Life Reset. When used on allied units with time reversal, it will instantly eliminate 8,742 mid to high tier negative skill effects, restoring allied units to their peak state within the last 10 minutes, and leaving a time imprint within the allied unit. If the allied unit suffers an instant death attack within half an hour, the time imprint will actively shatter to counter this instant death attack. Skill Effect 3. Time Fragmentation. When used on enemy units with time reversal, the enemy will regress to their weakest state within the last 3 natural days, and will permanently bear a time imprint that will not disappear even if detonated. Each successful application of a permanent time imprint will randomly seal one of the enemy's abilities, if more than 5 permanent time imprints are applied. One physical attribute will be randomly sealed. If more than 10 permanent time imprints are applied, each of Dialga's attacks will inflict an instant death judgment on the target. Skill CD, 1 natural day. Note: if Dialga successfully detonates the time imprint left within the enemy, this skill's CD time will instantly refresh. Synopsis: King of Time. The last to bear this title was the God of Immortality. Fang Xing had anticipated that Dialga's transformation would be formidable. However, upon witnessing the information post-transformation, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Dialga's transformation could only be described with a single word: absurd. Absurd to the utmost degree. Beyond absurdity. Fang Xing could conjure no other term to encapsulate it. In truth, Dialga's significant enhancement was within the realm of reason. The diamond, also known as the Ghost Stone of the Underworld, possessed a value far exceeding Fang Xing's imagination. In the Underworld, the maximum yield of ghost stones produced in an era rarely exceeded 10 pieces. Chapter 132. Ancient Deity, Mechanical Evil Dragon. The Ghost Stone is one of the 5 pinnacle gemstones of the Underworld. Tutankhamun's prison has survived for many years, yet it has acquired only a single piece. As for why the prison itself did not utilize it, it was indeed a matter of choice. All pinnacle gemstones share a common ability: they choose their own masters. If an incompatible individual forcibly uses a pinnacle gemstone, it will shatter, and the host will suffer the backlash of the gemstone's curse. The Ghost Stone is a time-based gemstone, and the prison's own ability system is unrelated to time. This Ghost Stone was originally intended for trade with an ancient entity, but a suitable buyer was never found. Practitioners of time-based abilities are exceedingly rare, and those compatible with the Ghost Stone are even fewer, compounded by the fact that the Underworld has remained in a state of closed borders since the mid-Second Era. It was only after the conclusion of the Second Era and the commencement of the Third that it gradually re-established contact with the Celestial Realm. Ironically, the prison's misfortune led to its first transaction in the Third Era being a response to Fang Xing's sacrificial ritual. For this, the prison even made an effort to attire itself appropriately. Little did it expect to encounter Fang Xing, the Cunning One, resulting in significant losses right from the outset. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the cave. The mountain of the Divine Mountain seemed to wail, and numerous fragments of rock fell from the cave's ceiling. One such fragment narrowly missed Fang Xing's head, which he evaded with a swift turn. What was happening? Fang Xing paused for a moment, extending his perception, but was instantaneously suppressed by the divine laws within the cave, causing his original perception radius of 100,000 meters to shrink to merely a few thousand. In the next instant, a colossal war machine materialized within his perception radius. This war machine appeared rudimentary, yet its interior was remarkably intricate, featuring perception-blocking defenses. Strangely, within Fang Xing's perception, this war machine exhibited both a heartbeat and signs of life and consciousness, implying it fell within the category of living beings. This peculiar structure immediately evoked thoughts of a certain concept in Fang Xing's mind: Biotechnological warfare? Biotechnology represents the pinnacle of alchemical creation. However, biotechnological warfare, particularly of the invasive kind, predominantly arises from the depths of dark alchemy. Coincidentally, Fang Xing's mastery of dark alchemy had reached an advanced level. Furthermore, this knowledge was also derived from the Gate of Truth. I shall venture forth to investigate, Fang Xing declared, stepping out of the cave alongside Dream Fantasy. The Mother of the Earth remained silent, quietly observing the silhouette of Fang Xing as it gradually vanished. Moments later, a soft sigh echoed within the cave. Do you suppose he is the chosen savior? No, he is unlike the king of heroes. He lacks a compassionate heart. Yet, he possesses all the attributes that a true hero should embody. I am uncertain, perhaps it is so. Perhaps this realm yearns for transcendence. Upon emerging from the cavern, Fang Xing employed the cloak of the Demon King to conceal himself. He then strode boldly toward the residence of Konoha. The closer he approached the war machinery, the more he discerned the extraordinary nature of biological technology. Such weapons could not possibly have been crafted by the indigenous inhabitants of the underworld. Even the fertility mother had no dominion over such matters. Indeed, one could assert that biological technology is not a product of the abyssal system. Fang Xing had previously erred in his judgment. The entity that had seized control of the giant spirit city did not originate from the abyss. He had presumptively attributed the phenomena of altered cognition, maddening chaos, and sticky tendrils, all to the abyss. However, there exists another category of extraordinary beings in the astral realm that aligns with these characteristics, the ancient gods. Unlike the outer gods, who are embodiments of the laws of the astral realm and represent order, the ancient gods personify the malevolent thoughts of the world, growing stronger by inflicting suffering upon its sentient beings. Thus, the worlds inhabited by ancient gods are invariably rife with chaos, madness, and torment. The pinnacle of the ancient gods' mastery lies in biological technology. During the age of the ancient gods in the First Era, the most formidable among them crafted the apex of biological warfare machines, known as Atom. Towering in height, measured in light years, Atom could traverse half a star domain with a single step. One should not be misled by its immense size into believing it cumbersome. Imagine a thumb larger than a planet hurtling towards you. Could you truly escape its velocity? The sheer size guarantees overwhelming mass, power, and speed. Conversely, the biological energy consumed merely to operate this war machine could instantly deplete the treasury of a great power. Outside of aggression, no alternative method exists to sustain the operation of such a war machine. Thus, during the late stages of the First Era's End War, the ancient gods stood as a solitary force opposing the major powers of the astral realm. In the war's early phases, the ancient gods pressed the astral powers with fervor. Had it not been for the extreme scarcity of resources in the war's latter stages, which rendered them incapable of supplying Atom with the necessary biological energy, the outcome of the End War could have been drastically altered. The End War of the First Era resulted in the annihilation of 90% of the ancient gods. In the Second Era, the major powers of the astral realm unanimously opted to suppress the ancient gods. Few have survived to this day, and among those capable of contending with the fertility mother, only 2 remain in the astral realm, one of whom is not particularly adept in biological technology. It becomes evident that the entity occupying the giant spirit city is none other than the ancient god known as the mechanical evil dragon. It is highly probable that this time, the mechanical evil dragon has brought forth technological creations derived from its own template. Fang Xing had never engaged with the power systems of the ancient gods, yet he was acutely aware of their peculiarities. Even with his mastery in dark biology, he refrained from recklessly approaching the deck and instead chose to observe from a distance of 100 meters. Within his line of sight, this colossal war machine pulsed rhythmically, not inhaling air, but rather the life energy surrounding it. What it exhaled was not carbon dioxide, but a dense gray mist. Upon contact with the parched earth, the already cracked ground disintegrated into a pile of gray powder. On the deck stood a collection of grotesque, irregularly shaped aberrations. These deformed creatures were positioned behind a massive tendril, which was a manifestation of the ancient god's power, capable of altering cognition. For instance, the foolish woman bound to the tendril still believed she could escape at any moment. Had she not possessed the heart of the earth, she would have long been corrupted by the ancient goddess power and transformed into a creature akin to those below. Suddenly, Fang Xing's brow furrowed, as if he had stumbled upon something incredible. Among the grotesque entities tainted by the ancient goddess power, there was a little elven girl. She bore no distinctive traits, yet remained immune to the influence of the ancient goddess power. The key detail was her visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance, if not identical, to that of Druid Audrey, whom Fang Xing had encountered in his textbooks, with a striking similarity of 90%. Fang Xing glanced back toward the direction of the cave, a faint smile gracing his lips. This truly is fascinating. Chapter 133, Time Reversal. Buzz. Accompanied by the heartbeat of the war machine, the life energy from the earth and air coalesced into luminous points at the cannon's mouth. The surrounding space warped under the influence of this force, as a terrifying aura brewed within the cannon. Truly, a marvel of the ancient god's biological technology. Fang Xing gazed at this massive war machine, genuinely awestruck. Clang. In the next moment, he drew forth the holy sword, the resonant chime of metal ringing out. After a brief suppression of the fertility power, this weapon of conquest appeared to regain its self-awareness. Fang Xing would not permit it to regain its consciousness. Who could say whether this weapon's awakening had been tainted by the abyss? Furthermore, there is but one rightful owner of the holy sword, and that is the King of Heroes. Wielding another's weapon is not inherently frightening. What is truly terrifying is if that weapon possesses its own consciousness. Demon Slash. Fang Xing adopted a poised stance to channel his power, as at that very moment, the biological energy at the cannon's mouth reached its zenith. In the next instant, a razor-sharp slash collided with the dreadful force in an instant. The annihilation characteristic was triggered, rendering the strike unbreakable. The biological energy projectile was cleaved in two, transforming into two small spheres that zipped past the sides of the slash before vanishing midair. After severing the biological energy projectile, the demon slash continued unabated, cleaving the war machine in half. The ground beneath cracked, forming a fissure a kilometer long. At this moment, the concealment effect of the Demon King's cloak dissipated, revealing Fang Xing to the onlookers. The villagers of Konoha gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Fang Xing. Had a mere human truly obliterated a war machine with a single strike? All of this was but a fantasy. The reality, however, was that as the war machine completed its accumulation of energy and was on the verge of firing its projectile, a wave of spatial distortion enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Subsequently, time began to reverse within that area, as if played in reverse. The biological energy split from the cannon's mouth, morphing into small orbs of light that reintegrated into the air and the earth. Simultaneously, a massive spatial rift tore open above the war machine. A gigantic red claw emerged from within, adorned with block-like patterns of molten rock. The Earth's sovereign, Groudon, seized the war machine and hoisted it into the air before slamming it down with tremendous force. Instantly, the interior of the war machine erupted in a cacophony of crackling sounds. In mere moments, the war machine's engine let out a thunderous roar before falling silent. The entire process transpired within mere seconds. Fang Xing remained hidden in the shadows, not lifting a finger. What a jest! He was a beastmaster, not a great swordsman. If he had to confront every adversary personally, what need would there be for a beastmaster? The Demon King's cloak shifted forms into a flying mode. Only then did Fang Xing's silhouette become apparent, as he floated above to reach the surviving Unear. The tendrils of the evil god controlling Unear were thoroughly shattered by Groudon. Unear was pinned beneath a fragment of one such tendril. The tendrils of the ancient god possessed the ability to interfere with cognition while slowly draining biological energy. Annie's energy had been largely consumed, leaving her body utterly weakened. Groudon seized a fragment of the tentacle, feeling the weight pressing down on him vanish. Annie lifted her head, still in a state of cognitive disarray. After a brief glance at her surroundings, her gaze instinctively fell upon Fang Xing. A mere one. For seconds later, Annie grasped the current situation. It was the malevolent figure before her, adorned like an evil overlord, who had attacked them. Under the residual influence of her disrupted cognitive abilities, Annie's pupils gradually turned crimson. Memories from her childhood began to surface. Her stern, unyielding father, her gentle and nurturing mother who delighted in idle chatter, her elder brother who had always cared for her, the simple villagers, and the loyal dog, a Huang from her family courtyard. These beautiful recollections shattered abruptly, replaced by the desolate scene around her. Flames of rage ignited within Annie's eyes, her aura swelling as she reignited the fire of life within her. In her state of confusion, she directed her fury at Fang Xing. "I shall kill you." Before she could utter the word kill, Groudon struck her down with a powerful blow. Moments later, Groudon lifted his paw, and Annie found herself embedded in the earth. Coughing up 2 mouthfuls of black blood, Annie's consciousness began to clear slightly. Yet her gaze remained filled with hatred as she looked at Fang Xing. Mew forcibly awaken her. Upon hearing Fang Xing's command, Mew utilized its mirror duplication ability to transform into a green giant. Slowly, Mew approached, its rough green hand grasping Annie's lower leg. Then, a classic scene unfolded before Fang Xing. With a motion reminiscent of wielding a massive hammer, Mew repeatedly slammed Annie into the ground. The action bore a striking resemblance to the Hulk's assault on Loki, nearly identical in execution. 3 minutes passed, and Annie's expression shifted from hatred to a vacant stare. ultimately leading to confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I being beaten? Put her down. Sensing that it was time to cease, and not wishing to actually kill her, Fang Xing instructed Mew to halt. Floating before Annie, he noticed her feeble gaze directed at him. Undeterred by Annie's look, which seemed to regard him as the harbinger of doom, Fang Xing tore open the garment enveloping her, revealing swathes of her pristine skin. Annie's figure could be rated a perfect 100, yet Fang Xing felt no desire. His gaze fixated on her chest. He soon expressed confusion. How strange. Where's the heart of the earth? He sensed remnants of the heart of the earth near Annie's chest, but found the artifact itself absent. Could it have been swallowed? He mused, considering the possibility. It appears I must resort to disemboweling you. A golden dagger materialized in Fang Xing's hand, though not a surgical scalpel. It was sharp enough to serve as a suitable substitute. Subsequently, Groudon unleashed a flow of magma, a small portion pooling at Fang Xing's feet. Bending down, he plunged the blade into the magma for 3 seconds before retrieving it, the dagger's edge now glowing red-hot. Witnessing this, tears of gratitude streamed down Annie's face. Even before disemboweling me, he's considerate enough to sterilize the dagger. Truly, I am moved. Do not kill my aunt. Just as Fang Xing prepared to extract the heart of the earth from Annie's body with the golden dagger, the ethereally beautiful girl, Angel, interjected. Clutching a necklace that radiated a powerful life force, she declared, if you desire the heart of the earth, release my aunt. Otherwise, I will cast it into the magma. You intend to throw it into the magma? Fang Xing replied, his expression one of skepticism, looking at Angel as if she were a mere worm. The absurdity lay in the fact that tossing the heart of the earth into the magma would essentially gift it to Fang Xing. Do you think this magma just appears? Chapter 134, The Vessel, Resurrection. A force emanated from Fang Xing's palm. The heart of the earth suddenly broke free from Angel's grasp, uncontrollably soaring toward Fang Xing. Angel's expression turned to one of horror as she watched Fang Xing seize the heart. Taking a deep breath, albeit with a hint of trepidation, she spoke. I have given you the heart of the earth. Now you must fulfill your promise. You wouldn't deceive a charming little girl, would you? Bring them along, Fang Xing commanded. And Mew enveloped Annie and Angel in a psychic embrace. The group soared toward the depths of the sacred mountain. Upon entering the cavern, Fang Xing approached the divine essence of the Earth Mother. Mew tossed Annie and Angel onto the ground before settling onto Fang Xing's right shoulder. Such impressive temporal abilities. Your beast has the potential to become a king, the Earth Mother remarked, acknowledging Dialga, sensing the recent surge of power that had briefly turned back time. It is no exaggeration, Fang Xing replied candidly. Dialga is indeed the protector of the llamas. At this moment, Angel helped Annie to her feet. Observing Fang Xing converse with the statue of the Earth Mother, her mouth hung agape in disbelief. To the Earth Mother. The concept of those from the Earth's core was akin to the sun's status in North Korea. How can a mere human converse with the sun? She questioned, noticing Angel. Why have you brought her here? The Earth Mother seemed somewhat resigned. Isn't she one of your chosen vessels? Fang Xing's words rendered the Earth Mother silent. Yet, he was not mistaken. It was indeed the truth. Angel appeared perplexed, while Annie furrowed her brow upon hearing the term vessel. Those two words did not bode well. Generally, vessels met tragic fates. Would you care to explain the situation? Fang Xing pressed, placing his right hand on the hilt of his dagger. He stood close to the Earth Mother's divine essence. Should she display any unusual behavior, he would not hesitate to strike. Fang Xing was uncertain whether the holy sword combined with its annihilation properties could destroy a deity's essence. He would simultaneously unleash the power of abundance. For it would then be a case of the clam and the snipe contending, with the fisherman reaping the benefits. A deep sigh resonated throughout the cavern. The Earth Mother began recounting the events that had transpired. Over a decade ago, she had struck a deal with Audrey. The agreement stipulated that regardless of whether Audrey managed to slay her vile corporeal form, the Earth Mother was obligated to assist Audrey in creating a new body that perfectly suited her. Although the Earth Mother had lost her former power to create beings from nothing, she could sacrifice one individual to forge a new vessel for the druid Audrey. Angel was the fortunate one selected for this purpose. She was deemed fortunate because, under the Earth Mother's protection, she had thus far avoided transforming into a grotesque monster. There was yet another reason for Angel's continued existence. The essence of Audrey was too frail to be directly placed into a new vessel, as there was a significant risk that it would dissipate instantaneously. Thus, the Mother of the Earth chose to nurture Audrey's lingering soul within the divine essence of the Earth. Everything you wish to know has now been revealed to you, she conveyed. Fang Xing nodded, and the Mother of the Earth continued. I understand your concern regarding my potential resurrection, but I have long since departed from this realm. Fang Xing remained silent, for he genuinely feared that the Mother of the Earth might return to life. This matter was pivotal for whether Groudon could merge with the divine essence, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. as it was during the merging process that Groudon's spirit would be at its most vulnerable. Should any external force intrude, it could result in damage to the spirit, or worse, leave it as a mere vessel for another. Fang Xing could sequester Groudon within the Beastmaster's space to facilitate the fusion with the divine essence, as this space would shield against external intrusions. Therefore, ensuring internal tranquility was paramount. To let her resurrect is tantamount to inviting disaster, Fang Xing stated, his tone soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The Mother of the Earth hesitated momentarily, for she too had numerous considerations, such as Audrey's still unstable spirit and the presence of Angel, who was being considered as a vessel for resurrection and was spectating this dialogue closely. Angel, a devoted follower, stood by, her legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. She dared not open her eyes, hoping this was all merely a figment of her imagination. The divine being she revered had deemed her a container, while a fearsome demon loomed nearby, ready to claim her life. Out of her loyalty to the divine and instinctual fear, Angel bowed her head in silence, resembling a meek lamb ensnared by fate, quietly awaiting the shepherd's blade. Mother Goddess, I am willing to exchange my life for Angel's. I have not been tainted by the abyss, and stepped forward, kneeling reverently before the statue. Her heartfelt gesture stemmed from genuine intent, as she bore her own sins, and Angel was her dear niece. The trials of the past 2 centuries in Giant Spirit City had inflicted both physical and mental scars upon Anne. The sole pillar of her survival was her family. A glimmer flickered in Angel's ashen eyes, but it quickly faded. On one hand, she desperately wished to live, to be with her parents, to witness the beauty of the world once more. Yet on the other, she could not bear the thought of her aunt sacrificing herself for her. Angel's heart was torn in indecision, but a choice had already been made for her. You have not comprehended my words, a force pulled and into the air. Her expression morphed into one of terror, her legs flailing helplessly. Make her speak, Fang Xing commanded. Dream used a modicum of mental power, forcing and to open her mouth in agony. Fang Xing pinched a black orb between his fingers, and with a snap, it was sent into Anne's mouth. What have you made me consume? And cried out in anguish, horrified to feel her body distorting. Ah, the tentacles of the ancient god. Did you not relish being bound by them? The black orb was a fragment of an ancient god's tentacle, carefully extracted by Fang Xing, no larger than a fingernail. Consuming it directly would result in grotesque transformation. Before long, and had morphed into a tumor-like monstrosity towering over 3 meters. As a direct consequence of consuming the ancient god's tentacle, her transformation was utterly complete. With a mere glance from Fang Xing, Dream utilized mental power to hurl the abominable creature out of the cave. The rapidity of these events left Angel in shock, unable to process that her aunt had become a grotesque tumor. The acceleration of time by Dialga amplified Angel's despair. Now, there was but one choice left. A sigh echoed once more from within the divine essence. Very well. This voice was no longer that of the Mother of the Earth, but rather that of Druid Audrey. Chapter 135, Arise, Audrey. A blue ethereal silhouette gradually detached from the divine essence. It was the spirit of Druid Audrey, her essence riddled with delicate fissures resembling a spider's web, as if the slightest touch would cause it to crumble into dust. Dream enveloped Audrey's spirit in mental energy, while simultaneously launching a mental assault on Angel, for a vessel need not possess a soul. From Angel's body, a spectral form, strikingly similar to her, slowly emerged. The pain of separation was palpable as Angel's soul was drawn away. Once her soul was fully severed, a gaping maw consumed it. This was none other than a Gigantamax Jengar, which nodded at Fang Xing. Fang Xing returned the nod, and the Gigantamax Jengar's form became translucent, entering a state of roaming, poised to vanish into the void. This, too, is your beast, your companion. Fang Xing gestured toward the Mother of the Earth, indicating that the next steps were now hers to undertake. Without a soul, Angel's body resembled an empty husk. It was merely a matter of inserting Audrey's essence. The general procedure was clear, yet the specifics depended on how the Mother of the Earth would proceed. Indeed, Fang Xing could manage it himself, as dark arts and dark alchemy recorded such spells, but employing such perilous techniques was best left to experts. After half an hour, the Mother of the Earth successfully integrated Audrey's soul into Angel's body without incident. Audrey opened her eyes and tested her new form. Fang Xing glanced at the luminous sphere. The divine essence was no longer radiant, revealing its true appearance. The divine essence of the Mother of the Earth resembled a coin the size of a fist, one side inscribed with mountains and the other depicting a benevolent woman. The radiance of the essence gradually dimmed, while the power sustaining the divine mountains swiftly waned. Malice seeks to break free from its confines. Ultimately, the Mother of the Earth uttered this phrase before her remaining spirit dissipated into the world. The The subterranean realm seemed to sense the Mother of the Earth's passing as the skies wept a gentle rain of crimson. The atmosphere was laden with oppression and sorrow. She was one of the few benevolent deities among the primordial gods, aiding us in the monumental war a millennium ago, Audrey remarked as she approached Fang Xing. A surge of mental energy enveloped the divine essence, which detached from the statue's palm, gently drifting into Fang Xing's grasp, where he seized it firmly. You have obtained the divine essence of the Mother of the Earth, primordial. A unique artifact of the astral realm. The relevant information is currently inaccessible. You must complete the quest, the Mother of the Earth's commission. Warning. The seal protecting the divine mountain is on the verge of failure. Estimated time until failure, 3, 2, 1. As the divine essence fell into his hands, accompanying notifications emerged, alongside an alarming warning. Upon reading the warning, Fang Xing's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Why does the warning wait until the last second? The cave began to tremble violently, the ground beneath them cracking open. A dense dark mist billowing forth from the crevices, as if something beneath the earth was about to break free. Fang Xing placed a hand on Audrey's shoulder, and the Demon King's cloak expanded to envelop them both instantaneously. In the next moment, the cloak whisked them away to an open space 100 meters away. They both lifted their gazes toward the divine mountain. The mountain, originally a mere 1,000 meters in height, rapidly expanded to 2,000, then 3,000 meters, rendering Fang Xing unable to see the summit. What a jest! Within his perception, the mountain now loomed over 10,000 meters. A thunderous roar erupted from the divine mountain, reverberating throughout the entire underworld, causing the very ground to tremble. Chapter 136, The Drought Demon. The roar spread across the underworld, stirring the clouds at the mountain's peak, where rippling waves of energy swiftly radiated outward. The mountain quaked violently, and from its midsection emanated a vast array of crimson light, which upon closer inspection resembled countless eyes. A horde of 3-meter-tall blood-sucking bats, shrieking and jostling, surged towards the two individuals. Special alert. Bloodsucker Demon. Level, LV-145. Health, 2,000,000. Attack power, 100. 000. Skills, Bloodsucking, Soul Devour, Blood Flow Disruption. Note, the Bloodsucker Demon, originally a member of the vampire clan, is an ancient tribe that venerates the moon, akin to the elven race, both hailing from the Earth's lineage. Caution, the Soul Devour ability of the Bloodsucker Demon inflicts permanent damage to the enemy's life force. Any part struck by it will continue to suffer from the blood flow disruption effect. Audrey cautioned, but suddenly, she noticed Fang Xing's figure had vanished. Where has he gone? As Audrey pondered, she was suddenly struck by an overwhelming aura of malevolence behind her. Within her perception loomed a creature towering over 100 meters. Its grotesque body adorned with sinister tentacles. Wherever this monster tread, the surrounding flora decayed at an alarming rate, transforming once moist earth into charred black soil. Ancient God Blood Servant. Level, LV-175. Health, 17,000,000. Attack power, 640, 000. Skills, Malice of the Ancient Gods, Scorching Missile, Human Dragon Transformation. This was the ancient God Blood Servant. Audrey recognized the abomination for what it was, a creature birthed from the malevolence of ancient deities, known in other realms as the Drought Demon. Fortunately, there was but a single Drought Demon. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a multitude of Drought Demons materialized within her perception. Where did so many Drought Demons come from? Audrey quickly sensed something amiss. Among the Drought Demons were also fertility spirits. A multitude of these spirits perched upon the shoulders of the Drought Demons, standing at 3 meters tall. The fertility spirits appeared almost like small figurines compared to the Drought Demons. The two disparate beings did not engage in conflict, suggesting a pact had been forged between the Mother of Fertility and the mechanical evil dragon. Before Audrey could contemplate further, the armies of the Drought Demons and Bloodsucker Demons clashed. The Drought Demons fought valiantly, while the fertility spirits proved to be quite troublesome. And the sheer number of Bloodsucker Demons meant that for the moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Why were there so many Drought Demons? And from where did they originate? In truth, these Drought Demons were born from the black coffins cast into the Mother River by the city of giant spirits. The fertility spirits were transformed beings from within those coffins. Recall that in the cave, the gigantified Wugui had nodded to Fang Xing after consuming Angel's soul. From the very beginning, Fang Xing had instructed the gigantified Wugui to seek out these black coffins. The custom of casting black coffins into the Mother River during the birth ceremony was a tradition of the city of giant spirits. Moreover, when citizens of giant spirits passed away, their families would place their remains into black coffins and subsequently cast them into the Mother River. Over the past century, how many black coffins had the citizens of giant spirits cast into the Mother River? The machinations of the Mother of Fertility and the mechanical evil dragon inadvertently aided Fang Xing. While he could indeed vanquish the bloodsucker demons, it would require considerable time. Meanwhile, the malevolent form of the Earth Mother had already broken free from its seal, growing stronger with each passing second, poised to reclaim its former peak state. At that moment, Fang Xing's figure appeared atop the divine mountain. As he set foot upon it, the malevolent entity at the summit opened its blood-red eyes. Chapter 137, The Resurgence of Lust. To eradicate the malevolent form, one must first destroy the guardian of the divine mountain, as its primary source of power is derived from that very guardian. To dismantle the guardian, one must sever its connection to the underworld. The most straightforward method to achieve this is to obliterate the underworld itself. Though Fang Xing currently lacked the strength for such an endeavor, there were alternative means to achieve the severance of the guardian's connection to the underworld. The gigantified Wugui swallowed Fang Xing and then transformed into a roaming biological form. Just as the gigantified Wugui entered the void's rift, a massive hand, several thousand meters in size, struck the spot where Fang Xing had just stood. The surface space within 10,000 meters shattered, even affecting the layered space. Fortunately, the gigantified Wugui was able to navigate into the void's crevice. Otherwise, it would have been trapped within the spatial fissures due to the widespread fragmentation. Inside the gigantified Wugui, Fang Xing beheld the unconscious soul of Angel. What has happened to her? Fang Xing was momentarily taken aback, examining Angel's soul and finding no abnormalities, so he communicated with Wugui through thought. Creak, creak. After Wungui's explanation, Fang Xing understood the situation. It turned out that Angel had been terrified of ghosts, causing her to faint upon seeing her own soul. It was not surprising to faint from one's own fright, but to be startled to the point of unconsciousness by one's own soul? Such peculiar knowledge had been added to his repertoire. Dream Fantasy placed Angel in a corner before alighting upon Fang Xing's right shoulder. Meow, meow, she said, indicating that within the divine mountain, a statue of the abyssal lust had been discovered. Fang Xing furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that Dream Fantasy had mistaken the statue of abyssal lust for that of the Four Winds. After all, the likeness of the Four Winds bore a striking resemblance, about 90% similar, to the newly resurrected abyssal lust from the depths of the abyss. In the astral realm, it is little known that the visage of the abyssal evil god is not fixed. Every epoch, the abyssal evil god must undergo a resurrection ritual within the abyss. Prior to this ritual, the abyssal evil god may possess a masculine appearance, but post-ritual, it could transform into a feminine form. The statue of lust had not previously resembled the Four Winds, but rather that of a beautiful six-armed woman. The divine kingdom adapts to changes in the deities. And Fang Xing contemplated a deeper layer. The abyssal lust had indeed completed its resurrection at the abyss's depths. The resurrection of the abyssal lust was undeniably bad news for Fang Xing. He had merely not anticipated such a swift resurrection. An intangible sense of urgency suddenly weighed heavily on his heart. Now that the abyssal lust had returned, it was inevitable that upon its emergence from the abyss, its first act would be to seek out Fang Xing. The destined confrontation was unavoidable, even though the abyssal lust had just emerged. It was not something Fang Xing could currently contend with. Creak, creak. At that moment, the gigantified Wugui abruptly halted its advance, and Fang Xing was momentarily puzzled, quickly discerning the cause. In the void's fissure, a creature with the upper body of a benevolent woman and the lower body of tentacles obstructed the gigantified Wugui. The roaming creature known as Ebelina has blue tentacles entwined with a fragment of a luminous crystal slab. Chapter 138, Primal Reversion, the Marvelous Orb. You have obtained a fragment of the Marvelous Orb X1. Note: this item is currently in a non-viewable state and can only be inspected after the orb is repaired. Generously bestowed by the roaming creature Ebelina. A shard of a glass orb radiating a spectrum of colors materialized within the colossal Jengar. Drawing from past experiences, Fang Xing was cautious this time, not underestimating the weight of the orb fragment. He prepared meticulously, yet upon grasping it, he sensed something amiss. It was not excessively heavy, but rather somewhat light. This orb fragment was roughly estimated to weigh several hundred tons, which is undeniably substantial. However, in comparison to the weight of the previous slab, it fell short. At that time, Fang Xing felt as though he was bearing an entire world. Would you like to consume? Slab Fragment X1. This item can be used to repair the Marvelous Orb. A prompt appeared. Fang Xing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this, but soon made his choice. Yes. You have chosen to consume? Slab Fragment X1. Repairing Marvelous Orb Fragment. Estimated time, 3 minutes. Marvelous Orb Fragment repair completed. You have received a special item, the Marvelous Orb. A sphere the size of a fist appeared in Fang Xing's hand. He examined the specific details of the Marvelous Orb. Marvelous Orb. Special item. Upon using this item, you can acquire a new attribute without losing the original ones. Note: usable on tamed beasts and allows selection from one of 7 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, gravity, or flight. Hint: your tamed beast, the Earth Sovereign Groudon, has a high compatibility with this Marvelous Orb. If you use the Marvelous Orb on it, the Earth Sovereign Groudon has a chance to awaken its primal form, Primal Reversion. Note: in Primal Reversion, Groudon possesses both fire and earth attributes, and any skills it unleashes will carry the attribute of Annihilation. Upon reading this prompt, Fang Xing's heart trembled with a long-forgotten excitement. Who does not know of Groudon's illustrious Primal Reversion state? He had originally thought this state would only awaken once Groudon reached the king level. Little did he know, it was merely the absence of a Marvelous Orb that was the hindrance. What was there to wait for? Fang Xing promptly used the Marvelous Orb on Groudon, while also expressing gratitude to Ebelina. May the tentacled maiden enjoy a life of peace. Ebelina had indeed rendered him a significant service, and Fang Xing was not one to be stingy. He retrieved an item and, through a sacrificial ritual, presented it to the tentacled maiden Ebelina. This item was Dark Incantation Special Scroll. This was one of the treasures obtained from a chest after defeating the Son of Lust. The item was somewhat superfluous for Fang Xing, as the Dark Incantation was a trapping tool that could only ensnare spiritual beings. Such beings resided in the spirit realm, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, Ebelina, being a roaming creature, could traverse the void and enter the spirit realm. This item could assist Ebelina in capturing some minor spiritual entities. In moments of peril within the spirit realm, tossing the Dark Incantation could ensnare foes for a few seconds, granting Ebelina precious time to escape. Fang Xing first explained the usage of the Dark Incantation to the Colossal Jengar, who then conveyed it to Ebelina. Gah! Screech! The Colossal Jengar implied, tear it apart when in danger. After Ebelina's little brain translated, it meant, if hungry, you may eat it. Chapter 139, 7 seconds. If I can allow you to escape this range, consider me defeated. A few minutes later, Fang Xing received a series of prompts indicating that Groudon had successfully absorbed the Marvelous Orb. Was it another instant of refinement? Current tamed beast, Primal Reversion Groudon, world buff in effect. Rank, near king level. Level, LV 120. Life, 38 million. Subreal power, 2,000 points. Subreal physique, 2,000 points. Subreal spirit, 1,760 points. Agility, 17, 6 million points. Exclusive passive, Primal Reversion. Exclusive skills, Sword of the Abyss. Divine Punishment of Heaven. Branch skills, Return of the Swallow, Primal Force, Annihilation Beam. Skill, Primal Reversion. Original effect allows Groudon to briefly awaken the dormant power of the earth veins within, transforming the surrounding environment into an earth vein domain. Current effect, Groudon awakens the dormant power of the earth veins, converting the environment within a radius of 100,000 meters into a disaster domain. Effect 1. Within the disaster domain, Groudon's attributes are enhanced by 7133, physical defense increased by 12,511, attack tier 9, defense tier 16. Opponents suffer a reduction in all attributes, defense tier 7, attack tier 12. Effect 2. Within the disaster domain, the Sword of the Abyss guarantees a 100 hit rate. If evaded, the damage of the next Sword of the Abyss increases by 2,000, with a maximum cap of 8,000. Effect 3. Within the disaster domain, enemies lose 2 maximum life points per minute. For every 10 maximum life points lost, their physical defense is permanently reduced by 2, and maximum life limit by 1, until death. Skill, Divine Punishment of Heaven. This skill is currently unusable and requires the disaster domain. Effect 1. Groudon can consume a portion of the Marvelous Orb's energy to condense celestial meteorites, inflicting indiscriminate damage to everything within the disaster domain for 3 minutes. Effect 2. Groudon can exhaust all of the Marvelous Orb's energy in one go, condensing a solar meteor with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which will descend within 7 seconds, causing obliteration within 1,000,000 meters. Summary: Primal Reversion, Divine Punishment of Heaven. Note: Groudon can freely control magma and can alter its size at will, with a current maximum height of 12,000 meters and a minimum height no less than 33 meters. This was simply extravagant. Each time Fang Xing reviewed Groudon's enhanced statistics, he felt a thrill coursing through him. Its life points surged by 20 million, and all 3 subreal attributes increased by 1,000 points, with agility soaring by 10 million points. The near king level now bore an additional 2+ signs. It is crucial to note that the Near King level is the apex a tamed beast can attain. It is already qualified to vie for the singular throne. However, after absorbing the marvelous orb, Groudon had taken not one, but two significant strides beyond the Near King level. The exclusive passive, Primal Reversion, also received an unprecedented enhancement, evolving from the original Earth Vein domain to the more prestigious Disaster domain, alongside the acquisition of the formidable skill. Divine Punishment of Heaven. Effect 1 summons a multitude of meteors. Effect 2 directly creates a miniature sun, although this miniature sun takes 7 seconds to descend. This is not a flaw in capability, but rather a grace period provided by Groudon for your escape. 7 seconds. If you can flee 1,000,000 meters, consider yourself formidable. 7 seconds. If I can let you escape, consider me defeated. Chapter 140. I have faced 3 encounters. Atop the Guardian Mountain, the sinister form, once enveloped in slumber, abruptly opened its blood-red eyes. A palpable sense of impending danger, inexplicable in origin, sent shivers down her spine. The malevolent figure surveyed its surroundings. There were no foes in sight, and its perception extended throughout the sacred mountain, revealing no threats. Yet, the feeling of peril intensified. Suddenly, the evil entity lifted its head, and its crimson gaze widened in astonishment. A blazing sun had inexplicably materialized in the sky. While a sun is not an uncommon sight, the anomaly lay in the fact that this was the core of the earth, a realm devoid of such celestial bodies. The source of the imminent danger lay precisely in the blazing orb above. At that moment, the sun swelled rapidly, or rather, it was advancing towards the Guardian Mountain with alarming speed. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. No one understood this truth better than the evil form. Trapped atop the Guardian Mountain, she could only watch helplessly as the sun descended. Boom! A blinding white light suddenly illuminated the heavens, far more dazzling than the midday sun. The radiance instantaneously engulfed everything in its vicinity. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. As the brilliance began to wane, a colossal fireball erupted from the ground, rolling and expanding into a massive mushroom cloud. The shockwave from the explosion spread outward with astonishing speed, uprooting trees and causing the earth to tremble and crack. As a significant portion of the sacred mountain was vaporized, the sound of the explosion followed shortly after, resonating with a profound force that pierced eardrums and struck at the very soul, as if the heavens and earth themselves were in uproar. As the light gradually faded, only a desolate expanse of scorched earth remained, along with a charred corpse. The evil form trembled as it opened its eyes, its once malevolent gaze now clouded with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? The memories of the sinister entity began to resurface. She understood the situation. An enemy attack. With a deep exhalation, the evil form released a cloud of stale breath. At the moment the sun descended, she had nearly been convinced of her demise. Fortunately, such a formidable attack could not be unleashed a second time in quick succession by the intruder. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden rigidity seized her body as a familiar, gnawing sense of crisis rushed upon her. Slowly, the evil form raised her head once more. There it was again. A blazing sun. Boom. A searing white light enveloped the realm once more. Skill. Time Reversal. A skill acquired by Dialga upon absorbing its exclusive gem. Skill Effect 1. Time Rewind. Dialga unleashes a massive surge of diamond essence, instantly distorting everything within the realm of time, reverting it to 3 minutes prior. The second sun was the manifestation of Dialga activating its time rewind ability, reverting the primal Groudon to its state 3 minutes ago. Why did the evil form not experience the same rewind? Because the Guardian Mountain lay beyond Dialga's domain. As the second sun descended, the evil form remained unharmed. However, the sacred mountain split apart, a gaping chasm forming within. The force of the fallen sun was overwhelming, its annihilative power severing the connection between the mountain and the core of the earth. Should another sun fall from the heavens at this moment? Ha! You cannot kill me. I refuse to believe you can unleash a third of such magnitude. The barely surviving evil form laughed, but as she chuckled, her mirth vanished. A familiar, throat-clenching sense of crisis surged anew. Chapter 141. What on earth is extraordinary reproduction? Skill. Time Reversal. A skill acquired by Dialga upon absorbing its exclusive gem. Skill Effect 2. Life Reset. When applied to allied units, time is reversed, instantly clearing 8,742 mid to high-level negative effects and restoring allies to their peak condition within the last 10 minutes. How did the second sun come to be? It was once again Dialga utilizing time reversal on Primal Groudon, but this time, it was the second skill effect. Primal Groudon was restored to its peak state within the last 10 minutes. 3 suns obliterated the Guardian Mountain, reducing it to mere rubble. Was this not somewhat unscrupulous? Indeed, it was utterly shameless. Time Rewind and Life Reset. Such malevolence. Should you survive my first sun, Very well, you shall face the second. If you endure that, prepare for the third. A series of notifications appeared. Kill the corpse of the Guardian Mountain, evil form. The first phase of the commission has been completed. You have attained a divinity compatibility of 40. Primal Groudon has achieved a compatibility of 60. Current compatibility, 14273. Extremely high compatibility. Kill the corpse of the Guardian Mountain, evil form. You have received the treasure chest, evil god. You have opened the treasure chest, evil god. You have obtained Slayer of Gods 1, Divine Essence 1, Life God Set 5, 51, Guardian Spirit, Skill Scroll, 1, Earth God Class, Job Change Scroll, 1. Title: Slayer of Gods. Upon donning this title, charm value decreases, but conversely, each time you slay a divine entity, your attributes will increase by 20. This was Fang Xing's first acquisition of a title reward, and he was exceedingly pleased with it. As for the charm reduction associated with the title, he proved with decisive action by equipping the Slayer of Gods title. What use is charm? There is no delight like strength. Special item: Divine Essence, upon use. All attribute maximum limits increase by 15, and there is a chance to break through the limitations of the class. A green glowing orb was held in Fang Xing's hand. This was the divine essence of the Earth Mother. Only primordial gods could condense such essence. Without hesitation, Fang Xing utilized the divine essence of the Earth Mother. Crack. In the depths of his being, he seemed to hear the sound of shackles shattering. The function of divine essence is to elevate one's upper limit, not to directly enhance attributes. Yet, raising one's limit is a task thousands of times more arduous than mere attribute augmentation. Next came the Life God set, namely, Earth God Armor, Earth God Necklace, Earth God Helmet, Earth God Sword, Earth God Boots. Check effects upon donning. The Earth Mother class could be equipped. Seeing the requirements for equipping the gear, he realized only the Earth Mother class was eligible. Thus, it was deemed worthless. Subsequently, Fang Xing cast the 5 pieces of equipment into his spatial storage. In truth, the 5 pieces of the Earth God set were formidable. Combined with the class, they could unleash up to 90% of the primordial Earth God's peak power. However, the equipping requirements were excessively burdensome. Skill Scroll. Guardian Spirit, a high-level skill. Upon learning this skill, you can summon your own Guardian Spirit from the realm of the elves. Upon reading the description of this skill, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. The reason lies in the fact that each Guardian Spirit possesses its own unique ability. Moreover, the aesthetic appeal of these spirits is exceptionally high. Even if their capabilities do not align with one's own system, they can still remain by one's side as eye-catching adornments. In truth, Fang Xing had long been aware of his own transformation. Ever since entering the realm of desire, his speech had diminished significantly, his emotional expressions had become scarce, and even his inclinations had begun to waver. This state of affairs could not persist. You have learned the spirit of flora and fauna. Shall you now commence the contract with a guardian spirit? Yes. Fang Xing extended his palm, revealing a golden array manifesting within his grasp. After a brief interval, the golden array flickered, signifying that a guardian spirit was willing to forge a pact with Fang Xing. What form would it take? The enigma was soon unveiled. An exceedingly unattractive male spirit emerged. The spirit prince, Boboda, bore a fierce countenance. Digging a piece of nasal mucus from his pinky finger and subsequently flicking it onto Fang Xing. Are you my servant? Boboda proclaimed with a brutish expression. Crack. Fang Xing's fists creaked, finding this encounter far from what he had envisioned. Wasn't it said that all guardian spirits were extraordinarily beautiful? It was entirely within reason for Fang Xing to summon Boboda. The summoning of a spirit is determined by one's charm value, with the title of Godslayer adorning him. How could Fang Xing possibly summon a captivating female spirit under such circumstances? What abilities do you possess? Fine. Fang Xing was not one to judge solely by appearances. As long as the spirit's abilities proved beneficial, he might still consider retaining it. My ability is consumption, Boboda stated, suddenly noticing a spherical object in Fang Xing's hand. Before he could complete his sentence, the sphere was already hurtling toward his forehead. You have captured the spirit prince, Boboda. Fang Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated capturing Boboda so effortlessly. He had utilized the most basic of ordinary spheres. Even with a black iron tier beast, the failure rate is considerable. It seemed that this spirit was indeed rather ineffectual. However, adhering to the principle of compromise, Fang Xing proceeded to examine Boboda's ability information. Spirit of Misfortune, Boboda. Skill, Devour Misfortune. Boboda can consume the host's misfortunes, occasionally devouring good fortune as well. Boboda possessed but a single ability, to devour the host's misfortunes. This could also be interpreted as bringing good fortune to the host. Fang Xing suddenly recalled Boboda's unfinished statement. My ability is to consume the host's misfortune. Perhaps he had been overly hasty in his judgment. Lastly, there was the scroll for the Earth God's job transfer. There was no need for excessive elaboration. Fang Xing would not abandon his current profession for another. However, this transfer scroll could indeed be sold at a high price, as many would likely be interested. Especially the aging 9 turns, who yearn for divine status. Hint: you possess a special item, Heart of the Earth. Upon slaying an evil entity, you will additionally receive a high-tier scroll treasure. Note: opening this treasure will certainly grant one of the high-tier abilities possessed by the Earth Mother. You have opened the high-tier skill scroll treasure. You have obtained the high-tier skill scroll, Extraordinary Reproduction. What on earth? Chapter 142, Awakening of Memories. Skill: Extraordinary Reproduction, high-tier skill scroll. Upon learning this skill, you will never lose the ability to reproduce and will gain a second womb in addition to your original reproductive organs. Fang Xing could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Extraordinary Reproduction. Was this truly serious? He stored the skill scroll in his inventory and turned his gaze to the final task prompt. Task Segment 2. Destroy the Guardian God Mountain, Source of Evil. Task Reward: Unknown. Task Duration: 7 natural days. After 7 natural days, the source of evil will dissipate throughout the core of the earth. Task Penalty: None. Overview: the corpse of the benevolent god, the source of sin. You have completed the commission Task 2, Destroying the Guardian God Mountain, Source of Evil. You have achieved a divine affinity of 59. The primordial Groudon has achieved a divine affinity of 100. Current affinity 24273. Extremely high affinity. As Fang Xing examined Task Segment 2, he found it had already been marked as completed. It was hardly surprising. After 3 rounds of the sun's descent, the Guardian God Mountain had long been reduced to rubble. As for the destruction of the source of evil, it had also been obliterated by the annihilating force he carried. Task Segment 3, Final Task. Redemption. Task Reward: Unknown. Task Duration: 10 natural days. After 10 natural days, the core of the earth will collapse. Task Penalty: None. Overview: the corpse of the benevolent god, the source of sin. Sigh. Upon seeing the name of the final task, Fang Xing let out a sigh. He already knew how to accomplish this task. At the edge of the core of the earth, a village lay in wait. Audrey watched as Fang Xing approached, her body trembling involuntarily. You truly killed the evil entity, she stammered, disbelief lacing her tone. Fang Xing remained silent. A cigarette pinched between his fingers. Mayu, a flicker of flame appeared at the tip of the dreamy tail, igniting his cigarette. He inhaled deeply, exhaling afterward. O Mother of the Earth, in truth, we bear no enmity. Yet today, you shall perish. Fang Xing's gaze burned intensely upon Audrey, whom he referred to as the Mother of the Earth. What are you saying? The Mother of the Earth is already dead. Audrey exclaimed, confusion evident on her face. Heh, how could I forget my benefactor? Fang Xing's stare bore into Audrey, his thoughts drifting back to that fateful rainy night 7 or 8 years prior. The torrential rain fell heavily. Fang Xing witnessed his parents being slain by the assassins of the Xiao family. Just as the assassins were about to end Fang Xing's life, it was Audrey who intervened and saved him. At that moment, Fang Xing, fueled by a desperate desire for vengeance, was intent on avenging his parents. Audrey, understanding that the heroic Xiao family was not a foe any ordinary child could contend with, resolved to erase Fang Xing's memories of this vengeance. Whether it was due to her own selfish motives or some other reason. Audrey did not actually erase Fang Xing's memories, but instead fabricated a false recollection of a car accident involving his parents, entrenching the true memories deep within Fang Xing's mind. Moreover, Audrey had added a condition for the awakening of these memories. Should Fang Xing encounter her again, the false memory would shatter, and the true memory would awaken. Now, Fang Xing's memories had indeed returned. Chapter 143, Redemption. So it was. Upon hearing Fang Xing's words, Audrey nodded, finally acknowledging her identity. Indeed, it is not Audrey who has been resurrected, but the Mother of the Earth. 1,000 years ago, before the fall of the Mother of the Earth, the Hero King promised to resurrect her. A millennium later, the Mother of Earth awaited her moment of resurrection, embodied in the form of Druid Audrey. From the moment she entered the divine realm, she harbored no thoughts of returning to the living world. As the wife of the Hero King, she had resolved to fulfill his unfinished promises, sacrificing her own corporeal form to resurrect the Mother of Earth. However, the process of resurrection was far from straightforward. First, the embodiment of evil must be vanquished. This malevolent entity, a manifestation of the Mother of Earth's dark thoughts, posed a relentless threat as long as it persisted. The Mother of Earth would find no solace, even in her revival. Audrey yearned to aid the Mother of Earth in obliterating this wicked embodiment, yet her own powers were woefully inadequate. Ultimately, her efforts culminated in her own demise. Fortunately, the Mother of Earth did not require Audrey's physical form. She sought instead Audrey's corresponding existence, along with the threads of causality and fate. A mighty being, even devoid of a corporeal vessel, would not fade into oblivion. Yet if the essence of causality, destiny, and corresponding existence were to be scattered, annihilation would be inevitable. After a millennium of bloodshed, the Mother of Earth's corresponding existence, causality, and fate had been disrupted, leaving her to survive only through this unconventional means. Past kindness must be repaid in kind, the Mother of Earth declared. If you have no words to share, I shall guide you on your journey. As Fang Xing inhaled the last puff of smoke, he conjured a holy sword into his hand with a swift motion. Simultaneously, the dreamlike manifestations of the primordial Groudon, Dialga, and the Gigantamax Jengar, along with the fish beast, encircled the Mother of Earth, blocking her escape. Wait! The expression of the Mother of Earth, resembling Audrey, suddenly twisted into madness. Having just been resurrected, she was not prepared to meet her end in such a chaotic manner. Yet Fang Xing was notorious for denying his foes the opportunity to articulate a single word. This time was no exception. With a decisive strike, the head of the Mother of Earth soared into the air before crashing to the ground. You have slain the Mother of Earth. The final phase of Commission Task 3 has been completed. You have gained a Divinity Affinity of 1, Current Affinity 100. Primordial Groudon has attained a Divinity Affinity of 500, Current Affinity 74273, a perfect match. You have acquired the unclaimed Divinity of Earth. You have obtained the Divine Treasure Chest, Mother of Earth. The title of Godslayer is activated. Your subreality power has increased. Your subreality constitution has improved. Your pseudo-reality spirit has been enhanced. This time, Fang Xing chose not to immediately examine the rewards of the task. Instead, he knelt upon the ground, gingerly cradling Audrey's head. Her eyes were wide open, and he gently closed them with his hand. The benefactor of his past lay lifeless before him. He repositioned Audrey's head back onto her neck, a single crystalline tear slipping down his cheek, landing delicately upon her face. Audrey had willingly entered the realm of lustful deities, sacrificing everything to assist the Mother of Earth in her resurrection. As a result, she had perished, her corresponding existence, causality, and destiny all stripped away. Little did Audrey know that the child she had unconsciously saved years ago would ultimately avenge her. Although her actions were voluntary, the debts of kindness from the past had to be repaid. Intriguingly, the weapon Fang Xing used to slay the Mother of Earth was none other than the Hero King's sword, the Blade of Oath and Victory. Even more astonishing was the name of the final phase of Commission Task 3, Redemption.